Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. Pirate. Revenge on red hair kidnapped Uda 1Ku1. How can a fisherman come back empty-handed? Good luck to you. I wish you good luck to you, joy and love. The festive song echoed, and a young man with blonde hair, red eyes and a slender physique walked slowly forward with fishing gear. The handsome face showed cynicism, and the golden earrings on his right ear added a bit of nobility to him. The villagers who heard the sound looked over and couldn't help but Ichiraku. Hey, Lancelot, are you going fishing again? The young man named Lancelot greeted with a smile. Yes, I feel that a big fish will be caught today. His words attracted a burst of laughter. Uncle John, who was also a fisherman, winked and said, You say this every day, but you have been empty-handed for several days in a row. Lancelot's smile froze, and he looked indignant. Why are you empty-handed? The fish I bring back every day are not fish? John rolled his eyes. Did you catch them? It's obvious that you couldn't catch them, so you got angry and went into the sea to catch them. This is evil and insults the dignity of fishermen. Lancelot choked and curled his lips. You talk as if you haven't done it. After chatting for a few words, he left the village. Coming to the place where he usually fishes, looking at the sea in front of him, he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Within a dozen nautical miles, the weather was sunny and the breeze was blowing. Seabirds were flying freely, the sea was rippling, and waves were rolling. Outside a dozen nautical miles, dark clouds were dense, lightning and thunder were flashing, hurricanes were raging, and waves were surging. Not only in front of him, the entire island was surrounded by this bad storm, and it was as difficult as ascending to heaven to get out of here. This environment reminded him of a movie he saw in his previous life, King Kong, Skull Island. This is simply an enhanced version of Skull Island. The difference is that there are no King Kong and skeleton lizards on this island, but there are many strong people who have made a name for themselves in the New World. Although Uncle John is an ordinary fisherman, he was once a pirate with a bounty of 300 million. Even the old Tom who adopted him is a great swordsman. This is the New World Devil Island, also known as the Exile Island. Very few people can come in alive, let alone leave. Therefore, only those who are desperate will escape here. Lancelot is a time traveler, and this is the world of One Piece. 18 years ago, old Tom picked him up as a baby on the beach. Advertisement at that time, he was placed in a wine barrel, and with him, in addition to the golden earrings engraved with his name in this life, there was also a life card. In his previous life, he was just one of the millions of fishermen. During a fishing process, he was teased by a fish. He was so angry that he jumped down and wanted to fight the fish alone. As a result, before he could catch the fish, a bamboo pole came down from above his head. With a swish, he turned white with the fish on the spot. Before he died, his last thought was, electrocute the whole family. Then he traveled to the world of One Piece, and came with the Cheat Ultimate Fisherman system, which is a must-have for travelers. The function is also very simple. As long as you catch a fish, you can get points. Points can be exchanged for different levels of Destiny Fishing Rods, and Destiny Fishing Rods can catch everything. The levels and exchange points are Bronze, 100, Silver, 500, Gold, 2,500, Diamond 12,500, Purple Gold 62,500, Colorful, 312,500. Low-level fishing rods can be synthesized into high-level fishing rods. The higher the level, the greater the chance of obtaining high-quality items. The highest level colorful rod can even break through the dimension and catch items from other worlds. This is really a blessing for fishermen. The only drawback is that the fishing rod is disposable and it is gone after use. Open black lens bracket Ultimate Fisherman close black lens bracket open black lens bracket Host. Gilder Lancelot close black lens bracket. Talents. Visitor from Otherworld, Taijutsu Grandmaster, Chi and Blood like Pillars, Swordsmanship Grandmaster. Visitor from Otherworld. You are destined to be extraordinary, unless you are content with mediocrity. Taijutsu Grandmaster. Years of physical training and fighting with others have made you a Grandmaster with incomparable knowledge of human mechanics, human anatomy, and fighting games. Chi and Blood like Pillars. Years of training your chi and digesting and absorbing high-energy food and medicinal materials have made your physical fitness better than most humans. Swordsmanship Grandmaster. Years of practicing swordsmanship, sparring with swordsmanship masters, fighting, and broadening your horizons have made your understanding of the way of swordsmanship twice as effective with half the effort. You only need an opportunity to walk out of your own way of swordsmanship. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Conquerors Haki Advanced close black lens bracket Open black lens bracket Observation Haki Intermediate close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Armament Haki Intermediate close black lens bracket Open black lens bracket Points. 115,050 close black lens bracket Open black lens bracket Items. Gold Rod X3, Diamond Rod X4, Purple Gold Rod X4, Life Card, Hawkeye's Diary, Zephyr's Training Notes, Hancock's Original Moon Half Time, Fine Long Sword X2, 1.2 W Gold Coins, 5203 W Baileys. Close black lens bracket. Needless to say, the items are all accumulated over the years. The most valuable ones are undoubtedly Zephyr's Training Notes and Hawkeye's Diary. Who writes a diary? Hawkeye did, but it was almost all about the practice of swordsmanship. Conquerors was caught with a purple gold rod a few years ago, but it only had an advanced Conquerors, and the technique of tyrant entanglement was not included. Observation Hawkeye and Armament Hawkeye were also caught a few times, but unfortunately the target was obviously not a top-level strongman, so the improvement was not much. Advertisement, however, it also shows the power of the Destiny fishing rod, everything can be caught. It's just that the chance of catching good things is a bit low, sometimes even empty-handed. It's all because this world is almost made up of islands, and it's so scattered, which led to his inability to catch anything. He will never admit that it's because of his bad luck. As for talents, the others are easy to understand. Only the talent of visitor from another world is elusive, has no effect, and seems to be very complicated. Ding, the anniversary gift package has been issued, please check it. The system's prompt sound is like a heavenly sound, which makes Lancelot very happy. The anniversary gift package is only issued once a year, and it is also a way to get the Destiny fishing rod in addition to point redemption. Open the gift package. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning Bronze Rods X5, Silver Rods X5, Gold Rods X1, Diamond Rods X1, Purple Gold Rods X1. Ah, it's worthy of the anniversary gift package I've been looking forward to, as rich as ever. Looking at the items opened, Lancelot was very satisfied. Finally I can synthesize a colorful rod. There's no other way. Fishing also depends on strength. In the early years, I was not strong enough and could only catch small fish, but the points for small fish were too few. In recent years, my strength has improved, and I have set my sights on big fish, sea kings. The same is true for the Destiny rod, and the risk is even greater. You can't predict what you will catch, even if you catch Kaido. Rubbing his hands, he began to synthesize the rod. Consume Bronze Rod X5, get Silver Rod X1. Consume Silver Rod X5, get Gold Rod X1. Consume Purple Gold Rod X5, get Colorful Rod X1. Looking at the Destiny rod emitting colorful light in the system warehouse, Lancelot's throat rolled. Silver Rod X1, Diamond Rod X1, Purple Gold Rod X1, Colorful Rod X1. Let's get some help first. Restraining his excitement, he prepared to catch an unyielding silver rod first. A bright silver fishing rod appeared in his hand, and he shouted, "Fisherman never come back empty-handed," and threw it forward with all his might. The fishing line was infinitely extended along with the silver hook, and after crossing the air, it did not fall into the sea, but sank directly into the void. 2. Caught a big one, East Blue, Kokoja Village. A figure sneaked through an orange grove. When he came to a certain position in the backyard of the house, he looked left and right, and was relieved when he was sure that there was no one. This was a girl of about 17 or 18, with a playful orange short hair. He put down the package on his back, took out the prepared shovel and dug it up. As the soil flew, he soon dug up the object. It was a wooden box. After opening it, it was full of Bailey and treasure. If you look closely, you will find that there are a lot of bloodlines on it. Some are hers, and some are others. Seeing that her treasures are safe and sound, a smile finally appeared on her tired face. Soon, with this harvest, it should be 80 million, and I will be able to buy the village back from Arlong soon. Climbed out of the pit and picked up the package on the ground, which contained her harvest from this trip to the sea. Just as she turned around, her eyes widened instantly, and the whole person froze there. Above the box, the space rippled like water waves, and then a silver-white fishhook appeared out of thin air. As she watched, the fishhook hooked the box, and she could even see the fishing line stretched and loosened. After 2 rounds, as if the other side was sure that the prey had been hooked, the fishing line suddenly stretched straight. The box with the soil whooshed into the ripples and disappeared, leaving only a few Baileys floating down. Nami stared at this scene blankly, her mind blank. She opened and closed her mouth several times, wanting to say something but unable to make a sound. On the other side, fishing success, points plus 100. Lancelot looked at the box of treasures he caught and couldn't help but be amazed. I don't know which unlucky guy it is, but looking at the bloodline on it, it's obviously not from an ordinary person. I guess the other side will cry. Shaked his head and took out the diamond-level Destiny fishing rod again. Now it's a good start, we must pursue the victory. Fishermen never come up empty-handed, Kokoja Village. Ah. Woo-woo-woo. Nami collapsed on the ground, crying heart-wrenchingly. The treasure she had accumulated with so much difficulty was gone just like that, and she didn't even know who stole it. He was even more hateful than Arlong. Thinking of the sadness of these years, she. Advertisement Nami's vision was a little blurry with tears, but she could feel something pulling the package in her arms. She stopped crying in fear and held the remaining treasure tightly. The next moment, a huge force pulled the package up with her, and they disappeared in Kokoja Village in an instant. Not long after Nami disappeared, Nokigo, who heard the noise, rushed to the backyard. Fishing success, points plus 1050, a system prompt sounded in his mind, and Lancelot held the fishing rod and looked at the fish in front of him with a confused face. He didn't know where to start. After fishing for so many years, he caught a lot of strange things, but this was the first time he caught a person. Nami curled up like a fish caught on the hook, holding the package tightly and not letting go. As the fishing line swung back and forth, spinning. She also had a confused expression on her face, not knowing what was going on. After a while, Lancelot spoke tentatively. How about 1050, you come down first. Nami finally reacted, screamed and let go. Tisk, Lancelot looked at the girl who fell to the ground, quickly helped her up, and even helped her brush off the dust. It was just a little too considerate, causing the girl to step back again and again. As she stepped back, she tripped over the box and fell again. Nami felt that today was her most unlucky and embarrassing day. Tears welled up in her eyes, but before she could cry, she suddenly realized that what tripped her was her missing treasure. She was stunned for a while, and her eyes turned to the handsome blonde young man. She pointed at him tremblingly. "Ah, it turned out that you, the thief, stole my treasure." "Huh?" Lancelot was also stunned. So he caught the real owner? But shouldn't the other party be a brutal-looking big man, or a gangster like a thug in a suit? This is embarrassing. Seeing his expression, Nami knew that she was right, and thinking of the previous weirdness, she immediately became alert. Quietly observed the surrounding environment and looked for a way to escape. Lancelot could see the girl's thoughts, and when he was about to speak, suddenly, a light flashed in his mind. The orange-haired girl, the treasure dyed with bloodline, and the look of wanting the treasure just now, are very similar to someone in his memory. So he asked tentatively, 1050, you are, Cat Nami? Ah. Nami was stunned for a moment. What 1050? What Cat Nami? Little thief Cat Nami. Advertisement. The scene became quiet. One person was full of expectations, and the other was full of black lines. You are the Cat Nami, don't change other people's names casually. Nami was a little furious, but she felt a little relieved. The person in front of her seemed to know her, so there was a possibility of talking. She was a thief cat, and she was best at pua others. Lancelot got a positive answer and was immediately happy. Genius navigator Nami, with her, he can finally leave Devil Island. The expression couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, a little sad, and a little relieved, extremely complicated. Finally turned into a sentence. I said, I will definitely catch a big guy today. Nami. It seems that you are fishing me like a fish. And what's the matter with this expression? Before she could ask, Lancelot came forward and held her hand with a friendly smile. Nami wanted to dodge, but found that she couldn't dodge. She wanted to pull out, but found that she couldn't pull it out at all. Nami, right? From now on, follow me and I guarantee that you will have a good life. After living on Devil Island for so many years, I deeply realized the importance of an excellent navigator. There is no shortage of navigators on the island, and the strength is not weak, but who dares to say that they can get out? In front of the infinite power of nature, even the strong seem insignificant. Especially in the storm, the magnetic field is disordered, even the Grandmaster navigation technique will be lost in it. Only people with special talents like Nami can pass through that vast storm. He decided that Nami would be his navigator in the future, and as for King Luffy, he could go wherever he wanted. Nami didn't understand where Lancelot's excitement came from, and could only respond with an awkward but polite smile. But she had a plan in mind. When she was sure of the situation, she would definitely steal everything from the other party. Where is this place? How did I get here? Did you do this? Lancelot smiled and said, don't worry about those details. Anyway, welcome to the new world, the paradise of pirates. Nami tilted her head, not realizing the seriousness of the problem. New world? Yeah, Lancelot smiled affirmatively. The second half of the Grand Line, Nami. The expression gradually collapsed. Point 3. With it, the position of Hokage is mine. Nami was tied up like a caterpillar, twisting and turning on the beach. After knowing that this is new world and the situation of this island, she was furious and wanted to fight Lancelot to the death. Unfortunately, reality is cruel. A-hole, thief. Devil. Lancelot whistled. Accept the reality, no matter how incompetent and furious you are, you can't change the facts. Nami gritted her teeth, but didn't curse anymore, just stared at him hatefully. If eyes could kill, Lancelot would have been cut into pieces by now. Calm down and think about my proposal just now. He stood up and took out the colorful destiny fishing rod. Today's luck is really good, and we must take advantage of the victory. As for Nami, I believe that with the other party's shrewdness, he will definitely be able to analyze the pros and cons. Cooperating with him, or even becoming his exclusive navigator is the best choice. What is this? Looking at the colorful fishing rod that appeared out of thin air in Lancelot's hand, Nami felt that her brain was a little insufficient. Lancelot said as a matter of course, fishing rod. Nami said unhappily. Of course I know it's a fishing rod, but whose fishing rod can glow? Or colorful? Talent. You can also understand it as the ability of the fruit. There is nothing to hide, after all, people have been fished from East Blue to New World by me. Properly showing it can also make Nami make up her mind faster. As he swung it vigorously, the colorful fishing hook cut through the void and fell into an unknown place. It's the most advanced colorful fishing rod anyway, don't let me down. Ninja World, Konoha. Danzo stared at Uchiha Shisui with a gloomy expression. Will you use distinguished heavenly gods on me then? Shisui frowned. The development of the situation was a little beyond his expectations. But before he could finish, Danzo suddenly made a move. The two were very close to each other, and they were in front of Shisui in an instant, and his hand reached his right eye like a spirit snake. There was also a sentence that came with it. Leave your Sharingan to me. Shisui, who had been prepared, launched an illusion the moment their eyes met. Looking at Danzo who was trapped in the illusion, he turned and left. Advertisement, it's just an illusion, it will be solved soon. Unfortunately, the old man is still the best. There was a sharp pain in his abdomen, and Danzo appeared in front of Shisui and hit him with another uppercut. At the moment when Shisui was in the air, he took off his right eye with lightning speed. When he was about to take the other eye, Shisui performed the great fireball technique the moment he landed. The members of the route immediately performed the water style to resist. But when the two ninjutsu dissipated, Shisui's figure was no longer on the opposite side. Danzo's eyes were filled with gloom. Chase. When the route members chased him, he spread his hands, and a scorching light appeared in his eyes. Mangekyō Sharingan, distinguished heavenly gods. With it, the position of Hokage is mine. Hiruzen, I hope you like this gift. He. Ha ha ha. Just as Danzo was imagining his future ambitions, ripples appeared in the void before his eyes. A fishhook with a colorful glow flew out and landed on the Sharingan by chance. Amidst the wanton laughter, the colorful fishhook with the Sharingan disappeared in a flash. Gah! Danzo's old face flushed red as if he was being strangled. The cooked duck flew away. Let's not talk about what will happen to Danzo after he loses the Mangekyō Sharingan, and whether the plot will change. At this time, Lancelot stared at the Mangekyō Sharingan wrapped in colorful light in his hand, and fell silent when he saw the pattern of the Mangekyō. So, is this a loss or a gain? The Mangekyō Sharingan is naturally not bad, and it is Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyō. The Mangekyō with the strongest illusion, distinguished heavenly gods, is really strong. But why is there only one? Can one still drive a Gundam? And how'd I change my eyes? Will I go blind after using it for a long time? Can I use it without chakra? Ding, host, did you fuse the Mangekyō Sharingan right eye? Close black lens bracket. Lancelot raised his eyebrows and made a decision after a moment of hesitation. Fusion. In any case, he didn't want to miss the distinguished heavenly gods, even if there were restrictions. Moreover, the Sharingan's super dynamic vision was also good. Advertisement: the Sharingan wrapped in colorful light slowly floated up, approached his right eye, and merged into it little by little. Nami on the ground had her eyes wide open. The previous experience could be said to be caused by the devil fruit's ability, but what about now? The blonde young man in front of him seemed like a fog, hiding countless secrets. Perhaps cooperating with him can solve Arlong's gang? Sharingan is fusing. The rule system does not match, and energy transformation is in progress. Transformation in progress, 1%, 2%, 97%, 98%. Energy remaining. Upgrade. Transformation completed, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Mangekyō Sharingan is promoted to Eternal Mangekyō, distinguished heavenly gods are successfully retained, close black lens bracket. A piece of information merged into his mind, and Lancelot let out a long breath after receiving it. This time he made a big profit. The colorful light wrapped around the Sharingan was not just a special effect, but it transformed the Sharingan to make it suitable for him. Now this Sharingan is no longer Shisui's, but truly belongs to him. But in contrast, the transformed Eternal Mangekyō lost the ability to cast illusions at will. It became an eye with its own skills, and can only release skills. It does not consume chakra or physical strength, but the pupil power of the Eternal Mangekyō. As for the ability of this Eternal Mangekyō, first of all, the risk of blindness is avoided, and the vision is greatly improved, and you can see farther and more clearly. Secondly, the recovery of distinguished heavenly gods is accelerated, and the cooling time is reduced to 2 years. Finally, it is Susanoo, which is a pleasant surprise. Originally, there was only one Sharingan that could not be opened, but now not only can it be opened, but it has also reached the third form. As expected of Mangekyō from Shisui, it is strong. As the ability is activated, 3 Magatama appear in the red pupil of the right eye, and then they rotate rapidly, forming a petal-like pattern. Susanoo. In Nami's horrified eyes, a golden skeleton suddenly appeared. As the golden flames rose, the meridians and flesh grew rapidly. Soon the armor appeared, a long sword was worn on the waist, and then a pair of golden wings opened. This, Nami was dumbfounded and speechless. 4. My old man thought the same way at the beginning. Ding, host has completed an alternate dimension fishing and achieved the achievement of dimensional fisherman. System upgrading. Upgrade completed, added the 7-color rod designation function, synthesis function upgraded, and added the task function. Lancelot was surprised to hear this. He didn't expect that the system could be upgraded. He opened the system to check. Oh, this function is very good. The designation function of the 7-color rod can designate the person who has been fished by the destiny fishing rod as the target, and directly designate a certain item on his body. For example, Zephyr's physical skills, Hawkeye's swordsmanship, Shisui, Danzo's Sharingan, etc. Lancelot stroked his chin, and he suddenly thought of something. If I fish Hawkeye's Black Knife Knight, will the other party explode on the spot? He shook his head and quickly threw this evil idea behind him. Not worth it, not worth it. The synthesis function is simple and crude. From the original synthesis of only the Destiny fishing rod, it has been expanded to synthesis of any similar items. Choose one as the main body, and consume a certain amount of points to perfectly fuse another similar item. You can synthesize it up to 5 times, and the points consumed are higher each time. The first thing Lancelot thought of was Devil Fruit. Even if he can only synthesize it 5 times, he can have 6 fruit abilities. Is there anything better than this? There are also weapons. If he collects 6 good famous swords, he will definitely be able to synthesize a sword that surpasses the supreme sword. Tisk tisk. Lancelot was secretly amazed. This synthesis function is too practical. It seems that the devil fruit fusion plan has been planned. Mythical beast species, Logia, Paramecia. Ding, release the task. There is no reason to stop a man from going to the sea. You have lived on Devil Island for 18 years, and you are full of yearning for the colorful world outside. Now you have the opportunity to leave. What are you waiting for? For freedom and beauty, even if you are shattered in the storm, you will not hesitate. Close black lens bracket. Reward. Purple Gold Rod X1, Primary Synthesis Card X1. Note. Primary Synthesis Card can replace the first two synthesis, intermediate for the third and fourth, advanced for the fifth. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement. Nice. Lancelot whistled. The emergence of the task function has increased his way to obtain the Destiny Fishing Rod. And the synthesis card can save him a lot of expenses. Looking at the purple gold rod left in the warehouse, he gave up the idea of continuing. Before he became rich, it would be more cost-effective to keep the purple gold rod and synthesize the colorful rod. As long as he had another colorful rod, his strength would be improved. Next, it was about planning to leave Devil Island. Looking at Nami, who was still in shock, the corner of his mouth curled up. Today is a good day, everything you want can come true. Lancelot hummed a song and walked towards the village happily. Carrying a fishing rod on his shoulder, and Nami was hung on it. With every step, the fishing rod would sway, and Nami would sway with it. I have to say, the quality of fishing rods in the pirate world is really amazing. Nami looked at the bag in front of her with a look of despair. This guy is obviously a jerk with a bad personality. Can you put me down? How can you treat your partner like this? Lancelot turned around. You don't understand, these are two different things. Nami rolled her eyes. Why are they two different things? Of course they are two different things. Before you became my navigator, you were my prey first. Lancelot looked as if it was a matter of course. If you catch a big fish but don't show off, what's the difference between catching it and not catching it? Nami. So, is your identity as a navigator less important than your identity as a fish? At this time, a man came towards him, and Lancelot immediately greeted him with a smile and started chatting with him. Hey, Uncle John, what are you doing? Yes, I just caught it. Nothing, just luck. I was expecting to catch a big one today. Hey, isn't this Chris? Have you eaten yet? Where did the little girl come from? What little girl? This is the big fish I caught today. Advertisement, it's not a fish? Are you kidding? Mermaids are not fish? Nami. At this moment, she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. In just a short while, there were more than a dozen people following her, and more and more. She even saw a mountain-like giant outside the village looking at this side, smiling foolishly. Everyone looked at her as if they were looking at a rare treasure. John was full of envy. This is the legendary good times after bad times. After so many days of Air Force, I only caught a wife, tut. No, I'll try it too. He turned around and went home to get fishing gear, and others responded one after another. Although Devil's Island is known as a place of exile, people have come here for countless years and it has already formed a large scale. Walking through the streets and alleys, many people were attracted to watch. Nami went from being ashamed and angry at the beginning to being numb and calm. In the end, she looked around curiously and talked with the villagers, from which she got a lot of information. When she heard that there were countless treasures accumulated in the village for many years, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she had already figured out how to get them. Back at the door of his house, Lancelot waved to everyone. Okay, let's all go. Chris winked and said, Hey, Lancelot, when are we going to have the wedding wine? Many people smiled knowingly. Yes, such a beautiful girl, you made a fortune this time. Lancelot glanced at Nami with ill intentions, rubbed his chin and thought for a few breaths. Wait a few days, then everyone will come. Nami shivered. I didn't agree to marry you. A mother-in-law shook her head with a smile, looking like a person who has experienced it. My old man thought so at the beginning, but didn't he obey me in the end? Lancelot is the most handsome boy on Devil Island, you won't suffer any loss. Nami. However, what she didn't know was that the grandfather who succumbed to the mother-in-law was once a big pirate with a bounty of 1.08 billion. And this, obey, means to make the other party, obey, by force. 5. Guardian Blade Hongji. Ding, ding, ding. The crisp bell rang, and the villagers looked towards the center of the village at the same time, either melancholy, or worried, or sad. They began to walk towards that direction in an orderly manner, and when they met other people, they just nodded in response, without the previous hustle and bustle. It has been a month since Nami came to Devil Island. In the center of the island is a magnificent temple, which looks like it is cast in gold. It can indeed be regarded as cast in gold. Because the treasure is useless here, everyone melted the gold and painted the temple with layer after layer of gold paint. The temple is already crowded with people, and some respected elders stand in front of the statue, looking at Lancelot in the center with complicated expressions. Old Tom sighed lightly and came to him. It's not too late to regret now. The power of nature is not something that humans can contend with. Yeah, let's stay. It's nice here too. Besides, you found a wife, isn't it good to live a good life? Uncle John, who is also a fishing friend, stood up to persuade, and attracted many people to agree. Lancelot grew up under everyone's watch. Now he says he wants to see the outside world. Who can rest assured? Lancelot pursed his lips, and he was reluctant to let him go. He shook his head gently. The outside world is wonderful. Even if I die, I want to die on the journey. And he has another wish, that is, after gaining powerful power, take everyone away from here. Whether it's carrying the island away like Kaido, or Golden Lion's lion fruit ability, even building a ship that can withstand the storm. He looked at Nami, his mouth slightly raised, and I made a promise with someone. Nami, who was thinking about how to get the treasure in the temple, was stunned for a moment. Then he pursed his lips slightly. Agreement? Old Tom stopped persuading. He had noticed Lancelot's desire to go out a long time ago, but he didn't expect that this opportunity would be Nami. He turned to look at several village elders. Okay? The village elders looked at each other and nodded in unison. Advertisement. Old Tom walked to the altar in front of the statue. In addition to the offerings, there was also a long red sword on it. The scabbard, the hilt, and the handle were all red, without a trace of other colors. A red ribbon was tied to the scabbard, and it didn't look out of place at all, as if a woman wearing a red scarf. Big fast sword 21 work red princess. Lancelot had sneaked into the temple to see it. The blade of red princess was also red, and it looked very strange. But it was not a demon sword, but a guardian blade. The origin of red princess has long been lost. It is only known that she was active in the era of Shimotsuki Ryoma, and her fame was slightly inferior to that of Chu Shui at the time. Old Tom solemnly held up the red princess and came to Lancelot. I know you have coveted the red princess for a long time, back then. He sighed with a sigh on his face. Lancelot knew the truth. When Old Tom first came to Devil Island, he also coveted the red princess, but he was taught a lesson in the end. The red princess represents protection. I hope it can protect you on our behalf, and I also hope you can use it to protect your companions. Lancelot was silent for a moment and solemnly took the red princess. I will, in the future, I will make the red princess famous throughout the world and become the world's strongest sword. His words made everyone smile, thinking it was just the rhetoric of a young man. After all, to become the world's strongest sword, he must first become the world's number one. After presenting the sword, there was a tedious prayer, praying that Lancelot could go to sea safely. In the evening, there was a grand and lively dinner. The next day, the dock was full of people and Lancelot was saying goodbye to them. Old man, don't die so soon, wait for me to come back and see you off. Old Tom glared at him. Go to hell, I can live for another few decades. Advertisement. After a moment of silence, he looked at John. Why don't you let John and the others go with you? Strength lies in numbers. John also nodded in agreement. Yes, with just the two of you, it's not easy to control the boat. Lancelot rejected this proposal. No, the two of us are enough. If there are too many people, he can't protect everyone if something goes wrong, and he doesn't want to gamble with everyone's lives. Lancelot, get ready to sail. Nami's voice came from the boat, quieting the scene. Lancelot's eyes swept over everyone one by one, either watching him grow up, or growing up with him, or he watched them grow up. Take a deep breath and smile brightly. Everyone, I'm going to sail. The boat slowly sailed away from the dock, and as the speed increased, it became a black dot. 10 miles away from the island. Lancelot and Nami looked at the storm zone ahead with a serious face. Nami, are you sure you have explored it clearly? In the past month, Nami has come here almost every day to explore and find the most suitable route. But the scene of destruction in front of her still makes people a little scared. Nami said uncertainly. Maybe, it should be okay, right? Lancelot was speechless. Right? Can you be sure? I haven't been in, I can only observe that this time period is the weakest time of the storm. The two did not hesitate too much. It has come to this point, how can we retreat? The ship began to move towards the storm. Before it got close, huge waves came one after another, causing the hull to sway violently. A few minutes later, the ship disappeared in the storm, as if it was swallowed by a giant beast. 6. So you were beaten by the red-haired guy? Boom boom. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and the sound of thunder and huge waves echoed. From a distance, it looked like a dark beast crawling on the sea. Suddenly, a touch of gold broke through the darkness and rushed out of the terrifying storm. At this time, Lancelot and Nami were in as much of a mess as they could be. Only a large wooden board remained of the original ship. If it weren't for Susano's protection, they might not have made it out alive. Even Susano had degenerated from the third form to a broken skeleton form, with a tendency to collapse. Looking back at the storm area, the heart was filled with the feeling of surviving the disaster. It was right not to let Uncle John and the others go together. The power of nature is too terrifying. He looked at the unconscious Nami again, admiring and grateful. As expected of Nami, who had full sailing talent, even though her sailing knowledge was limited to the East Blue Sea, she still relied on her super intuition to lead them out of the death storm. Ding, mission completed. Get purple gold pole X1, primary synthesis card X1. The system prompt sounded. Lancelot came back to his senses and opened the system interface. Ultimate Fisherman. Host. Guild Lancelot. Talent. Visitor from another world. Taijutsu Grandmaster, Chi and Blood like a Pillar, Swordsmanship Grandmaster. Advanced Conquerors, Intermediate Observation Hockey, Intermediate Armament Hockey, Eternal Mangekyō. Points. 121,200. Items. Purple Gold Pole X2, Primary Synthesis Card X1, Life Card, Hawkeye's Diary, Zephyr's Training Notes, Hancock's Original Moon Halftime, Hongji, 12,000 gold coins, 140 million Baileys. Took out a small boat from the inventory and sat on it with Nami in his arms. Fortunately, he had foresight and prepared a small boat and supplies in advance, otherwise it would be really difficult to go on. "Hey, wake up," Lancelot patted Nami's face, but unfortunately there was no response. After thinking for a while, he leaned close to her ear and said, "I found the treasure, billions of treasure." "Where is it? Where is it?" Nami sat up reflexively in a coma and looked around. With a bit of confusion and eagerness. "Where is the treasure? Where are my billions of treasure?" Lancelot rolled his eyes. Is he really a thief who loves money like his life? In your dream, there is everything in the dream. Let's think about what to do next. If we encounter a storm or something, this ship won't last long. Nami finally came back to reality, looked at the damaged record pointer and permanent pointer on her wrist, and took out the sea chart soaked by seawater from her pocket. She said with a bitter face, "I can only identify the approximate direction. Without the sea chart, I can't measure the direction of the nearest island." Advertisement. Then she looked forward to it again. "Let's get a boat back to East Blue?" After living on Devil's Island for a month, she already understood Lancelot's strength. Uncle John, who once had a bounty of over 300 million, was no match for him. Arlong was nothing in front of him, Lancelot said speechlessly. "Okay, I'll go back to East Blue with you if I get a big ship." He also knew that this matter could not be delayed. Nami disappeared for a month, and Arlong might not know what he would do. He took out a life card. After 18 years, this life card did not burn, which meant that its owner was still alive. In this vast ocean, the only thing he could count on was it. Ding, task released. The mystery of life. Everything that existed must have traces. 18 years ago, you were stranded on Devil's Island. Now you have to escape from the cage. Who are you? Why are you stranded on Devil's Island? And who is the owner of the life card? Reward. Diamond Rod X2, Primary Synthesis Card X1. Without checking the task carefully, he frowned and stared at the life card in his hand, slowly moving his position. After a while, he handed the life card to Nami and told her, "Watch the direction, don't deviate." "What is this?" Lancelot explained while rowing. Life card, used to confirm the life signs and direction of the owner of the life card. A few days later, on a pirate ship, Lancelot was fishing comfortably by the side of the ship, while Nami was directing more than a dozen miserable pirates to operate the sails. They were lucky enough to encounter pirates the day after they came out of Devil Island and occupied the pirate ship. Now they are moving forward according to the guidance of the life card, which happens to be the direction of the entrance to the New World. According to Nami's calculations, if the other party is also in the New World, it is very likely to be on the next island, that is, the Kingdom of Faerûn. Because the life card has not changed direction for 2 days. 2 hours later, as the Kingdom of Faerûn came closer and closer, Lancelot's calm heart began to waver, and the mystery of his life was about to be revealed. Soon, the Kingdom of Faerûn came into view. At this time, a luxurious ship left the port and was about to sail away in another direction. After a while, Nami shouted anxiously, "Lancelot, the life card has changed. That ship, it's that ship." Lancelot immediately looked in the direction Nami pointed. With the eternal Mangekyō, he saw a very iconic figure on the ship at a glance. Golden Emperor Gilder Tesoro. He frowned and took the life card, and found that it was indeed pointing to the opposite ship. Thinking of his last name, his brows frowned a little more. How could this be Tesoro's life card? If he remembered correctly, 18 years ago, Tesoro should have been a slave in Mangekyō. He waved his hand and ordered, "Pull the ship over." The pirate ship immediately turned around and crossed over diagonally. Looking at the young man in front of him, his eyes fell on the other's earrings and the life card in his hand. Tesoro's expression was extremely complicated. Lancelot's mood was also complicated. Even though there were some guesses before, when the world's richest man really became his relative, he still felt a little dreamy. "What's his name?" Tesoro was the first to break the silence. "Gilder Lancelot." Tesoro nodded slightly. "Uncle came to New World to make a living when I was a teenager, and made my life card before leaving. He said he would come back to find me when he became rich." Advertisement. Lancelot raised his eyebrows. "So it seems that he is dead?" To be honest, he has not seen his parents in this life, so naturally he can't say he is very sad, but he can't help sighing. Tesoro nodded. "Dead, 18 years ago, I was still." He paused and skipped this paragraph. "Later I learned that my uncle was doing ocean transportation in New World. During one of the transportation, we encountered the Mox pirates, and no one survived. Including your mother." Lancelot frowned. He thought he had encountered a shipwreck, but he didn't expect to be targeted by pirates. Mox pirates? Even if he had never seen them, they were his parents in this life after all. He couldn't help asking, "Did you deal with them?" Tesoro's expression was a little stiff when he heard this. "A few years ago, I took action against them, but they became red hair pirates." Lancelot's eyes widened. How did he get involved with red hair pirates? Red Hair is a man with a generous and open personality. It's true that he doesn't care about trivial matters. He treats his subordinates equally and doesn't get angry for others' rudeness to him. But there is one thing, he will never let go of those who hurt his friends. It's not an exaggeration to say that he will take revenge for every grievance. This is a very charming person. Before I traveled through time, I also liked this character very much. But this is not a virtual world after all, and revenge must be taken. It's not that easy to attack the Mox pirates. Suddenly he thought of something and looked at Tesoro with some hesitation. "So, a few years ago, part of the life card burned. Did you get beaten by Red Hair?" The scene at that time was very profound. He thought the owner of the lifecard was going to die. When he was sweating, the lifecard finally didn't burn out. Tesoro's face was a little dark. This was one of the few black histories after he became rich. It also proved that Lancelot's guess was true. There is no love or hatred without reason in the world. Now he finally understood why Tesoro took action against the already famous Straw Hat Pirates in the movie. After all, many people knew at that time that Luffy was a younger generation favored by red hair. 7. My stupid Oni-san. Am I dreaming? Nami felt a little dizzy, as if she was in a dream. The huge sea city seemed to be made of gold, brilliant and luxurious. Tesoro in front turned around, opened his arms, and smiled ostentatiously. Welcome to my kingdom, the world's largest entertainment city, Golden Tesoro. Lancelot shook his head with a smile, knowing the final outcome of Tesoro, and didn't understand why he was immersed in false power. In this world, without sufficient strength, no matter how much wealth you have, it is just to make wedding clothes for others. Tesoro raised his eyebrows slightly. Lancelot, your indifference is a little beyond my expectations, and you even don't care. That's not the case. Lancelot smiled and said, in my opinion, you are the best business genius in the world. Even if others have the golden fruit, they can't achieve your achievements. Tesoro smiled again, and he was very happy with the praise. But he couldn't laugh the next second. It's just. Lancelot looked at the complacent Tesoro meaningfully. I don't understand why you don't have any sense of crisis? My stupid Oni-san, if the celestial dragons want the wealth in your hands, will you give it to them? If the 4 emperors come to rob you, will you surrender? Wealth can control many things, but it can never restrain the strong. Lancelot stared into Tesoro's eyes and said the most heartbreaking words. Your strength is too weak, Tesoro. His face became extremely ugly, and the joy of reuniting with his long-lost cousin disappeared. I just think this cousin is so annoying. What nonsense is he talking about? Maybe I should teach you that you should at least respect your brother. Tap. As the fingers snapped, a large amount of golden water gushed out of the boat, turning into dozens of spirit snakes that attacked Lancelot. That's it. Looking at the incoming golden water, Lancelot shook his head slightly. Perhaps I should let you relive the fear of being dominated by conquerors. Boom. Advertisement. The aura caused by the terrifying power that looked down on the world swept away the gold and water, and the people who were shrouded in it felt their heads go blank, rolling their eyes and collapsing on the ground. As the target, Tesoro's face suddenly changed, and he staggered back a few steps before he could barely stabilize his body. He looked at Lancelot with horror in his eyes. Conquerors. Still such a powerful conquerors. This reminded him of the scene when he faced the red-haired man a few years ago, when he also retreated in front of such power. This cousin he just recognized not only has conquerors, but is no less powerful than the red-haired man at that time. In fact, Lancelot is younger. What a terrifying qualification. I can't even feel jealous. This power came and went quickly, but it still attracted a lot of attention. On Golden Tesoro, figures appeared from a high place, looking over here. Among them were Momosagi Gion and Chadon Kaji, 2 regular visitors here, as the 2 candidate admirals. Both of them looked solemn. When did such a young and powerful person appear on the sea? Kaji spread his hands. How terrifying. Are all the young people nowadays so powerful? Gion glared at him and said unhappily, don't imitate Kizaru Admiral's tone. Then he said, it seems that there was a conflict with the Golden Emperor? Then he denied it again, because the atmosphere on the other side was not stiff. Kaji smiled and said, it seems that there is another reason to stay and play for a few more days. Having said that, the 2 still put Lancelot's intelligence first. A young strong man has a great influence on the situation of the sea, not to mention that the other party is related to Tesoro. Here, Tesoro finally looked at this cousin. What have you experienced in these years that made you so strong? A glimpse of the leopard reveals the whole body. Just the conquerors that are revealed. It is not difficult to imagine that other aspects are not mediocre. Huh? What have you experienced? Lancelot recalled his life in these years, training, fighting, fishing, sunny beaches, bonfire banquets, etc. Although it was a bit miserable when he was guided by everyone, it seemed quite leisurely and comfortable in general. He smacked his lips. I didn't experience anything. Tesoro just thought he had experienced too many hardships and didn't want to say more. Advertisement. The stronger Lancelot's strength, the happier he was. If he could grow to the level of 4 emperors in a few years, it would be even better. At that time, the 2 of them would complement each other, and those who coveted his wealth would be chopped off if they dared to stretch their claws. He looked at the unconscious crew and shook his head helplessly. Let's go, I'll take you to visit the Golden Tesoro. Under his control, a golden staircase extended from the bow to the Golden Tesoro. Seeing this, Lancelot secretly thought, 6 devil fruits, do I have to find one with the ability to create things? Hey, it's back to life. He waved his hand in front of Nami's eyes, and the child was obviously scared. Although the conquerors just now did not target her, it was inevitable that she was shaken when she felt this kind of power for the first time. Huh? Nami trembled. Seeing that Lancelot had already stepped onto the stairs, he hurried to catch up. Captain, what was that just now? You seem so scary. That's Conqueror's Haki, a king's qualification that can only appear once in a million people. It was Tesoro who answered her. After knowing that it was Nami's sailing talent that helped him get out of Devil Island, he envied Lancelot. Even though Nami's strength was pitifully weak, but only those who have been in the New World for many years know how important an excellent navigator is. Even his Gulen Tesoro could not avoid natural disasters. King's qualification. Nami's eyes suddenly lit up. She didn't understand what the king's qualification was, but the weight of the two words, king, was enough. Lancelot glanced at her. Do you admit that I am your captain now? In fact, when we first met, I decided that you were my captain. I don't believe you, this little girl is very bad. Lancelot didn't believe a word of this. You obviously know that I can inherit the wealth of the world's richest man, so you recognize me as the captain, right? Nami pretended not to see Lancelot's expression and changed the subject. Then captain, when are we going back to East Blue? 8. Wow, poverty limits my imagination. Lancelot stopped. As the captain, I have to tell you something. What? Nami didn't understand. What does this have to do with returning to East Blue? Money, sometimes you can do whatever you want, huh? Seeing the girl's confused look, Lancelot reached out and rubbed her orange hair hard a few times. Do you want to kill Arlong and the others with your own hands and give them a good time, or do you want them to be in constant fear and torture? Nami frowned, and her experience over the years told her that she wanted to kill Arlong immediately. But she didn't want Arlong to be too happy. Of course, the most important thing is that she may not have the courage to do it. At most, she would severely punish the other party and then send him to prison. Seeing that she was slow to speak, she also guessed something. Nami may have been stealing property for many years and has seen pirates fighting, but she probably hasn't killed anyone, and she has a psychological burden. My stupid Oni-san. Tesoro's face was full of black lines. Don't call me that again. Also, at least you should have the minimum respect for me as your brother. Not a biological child, cousins are also brothers. Lancelot waved his hand. This is not important. Help me post a bounty in the underground world. The bounty is 100 million berries for the dragon pirates in Kokoja village, East Blue, and 20 million for each crew member. If you can drive them from East Blue to the front half, each person will increase 10 million, and if you can drive them to New World, each person will increase 50 million. Add a mouse kernel, 50 million. Nami. She instantly calculated the total bounty of the dragon pirates, and her breathing became a little faster. What should I do? I really want to earn this bounty myself. Tesoro narrowed his eyes slightly, and he had a new understanding of his cousin in front of him. Not only is he strong, but his methods are also good. It is not difficult to imagine how difficult the days ahead will be for the Arlong pirates. Just spend some Baileys to make the other party, consciously, run to the New World, or even deliver it to you. It doesn't matter if the other party dies on the way to escape, anyway, the goal has been achieved. Living in constant fear and torture, Nami was shocked. With money, you can really do whatever you want. Woo, it's poverty that limits my imagination. Lancelot bent his middle finger and buckled it on his thumb, flicking it at her forehead. The sound was crisp and pleasant, a good melon. If God wants to destroy it, he must first make it crazy. Let the bullet fly for a while, I hope Arlong will stick to me. Well, I heard that the oranges in Kokoja village are good, maybe they can develop a good industry? Devil, my captain is like a devil. Nami shuddered and mourned for the Arlong pirates. Then she showed a bright smile. What if he is a devil? She has decided on this captain. Advertisement. East Blue, Logetown. The chief's office at the marine base was filled with smoke, and it was almost pitch dark. Pulapu. The sound of Den Den Mushi broke the silence, and a hand passed through the thick smoke and picked up the somewhat wilted Den Den Mushi. The little guy was obviously poisoned. The tone was careless. Who is it? It's me. The majestic voice came, and the people in the smoke stood up immediately. Marshal Sengoku. Smoker, what did you do in East Blue? Huh? Smoker was confused. Besides catching pirates, you still catch pirates, you know that. Then why did the Golden Emperor Tesoro specifically offer a reward for the dragon pirates? Smoker clearly noticed the change in Sengoku's tone. But after searching through the memories in his mind, he still couldn't figure out what the dragon pirates had to do with him. Let him offer a bounty, isn't it a good opportunity to contribute to the elimination of pirates? Besides, you don't need to come to me about the New World, right? A-hole, the dragon pirates are in your East Blue. Smoker realized the seriousness of the problem after hearing all this nonsense, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This was not only his dereliction of duty, but also a shame for Marine. God has mercy on him. He has been guarding Logetown and clearing the nearby seas for the past few years, and he really doesn't know what's going on in Kokoja village. It can only be said that Colonel Mouse did a perfect job in this regard. In short, the matter of the dragon pirates must be handled properly, so that both sides have an explanation. Smoker was furious. I will deal with Mouse, and I will not let the dragon pirates go either. You can handle Jinbei yourself. If it doesn't work, just remove his Shichibukai. It must be said that Smoker still has his own principles in this regard. You are talking nonsense again. Can Shichibukai be changed whenever you want? At this time, a bespectacled woman ran in hurriedly. Oh no, Colonel Smoker. Cough cough. As soon as she opened her mouth, she was choked by secondhand smoke. Smoker frowned and said, what happened? Toshigi paused for a moment, remembered the urgent matter and hurriedly said, just received news that a large number of bounty hunters and underground gangs have left Logetown. I heard that they are all going to Kokoja village, and the same is true for that sea area. It is estimated that they are already there now. Oh, Smoker responded and sat back in his seat with a calm expression. Oh, Tashigi was a little confused. Isn't this a big deal? Don't worry about the dragon pirates. Clean up the termites in the 16 branches and do a good job of the aftermath of those villages. Huh? Tashigi was about to ask, but was shocked to find that it was not Smoker who was talking, and hurriedly covered his mouth. Hey, Smoker sneered. I hope the dragon pirates can come to Log Town alive. Advertisement, I will make him understand that even with Shichibukai as a talisman, he can't be saved. While they were arguing, a brutal fight broke out in Kokoja village. The news of Nami's disappearance was still known by Arlong and his gang. After all, the pit in the backyard had not been filled, and with the scattered Bailey, Nejigo had to wonder if Nami had an accident. The subsequent search had no clues, and he asked Zalba, who was selling octopus balls, vaguely, but the other party didn't know. Zalba knew, and Arlong knew too. Today, he was planning to take his companions to the village, but he was blocked before he could make any move. In the past, Arlong and his gang relied on their advantage as fishermen to oppress civilians and despise humans. Now, he knows what it means that there is strength in numbers and that elephants can be killed by ants. With a high bounty, there are many people who are not afraid of death. Soon, Arlong's group suffered casualties. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, he could only jump into the sea with the remaining companions to escape. Before leaving, he did not forget to make a harsh remark. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that his escape had just begun. The movement here attracted the onlookers of the people of Kokoja village, and they were also confused. How could there be so many fearless people to get rid of the dragon pirates? In the sea in the distance, large ships appeared. Just after docking, hundreds of suited men came down, shocking the villagers to retreat again and again. Isn't it possible that the jackals have just left, and the evil tigers are coming again? The leader raised his palm, and the suited men stopped in an orderly manner. Looking at the alert villagers, his originally serious face was replaced with a simple and pleasing smile. He stepped forward and shook Aegeon's hand, as friendly as he could be. Hello, are you the person in charge here? I am. Aegeon's body was shaking. It's like this. Under the appointment of Big Sister Nami, I will be responsible for the development of the project in Kokoja village in the future. Please take care of me in the future. Aegeon. Not only him, all the villagers' brains were a little down. Nami has been missing for a month. What on earth did she do? Aegeon asked in doubt. Big Sister Nami, how did Nami become a big sister? You are not mixed in the underworld, right? How can it be? We are a world-renowned company. Big Sister Nami is Big Sister Nami. The specific level is not enough, I don't know. After saying this, everyone's heart was even more panicked. What do you mean by not enough level? Nami will not really become the backbone of some powerful gang. Nejigo asked the most concerned question. Where is she now? New World. Where is that? The second half of the Grand Line. Well, after leaving East Blue, crossing the upside-down mountain, passing the first half of the Grand Line, and crossing the Fishman Island below 10,000 meters, you can reach the New World. What? It's only been a month and Nami has gone so far. 9. Guys who lack great virtue. In the splendidly decorated living room, Lancelot stood in front of the French window, overlooking the prosperous scene below. As for Nami, she had already gone crazy. Casino, shopping mall, video game arcade, food court. In her words, it doesn't cost money to play at home, so you can play as you like. You should have Gaisa's contact information, right? Sitting on the sofa and sipping red wine, Tesoro paused and said with interest, You actually know Gaisa? To be honest, Lancelot's performance did not look like he had just come out of the isolated Devil's Island. I know a lot. Seeing that he didn't say anything more, Tesoro could only shrug. Yes, there is. What do you want to find him for? Lancelot returned to the sofa and sat down. He has something I'm interested in. Tesoro looked at him meaningfully, took out the Den Den Mushi and dialed a number. As the other side connected, the Den Den Mushi's appearance changed. A pair of goat horns grew on its head, and its smile was extremely disgusting. Shoo la 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 la, Golden Emperor, my good buddy, I miss you so much. A black line appeared on Tesoro's forehead. Gaisa, I heard that Linlin is going to cause trouble for you recently? The Den Den Mushi made a sound as if it was being strangled, and cold sweat appeared on its face. It can be said that it has learned Gaisa's appearance by 70%. Then a sneer came. Well, how about you lend me some Bailey to make ends meet? Tesoro, who knew Gaisa's habits well, knew very well that it would be a waste of money if he borrowed it. This B************ D dared to cheat even the 4 Emperor's funds. What else could he not dare to do? When this B********* D got Linlin's funds, he spent part of it here. Let's not talk about this for now. Someone is looking for you. Who is it? Tesoro, you won't tell Linlin, right? I don't have time to deal with your shit, he's my cousin. Gaisa was obviously stunned. Aren't you alone? When did you get a cousin? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. You just need to know that he can represent me. He threw the Den Den Mushi to Lancelot. He really didn't want to chat with Gaisa. Ahem. Lancelot coughed lightly. Gaisa, right? You are Tesoro's cousin. He said you can represent him. Can you lend me some Bailey? As expected of a famous B******** D in One Piece, he dared to ask for money without even asking his name. But, advertisement, okay, how much do you want? The other side was obviously stunned. After a long while, he carefully said, 10 billion? Lancelot didn't say anything. He once again refreshed his perception of Gaisa's shamelessness. 800 million? 500 million is also fine. Gaisa was a little anxious. Hey, you're not kidding me, are you? How is that possible? Lancelot laughed. I just think that 1 billion is not enough to reflect the friendship between you and Tesoro. How about 5 billion? What? 5.5 billion? Gaisa was surprised and happy, and then deeply suspicious. You're not really kidding me, are you? He's not naive enough to think that his friendship with Tesoro is worth 5 billion. Tesoro also thinks that his friendship with Gaisa is worth 50 baileys, no more. From his subtle expression, it can be seen that you can't make money like this. Of course I'm not kidding you. Lancelot smiled meaningfully and revealed his true intention. I heard that you were making artificial devil fruit for Doflamingo? Gaisa immediately became alert after hearing this. Why are you asking this? It just so happens that I am also interested in artificial devil fruit. Sell me a batch and the price will definitely satisfy you. No, Gaisa refused without thinking. This is related to the transaction between Doflamingo and Kaido. It is already scary enough to offend 4 emperors. Don't you see that I don't dare to go to Golden Tesoro now? If I offend Kaido and Doflamingo again, I am afraid that my chic life will also end. Haha. Don't refuse so straightforwardly. With your ability, you must have intercepted a batch, right? Gaisa quickly denied. You really think highly of me, but it's a pity. The chance of success of artificial devil fruit is not high, not to mention the Joker has sent his men to guard here. So you'd better forget it. Lancelot was not in a hurry and remained calm. It seems, I heard that there are strange devil fruits circulating in the underground world recently. Not only did I not gain any abilities after eating it, I also became a person who only loves to laugh. Who do you think is so wicked as to make a fake thing? Advertisement Gaisa broke out in a cold sweat, but maybe it came from Joker or Kaido. He only released a few every once in a while, so even if Doflamingo and Kaido knew, they would probably think that they were sold by the other party. But he was still found out by the guy on the other side. Is that so? How about I ask Doflamingo? No, brother, you are my brother, isn't it okay for me to say it? Gaisa didn't dare to take this risk. In fact, if he sold a few artificial devil fruits, Doflamingo wouldn't do anything to him. The problem is that he really has a lot of them in his hands. If Doflamingo comes to check, it will be a lot of fun. Lancelot was very satisfied with Gaisa's understanding, and he was afraid that the other party would be stubborn. If they part ways, maybe Gaisa won't feel good, but what will he get? Tell me, how much do you have left? 100. 100? Lancelot's tone was a little higher. He thought it was just a few dozen, but it was over 100. No, his eyes narrowed slightly. The number was so round? Now he had a deeper understanding of Gaisa. He was definitely not an honest person. 100? This time his tone was a little meaningful. Gaisa wiped his cold sweat and regretted answering the phone. 110. Lancelot was immediately amused. I asked you how much you had, and you used an uncertain tone. Tell me, how much is it? Don't play tricks on me. Don't worry, no third person will know about this. Gaisa was full of disbelief. Don't let a third person know? Are you collecting it? Do you really think you are an idiot? As long as someone eats it, how can you hide it? Just treat it as my collection. Anyway, I will never let anyone eat what you sell to me. Of course, it is not considered as what you sell after the second synthesis, right? The effect of synthesizing 2 artificial devil fruits is certainly stronger, but I don't know how much the probability of failure can be reduced. I have to test it to know. How many do you have? When Gaisa heard this, he couldn't help but complain. The habits of rich people are really hard to figure out. But this time he told the truth. 10. You are a great talent to be alive today. 211. Hiss. Lancelot was shocked. Is Gaisa going to fly? No wonder he was shocked. Gaisa started to cooperate with Doflamingo 3 years ago and began to grow sad. He started to make artificial devil fruit about 2 years ago. In 2 years, he has kept more than 200 of them privately, not counting those sold privately. You should know that 2 years later, the artificial demon fruit power of Beast's pirates is only 500 people. Even if the success rate is low, there will be 30 or 40 people who can succeed in these 200 or so, right? Gaisa, you are alive until now, which is also a skill. In response, Gaisa could only smile awkwardly. He also wanted to restrain himself, but his hands were always out of control. What about 5 billion? Lancelot laughed. 5 billion will not be less for you, but there is a premise. You must give me the artificial devil fruit that Vegapunk left behind. This is his real purpose. There are very few powerful fantasy beasts, and he may not be able to meet the one he likes. That dragon-type artificial devil fruit might be suitable for him, and could even be used as the main body of the synthesis. Vegapunk is a perfectionist. He regarded it as a failure just because of the different color. The world government would probably cry if they knew. 3 days later, when Lancelot really saw Gaisa, he was speechless. This guy covered himself so that only his eyes were exposed. Even when he entered his living room, he was still nervously looking left and right, fearing that there was a third party. Even thieves are not as careful as him. I said, do you need to do that? Gaisa took off his hood, looking like you don't understand. Better be careful. If there is a Joker spy here, I'll be in big trouble. Are you the legendary cousin of Tesoro? Not like that, you are much more handsome than him. Tesoro looked unfriendly. Gaisa, watch your mouth. Lancelot was a little amused. When did he become a legend again? If you are discovered, you will be discovered. It won't be bad to follow me then. He was telling the truth. Even if Gaisa had all kinds of shortcomings, it couldn't change the fact that he was a talent. I will need a lot of artificial devil fruit in the future. How long will it take for Gaisa to intercept it slowly? It is already January 1520 of Sea Circle calendar. Advertisement. I haven't received any news that Blackbeard has defected from the Whitebeard pirates. I haven't seen the first bounty for Luffy either. It may be in May. The Summit War will be this year, and it will be an era of war among heroes after that. Not to mention the need to protect this family business, the feud with the Mox pirates alone must be settled. There is a high probability that we will meet the red hair pirates at that time. It is urgent to find powerful companions and train a group of subordinates. Gaisa was stunned, happy, and then shook his head in disappointment. Forget it, it's good now. Seeing Gaisa's face change, Lancelot didn't force it. It would be strange if the other party agreed unless he had the strength to compete with Kaido. It's up to you. If you want to change jobs anytime, you're welcome. Looking at the safe that Gaisa brought, open it. Gaisa didn't open it right away, but rubbed his hands and looked at Tesoro, with a shy smile. This guy is still shy. Is it necessary? Bailey is just a number to me. It's just 5 billion. I won't give it to you. Lancelot found that he felt more and more helpless towards Gaisa. With a wave of his hand, several large boxes appeared out of thin air in the living room. This scene made Gaisa's eyes widen, and he didn't understand how it was made. 5 billion, all here. Gaisa didn't care how Bailey was made, and opened the box happily. When he saw the full Bailey inside, he was completely stuck on it. A vague voice came. For you, Bailey is of course just a number. But for me, 5 billion is a life-saving straw. Tesoro, who had been silent, sneered. Life-saving straw? Not necessarily. He had reason to believe that the 5 billion would never be used properly. And most of the 5 billion would soon be spent by Gaisa in Gulen Tesoro. After Gaisa finished looking at several boxes, he opened the safe, and suddenly artificial devil fruits of various shapes came into view. He picked up one of them and looked at it carefully, and nodded with satisfaction after confirming that it could be synthesized. After scanning the box for a few times, he looked at Gaisa. Where is the one made by Vegapunk? Swish? Gaisa winked and took out a fruit from his clothes. Is this your purpose? Advertisement. Although I don't want to admit it, that guy's technology is indeed better than mine. But I'm not bad either. At least in terms of artificial devil fruit, Vegapunk is still a little behind. Lancelot ignored him and looked at the fruit in his hand carefully. It was almost the same as in his memory. Seeing that he didn't say anything but just looked at the fruit, Gaisa curled his lips. For the sake of 5 billion, I remind you that this is a failure. He glanced at Gaisa. A failure? And Vegapunk is a little behind? Except for the color, this is an artificial devil fruit that almost perfectly replicates Kaido's ability. What kind of confidence do you have to say such a thing? Okay, the deal is done. If there are more in the future, I will buy them at 300% above the market price, unlimited. Hiss. Gaisa was shocked, his eyes turned into Bailey's symbols. As long as there is a 300% profit in capital, people will be willing to commit crimes, even at the risk of being hanged. Lancelot believes that this greedy guy will definitely find ways to get more artificial devil fruit. Send away the confused Gaisa, and his eyes fell on this batch of artificial devil fruit. The acquisition is only temporary, and we still have to find a way to make it ourselves in the future. 5 billion, don't you want to explain it? Tesoro, who had not said a few words, spoke up. Although this family business is likely to be inherited by this cousin, the money should be spent wisely. I'm not as good as you in business, but if we talk about who can live more freely and for a longer time, you are still far behind. My stupid Oni-san. Tesoro took a deep breath and kept reminding himself that the person in front of him was his only relative, mainly because he might not be able to beat him. Can we not mention this? Lancelot pointed at the artificial devil fruit in the box. Kaido kept pouring money into them, and Charlotte Linlin was defrauded of a large sum of money because of this. Only you don't treat it as a treasure. With these, you can build a powerful army. Tesoro retorted. Of course I understand its preciousness, even if the probability of failure is high, many people are willing to take this risk. But if Kaido finds out, I don't know whether Gaisa will die or not, but we will definitely be in trouble. 11. Is there any connection between learning music and revenge? Who in this sea doesn't know Kaido's tyranny? Let him know that someone is touching his cake, it's normal to destroy you. Lancelot said it's not a big problem, then don't let him know for the time being, you don't have to be afraid of him in a year or two. What do you mean? Tesoro sat up straight immediately. Are you sure you can be on par with the 4 emperors in 2 years? Who can say for sure? Lancelot didn't give a clear answer, maybe it won't take 2 years. What do you think of bounty hunters? Tesoro was a little dissatisfied with his change of subject. What can I think? Some gorillas who can't be on the stage, they can't make a difference. To some extent, it's true. Among bounty hunters, there are not many who can make a name for themselves, and their strength is basically in the middle and lower reaches, plus most of them work alone. Among them, many have changed their jobs to become pirates, and their status is even more embarrassing. Not as good as the best but better than the worst, can still describe Shichibukai, but they are obviously more miserable with a larger base. Lancelot shook his head. Your kingdom is like a giant, one leg represents wealth, and the other leg represents power. Obviously, the leg of power is lame, and it will fall down if pushed. Tesoro carefully pondered the meaning. He was not stupid, otherwise he would not have achieved what he has today. It's just that his past experiences made him overly paranoid about money, thinking that wealth can control everything. You want to recruit bounty hunters? Lancelot smiled and said, not recruiting, but cooperation. We will set up a hunters guild to provide various tasks for bounty hunters and even all the people. From small daily chores, finding cats and dogs, cleaning, finding people, guarding, etc. From wars between forces to hunting pirates, everything is included. We can even take over the bounty exchange business of Marine. Bounty hunters will come to our guild to exchange bounties, and then we will hand them over to Marine. This will prevent some Marines from privately defining some bounty hunters as pirates because of greed and hatred. I believe those bounty hunters are happy to join the Hunters Guild. Tesoro's eyes lit up. This business model is interesting. As long as a little handling fee is taken from it, it is a huge profit. Then he frowned again. This still can't turn bounty hunters into our armed forces? Lancelot smiled and said, you overlooked one point. Advertisement. The missions are issued by us. As long as we have a firm grasp on this point, we can mobilize this force. Another benefit is to improve our intelligence network. The Hunters Guild of the future is destined to be spread across all seas, with members including civilians, nobles, pirates, and even Marines. Without Lancelot saying anything else, Tesoro could imagine the status of the Hunters Guild in the future on the sea. What should we do next? Ahem. Lancelot coughed lightly. Revenge is not overnight. I will take revenge first, and the establishment of the Hunters Guild will be left to you to complete. Revenge? Tesoro frowned. You are going to kill the Mox pirates? What about the red hair pirates? No, Lancelot shook his head. I want you to teach me music. Tesoro. So, is there any connection between learning music and revenge? A month later, Lancelot left with Nami, Alesia, the famous island of music. Later, she fell into decline due to an accident. At the seaside, a girl with red and white hair, wearing headphones and a pure white dress was walking on the beach. From time to time, she looked at the distant horizon with a little hope in her eyes, which was soon covered by loneliness. She was abandoned after all. Soon she stopped and stared at the figure in front of her. It was a slender man with blonde hair and red eyes. He was wearing a well-cut dress with white and yellow interweaving, and a red long sword on his waist. He walked steadily and powerfully, exuding a refined and easygoing atmosphere. Under her gaze, the man stopped a few meters away. She could see the surprise in the other's eyes, and then a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The man took off his hat and placed it in front of him, bowing slightly. Good afternoon, beautiful lady. Ding, mission released. Abduct Uda, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket because the Mox pirates have become a member of the Red Hair Pirates. As the saying goes, revenge never takes overnight. You decided to make Red Hair lose his daughter first. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket reward. Diamond Rod X1, Purple Gold Rod X1 close black lens bracket open black lens bracket additional reward. If you successfully recruit Uda as a crew member and sever the bond with the Red Hair Pirates, you will get a colorful Rod X1 close black lens bracket. Advertisement. Hello, sir. Uda woke up from her daze and hurriedly returned the greeting, but it was inevitable that she made mistakes in a hurry. Seeing the other party looking at her with a smile, her cheeks were a little hot. She had learned etiquette from Gordon, so why did she make a mistake when she needed it? But Uda, who had been difficult to meet other people for a long time, became excited. Excuse me, are you from outside? Who are you? How did you get here? Did you come here by boat? Uda's questions came one after another, and she didn't mean to stop at all. It can also be seen that she has been holding back for a long time. Wait a minute. He stopped Uda and shook his head with a smile. Shouldn't we get to know each other first? Let me introduce myself, Gilder Lancelot. Well, I'm a musician just for fun. Uda's eyes widened suddenly, looking very surprised, as if she didn't expect the stranger she met to be a musician. She then smiled happily and jumped up happily. It seemed that she had met a fellow traveler. I'm Uda, and I'm also a musician. When she said, musician, her voice gradually weakened and her face gradually reddened. She was shocked to realize that although she liked singing and dancing, she was far from being a musician. After all, no one here except Gordon had ever heard her songs. Oh, Lancelot looked surprised. I didn't expect you to be a musician. It seems I met a musical genius. Uda waved her hands hurriedly. No, I just like music, not as good as you said. The voice became weak. I am not a genius, nor a musician. Ha ha ha. Tesoro laughed heartily. If Uda's talent is not considered a genius, I guess many people on the sea will cry to death. Uda looked up and met Tesoro's gentle eyes. 12. Music has no borders, and love has no borders. Music is the most magical thing in the world, nothing else. Even devil fruit can't compare to it. Uda had never heard such a statement before, and only heard Lancelot's melodious voice continue to come. There is no distinction between high and low in music. Anyone can sing, and everyone can be a musician. People can express everything that we can't say and never keep silent through music. Music can make people empathize, and it is a bridge connecting hearts. Music can unite people and let go of their grudges. Music is not a bondage, it is freedom, it is equality. Listening to Lancelot's interpretation of music, Uda seemed to have a door opened in front of her eyes, and then an unprecedented scene appeared in front of her. Looking at Uda with a radiant look in her eyes, she couldn't help but smile with relief. In order to, revenge on red hair, he planned to abduct Uda to go to sea. But he didn't want her to become as extreme as in the movie in the future. Do you know my favorite sentence? Uda asked subconsciously. What? Lancelot pointed to the sea in front of him. Music has no borders, and love has no borders. At this moment, his figure was infinitely elevated in Uda's heart. Even Gordon, who taught her music, could not compare with him. This is a real musician. The two chatted about music, each other, and things on the sea on the beach, and laughed from time to time. Especially in music, the more in-depth the communication, the more Uda felt that Lancelot's understanding of music was as vast as the sea. Compared with him, her music was too immature. Unconsciously, the sun had gradually set in the west, reflecting the clouds on the horizon, forming a beautiful picture. Lancelot looked at the girl in front of him, and the afterglow of the sunset sprinkled on her. I don't know when, in getting along with each other, he had long lost the selfishness at the beginning. He really admired this girl. Simple, kind, and with the melancholy that a girl of this age should have. What a wonderful encounter. The girl smiled sweetly, with a hint of shyness. I am lucky to meet Mr. Lancelot. Lancelot smiled back. It's getting late. At the last moment, please allow me to make this encounter perfect. After that, he stretched out his hand and gently wiped it in front of him, and a beautifully shaped piano appeared. Uda's eyes widened, with a look of surprise on her face. Is this a magic? Of course it is not a magic, but a pre-stored system warehouse. Of course, the system warehouse cannot hold everything. If the volume exceeds a certain level, it cannot be loaded. Lancelot smiled and did not respond. Another wipe, and a chair appeared. He sat down in front of the piano and looked back at Uda. Advertisement. The fingers danced flexibly on the keys, and the melody was soft and moving. At this moment, it seemed as if something was rushing towards her and hitting her heart. To Alice. A simple but exquisite piano piece. Although it is simple, it can be said to be a concentrated form of Master Bay's music creation, and it is one of Lancelot's favorite piano pieces. During this period, he used the eternal Mangekyō to practice and play day and night, and combined with the music knowledge of his previous life to grow rapidly. Of course, it was also because he had previously caught the ability in music. It's so beautiful. Uda, who came back to her senses, was still unsatisfied. I don't know what she saw in the song, but she actually praised it with, it's so beautiful. Mr. Lancelot, does this song have a name? To Alice? To Alice? Uda murmured the title of the song several times, and then looked up at Lancelot. Mr. Lancelot, is this written for your wife? Lancelot stretched out his finger and flicked Uda's forehead. Don't guess, I'm still single now. Woo? Uda covered her forehead aggrievedly, and for some reason, there was a little joy in her heart. I can't help wondering why it's not, to Uda, so don't try to guess what a girl is thinking. Although this doesn't mean that Uda likes Lancelot, a girl's mind is unpredictable. Will Mr. Lancelot come tomorrow? There was no immediate reply. Seeing the disappointment gradually emerging in Uda's eyes, Lancelot nodded with a smile this time. See you tomorrow. Yes. Uda cheered. Looking at the girl's back as she left, Lancelot smiled helplessly. You've been watching for so long, why don't you come out to see me? Gordon, the former king of Argeria, the guide of Uda's music path. Looking at the old man in front of him, the other party's sorrow and vigilance were not concealed at all, and there was also admiration in it. What is your purpose here? Just now when I was secretly observing, I was on guard against the other party. Afterwards, I was deeply shocked by the other party's musical knowledge and insights. The last piano piece impressed him even more, however, since it was related to Uda, he had to be cautious. He felt that Lancelot was a musician, but not a pure musician. Lancelot chuckled. Mr. Gordon, what do you think my purpose is? Gordon was stuck. No matter from which angle, it was a coincidence that the other party came here and met Uda. Advertisement. After the incident that year, there were only him and Uda here, and no one knew the relationship between Uda and the four Emperor's pirates. So, did I think too much? Thinking of this, he bowed slightly. Sorry, I was too nervous. Lancelot nodded, accepting the apology. Mr. Gordon, I have a question to ask you. Please go. Gordon relaxed a lot, and even wanted to communicate about music with Lancelot. But the next words made him silent again. From the conversation with Uda just now, I can see that she has a lot of musical talent, but... Lancelot looked directly into Gordon's eyes. I can feel that she is very confused, very lonely, and even a little psychologically. He stopped talking, but Gordon understood what he meant. Abnormal. This is exactly what he has been worrying about. He raised Uda and trained her to be the world's best musician, but he couldn't be Uda's playmate and friend of the same age. When he was troubled about when and how to convey Uda's songs to the world. Uda, who thought she was abandoned, was very eager for friendship and recognition in this lonely environment, and even a little abnormal. This is also the original work. After Uda was crowned as the savior by fans, in order to respond to the wishes of fans, he created a false, new era. Uda's world without war, freedom and equality. If Uda hadn't met Lancelot today, perhaps it would still develop like this. Thinking of Uda's long-lost smile just now, Gordon sighed and became a little hunched. After all, he was just a music teacher. In addition to music, he could not give Uda anything else. Back then, Elegia was the world's #1 music island. One day, listening to Gordon's story about the past, although Lancelot knew the situation, he still listened quietly. He couldn't say whether the red-haired man's choice was right or wrong. In order to absolve Uda of guilt and to help her develop into a real singer, Red Hair chose to shoulder everything. But for Uda, isn't this abandonment and betrayal? Compared to the guilt and self-blame for destroying the island, and compared to becoming a singer, what she most desires is to live on this sea as a singer of red-haired pirates. Has the suffering she has endured over the years been reduced? Just like in the movie, after knowing the whole story, Uda still attacked Luffy, indicating that the resentment still exists. The sudden change afterwards can only be said to be like Naruto's mouth-to-mouth, which is required by the plot. You know, what Uda did is no less than Nagato. If it is so easy to change, he would not do such an extreme thing. Of course, it is not ruled out that Uda is seeking relief. After a long time, Gordon stopped and said, looking at the sunset gradually sinking into the horizon, he seemed to see his future. 13. Uda, First Blood, Captain, you still remember to come back? Nami said sarcastically, as if she was jealous. Lancelot couldn't help but smile. I asked you to come with me, but you insisted on going treasure hunting. I don't know who is hiding in the corner and peeping, be careful of getting sty. Nami said angrily. You were the one who got sty. No, I didn't peep. When I thought of the poetic and romantic encounter between Lancelot and Uda, I thought about my first meeting with him. There is no harm without comparison. The more I think about it, the angrier I get, and the angrier I get, the more I think about it. Humph, I'll go meet her tomorrow and let her know what it means to be evil. Lancelot said. Just be happy. The next day, the meeting between the two women did not develop into a Shira field. Uda was too simple. Not only was she not angry because of Nami's attitude, but she was very happy because she made a new friend. Facing such Uda, it was difficult for Nami to be jealous. In addition to music, they, as girls, can talk more. This is youth. Watching the two of them playing happily on the beach, Lancelot felt that the world was so beautiful. In the following time, he played with the two girls and told them stories they had never heard before. As the classic songs of the previous life were played one by one, Uda looked at him with a different look. Uda felt that Lancelot was the reincarnation of the god of music, and she was lucky to meet him. In the slightly dilapidated castle, a farewell banquet was going on. The table was filled with rich food and wine. Lancelot and Gordon talked about interesting things on the sea, and laughed heartily from time to time. Nami and Uda whispered to each other, and when they looked at Lancelot, they laughed from time to time. But when they talked about the topic of separation, the atmosphere gradually became silent. Gordon stopped cutting the steak, and his smile gradually faded. After a moment of silence, he stood up, a little apologetic. I'm old, so my appetite is not good. You guys eat slowly, I'll go out to digest the food. Nami pursed her lips. I have something to do with Uncle Gordon, you guys eat slowly. Lancelot smiled and nodded. The other party was leaving some space for him and Uda. Uda, you. Lancelot. Uda interrupted him and raised his glass. I'm very happy to meet you, let's have a drink to this. The invitation that Lancelot was about to say was choked back, and he could only drink a glass with her. You opened a new door to music for me and let me know the magic of music. Cheers. I like your song, to Alice, very much. Cheers. You. Cheers, cheers. There was no chance for Lancelot to speak at all. He shook his dizzy head. He had drunk a lot with Gordon before, and now he drank one glass after another. How could he bear it when he just became an adult and had not drunk a few times? Advertisement looking at Uda who had already fallen down, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. I can only wait until tomorrow. After sending Uda back to her room, she was about to leave when her hand was pulled. Don't go, don't leave me. Looking at Uda's tears, Lancelot sighed and sat on the edge of the bed again, intending to wait until she fell asleep before leaving. It was just that he had just drunk a lot with Gordon, and then drank a little too quickly with Uda, and the alcohol was rising at this time. Smelling the fragrance in the room, the comfortable feeling plus the alcohol, I fell asleep unknowingly. The next day, Lancelot slowly opened his eyes. The morning sun shone in from the window, the wind gently blew the curtains, and occasionally there was a crisp birdsong outside. At this time, he was not fully awake, and his mind was full of fragments of sparring with Yui's teachers. So, this is a dream. Suddenly realized that this was Uda's room, and he had that kind of dream in someone else's girl's room, and the sequelae. Hiss. We have to deal with it quickly. With such a thought, he was about to sit up, only to find that his body was a little heavy. When I looked up slightly, I saw a head of red and white hair. It was like thunder exploding in my mind. It was still the same table, but unfortunately the food was no longer rich. No, it should be said that only the breakfast in front of Lancelot was simple. Uda, Nami and Gordon still had a rich meal. At this time, Uda lowered her head like last night, and her expression could not be seen. She silently dealt with breakfast. Nami looked at him as if he was a scum. As if to say, a hole, scum, if you are not careful, you will harm the pure Uda. Gordon stared at Lancelot while eating food with gritted teeth. It seemed that he had a great hatred for food. He really didn't expect that he just wanted to leave space for the two to say goodbye. If he was not careful, the cabbage he raised would be eaten. Although they were not blood relatives, he regarded Uda as his daughter. Lancelot ate a breakfast with only one bread and a burnt fried egg with a guilty conscience. Not to mention Gordon's cannibalistic eyes, Nami's expression when looking at the scum. Just Uda's shy expression when she secretly raised her head and lowered her head like a frightened deer, which made him a little confused. To be honest, he didn't expect things to happen to this point. It's not that he got away with it, but the change in his relationship with Uda is related to his attitude towards the red hair pirates. Because of the Mox pirates, the two sides must fight. We can only take it one step at a time. Uda, become my companion and go to sea with me. The scene became quiet, and Uda still lowered her head. The voice was so low that it was inaudible. Uda, who was not experienced in the world, felt that she had only this choice after such a thing happened. Advertisement, whether it was her feelings for Lancelot or her desire for the outside world, she also did this. No. Gordon stared at Lancelot. He did have such an idea before. After all, with Lancelot's ability, it would not be a problem to spread Uda's songs all over the world. The other party's music level can also make Uda grow again. But now he is a little worried. He has only been here for a few days. He has already taken his little cabbage. How can people be assured? This B************** D has a bad character. Gordon, who came to this conclusion, felt that the plan had to be changed. Lancelot met Gordon's gaze. You should know that this is the best choice for Uda. Gordon's expression froze, because he also thought of Uda's situation, and now it is developing in a good direction. But what if Lancelot's departure makes Uda more lonely, and will it have a bad impact? The more he thought about it, the more confused his mind became, and his mood became irritable. If you are worried, you can go to sea together. Lancelot's words made Gordon's eyes light up. Yes, wouldn't it be better if he went to sea with her? But he soon shook his head. Forget it, I am so old, why go to sea? He is just a musician, and he also knows the dangers of the sea. Following Uda will only be a burden. Lancelot did not force it, and made a decision after a little thought. How about this? I will invest in you to rebuild Elysia and make it the world's #1 music island again. Gordon's eyes widened, and Uda covered her mouth in surprise. For the two of them, this is their home. If we can reproduce the prosperity of the past, it will be a great joy. But the difficulty is not ordinary, not to mention various resources. Where can we find population and musicians? Gordon alone can't afford the world's #1 music island. Are you sure you are not kidding? Even though Uda didn't understand it very well, she nodded repeatedly. Lancelot, this requires a lot of Baileys, right? Or let it go? No, this matter is settled. This is not a decision made on a whim. Lancelot has thought it through. World's #1. Just this title can attract countless people to chase it. Think about the title of Hawkeye, the world's #1 swordsman. How many swordsmen will take it as their goal? When this music island reproduces the glory of the past, the benefits it brings are beyond imagination. More importantly, rebuilding the music island is about Uda. Even if Uda knew what happened in the future, she would not blame herself so much. At that time, with how important I am in Uda's heart, what can Red Hair fight for? Straw Hat has to step aside. 14. Red Hair, what can you use to compete with yourself? 99% of pirates are evil. Maybe they become pirates for different reasons, either voluntarily or out of helplessness. But it still can't change their nature. Not all Marines are righteous. There are many factions in the Marines, and different justice styles are also different. Among them, the absolute justice headed by Marine Admiral Akainu is quite controversial. Of course, the justice performed by Marine is essentially good, but it has deteriorated because of the world government. The existence of the world government has maintained stability on the sea to a certain extent. But because it serves celestial dragons, plus various other reasons, it is now corrupt. You can even think that Celestial Dragons is the biggest pirate on the sea. They use alternative means to plunder this sea. So, everything in the world has two sides. Just like my stupid Oni-san, the richest man in the world. On the surface, he seems to be in great glory, but secretly, there are countless people coveting him. When the world government puts strong pressure on him, he has to compromise. Even one day in the future, he may be rewarded by the world government and be classified as a criminal because of something. Uda listened to Lancelot's description, and while her understanding of this sea deepened, she also had many doubts. Her worldview gradually improved and she had her own understanding. Of course, this was processed by Lancelot, and there was basically no problem. But in the future, when Uda thinks, she will more or less put herself in Lancelot's position and lean more towards him in her heart. Unconsciously, she is slowly turning into the shape of Lancelot. Whether it is literal or not, Red Hair, what can you use to compete with yourself? When Lancelot was secretly proud, something happened in front of the route. I saw a green slash breaking through the sea surface and heading straight for the ship. Uda exclaimed, with a look of panic on her face. Nami was calm, after all, she knew the strength of her captain. Lancelot frowned slightly. Anyone who could make such a slash already had the strength of a great swordsman. He comforted Uda softly. Don't panic, it's just a slash. Uda, don't be afraid, the captain can handle it. Nami pulled Uda back a distance to avoid causing trouble for Lancelot. Under the gaze of the three people, the slash was already within reach. Lancelot jumped up and grasped Hongji's hilt, his eyes like lightning. At the moment of the slash, a flash of cold light appeared. Boom! At the moment when the red blade collided with the slash, the airwave swept around, shaking countless waves. Advertisement: the sail swelled, and the ship also moved backwards quickly. The two fought for a few breaths, and the weak slash collapsed. Lancelot also took advantage of the last aftermath to jump back and landed steadily on the bow. Facing the direction of the slash, a small boat jumped into sight. A man stood proudly on the boat, holding a luxurious black knife in his hand. In front of the boat, there were scattered wreckages. Needless to say, a battle had just taken place on the opposite side, and they were affected. The two looked at each other from a distance, completely ignoring the people howling on the wreckage. Mahawk, for some reason, when he saw Hawkeye and the black knife, the scene of Hawkeye's black knife being caught by himself and exploding on the spot instantly appeared in his mind. Well, Hawkeye didn't recognize Lancelot, but the unique tacit understanding between swordsmen let him know that this was someone who could fight with him. When his eyes fell on Hongji, there was a gleam in his eyes. He smelled the breath of the famous knife. The fighting spirit rose in the two. Lancelot pressed his whole body down, and then bounced up, and the entire bow almost sank into the sea. Looking at the unknown swordsman who was coming like a cannonball, his eagle-like eyes became sharper. The black knife knight swung forward. A green slash flew out, and its power was even stronger than before. As expected of Hawkeye, whose attack is a big move. Lancelot was both amazed and envious. He was looking forward to the moment when Hawkeye called out his moves. Unfortunately, this wish was not realized until he came through. Put aside the distractions in your heart. You can't relax a bit when fighting with such a strong man, otherwise you will be seriously injured or even die. Looking at the incoming slash with serious eyes, armament hockey wrapped around his arm and spread to the knife. The originally red blade instantly turned black and red. Speaking of which, I still have Hawkeye's diary here and I know a lot about his swordsmanship. Steady, heavy, and sharp. It seems that everything can be broken. At the moment Hawkeye drew his sword, Lancelot realized that he was locked by the opponent's aura and it was difficult to avoid. He didn't want to avoid it either. Now, only force can break it. The whole body's strength acted on the hand, and the already strong arm swelled again. Ha! Advertisement with a loud shout. A red light seemed to appear on Hongji, and it flashed away. Cut on the slash in a whistle. A huge force suddenly attacked, and the blade kept humming, as if it would collapse in the next moment. Explode for me! Lancelot roared and exerted force on his hand again. Boom! The blue slash dissipated, and Lancelot floated onto the wreckage. Hawkeye was silent for a moment, and then jumped onto the wreckage. Name? Lancelot blinked, and then smiled helplessly. Guild Lancelot. Hawkeye looked at it carefully for a few breaths, and then nodded. Mahawk, Black Knife Knight made a knife flower. Supreme Great Blade Knight. Lancelot stroked the blade with 2 fingers. Great Blade Hongji. Come on. Shua. Only Lancelot's afterimage was left, and Hawkeye's eyes condensed. An expert knows whether it is good or not with just one move. The power shown by the opponent before was worthy of his high regard, but now his evaluation of Lancelot has increased a few points. This is definitely a guy who has experienced many life and death battles and has rich combat experience. Because at this time, the opponent has appeared on the side where his defense is relatively weak. Dang. A huge force came, and Hawkeye's eyes were full of strange lights. This confrontation refreshed the cognition of Lancelot's power again, a monster-like power. The sights intertwined, and the two disappeared at the same time. When they appeared again, the two sides were close at hand, and the swords were fighting against each other. Dang. 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 The two waved their swords quickly, and sparks kept flying. The figures disappeared and appeared suddenly, so fast that they were hard to see with the naked eye. In terms of swordplay, Hawkeye is more skillful and entertaining. 15. Red hair, your good friend is gone. As the fight between the two became more and more intense, Lancelot felt that Hawkeye's swordsmanship was more and more terrible. This is a pure swordsman. In comparison, although Lancelot's attainments in swordsmanship are not low, he is not pure. As a time traveler, he has never given up the power outside of swordsmanship. It cannot be said that his swordsmanship cannot surpass Hawkeye. The difference between the two is that Hawkeye only seeks the highest realm of swordsmanship with the knife in his hand. And he is open-minded, integrating the power he can master, so as to promote the breakthrough of swordsmanship and even reach the highest realm. It is hard to say who is stronger or weaker between the two. In the swordsmanship, there is a sense of thousands of different paths leading to the same destination. Ding, ding. The speed of the two people's attacks is getting faster and faster. Only sparks and the sound of metal clashing can be seen in the air. More often, Hawkeye is on the defense. Lancelot gradually immersed himself in this competition. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind, that is, to break Hawkeye's swordsmanship, which was like a turtle shell and impervious to water. Hawkeye's swordsmanship looks like his sword, steady and heavy, like a mountain that cannot be broken. But once the edge is revealed, it also has the power to break the world. He has already made his mind clear and walked out of his own sword path. What about me? What is my sword path? Make your mind clear, make your mind clear. Huh. A gust of sea breeze blew, like a naughty child breaking into the battlefield of the two, playfully pulling their clothes, stroking their hair and faces. Advertisement. Is it the wind? No direction, no trace, never stop, and you don't know what will happen next. Soft and silent, Quietly invisible, but it is omnipresent. Invisible and colorless, perceptible and knowable, but changeable. Lancelot suddenly withdrew his hand and smiled apologetically at Hawkeye. That's all for today. My mind is a bit confused now. After saying that, without waiting for Hawkeye's reaction, he hurried back to the boat, told Nami and Uda a few words, and locked himself in the room. This stay lasted for a week. Nami absent-mindedly controlled the rudder, and couldn't help but speak out when she heard the footsteps behind her. Uda, don't walk around, that B*************** D will be fine. Uda, who was pacing back and forth, felt a little embarrassed when he heard this, but the worry on his face did not disappear. It's been a week, could Lancelot have fainted from hunger? Nami didn't answer, because this kind of conversation was not the first time. She looked at the pointer on her wrist and looked ahead. She shouted to the deck below, "Hey, that freeloader, retract the foresail." Hawkeye, who was sipping tea and reading a newspaper on the beach chair, paused. Squeak. Just then, the sound of a door opening came from behind. Lancelot appeared and saw the surprised Uda and Nami. Advertisement. Slightly weak, he said, "Is there anything to eat?" After wolfing down his food, Lancelot breathed a sigh of satisfaction, finally alive. He then looked at the other side of the table. "Why are you still here?" Hawkeye sipped his tea leisurely without looking up. Just on the way. After a pause, he put the newspaper in his hand on the table and pushed it in front of Lancelot. An interesting thing happened on the sea recently. Interesting. Lancelot raised his eyebrows. If Hawkeye thought something was interesting, it must be no small matter. He focused on the newspaper, and the eye-catching headline made his eyes fixed. Whitebeard pirates undergo a shocking change, and the era of Whitebeard has ended. Closing square bracket. Although the shock department has not appeared in the world, this headline is indeed shocking enough. At first glance, Lancelot thought that Whitebeard was gone when he was in seclusion. The real situation is, Blackbeard killed the captain of the fourth team, Thatch, for a devil fruit and defected from the Whitebeard pirates. Morgans, who is good at exaggerating facts, believes that Whitebeard is old and can no longer control his sons, which indicates that the era of Whitebeard is about to end. Lancelot, who knows the future development of events, shook his head with a smile. Perhaps Morgans never thought that only the result of his prediction was correct, but the process was more serious than he guessed. Who would have thought that Blackbeard's defection was just the beginning of the new era? Putting down the newspaper, Lancelot let out a long breath. Facing the eagle-eyed gaze, he shrugged. It's really interesting. After the Summit War, it is an era of hegemony among the heroes. Even with cheat, he still can't avoid a sense of urgency. 4 emperors, marine, and even the world government, I am sitting on the throne of the void, will participate in this feast in the next 2 years. Compared with them, the overall strength of his side is too weak. Not only must we strengthen ourselves, but we must also gather a group of powerful combat forces so as not to be swallowed up by the tide of the new era. And there is one in front of us. Mahawk, I created a guild. Are you interested in being the vice president? Seeing Hawkeye shaking his head, Lancelot smiled and said, "Don't rush to refuse." Then he introduced the Hunter Guild. Because of the words of Pirate King Roger before his execution, the Great Pirate Era was opened. At that time, the new generation of Marine had not grown up, so Shichibukai was born. I think you should have noticed that as the situation in the sea gradually stabilized, Marine's attitude towards Shichibukai also changed. Especially within Marine, more and more people practice the concept of absolute justice and think that Shichibukai is dispensable. Because the role you can play is getting smaller and smaller. Not only can it not play the role of fighting against the 4 emperors, but some people even have unclear relationships with the 4 emperors. Doflamingo, Jinbei and Hawkeye are specifically mentioned here. Lancelot stared at Hawkeye and raised his index finger. It only takes one opportunity. Shichibukai will definitely be abolished, and you will lose your legitimacy, and even be hunted down by Marine. Marine, bounty hunters, and even 4 emperors, these troubles will follow one after another. Hawkeye frowned slightly. This is just your guess. 16. Mahawk, let me show you a big treasure. Strong people have their own beliefs and will not be shaken by others' words. No matter how good Lancelot's words are, and how beneficial it is to him, Hawkeye does not intend to join the Hunter Guild. First of all, this is just the other party's guess, who can tell what will happen in the future. Even if it really happens, what's there to be afraid of? It's just going back to the days of being wanted. The most important thing is that he can feel that Lancelot's purpose is not simple. He vaguely feels that once he gets on this pirate ship, whether he can get off or not is another matter. There may be a lot of troubles and a lot of trivial matters waiting for him. Even being tricked into becoming this guy's crew. Working for the other party. Well, this should be impossible. Hawkeye feels that he will not fall to that point. But he doesn't know that if he really agrees, Lancelot can really do it. Really not going to consider it. No, I'm used to being alone. Joining the Hunters Guild won't restrict your freedom. I'm free now. Well, it seems I can only wait until later. Seeing Hawkeye no longer talking, he knew that he was very satisfied with his current life and didn't want to change his position. If it were 2 years later, it would work. Now, unless he uses distinguished heavenly gods to attack Hawkeye. Ding, mission released. Recruit Hawkeye. Closing square bracket. You aim to reach the top of the world, so your crew must also be top-notch. As the world's most powerful swordsman, Dracula Mihawk is fully qualified to be your crew. Closing square bracket. Reward. 7 colored rod x1, intermediate synthesis card x2. The mission came unexpectedly, and Lancelot was a little entangled. The difficulty of recruiting Hawkeye is greater than the difficulty of severing the bond between Yuta and the red hair pirates. Even if the 7 warlords of the sea disbanded, the other party would not be able to become his crew if he joined the Hunters Guild. Otherwise, this is not Hawkeye. But I have distinguished heavenly gods. What Lancelot was struggling with was whether to use distinguished heavenly gods now or keep them for the 4 emperors or the next marine marshal. Advertisement. In the end, he decided to put them in his pocket. Because he didn't know whether distinguished heavenly gods would be useful to those top powerhouses, it would be better to experiment with Hawkeye. If successful, he would not only gain a powerful crew member, but also improve his own strength. He planned to use the reward to complete another Sharingan. At that time, his strength would have a qualitative leap. Mihawk, I'll show you a big treasure. Hawkeye was stunned by Lancelot's words. Big treasure. Yuta on the side didn't know what she was thinking, her pretty face turned red, and she spat lightly. Nami was a little confused, but she was full of expectations for the so-called big treasure. Lancelot stared into Hawkeye's eyes and pointed at his right eye. See, I have a big treasure hidden in my eye. Hawkeye was speechless after hearing this. There is a limit to joking, right? The next moment, he found that the red pupil of Lancelot's right eye had changed, and a strange pattern appeared. Just as he was about to take a closer look, he suddenly became dazed. Just like that, his eyes changed when he looked at Lancelot again. His heart told him that the encounter with the person in front of him was arranged by fate, and with him, he could see a different scenery. I thought about it and felt that your suggestion just now was good. Joining the Hunter Guild is a good choice. Lancelot. I haven't mentioned it yet, and you said it yourself. Distinguished heavenly gods, so scary. Although it can't change a person's memory, it can change the other person's attitude 180 degrees. I don't think it's urgent to join the Hunters Guild. Let's talk about another thing first. Become my crew, Mihawk. Hearing this, Hawkeye frowned, relaxed, and frowned again. After a long time, he seemed to have finally figured it out. Nodding gently. Okay, Captain, please give me more advice in the future. Ding, mission completed, get 7 color pole x1, intermediate synthesis card x2. Closing square bracket. Lancelot breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was quite nervous, afraid that Hawkeye would say, no. Because he didn't want Hawkeye to affect his potential because of distinguished heavenly gods. Therefore, when using distinguished heavenly gods on him, the change was less. He was also glad that he did so. When he used distinguished heavenly gods on Hawkeye, he could feel Hawkeye's resistance to distinguished heavenly gods. It can be seen that distinguished heavenly gods are not absolute. At least for those with super strong conquerors and strong will, there is a risk of failure. The more changes, the stronger the resistance, the greater the chance of failure. Advertisement. The result is still satisfactory. Haha, let's have a party, welcome new members. Who would have thought that the world's most powerful swordsman, Hawkeye, who has always been alone, would suddenly become Lancelot's companion? Once this news spreads, it is estimated that everyone will be shocked. Nami and Yuta looked at each other, both of them were confused. Hawkeye clearly refused just now, how come he became a companion in the blink of an eye? Are the thoughts of the strong very strange? After a while, the two couldn't help but puff and laugh. A sumptuous banquet began. With Yuta, even if there are only 4 people, it can be lively. Looking at Yuta who was playing, Hawkeye could not hide his admiration. Great. Lancelot smiled proudly. Of course. Yuta, the future music queen, even without the song fruit, her musical talent is top-notch. Pointed at Nami. Nami has a strong talent for navigation. Currently known, the only navigator who conquered the waters of the land of exile with navigation. Even though Hawkeye was calm, he could not help but be moved. Although the Devil Island in the land of exile is not well known, everyone who has heard of it knows the horror of that sea area. He who knows navigation naturally knows what this means. Looking at Nami who was having fun with Yuta. It seems that my partners are all very good. Lancelot smiled and said, isn't this natural? Not everyone is qualified to reach the top of the world with me. A light flashed in Hawkeye's eyes, and he saw absolute confidence in his captain. He had seen many people express this before, and in his opinion, it was just blindness and lack of clear understanding of themselves. Lancelot was different. He said this calmly and casually, without any lofty sentiments. But it made people feel indescribable conviction. Or, he himself was a kind of proof. Should I feel honored? No. Lancelot shook his head gently. It's my luck, I'm lucky to meet you. 17. Danzo loses Mangekyō again. So nervous, which target should I choose? Lancelot stood at the bow holding the colorful fate fishing rod. What is he doing? Hawkeye was surprised that his captain suddenly took out the fishing rod with colorful light. Nami pouted. Fishing. She didn't forget her tragic experience. Fishing. Yeah, I was fished from East Blue to New World by him. Nami tilted her head and thought for a moment. With a serious and solemn expression. He is a fisherman who ate the fishing fruit. It is said that everything can be fished. After receiving such an answer, Hawkeye looked like I didn't read much, don't lie to me. Yuta pointed her index finger at her lips, with a longing look on her face. I really envy Nami. Your meeting with Lancelot seems to be accidental, but also like the arrangement of fate. Nami glanced at Yuta, always feeling that she was in Versailles. However, their experience was indeed wonderful. Over there, Lancelot finally cast the rod. Ninja world, Konoha. In the base of the root, Danzo turned up the left eye of a silver-haired man with a gloomy face. Why is it only 3 Magatama? It's clearly Mangekyō according to the intelligence. Ever since the loss of Shisui's Mangekyō Sharingan last time, Danzo has lost his appetite. The power of the distinguished heavenly gods shocked and frightened him, and it almost became his inner demon. The more this happened, the stronger his desire for Mangekyō Sharingan became. Uchiha Shisui died, and the whereabouts of the other Mangekyō were unknown. He didn't know if it fell into the hands of the Uchiha clan. Although Uchiha Itachi claimed that when he found Shisui's body, both eyes were destroyed. But would Danzo believe it? The evil Uchiha is not trustworthy at all. But now the Uchiha is an egg without cracks, and he can't bite it. As a last resort, the target fell on the silver-haired Kakashi. Without Mangekyō, 3 Magatama is also good. However, what he didn't expect was that when he was planning how to get this Sharingan, he accidentally got a piece of information. Advertisement. Kakashi's Sharingan once showed a pattern other than Magatama, although it was only for a moment. He knew that it was very likely Mangekyō, as he had studied Sharingan deeply. This strengthened his determination. The process went smoothly, and Kakashi was now lying in front of him. He waved his hand. Let's do it. Then he turned around and lay on another operating table. The medical ninja of the root immediately stepped forward and operated fiercely. Kakashi's Sharingan, which originally belonged to Obito, was removed. Then, at Danzo's signal, it was replaced with 1 Tomo Sharingan. The luxury yacht was replaced with a small wooden boat, which was really like a panda ordering takeout. Danzo said. If it weren't for the fear of Hiruzen's explanation, he wouldn't even think about the single Magatama. Anyway, there was no reason to return it after it was in his hands. When everything was settled, Danzo opened his eyes again, and the 3 Tomo Sharingan was very eye-catching. Let me see if this is Mangekyō Sharingan. After saying that, chakra gathered towards his left eye. With the continuous consumption of chakra, the 3 Magatama finally changed. Ha ha ha, it's really Mangekyō. Danzo was ecstatic. Power, he felt a strong power. Ha ha. His voice stopped abruptly. Because in front of him, ripples appeared in the space. This scene was so familiar that it made him heartbroken. But something more heartbreaking happened. A colorful fish hook flew out of the ripples and probed into his left eye, leaving him no time to react. No, there was still a reaction. The quality of a strong man made him close his eyes reflexively. But he couldn't hide at all. The colorful fish hook disappeared with the newly transplanted Mangekyō Sharingan. Danzo. Ah, little thief, I will never coexist with you. At the same time, tisk tisk. Looking at the colorful light ball in his hand, the Mangekyō inside made Lancelot secretly stunned. The pattern on it looked familiar. It was Obito's Kamui eye. Azo, you are a good man. Advertisement. From today on, you are my best friend. He could probably guess how Danzo got this Sharingan, except that it was 50-50. I just wonder if Azo's best friend is mad now. Fuse Sharingan. With the last experience, Lancelot did not hesitate and chose to fuse directly. As the Sharingan began to fuse, familiar prompts echoed in his mind. Sharingan is fusing. Closing square bracket. The rule system does not match, and energy transformation is in progress. Closing square bracket. Transforming. 1%, 2%, 97%, 98%. Transformation completed. Closing square bracket. Mangekyō Sharingan promoted to Eternal Mangekyō, Kamui successfully retained. Closing square bracket. Energy residue. Kamui changes. Lancelot let out a long breath, it was finally complete. His Sharingan was operated by pupil power. Although it could recover on its own, only 1 was not enough. Now that it is complete, not only has the pupil power doubled, but the consumption of using pupil techniques has also been reduced a lot. Susanoo can also use the complete form. The role of Kamui under the Eternal Mangekyō has not changed much. It can forcibly twist enemies or objects from a distance and send them into the Kamui space, and it can also teleport oneself or others in and out of the Kamui space. There is also an unexpected surprise. This time, the energy consumed by upgrading the Eternal Eye is less than expected, and the excess energy refreshes the distinguished heavenly gods. In other words, now he can use the distinguished heavenly gods again. Ultimate Fisherman. Host. Guild Lancelot. Talents. Visitor from another world, Taijutsu Grandmaster, Chi and Blood like a Pillar, Swordsmanship Grandmaster, Musician. Advanced Conquerors, Intermediate Observation Haki, Intermediate Armament Haki, Eternal Mangekyō. Points. 13,200. Items. Diamond Rod X3, Purple Gold Rod X3, Primary Synthesis Card X2, Intermediate Synthesis Card X2, Artificial Devil Fruit Dragon, Hawkeye's Diary, Zephyr's Training Notebook, Hancock. Originally, there were more than 100,000 points, which were used to synthesize Artificial Devil Fruit. 211 pieces, a total of 105,000 points were consumed. The synthesized artificial devil fruit did not disappoint, with a success rate of more than 70%, and the potential is higher than Kaido's artificial devil fruit core. It's just that the appearance after eating the fruit is a bit unbearable, but for those who crave power, this is nothing. 18. If you don't know, you might think red hair is the pirate king. The most impressive thing is that a great battle took place here. At that time, Golden Lion led his men to besiege the Roger pirates, and used most of the fleet to force Roger into a desperate situation. If it weren't for fate, the Roger pirates might not have escaped unscathed. Today, Edwall is destined to become famous again. Confirmed. Lancelot looked ahead with a den mushi. Well, the Mox pirates haven't left yet. Are you sure you don't need me to take someone there? On the other side of the den mushi, Tesoro was a little worried. No, it would be more troublesome if you get involved. Lancelot rejected the proposal. Although his relationship with Tesoro would be exposed sooner or later, at least on the surface, they were separated. With the nature of the red hair pirates, it is more likely that they would be staring at him. Once Tesoro participated in this revenge operation, his own industries might be targeted. Even the Grand Tesoro might be damaged. He didn't think the red hair pirates would have any scruples. Back then, Roger's pirate group could destroy a country because of their companions. Red hair, who took Roger as an example, would not swallow his anger. After ending the call, Lancelot looked at the sea ahead with an expressionless face. After this incident, he will officially enter the eyes of the world, and his name will be remembered by countless strong people. On an island not far from here, the Mox pirates are replenishing supplies on the island. They were once famous because they participated in the Four Emperors competition. In the end, they were defeated by the red hair pirates, and after being convinced by the other party, they became one of their pirate groups. Captain Mox has a bounty of 550 million, and he is also a capable person. His ability is Zone Monkey Fruit Ape form. Captain, why do you think Captain Shanks wants to find Whitebeard? They won't fight, right? In the tavern, Mox is drinking with the crew. He rolled his eyes at his subordinate's question, how should I know? At that time, he was not with Captain Shanks, and when he learned the news, he might have already seen Whitebeard. Let everyone move quickly. If the captain really fights, we can help. Mox. Words made everyone shudder. If it really comes to that, they will have to face the world's strongest Whitebeard. Hey, look at you guys, what about Whitebeard? Are our red hair pirates inferior? Mox was a little angry. Captain Shanks is also a Four Emperor, and he has the spirit of the sea. Only the captain is worthy of the throne of Pirate King. Whitebeard is just a candle, his era has passed. Charlotte Linlin only knows how to give birth to children, and Wang Guo is just like that. Kaido lives on the small piece of land of Wanokuni. Advertisement. Pa pa pa. The sudden applause came, awakening the pirates who were stunned by Mox's words. Looking at the sound, they saw a handsome young man with blonde hair and red eyes standing at the door of the tavern, and the other party looked at them with a smile. However, Mox was not happy at all because of his applause. Because the other party's eyes were full of teasing and ridicule. What a passionate speech. If you don't know, you would think that the red hair pirates have already defeated the other Four Emperors. Mox's face darkened. Who are you? Boy, you will pay the price for talking nonsense. Lancelot chuckled and slowly stepped into the tavern. Oh, did I say something wrong? His words immediately aroused the anger of the Mox pirates. Kid, do you know who you are talking to? Apologize quickly, or you will be in trouble. HMPH, you ignorant kid, you probably want to step on us to become famous. Ha ha ha. Listening to his subordinate's words, Mox raised his mouth. Kid, kneel down and apologize, the red hair pirates are not something you can slander. Lancelot, tisk tisk, twice, I'm just talking about the matter. But it doesn't matter, after all, I'm here to kill people today. His words made the noisy tavern quiet instantly. Bang. The barrier at the entrance of the tavern was knocked open again, and a pirate ran in panic. Advertisement. Captain Mox is in trouble. His sudden intrusion gave Mox and his gang a bad feeling. What happened? The pirate looked sad and burst into tears. Our ship was looted, and everyone is dead. Mox's face changed drastically, no longer calm as before, and suddenly turned his head and stared at Lancelot. Gnashed his teeth and said, is it you? The pirate said in a panicked tone, well, it seems to be Hawkeye and the two little girls. Mox's eyes widened suddenly, and his face was full of disbelief. You said it was Hawkeye who did it. Who among the red hair pirates doesn't know Hawkeye? He is an old acquaintance of Captain Shanks. Even he himself has drunk with Hawkeye. No matter how you think about it, the other party shouldn't do such a thing. Unfortunately, this is the fact. After receiving a positive answer, Mox's face turned extremely ugly. Let's go and ask Hawkeye for clarification. There must be some misunderstanding. This is not a trivial matter. He must find out the reason. Clang. A cold light flashed, and several heads fell to the ground. At the same time, Lancelot's plain words rang out. Did I let you go? 19. Another use for Kamui space. Even though Mox's reaction was slow, he knew that the man in front of him was in the same group as Hawkeye. There was no misunderstanding, the other party was coming for them. Kill him. Mox did not hesitate at all. Things had developed to this point and were no longer under his control. What he should pray for now was whether he could survive. With his order, the pirates took up their weapons and killed Lancelot. Lancelot did not take these pirates who had been in the New World for many years seriously. Don't overestimate your own abilities. These words seemed like the verdict of the Shinigami, and Hongji turned into a trail of afterimages in his hands. No, get out of the way. Mox was a strong man who had competed for the throne of the four emperors, and he still had the necessary vision. At the moment Lancelot made his move, he noticed something was wrong. But his reminder was still a little late. As Hongji swung, dozens of slashes swept towards the swarming pirates. Puff. Countless blood was spilled, and the pirates fell in groups. Their deaths were extremely tragic, and almost none of them were intact. Even the walls of the tavern were broken into gaps. A few pirates who survived by chance collapsed on the ground, looking at Lancelot in horror. A-hole. Mox was furious. Many of these people had been his brothers for many years, and they had a lifelong friendship. Now that they were killed in front of him, how could he not be angry? Boom. Powerful power burst out from him, and the domineering conquerors pressed towards Lancelot. Oh, you actually have conquerors. Lancelot raised his eyebrows slightly and couldn't help but look at Mox with a higher opinion. But that was all. In New World, there are many people who have conquerors, but how many of them can reach the top? Let the conquerors wash over him, and he stood still. Mox looked at Lancelot, who was not affected at all, with a gloomy face that seemed to be dripping with water. Before he could speak, a domineering aura suddenly appeared. It spread rapidly with Lancelot as the center, and crushed Mox's conquerors back with a crushing momentum. The tavern, which was already on the verge of collapse, collapsed at this moment. At this moment, Mox roared, transformed into a violent giant ape, and attacked Lancelot. Advertisement. Boom. In the rolling smoke and dust, countless broken bricks and broken wood flew out, and then a tall golden figure broke through the smoke and dust. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps sounded abruptly, and it was not difficult to hear that the owner of the footsteps walked slowly, as if taking a walk. Huh. A gust of sea breeze blew, taking away the smoke and dust. The onlookers around the tavern also saw the scene inside clearly, and they couldn't help but gasp. Mox, who had transformed into a giant ape, was pinned to the ground by the huge golden figure, unable to move. And the blonde young man walked slowly towards him, just like taking a walk. That's Mox with a bounty of 550 million. Even among the red hair pirates, he is ranked first. Who is that man who easily subdued Mox? Isn't he afraid of the revenge of the red hair pirates? A series of discussions came, making the still confused Mox's face turn green and white. Ha! With a low shout, all the strength gathered in his hands, trying to push away the giant hand that was suppressing him. Unfortunately, the opposite happened. His face was already flushed, and he still couldn't struggle to get up. Don't waste your energy. Lancelot looked down at Mox, as if he was looking at a clown. If it was red hair, he could do it. Mox glared at him hatefully. If it was Captain Shanks, you would be lying down now. Lancelot just smiled at this. With the Kamui space, he was invincible. Why? Mox was extremely angry. Why did you attack us? Tisk tisk. Lancelot slapped the blade of Hongji on his face. I just like your helpless and furious look. Think about those who died in your hands, will they also ask you, why? Mox heard this with disdain. What if they asked, it's their honor to die in my hands. Lancelot's face turned cold. Shish. Mox snorted, and there were several hideous wounds on his face. I thought Red Hair had some vision in recruiting younger brothers, but it seems that he is just so-so, and he even accepts garbage. Shut up. You are not allowed to insult Captain Shanks. Advertisement. Mox's eyes were spitting fire. It was okay to insult him, but no one was allowed to insult Shanks. Lancelot was too lazy to argue with the other party, and Red Princess raised it high and then dropped it. Ah! Mox screamed, and one of his arms was cut off. This knife is to avenge the murder of my father. Red Princess waved again. This knife is to avenge the murder of my mother. This knife is mine. This knife is for Tesoro. 4 consecutive knives, Mox's hands and feet were all cut off. Kill me if you dare. Mox stared at Lancelot with resentment, and the severe pain tortured him. Resentment. That's right. Lancelot sneered. Compared to the people you harmed, this pain is far less. He picked up Mox, who had lost the power to resist. Kamui was activated, and the two were teleported to the Kamui space. Where is this? The sudden change of scene made the tragic Mox even more frightened. Lancelot ignored it and took out a few fruits. After the ability user dies, the fruit ability will be randomly reborn in a corner of the world. If you are lucky, you will be reborn nearby. Now he wants to try whether this probability will be greater in the Kamui space. Taste the taste of watching yourself die little by little. The long knife stabbed forward and nailed it to the ground. In the next life, remember to be a good person. Although I am not a good person. Feeling the erosion of death, Mox's eyes were bloodshot. You will not have a good end if you offend the red hair pirates. Captain Shanks will definitely avenge us. Lancelot showed disdain. That has nothing to do with you. As Mox took his last breath, he looked at the fruit in his hand with expectation. After a few breaths, his eyes gradually widened. Among several fruits, one has changed. 20. Yuta's determination. Complete the mission. Blood revenge. Get the reward of Diamond Rod X2. Ultimate Fisherman. Host. Guild Lancelot. Talents. Visitor from another world. Taijutsu Grandmaster, Chi in Blood Like a Pillar, Swordsmanship Grandmaster, Musician. Advanced Conquerors, Advanced Observation Haki, Advanced Armament Haki, Eternal Mangekyō. Points. 18,200. Items. Diamond Rod X5, Purple Gold Rod X3, Primary Synthesis Card X2, Intermediate Synthesis Card X2, Artificial Devil Fruit Dragon Monkey Fruit Ape Form, Hancock's. Lancelot, are you okay? Yuta asked worriedly. Nothing, just a little empty. Lancelot smiled. When he was on Devil Island before, he and Old Tom lived a relaxed life, and he didn't have much trouble. After leaving Devil Island, he met Tesoro and learned about his life experience. At that time, I thought that the grace of giving birth must be repaid, so let's take revenge. I thought it would take a long time, but it was done in a blink of an eye. Revenge, return of favor, can be regarded as understanding a matter of heart. But I still feel a little empty in my heart. Lancelot. Yuta gently leaned her head on Lancelot's shoulder and looked at the sea ahead. Would you like to hear my story? Yes. When I was very young. Yuta told her own experience, which was a past she had always been reluctant to face. Today she finally opened her heart to Lancelot. You said, they adopted me at the beginning, why did they abandon me? Lancelot pondered for a long time, and suddenly smiled. What is there to be entangled about? Yuta is his woman, he does not want, nor does he want her to suffer because of the past. I have another version here, do you want to listen to it? Yuta raised her little face and asked with some doubt, another version. As Lancelot repeated what happened that year, Yuta was not surprised, did not suffer, did not have a regretful expression, and did not cry. She just lowered her head and remained silent. The two did not speak for a long time until the sun set. I have thought countless times over the years whether Shanks and the others had their own reasons. Advertisement. A bitter smile appeared on the corners of her mouth. I didn't expect that I was the culprit of all this. Gordon must be very sad, right? Lancelot gently raised her head. Maybe he was very sad at first. But it was not because of you. No one wanted that accident. What has happened cannot be changed. Gordon lost his kingdom, but he got an angel. To him, you are more important than anything else. Yuta raised her little head, tears could not stop flowing. Thank you, Lancelot. Thank you for telling me the truth, and thank you for helping Gordon rebuild Argeria. Silly, what's there to thank you for? You are my partner and my woman. Yuta nodded and hugged Lancelot. Well, we won't say thank you to each other in the future. You won't abandon me in the future, will you? Lancelot shook his head. How could I? No matter what happens, I will never abandon my companions. But you, don't go back to be a singer of red hair pirates. Yuta couldn't help laughing when she heard this. If you dare to abandon me, I will go. How dare I? Lancelot suddenly sighed. Maybe we will soon face the red hair pirates. You should stay on the Grand Tesoro for a while, so Tesoro can arrange your debut. Yuta frowned. Is it because of the Mox pirates? Thinking of what the Mox pirates did and what happened to Lancelot, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed with the red hair pirates. She pondered for a moment, and her expression became firm. If Shanks troubles you because of the Mox pirates, I will stop them. At this moment, Lancelot's efforts paid off. After a series of events, Yuta's heart has tilted towards him. Just wait for the red hair pirates to make a choice. As for the red hair pirates not to trouble him. Is that possible? This man is the most protective of his shortcomings, and he can't tolerate others hurting his companions and friends. What's more, his men were killed, and they died so miserably. If he, as the captain, does not express his opinion, not only will his subordinates feel uncomfortable, but outsiders will also look down on them. So the result is already determined. Advertisement. As long as the red hair pirates come, it will be the time to cut off their ties with Yuta. A certain sea area in New World, on the Moby DK. The meeting between Whitebeard and Redbeard attracted a lot of attention. Whatever the four emperors talked about, it may have a great impact on this sea. But this meeting was not very pleasant, and Whitebeard rejected the proposal to recall Ace. At this time, Beckman hurried over with a gloomy face. He whispered a few words in Shanks' ear, which made his face change drastically. What did you say? Mox was killed. Whitebeard was surprised when he heard this. He also knew that Mox was not weak, but he didn't expect that he was killed. The red-haired man had a gloomy face, and the anger in his heart was like a volcano about to erupt. What happened? Who did it? Beckman looked at Whitebeard and knew that the matter could not be concealed, and the other party would know sooner or later. It was done by a man named Guild Lancelot. After hesitating for a moment, he said, Hawkeye was also involved. Red Hair's face changed. How could his good friend of many years be involved? When he heard that Mox's hands and feet were cut off and hung on the wall, Red Hair could no longer suppress his anger. Boom. The domineering conquerors swept the whole scene, and many pirates lost consciousness. Hey, red-haired kid, this is not the place for you to run wild. Understanding is understanding, but how could Whitebeard allow Red Hair to release conquerors unscrupulously on his ship? Red Hair took a deep breath and then restrained his breath. Let's go. Watching the red hair pirates leave, Whitebeard shook his head helplessly. This sea is going to be in chaos again. First, Teach killed Thatch and defected, and now the red hair pirates are also in trouble. It seems like an omen, making him a little uneasy. Marco stepped forward with concern. Dad, why don't you call Ace back? Yes, Dad, if it doesn't work, we will go to help Ace. Whitebeard frowned. He knew Ace's character and he would not give up until he caught Teach. After a long while, he said, you two go to help Ace. 21. Magic Wand and ATM. Sabaody Archipelago. As the last stop of the first half, it is full of all kinds of people. Pirates, marines, bounty hunters, merchants, slave traders, intelligence dealers, gangsters, nobles, etc. The mixed forces have also made the order here chaotic all year round. Today, the arrival of several groups of people made Sabaody Archipelago more lively. Chase them quickly, don't let them run away. Dozens of people in different costumes shouted loudly, and in front of them were several fishermen fleeing in a panic. They were Arlong's group who escaped from East Blue. They have been living in fear for some time. Except for escaping, it's still escaping. Damn humans, I'm going to cut them into pieces. Arlong was so angry that he had hardly slept well since East Blue. He was afraid that when he woke up, there would be hundreds of people around him. The reason why he ventured to Sabaody Archipelago this time was to seek shelter from Xiaoba's acquaintances. They had already returned to the Fishmen Island, but Jinbei was not there. The fishmen of Fishmen Street were afraid that they would cause trouble, so they drove them out again. Brother Arlong, let's leave here first. Kruby held the impulsive Arlong, his expression very painful. There are only 4 people left in the Dragon Pirates now, and the rest died on the way to escape. They didn't even understand why the Golden Emperor would reward them. Boom boom. A ball of fire rose up in front, covering everything within 100 meters around. Not only Arlong and his men, but also the pursuers behind them stopped and sweated coldly. Teach. An angry roar came from the flames. Thief ha 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 ha. Ace, I won't surrender obediently. 5 figures stood at the edge of the flames. When the flames dissipated, a young man wearing an orange cowboy hat and Madara on his face was revealed. He stared at Blackbeard and others with an angry face. I won't let you run away again this time. Why chase us so closely? Blackbeard still smiled, as if he didn't think he would be defeated here. Ace, do you want to join us and take over this world together? Ace heard this and his expression was cold. Fire fist. The flames rose in his right hand, and he was about to attack. Tisk tisk, it's quite lively here. Advertisement. The sudden sound made everyone present pause. Looking in the direction of the sound, their pupils suddenly shrank. Hawkeye, Dracula Mahawk. However, what shocked them even more was that Hawkeye seemed to be following the young man with blonde hair and red eyes. Everyone on the sea didn't know that Hawkeye had always been alone. Lancelot smiled and said, everyone, is it a bit bad to fight in my territory? Sabaody Archipelago is indeed not his territory, but the area under his feet is. He chose the site of his hunter guild here, and it is almost built now, so he can't let these guys destroy it. Nami. Before Ace and Blackbeard could speak, a cry of surprise suddenly sounded. Lancelot looked over and couldn't help but Ichiraku when he saw Arlong and his gang. Wow, they managed to escape from East Blue to here, they are quite lucky. Arlong and his gang froze for a moment before realizing that Nami seemed to be in the same group as Hawkeye. Let's not talk about Lancelot's strength for now, but who dares to underestimate Hawkeye? Damn it, why is Nami here? Did she find a new backer? Arlong. Nami's eyes were blazing with fire. Even though Arlong had been taught a lesson, her hatred did not diminish at all. She has not yet taken revenge for the suffering of Kokosia village and Belmere who died at her hands. Lancelot patted her hands. Go. He then looked at Arlong and his gang. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Defeat Nami, and you can leave alive. Arlong, who was already desperate, suddenly felt that he saw hope. Really? Lancelot sneered. Do you really think Nami is still the same Nami as before? Let them see your strength now. Yeah, Nami nodded heavily, and while walking slowly forward, she took out an orange short stick from a certain second-dimensional part. With a light flick of her hand, the short stick instantly extended. This is the enhanced version of the magic weather stick. After coming out of Devil Island, Lancelot began to prepare. He used Tesoro's powerful network of relationships. He collected materials and related knowledge from the small sky island Visalia. He also asked Vegapunk to take action through the world government channel. It took a lot of resources and nearly 2 months to create it. The results are also remarkable. Compared with the magic weather stick made by Usopp and Frankie, it is much stronger. Advertisement. As expected, Nami took action without even summoning thunderclouds. The energy impact of the magic weather stick defeated Arlong and his gang. Only then did Lancelot look at Ace and Blackbeard. You two, can I ask you to go somewhere else to play? Thief ha ha ha. Of course, we'll leave now. Blackbeard is a person who knows how to judge the situation, although he is sometimes arrogant. He is not as ignorant as Arlong. The blonde young man in front of him, but not long ago, easily killed mocks of the red hair pirates. Morgans also exaggeratedly claimed that Lancelot's goal was the position of the 4 emperors of red hair. In short, this is a person who makes him extremely afraid. Wow. The flames rose. Ace just glanced at Lancelot and Hawkeye, and then focused on Blackbeard. Teach, do you still want to escape? Blackbeard did not answer him, but looked at Lancelot. He doesn't seem to give you face. Lancelot nodded. I hate people who don't understand what people say. Mahawk, whoever dares to make a move here, kill him. His words made the people present feel terrified. First, it was because of Lancelot's attitude towards Hawkeye, and second, Ace was the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard pirates. He dared to kill even Whitebeard's son casually, either arrogant or not afraid of the Whitebeard pirates. But Hawkeye pulled out the black knife on his back, obviously the latter. Blackbeard looked at Lancelot deeply, and slowly retreated with his people. Ace did not move after all, and chased Blackbeard and his men without saying a word. Tisk. Lancelot shook his head with some regret. To be honest, he was reluctant to part with Blackbeard. Well, he was reluctant to part with the dark fruit on the other side. Although Kamui space can also deprive the ability of the ability user, it is not absolute. There is a 70% to 80% probability, which is still a little worse than dark fruit. However, Blackbeard is crucial to the next big event, and teach, you have to be more powerful and collect more devil fruit. With a ready-made ATM, why do you have to do it yourself? 22. I would be afraid of such a mad dog like guy too. It's really not a human thing to do. Lancelot casually threw the pen on the table, feeling a little depressed. The initial construction of the Hunters Guild has been completed, and the staff is in place. In short, Tesoro has prepared everything that should be prepared. But the drafting of relevant regulations, the arrangement of positions, and the talks with Marine, etc., are still waiting for him to solve. Yuta came in with tea, and seeing him like this, she stepped forward and massaged him distress-edly. Sorry, I don't know anything and can't help at all. Lancelot shook his head. How could it be? Your singing is the biggest help to me. Everyone has their own strengths. He was stunned when he said this. He suddenly remembered that among the people he knew well, there was really a person who was very suitable to help him handle these tasks. What's wrong? Seeing that he didn't speak, Yuta asked strangely. Nothing, just thought of one thing. Where is Nami? Lancelot changed the subject. Yuta smiled. She's still in the warehouse. Nami has never left the warehouse since she took over the accounting job, guarding the gold coins and Bailey's every day. At this time, Hawkeye walked in and threw something over. Lancelot quickly caught it. So fast. Is it going well? This is a knife, which is a little heavy in the hand. As he slowly pulled it out, the blade without the armed color was also black. It was the national treasure of Wano Kuni, the black sword Chushui of the 21st work of the Great Sword. Hawkeye's expression was a little complicated. It just took a little effort. I didn't expect it to be in Moriya's hands. Thinking of Shimotsuki Ryoma who was made into a zombie, I couldn't help but feel a little regretful. It's a pity that his strength is only 1/10 of what it is, otherwise he would be a good opponent. By the way, I just saw someone coming from Marine, they're probably coming soon. Who are they sending? Marine Vice Admiral Garp. Lancelot was stunned. Who? Hawkeye could only say again. Garp. PFF'd. Lancelot couldn't help but laugh, and Yuta on the side was confused. Vice Admiral Garp, isn't that a Marine hero? It is said that he is so famous that even the Pirate King has to give him 3 points of leeway. Marine values your Hunter Guild very much. PFF'd. Haha. Lancelot was amused by Yuta's words again. Seeing him laugh again, Yuta punched him in anger. What are you laughing at, am I wrong? Lancelot shook his head hurriedly. No, you're right. A mad dog like guy, let alone the Pirate King, I have to give him 3 points of leeway. But let Garp talk, what does Marine want to do? Although Garp's performance in the anime is not very reliable, his strength is beyond doubt. Moreover, the other party is a strong man who has gone through several eras, and he is not as simple as he seems. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, he stood up. Let's go and meet this veteran Marine. Advertisement. At the entrance of the Hunters Guild, Garp, Bogart and other Marines, were looking at the luxurious and majestic building in front of them. Seeing Lancelot come out with Hawkeye and Yuta, he was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed and stepped forward, hugged Lancelot's neck. You did a good job, kid. I heard that red hair is very angry now and is about to make trouble for you. How about it, do you want to join Marine? Lancelot had a black line on his face. It turned out to be Garp who was not very reliable. The old man had a deep grudge against red hair because of Luffy's matter. As long as the other party was unhappy, he would be in a good mood. Sorry, there is no such plan at the moment. He directly rejected Garp's invitation. Joining Marine or something like that was not within his consideration. He didn't want to be a thug for the world government and be ordered around by celestial dragons. What's more, the world government would not be at ease, because his family was so rich. Once Marine had power and money, it would be strange for those people to sleep well. In the conference room, both parties sat down. Garp was no longer as cheerful as before, and said seriously, Lancelot, what is your purpose in seeking cooperation with Marine? Straight to the point, it was also in line with his character. Lancelot smiled and said, I believe Mr. Garp has read the document, so I won't waste words. First of all, the Hunter Guild can play the role of Shichibukai to some extent. After all, my grudge with 4 emperors' red hair is here. Garp nodded and agreed with this statement. Secondly, among pirates, there are actually quite a few who have been bounty hunters. And some of them were forced to become pirates because of various problems when exchanging bounties with Marine. He emphasized the word forced. Garp also heard the meaning, and his face became a little gloomy. And if our Hunter Guild intervenes as a third party, it can help avoid this problem. Bounty hunters come to us to exchange bounties, and we will then connect with Marine. Not only will it be convenient for bounty hunters, but you Marine can also save a lot of manpower and material resources, and even avoid corruption. Garp nodded again. It sounds good, but you still didn't tell me the purpose of doing this. By undertaking the business of exchanging bounties with Marine, the Hunter Guild will not get any benefit from it. Because the other party did not ask for commissions, and if they did, they would not consider cooperation. Lancelot extended his index finger. Legitimacy. I need the world government to recognize the legitimacy of the Hunter Guild, so that everyone can choose the Hunter Guild with confidence. Advertisement. At the same time, this will quickly make it famous. Garp frowned. I understand legitimacy. As for fame. He looked at Hawkeye and curled his lips. Will you lack fame? With Hawkeye as the vice president of the Hunter Guild, plus you, and the Golden Emperor behind you, it doesn't look like you lack fame. Lancelot shrugged. That's the fact. With them, it's not a problem for the Hunter Guild to become famous, but this kind of fame is only strong Yamato is rich. And the Hunter Guild's goal is people of all classes, and it still needs the support of Marine and the world government. In addition to the bounty business, the Hunter Guild also provides jobs for retired Marines. Oh, Garp was interested. Tell me about it. I guess there are many Marines who have to retire every year due to old age, disability and other factors. Marines should be very troubled about their arrangements, right? Seeing Garp didn't speak, Lancelot didn't care. Continued. Many of them have difficulty making a living after returning to their hometown. What if the Hunter Guild is willing to accept them? Garp's eyes flashed. Are you really willing to provide them with jobs? As a Marine who has gone through several eras, he naturally knows what this matter means to Marines. Marine can't do it by itself, and the world government won't do it. For countless years, countless Marines have lived a miserable life after retirement. Let's not talk about the distant ones, let's talk about the recent ones. After the incident in Kokosia village was revealed, the Marine executives were all silent. That colleague named Belmere was brave and fearless when he was a Marine. He chose to retire for 2 war orphans. He was responsible. But what did she get? In order to support her 2 daughters, she lived a hard life and could not even get enough food. She died at the hands of pirates in the end. How much suffering did her daughters suffer over the years to redeem the village from the pirates? But what did their Marines do? If they could pay more attention to the retired Marines, if there was a Hunter Guild at that time, would things be different? Garp stared into Lancelot's eyes with a serious expression. Boy, don't fool us about this, otherwise the consequences will be serious. 23. Supreme Sword. Hunters Guild. There is no shock department, nor any fancy gimmicks. The headline has only 4 big words in black and bold, but everyone's eyes were stunned the moment they saw the newspaper. A picture deeply attracted their attention. Lancelot stood in the square in a white suit with the famous sword Hongji on his waist. On his left and right, Tesoro leaned on a golden scepter inlaid with several valuable gems. Hawkeye, who was holding the black sword knight on his back, and Admiral Aokiji, who was a little lazy. It was not them that made people unable to look away. It was the fountain behind them. The whole fountain was golden, and the fountain did not spray transparent water, but golden liquid. In the middle of the fountain, there were 4 golden sculptures that looked exactly like the 4 people, but were enlarged several times in proportion. Further behind was a luxurious and majestic building. Above the gate is a golden dragon head, with a look of disdain. On the dragon's mouth, fangs are embedded in a plaque. It reads, Hunters Guild. Are you still worried about work? Are you still worried about life? Is there anyone who is discouraged because their dreams cannot be realized? Closing square bracket. Here we provide you with work, solve your troubles, and help you realize your dreams. Closing square bracket. The Hunters Guild accepts various commissions. Closing square bracket. Guarding, searching for people. In addition, the Hunters Guild has cooperated with Marine. In the future, bounty hunters can directly exchange their bounties at the Hunters Guild. Closing square bracket. Now that the Hunters Guild is just starting up, everyone is welcome to join this big family. There are many benefits. Closing square bracket. Including generous salary, joining Marine, learning from the strong, and worshipping the strong as a teacher. Closing square bracket. Devil Fruit. Famous sword. Become a local tycoon. Become a household name. Challenge the world's most powerful swordsman. Or challenge the 4 emperors. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Come on, as long as you have the ability, the Hunter Guild will fulfill your wish. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Come on. The place where the Hunter Guild dreams of setting sail again. Close black lens bracket. The newspaper detailed the nature and functions of the Hunter Guild. As the president, Lancelot, and the vice presidents, Tesoro and Hawkeye, also gave a detailed introduction. It emphasized that the Hunter Guild not only has strong people in charge, but also has strong financial support, and it also highlights the relationship with Marine. As for why it is Aokiji instead of Garp, it can only be said that it is an internal problem of Marine. Someone wants to accumulate credit for Aokiji and pave the way for him. The establishment of the Hunter Guild shocked many forces. Compared with the people, those strong people care more about why Hawkeye joined. Especially for the other few people who are also Shichibukai, Hawkeye's behavior makes them feel uneasy. Always feel that some unpredictable changes are about to happen. Hunter Guild Headquarters. Advertisement. Lancelot finished processing the last document, threw the pen on the table, and rubbed his swollen temples. The Hunter Guild had just been established, and there were too many things to deal with, so he had no time to do anything else. Secretary matters must be put on the agenda. He didn't want to spend too much energy dealing with chores. Otherwise, even with cheat, the improvement of strength would become extremely slow. Blur, blur. Just as he was planning the next step, the voice of the Den Den Mushi interrupted his thoughts. What's the matter? It seems that you are not in a good mood. The Den Den Mushi tried his best to imitate Tesoro's demeanor and tone. Even though he had complained about it several times, this cousin still gave people the feeling of a nouveau riche. Lancelot said unhappily. Whose fault do you think it is? Isn't it because your people are too weak and can't show it off at all? Tesoro stopped talking immediately, and he knew this. Although the Hunter Guild has set up its frame, no one can sit in charge. He didn't dwell on this matter and immediately changed the subject. Ha, well, I have bad news for you. You have a terminal illness. Oh, that's really good news. Lancelot just said something, and the veins on Den Den Mushi were visibly popping up, which showed that Tesoro was not in a good mood. Humph, if you want to inherit my wealth, wait until I die. It's the news from the Red Hair Pirates, they are going to the first half. Tesoro's tone became serious. Do you know what this means? Lancelot was not surprised by this. It seems that the 20% probability did not appear. After attacking the Mox Pirates, the two predicted the next move of the Red Hair Pirates. The probability of attacking Tesoro and the Grand Tesoro is about 20%. After all, it involves the interests of many parties. At present, the world government will not allow Tesoro to get into trouble. Compared with Tesoro, Lancelot is the one who killed the Mox Pirates. The probability that the Red Hair Pirates will come to him directly is the highest, and this is true. What are you going to do? Tesoro does not have such a relaxed mentality. Lancelot is the last piece of his business empire. It is also the most important part. Don't worry, although I can't defeat the Red Hair Pirates, they can't do anything to me either. This is the truth. With Kamui space, I am naturally invincible. If operated properly, I might be able to make the other party suffer a big loss. Advertisement. After ending the call, Lancelot pondered for a moment and took out Hongji and Kuroshi's Chushui. His eyes fell on Kuroshi's Chushui. This Wanokuni treasure was originally intended to recruit swordsmen, and maybe he could recruit a great swordsman. Now it seems that there is no need to force it, it is better to turn it into a part of my strength. Synthesis. Please choose the main weapon. Closing square bracket. Hongji. Please put in the synthesis materials. Closing square bracket. Kuroshi's Chushui. Do you choose synthesis? Closing square bracket. Yes. Use primary synthesis card points. Closing square bracket. Primary synthesis card. As prompts popped up one by one, Lancelot made his choices one by one. When the final selection was made, a glow appeared on the synthesis interface, and Hongji and Heidao Chu Shui were engulfed by the glow. After a dozen breaths, the glow disappeared. What appeared in front of him again was a brand new Hongji. There was not much change overall, but the red blade was more profound and strange, and the traces of hundreds of years on the blade had disappeared. Although the blade did not grow at all, he could feel that Hongji itself had undergone a qualitative leap. It was not as heavy as Heidao Chu Shui, but it had its tough characteristics. It did not become a black knife, but it could be wrapped more smoothly with hockey, and even got a bonus. 1 point of armament hockey, 2 points of effect, this is definitely a pleasant surprise. The blade exuded a chill, and it was even sharper than before. Gently stroking Hongji's blade, he seemed to feel that Hongji was also happy. Even if it had not been tested by a famous master, Hongji, who had merged with Heidao Chu Shui, had undoubtedly entered the ranks of the supreme great swords. Now is just the starting point. In the future, I will take you to the top of the world. Even, let you break through the limit of the supreme sword and become a real divine sword. Just when he was playing with Hongji, Nami rushed in. With a face full of grief. Captain, our vehicle is gone. Lancelot raised his eyebrows. Oh, this is really good news. Nami, do you want to listen to what you are saying? 24. The 9-snake island that ate the poisonous apple. Sabaody Archipelago, Shaki's extortion bar. For the residents of the main island, this place has long been notorious. Therefore, most of the people who come here are those who have just arrived in Sabaody Archipelago and are not familiar with the situation. In the bar, Shaki browsed the information in his hand, frowning. After learning that the 9 Snakes pirates robbed a cargo ship and obtained a batch of treasure tree atom, he felt uneasy. As the previous emperor of the 9 Snakes Island and the former captain of the 9 Snakes Pirates, he would also provide information to his hometown after retirement. But this time it was obviously an accident. She didn't believe that ordinary forces could get such a large batch of treasure tree atom. When the clues were summarized and finally pointed to the forces or characters, Shaki's heart skipped a beat. Something bad has happened. 9 Snakes Island. As the 9 Snakes Pirates guy turned, the people lined the streets to welcome them, and cheers came one after another. Especially after hearing that a batch of treasure tree atom wood worth more than 2 billion was robbed this time, the entire 9 Snakes Island fell into a carnival. This is the biggest gain of the 9 Snakes Pirates in their history. In Nine Snakes Castle, on a high building, Hancock looked down at the banquet below with a smile on her lips. She is a proud king who will not and cannot enjoy the banquet with her people. Hearing the footsteps behind her, her smile instantly withdrew and she returned to her arrogant attitude. Granny Za walked to her side, glanced down, and then turned her eyes to Hancock. You should learn from the previous queen. Now you should party with them. Hancock glanced at Granny Za coldly. I don't need you, an old woman who abandoned the people, to teach me how to do it. Granny Za was speechless. Compared with herself, the emperor who had abandoned Nine Snakes Island, Hancock was obviously more responsible than her. No matter how awkward the other party's personality is, no matter how bad his attitude towards her people is. Once her people are in danger, she is the most angry and she is the one who rushes to the front. Thinking of the business, Granny Za said in a deep voice. This time, things are a bit abnormal and weird. Hancock didn't speak, waiting for the next part. Do you know which faction this batch of goods belongs to? Does it matter who it belongs to? Once it's in my hands, it belongs to me. Advertisement. Grandma Za felt tired, but she also heard the meaning of Hancock's words. She didn't know. She probably didn't ask during the robbery, let alone care about this. Shaki and I have asked about it. She is collecting intelligence and told us to be careful. To be able to collect so many treasure tree atoms, the other party must be very powerful. Hancock frowned slightly. So what? This is the calm belt. Even if the other party is not simple, I am not afraid. No matter what I do, I will be forgiven, because I am so beautiful. Grandma Za, Pulapu. The Den Den Mushi broke the slightly awkward scene, and Grandma Za quickly answered. Old woman, you are in big trouble. Shaki's serious voice came, making the two of them look solemn. If Shaki can call it a big trouble, then it is really a big trouble. Do you know who is the most popular guy recently? This batch of goods belongs to him. Names came to mind one by one in Granny Za and Hancock's minds. Whitebeard, red hair, Blackbeard, Hawkeye. Finally, they stopped at one name and exclaimed. Gilder Lancelot. During this period, the situation has changed drastically. The people mentioned above have been on the newspapers, and Blackbeard is the most famous among them. After all, not everyone dares to betray Whitebeard and kill his companions. But compared with Lancelot, he is still slightly inferior. The cousin of the world's richest man, the Golden Emperor, is rumored to be likely to inherit everything from the Golden Emperor. From the exiled Devil Island, the only two people who can come out alive, at least on the surface. Recruited the world's most powerful swordsman Hawkeye Mahawk. Killed the Mox pirates under the Red Hair Pirates. Founded the Hunter Guild and let Marine stand on the platform. Admiral Aokiji attended the opening ceremony and left a golden statue symbolizing the alliance. Advertisement. Even the famous Ace Fire Fist and Blackbeard pirates have to avoid each other when they encounter each other. One by one, all of them show the strength of the other party. Yes, it's him, Shaki said solemnly. Not to mention other things, just the fact that he can subdue Hawkeye is enough to show that his strength is not as simple as it seems. Lancelot, Hawkeye, Golden Emperor, plus their power, what does this mean? I don't need to say more, right? The two of them knew that the Nine Snake Island had no power to resist in front of the other party. Unless Shaki and Rayleigh took action. Granny Za hurriedly asked. Then let's return this batch of goods. It's too late. Hancock suddenly interrupted her. Granny Za looked up in astonishment and saw Hancock's solemn expression. She looked along her line of sight and her breathing stagnated. In the distant sky, a golden light spot approached the Nine Snake Island rapidly. In a few breaths, its outline was clearly visible. It was a huge golden figure, flapping its wings, flying towards them steadily and quickly. Just watching from a distance, one could feel the terrifying pressure. The two had no doubt that the other party had the ability to destroy the entire Nine Snake Island. Grandma Za trembled. Then, what ability is that? Hancock pursed his lips. Maybe it is some kind of fantasy beast. She was not sure, but she could not hesitate too much at the moment, because the other party would soon come to Nine Snake Island. Sound the alarm, you take everyone to take shelter. After saying that, without waiting for Grandma Za to speak, he jumped off the tall building and rushed towards the outside of the island like an arrow from a string. No matter what, the other party must not be allowed to break into the island. Hey, old woman, what happened? Shaki's anxious voice brought Grandma Za back to her senses, and looking at Hancock's back, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. The person you are talking about may have come. 25. Empress, you better obey. Hey, have you planned this long ago? Nami looked at the Nine Snakes Island getting closer and closer, and turned to look at Lancelot with doubt in his eyes. Tell me, are you interested in the Empress and planning to take her back as your wife? Lancelot rolled his eyes. What is this all about? Am I that kind of person? Nami stared at her for a long time, but could not see anything unusual, so she curled her lips. It's better not, otherwise if Yuta finds out, you will be in trouble. Hee, the world's most beautiful woman. Even though Lancelot had excellent hearing, he didn't hear what Nami muttered at the end. He scratched his cheek with some guilt. Nami guessed half right. This was indeed what he had planned long ago. It was true that the treasure tree atom was used to build a special car. But before that, it still had other uses. It was used as bait to lure the Nine Snakes pirates. If Tesoro's men couldn't do it, then find one yourself. What else is more suitable than the Nine Snakes Island warriors? Whether as a poster girl or as a guild guard, she can do it. She can be said to be the backbone of the cadres. And Hancock's strength is enough to serve as a high-level combat force of the Hunter Guild. Therefore, it is true that he has taken a fancy to the Empress, but he is not taking her back to be his wife. By the way, am I digging the foundation of the world government? Who cares? If Buggy can do it, why can't I, Lancelot? What's more, Buggy is looking for the father of the Emperor, and I am looking for the Vice-Emperor. While thinking, the Nine-Snake Island is already in sight, and he also saw a figure rushing out of the island and landing on the edge of the island. Boom. Conqueror's pressure came, causing Susanoo's figure to stagnate. Looking at Hancock, who opened his arms to block below, Lancelot raised a curve at the corner of his mouth. Under his control, Susanoo, like a mountain, fell down. Boom. Advertisement. As soon as it touched the ground, there was a roar, and the whole island was wailing. The strong wind and waves hit Hancock, blowing his clothes and hair. Looking up at the huge Susanoo, his whole body trembled slightly. This landing not only stepped on the Nine-Snake Island, but also stepped on her heart. Unmatched. This was the only thought left in her mind. Lancelot looked at Hancock quietly, and it must be said that the title of the world's most beautiful woman is well deserved. She is beautiful, and the sweet fruit further enhances her beauty. But, what's with this expression? At this time, Hancock pursed his lips tightly, staring at himself. He looked stubborn and determined, as if he was very unwilling and ready to die. Hey, why are we bad guys? Nami touched Lancelot's shoulder, and was a little awkward to be stared at by Hancock. It's obviously them who robbed our goods, right? Relatively speaking, they are now a vulnerable group, right? Lancelot scratched his cheek. Let's go down and talk to her. Below, Hancock saw Susanoo's action and immediately became alert. But Susanoo raised her hand, supported the two people above, and then put the two people in front of her. Then, hey, do you want to know about the Hunter Guild recruitment? The treatment is excellent, with 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. If you join now, you can even serve as a garrison commander. Hancock was confused by the sudden reversal. Then the blonde young man enthusiastically promoted the Hunter Guild and took out a document from somewhere. Pulled up his hand and put the document in her hand. After staring at the other person for a long time, he came back to his senses. Looking down at the document in his hand, he was stunned again. Hunter Guild Talent Introduction. Me, talent. What talent do I have? Advertisement. Recruit her to rob houses. But she also understood that the person in front of her was the real owner of Baoshu Adam. She clenched the documents in her hand and looked up at the other party. I can return your goods to you. If you are still not satisfied, Nine Snake Island is willing to compensate you. She did not quibble and directly pointed out the contradiction between the two parties. With Hancock's character, he would not make roundabout attempts. Tisk tisk. Lancelot looked surprised. In his impression, Hancock was not a person who would give in easily. Shouldn't he have done it first? Did he leak his hockey? Hey, rude man, who allowed you to stare at me? Seeing the other party staring at him and not speaking, Hancock was a little unhappy. This is indeed the smell. Lancelot coughed lightly and waved his hand. Don't worry about this for now. He was not here to destroy Nine Snake Island. Of course, he had to be patient with future employees. He pointed to the documents in Hancock's hand. Why don't we talk about this first? To be honest, the Hunter Guild has a bright future. Not only are there strong people in charge, but also the world's richest man, the Golden Emperor, has joined. Now the guild is in urgent need of a large number of talents, and can provide jobs for the Nine Snake Warriors. The documents have detailed instructions. Choose the Hunter Guild, so that you will no longer worry about your livelihood, and your people will be happy and worry-free. Hancock. Is this a livelihood issue? Well, okay, it really is. But their way of survival on the Nine Snake Island has been passed down for who knows how many generations, how could it change so easily? By the way, the guild will launch a series of poverty alleviation plans in the future, mainly for employees. How much? Hancock asked for some unknown reason. Lancelot's expression suddenly became solemn. I call it the Hope Project, and it is estimated to be 10 billion, depending on the situation. Hancock's beautiful eyes widened, she was shocked. Nami had the same expression, but she covered her chest. Oh no, it's a heart-wrenching feeling. She had always considered herself the captain's personal steward, and it was as if she saw 10 billion Baileys flying away from her eyes. Hancock stared at the handsome young man in front of her with her beautiful eyes. Putting aside his strength, the other party's courage was the only one she had ever seen in her life. After a long while, she spoke softly. What if I refuse? 26. A power that only the strongest ones possess. Really, don't you want to consider it? Lancelot felt that his sincerity was sufficient. If the 4 emperors were robbed, it would not only be considered a provocation, but it would probably have been a war. To be honest, I sincerely hope that Nine Snake Island can join. Hancock was very conflicted. No matter how reluctant she was, she had to admit that the conditions offered by the other party were very generous. For Nine Snake Island, it was an extremely rare opportunity. But as mentioned before, it is an opportunity, but it also comes with considerable risks. Once joining the Hunter Guild, it means that Nine Snake Island will have a deeper connection with the outside world, and the risks involved can be imagined. Moreover, the other party has a lot of grievances and entanglements with the Four Emperors' red hair, and will also bear corresponding risks after joining. But, all of the above are things for the future, and the person in front of him is the biggest crisis for Nine Snake Island now. If you can't get through, what's the future? As if seeing her entanglement, Lancelot's mouth curled up slightly. Since the other party can't make a decision, then I'll help her make up her mind. Perhaps, you should follow the example of your predecessors. What? Hancock didn't understand. She saw Nami take 2 steps back with a nervous look on her face, then turned around and ran away. The next moment, the mighty and domineering power came over her, making her brain feel like it was struck by lightning. The horror on her face was beyond words, and her tightly pursed mouth opened wide. Conqueror's Haki. It was a Conqueror's Haki that was more powerful than hers. The body reacted instinctively and released its own Conquerors as well. The 2 Conquerors collided with each other, setting off a storm. Crackle. Boom. Red and black lightning intertwined, and the roar was deafening. In front of the other party, her own Conquerors was as weak as a child, and was constantly squeezed back. Hancock had never realized how small she was. Shua. The figure on the opposite side disappeared, and when it reappeared, it was already in front of her, with their faces only a palm away. She could even feel the other person's breath hitting her face. Although she had been prepared, the severe pain in her abdomen still made her groan, and the whole person flew backwards like a cannonball. Boom. Hancock smashed through several giant trees and fell into the forest. Cough. Coughing out a mouthful of blood, Hancock stood up with difficulty, looking at the young man who was slowly walking towards him with a serious face. Calm expression, indifferent eyes, as if looking at an ant. Even Lancelot's previous recruitment behavior was regarded as charity by her. At this moment, she felt unprecedented humiliation. The surging anger almost burned her out. Since she escaped from that hell, she has never encountered setbacks again. No matter who it is, they will be immersed in her beauty. You rude fellow, you will pay for your arrogance. Hancock gnashed his teeth and made a heart gesture to Lancelot. I will place your stone statue in front of the throne, and you will repent in immersion. Millimimi. Looking at the heart-shaped light coming, Lancelot raised his eyebrows. To be honest, in his opinion, whether it is Logia or Zone Devil Fruit, as long as the strength is sufficient, it is not difficult to deal with it. On the contrary, Paramesha is so strange that you don't know when you will encounter weird and unsolvable abilities. Advertisement. Among many Paramesha, the sweet fruit is relatively difficult to deal with. Let the light pass through the body. At this moment, Lancelot's mind was shocked, and his mind was in a trance for a moment. In his eyes, the slightly embarrassed Hancock on the opposite side was like a goddess he had been thinking about day and night, making it difficult for him to extricate himself. An idea popped up in his mind. Beautiful, too beautiful, surrender to her. In Hancock's eyes, Lancelot's reaction was no different from those he had met before. She could even see signs of petrification on the other person. Her pretty face suddenly showed joy, and then turned into deep sarcasm. Humph, just like those guys who are obsessed with my beauty, men are indeed disgusting. But before she could continue to mock, the smug expression froze on her face. Lancelot, who had already shown signs of petrification, returned to normal, and even felt a little unsatisfied. How could it be? Hancock had never seen such a situation before, and she released Mero Mero Mello again without believing in evil. Mero Mero Mello. The same scene as before was repeated, and Hancock widened her beautiful eyes. She was stubborn and released Mero Mero Mello again. Here, Lancelot gradually adapted to Mero Mero Mello. It must be said that this is a test of one's will. Once there is a mistake, there is a risk of being petrified. But this is also a kind of tempering. Hancock's ability is like a whetstone, constantly sharpening his will. Immersed in the test, Lancelot did not feel Mero Mero Mello, and when he came to his senses, he met Hancock's cannibalistic eyes. Why don't you continue? Keep using Mero Mero Mello, I can't bear it anymore. His words deeply stimulated Hancock. Did he really think she was a fool? She was furious and could not hold back any longer, so she rushed towards Lancelot. Perfume femur. The moment she was close, a kick containing the power of the sweet fruit smashed towards his head like a battle axe. Lancelot raised his eyes and couldn't help but sighed. A gentleman also defends. The movement of her hand was not slow, and the palm wrapped in the armament Haki just grabbed Hancock's ankle. Her furious kick came to an abrupt end. How could it be? Hancock was even more frightened when she saw that her attack was easily controlled by the opponent. Advertisement. But she couldn't hesitate at the moment. Using the held foot as support, she twisted her body and kicked the opponent's neck with the other foot. Lancelot let go, tilted his head slightly and dodged. Then came Hancock's attack like a storm, and he commented while resisting. This move won't work. It's powerful, but where's the extra power? It's easy to be killed like this. It's too fancy. It relies too much on the petrification ability of the sweet fruit. Where's Haki? The fruit ability is not fully developed. Haki is also half-baked. The combat awareness is okay, but the physical skills need to be strengthened. Too weak. I really don't know how you became Shichibukai. Is it because of your beauty? Every comment of Lancelot was like a sharp knife piercing Hancock's heart. Her mood also changed from anger to rage, to fury, and finally she almost lost her mind. When her anger reached the limit, she gradually calmed down. Seeing Hancock suddenly silent and her attack changed from being disorderly to advancing and retreating in a measured way, Lancelot couldn't help but admire. There are many strong women in One Piece, but not many have the chance to reach the top. Charlotte Linlin is undoubtedly the top. Below her are Vice Admiral Crane, Momoshiki, Smoothie, Yamato, Hancock and others. Among these people, Hancock's talent is also among the best. Why did she perform poorly in front of Lancelot? In addition to Lancelot's stronger strength, it is also caused by the environment in which Hancock lives. In the final analysis, Hancock lives in a corner and rarely fights with strong people. For example, Charlotte Linlin, Vice Admiral Crane, Momoshiki and others have all been baptized by the New World and fought and killed with strong people. The strong will always be strong, and the weak will always be weak. Looking at Hancock, who is gradually losing strength but still gritting his teeth to persist, Lancelot smiled. Hancock, who is heading towards a different path from the original trajectory, may be able to shine differently. Hancock, next I will let you see the power that only the top strong people can master. His words were like thunder. Hancock looked intently and saw that Lancelot's right arm had become as black as ink. But what shocked her even more was that the other person was surrounded by red and black lightning, which gathered towards his fist. That was Conqueror's aura. What is this? Why do I feel palpitations? 27. Empress. But he gave too much. Hey, you don't know how to be gentle with women, do you? Nami glanced at Hancock who was still unconscious, and couldn't help complaining. Lancelot rolled his eyes. He suspected me of coveting the beauty of the Empress before, and now blames me for being too harsh. Well, I'm very grateful to Lord Lancelot for not pursuing the previous matter and guiding the Empress in her practice. The one who spoke was Granny Zaw, who was now on the top floor of a high-rise building in Nine Snake City. There was no way. Lancelot defeated Hancock with absolute strength, and he was the owner of the goods they looted. As a last resort, Nine Snake Island could only, warmly, welcome him and Nami to visit Nine Snake City. Lancelot raised his eyebrows at Nami. Look, she is still good at talking. He took out a new Hunter Guild talent introduction again and put it in front of Granny Zaw. Hancock is impatient. You are mature. Mature and steady. I believe you will have unique insights. The mother-in-law looked solemn. The person in front of her seemed gentle and easy to talk to, but could she bet that the other party would not take action against Nine Snake Island? With mixed feelings, she picked up the document, and the same thoughts as Hancock before emerged in her mind. Talent. Are there talents on their Nine Snake Island? Are they planning to recruit them to rob houses? But after browsing the contents, the surprise on her wrinkled face gradually increased. The conditions given by the other party are really too good. Not only does it provide a large number of positions for Nine Snake Island, the treatment is also very good, and even death in battle has generous compensation. And Hancock himself serves as the garrison commander, and his status is only below the president and vice president. He is qualified to mobilize the resources and manpower of the guild and enjoys great power. He can get a dividend every year, which includes the income of the Hunter Guild and Gulen Tesoro. Even if you think with your toes, you can know how much wealth this is. After reading the document, Granny Zaw wanted to agree directly. As an old woman who had experienced several eras, she felt uneasy about the current situation in the sea. Advertisement. Especially with what happened recently, she always felt that something big was going to happen, and the times were faintly running wild. By then, even if Nine Snake Island was in the calm belt, it would be affected. And the person in front of him, who can have such strength at this age, has unlimited future achievements. Coupled with the other party's series of actions, it proves that he is not a fool. Put down the document in his hand and sigh. Although he wanted to agree, only Hancock could make the decision. She was the queen of Nine Snake Island. Sorry, I can't make a decision. The future of Nine Snake Island is up to the Empress. I agree. Granny Zaw's words were interrupted by a sudden voice, and the only one who could call herself concubine was Hancock. She had woken up and was sitting on the other side of the bed, looking at Lancelot with burning eyes. I can join the Hunter Guild, but you must teach me that power. Lancelot frowned. Conqueror's Entanglement. Is that power called Conqueror's Entanglement? Hancock frowned slightly. She did feel the Conqueror's aura from it, but she didn't know that Conquerors could be used in this way. Conqueror's Entanglement. This time it was Granny Zaw who spoke. She stood up in shock and stared at Lancelot in disbelief. You have mastered Conqueror's Entanglement. She didn't see the previous battle. If Lancelot really mastered this skill, then the assessment of his potential would be raised to a higher level. You know. Lancelot looked at Granny Zaw in surprise. Granny Zaw nodded. I have had the honor of seeing it. Only a very small number of top powerhouses can do it. Lancelot did not ask any more questions, but looked at Hancock. You don't need to tell me this, I will teach you. As a cadre of the Hunter Guild, you can't be too weak. You. Hancock glared at him angrily. There is no need to always mention this kind of thing, right? Rude guy. When I master Conqueror's Entanglement, I will definitely ask you to submit to me. Lancelot shrugged. Just be happy. Advertisement. Get ready, let's go to the Seven Waters City. At the same time. Shaki's blackmail bar. Shaki put down the Den Den Mushi, helplessly looking at the group of people who were going to the Nine Snakes Island. It seems that you don't need to do anything. One of them was Rayleigh, who was called back to prepare to go to the Nine Snakes Island. The other group was the red hair pirates who had just arrived at the Sabaody archipelago. At this time, everyone had a complicated expression, and they all heard the conversation between Shaki and Grandma Za. No one expected that Lancelot, who went to find trouble, would take Nine Snake Island under his command in the blink of an eye. Now the relationship is complicated. Rayleigh returned to the bar and sat down, looking at Shanks with a smile. What are you going to do? For Rayleigh, Nine Snake Island is Shaki's mother's home, and he has to take it into consideration. And Shanks is a junior that he and Roger are optimistic about, and they have great hopes for him. But in the final analysis, he has retired, and he will not get involved in the things on the sea unless he can't help it. Shanks said in a deep voice, "No one can hurt my companions without paying a price." This is the reason why the red hair pirates have a strong cohesion, and it is also the belief he inherited from Roger's pirate group. Rayleigh nodded. Do whatever you want. Shanks is no longer the trainee crew member on the ship. As one of the 4 emperors, he has his own persistence. What reason does he have to stop the other party's revenge? But I want to remind you, don't underestimate your opponent. Shanks frowned. I won't underestimate anyone. Rayleigh shook his head. That's not what I want to say. He took a sip of wine. His eyes were a little distant. Although I haven't seen Lancelot, he gives me a feeling. As if he couldn't find a suitable adjective, he paused. Anyway, you should be careful. Also, I have a piece of news for you. Shanks frowned even more. He hadn't encountered a single smooth thing in these days. First, he failed to stop Whitebeard from letting Ace go, then Mox was killed, and he learned that Hawkeye was also involved and joined the enemy camp. What he found most difficult to accept was that Yuta not only went to sea, but also went with the other party. Now even the Nine Snake Island related to Shaki has become a member of the other party. He took a deep breath and suppressed the irritability in his heart. What news? Hawkeye disappeared. Shanks didn't know how many times he frowned today. When did it happen? It's better if Hawkeye isn't here, not because he's unsure, but because he doesn't want to face his old friend. But it's always beyond his expectations, which always makes him feel uneasy. Not long after the Hunter Guild was established. The speaker is Shaki, who exhaled a long puff of smoke. Among the people present, she is undoubtedly the most entangled. Shanks calculated the time, which means it's been at least half a month. 28. Can we play like this? Oh, Lancelot sat up from the beach chair in surprise. Red hair pirates came to Nine Snake Island to find me. Although it was expected, the red hair pirates were still a bit fast. On the Den Den Mushi side, Granny Za's voice was a little frightened, which showed how much pressure the 4 emperors put on her. She probably didn't expect that the red hair pirates would come right after she joined the Hunter Guild. What should I do now? Why are you in such a hurry? The other party didn't do anything, which means the situation is not bad. It should be because of Shaki and Rayleigh that they didn't take action against Nine Snake Island. And this has nothing to do with Nine Snake Island. I don't know what he thought of, and Lancelot sat back with a smile. Just say I went to Alabasta. Granny Za hesitated and said, will it really be okay to say that? She was really worried that the red hair pirates would find out that they were deceived and come back to settle accounts with Nine Snake Island. Lancelot smiled and said, just tell red hair like this. Lancelot is going to the Rainland to discuss cooperation with Crocodile. He doesn't know anything about the other 9 Snake Islands. After ending the call, he ignored Hancock's angry eyes and dialed Hawkeye's Den Den Mushi. My dear Vice President, is everything going well over there? I'm looking forward to your good news. The Den Den Mushi had no expression on his face, and it can be seen that Hawkeye on the other side still had a paralyzed face and was not moved by his words. It's been handled here. Do you need me to go back now? The smile on Lancelot's face became even bigger. Well, come back, bring our friends and meet in Alabasta. Seeing Lancelot hang up the Den Den Mushi and continue to call, Hancock stepped on the beach chair. Hey, at this time, are you sure you can make it? The other party is red hair pirates. Even if you, me, and Hawkeye, the chances of winning are not great, right? Lancelot looked at his foot less than 10 centimeters away from his vitals and was a little silent. Take a deep breath. Hancock, can you please not do such dangerous things in the future? Also, I hope you call me Captain like Nami. Even if you don't want to, at least call me the President, right? Hancock glanced at his feet, silently retracted, and said, Tisk. Then the President, I hope you can give me a satisfactory answer. Lancelot was very satisfied with Hancock's transformation. Advertisement. He immediately said, do you know what is the most important thing in war? Hancock frowned. Strength. No. Lancelot shook his index finger gently. Strength is an uncontrollable factor. Some people explode in battle. And I'm talking about war, not fighting. This involves personal combat power, power composition, equipment, firepower, external forces, etc. Seeing the confusion on Hancock's face, he shook his head helplessly. Our confrontation with the red hair pirates is a war. The most important thing is not strength, but intelligence. Intelligence. Yes, intelligence. Lancelot is very patient because he has high expectations for Hancock. Do the red hair pirates know us? Only a little bit. They only know that the enemy is me, Hawkeye, and at most you. They don't even know what kind of person I am and what means I have. When they thought they were just hunting a few beasts, they didn't know. His words stopped abruptly, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. For some reason, Hancock shuddered. While she was stunned, Lancelot dialed the number again. My stupid Oni-san, the feast is about to begin, are you interested in attending the feast? A-hole, how many times have I told you to at least respect your brother? Tesoro's veins were bulging. If the other party was not his only relative, if he could not beat him, he would definitely beat him up. After taking a deep breath, he said in a deep voice, what are you doing? What feast? When he learned that Lancelot was going to make a big move in Alabasta, he was speechless for a long time. Are you sure? Can you joke about this kind of thing? Lancelot asked back. By the way, do you have the contact information of CP9 Spandam? Tesoro was confused. No, but I can contact Spandane. Okay, tell him that we will give his son a great opportunity. Hiss. Can you play it like this? After hearing what Lancelot said about the opportunity, Tesoro took a breath. Advertisement. Even Hancock beside him was stunned. My stupid Oni-san, if you want to attend the banquet, hurry up, you don't have much time left. Got it. This time Tesoro didn't refute it and hung up the phone in a hurry. Ding. Mission released. Closing square bracket. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Closing square bracket. Red hair pirates have launched a revenge war against you. You didn't sit still and decided to make the other party pay a painful price. Closing square bracket. Reward depends on the situation. Closing square bracket. Basic reward. Purple gold rod x1. Lancelot stroked his chin, looked at the pop-up mission introduction, and looked up at Hancock again. Strange, is there any mechanism for the system to issue tasks? Yuta has tasks, Hawkeye has tasks, and red hair pirates also appeared here, but why is it not here for Hancock? Seeing his own president staring at him and shaking his head, disappointed, Hancock felt a nameless fire in his heart. Clenching his fists, gritting his teeth and saying, why, are you dissatisfied with me? Lancelot waved his hands hurriedly. No, how could it be? By the way, is Nami still supervising at the shipyard? Hancock couldn't help but tisk when he saw him change the subject. Well, do we need to call her back? After arriving at the Seven Waters City and delivering the treasure tree Adam, Iceberg and others began to build ships. And Nami went to the shipyard every day to prevent the other party from embezzling. Euphemistically, as a navigator, or the future half-owner of this ship, she must witness its birth process. Call her back, she will play a big role in this battle. At this time at the shipyard, Nami was beside a boatman, teasing the pigeon on his shoulder. It was obvious what she was thinking. Pulu Pulu. The Den Den Mushi on the two people rang at the same time. Nami was fine, and answered the call casually. Lucci's body stiffened for a moment. Over the years, he had only used this Den Den Mushi to contact one person. He quickly walked to an empty corner. What's the matter? Lucci, take your people to Alabasta immediately. 29. Lao Sha. It's my turn to perform. Rainland, as Alabasta, and even the famous gambling city in the first half. This place is very prosperous because of Crocodile, and being a pirate is really a bit of a waste of talent. In front of the largest casino, 3 uninvited guests came today. Hancock frowned and looked at the noisy casino. There were too many people and it was too messy here. She didn't like it. But the facilities and gambling projects here made her feel novel. There is no such entertainment in Nine Snake Island, and she has never been to such a place. Nami was not interested. She had seen the glory of Grand Tesoro, and the casino in front of her could only be said to be okay. That crocodile is in such a place. How to find him? Her tone was not much nervous. Not to mention her captain, Hancock and Hawkeye, who are also Shichibukai, are her companions, and there is also the world's richest man. Even the marine hero Garp, Admiral Aokiji is gentle to her. She, Nami, is also a backer. Lancelot nodded his chin in one direction. Isn't the person who is going to pick us up here? The two women looked in the direction he pointed. They saw a woman wearing a leather jacket and a short leather skirt, a white cowboy hat, and a white cloak walking towards them. The other party's eyes swept over them one by one. Although her face was full of smiles, she couldn't hide the vigilance in her eyes. Robin stopped a few meters away. She really didn't want to deal with the president of the Hunters Guild. Everyone knows that the Hunters Guild has a wide range of businesses, among which bounty hunters are the largest. Criminals like her with a not low bounty are one of the targets. However, Crocodile's order made her unable to refuse. With a professional smile on her face, 3 distinguished guests, is there anything I can help you with? Lancelot smiled meaningfully. I do need it. He took out the Hunters Guild talent introduction and handed it over. What is this? Robin took the document in confusion and was stunned when she saw the title on it. Lancelot said with a smile. The Hunter Guild is recruiting senior executives to manage the daily affairs of the entire guild. Advertisement. You are a very capable person at first glance. Are you interested in working for the Hunter Guild? Not only is the salary generous, but your talents and ideals can all be realized in the Hunter Guild. Robin's mouth twitched. What kind of a development is this? How did the other party see that he was talented? And he was given the position of CEO of the Hunter Guild right away. Are you kidding? The familiar scene made Hancock's beautiful eyes roll up, and then frowned again, and began to look at Robin. Because once Robin agreed, it meant that the other party had the same status as her. Even most of the time, he had to listen to the other party's orders. Nami touched Lancelot with her elbow and whispered, "Is she the secretary you were looking for?" She knew that her captain had long been impatient to deal with those chores and wanted to find a secretary to share the burden, but she didn't expect it to be such a person. Lancelot nodded. Robin has a wealth of knowledge, including Grandmaster management, thick black, and control over people's hearts. He is the most suitable candidate among the people he knows. The only worry is the other party's identity. But this can be solved soon. Robin has been paying attention to the expressions of the three people. Hearing the muttering of the two, he confirmed that the other party was not joking. But the long-term escape life told him not to trust anyone. "Sorry, I have no plans to change jobs at the moment." There was no unexpected refusal. Lancelot shrugged. "That's a pity." But, he changed the subject. "Maybe your boss will have a different opinion." Robin's heart twitched fiercely, and she resisted the urge to run away and forced a smile. "You're joking, my boss still needs me." She could only comfort herself in this way. Lancelot smiled indifferently. "Let's go, take me to see Lao Sha, I have good news for him." Lao Sha. Robin knew that the other party was talking about Crocodile, but no one had ever called him that. Knowing that he had no right to refuse, he took the three of them upstairs. At the same time, Alabasta welcomed several waves of uninvited guests. At the Rapeseed port, the red hair pirates were buying supplies. Beckman returned to the ship with a gloomy face. "Shanks, no, Captain. Maybe we should stop this operation and find another opportunity for revenge." When Shanks heard Beckman's address, he knew that something had happened. What happened? Advertisement. Beckman's face was serious. "A ship from the world government landed here. It should be those hounds of the CP. Do you know who it is? Intelligence shows that it may be CP9, but it is not ruled out that there is a secret action of CP0. What about Marine?" Beckman shook his head. "No movement. But it is not ruled out that Marine will reap the benefits. After all, it is very meaningful for them to get rid of 4 emperors." Shanks pondered for a moment and looked up in the direction of the rain. "Don't pay attention to those people from the CP. They can't threaten us yet. Maybe they want to collect intelligence about this battle." Beckman certainly knew this, but he was a little uneasy. Whether it was Rayleigh's reminder or the subsequent pursuit, it seemed to be following the opponent's rhythm. "Get ready to go, the enemy is waiting for us there. The red hair pirates are not afraid of fighting yet. Mox is still waiting for our news." Beckman no longer dissuaded him. Once the captain gave the order, they would dare to go even if it was hell ahead. Moreover, Mox helped the red hair pirates to reach the top of 4 emperors and made great contributions. In recent years, he has served as the guardian of the red hair pirates, sniping those pirates who were eyeing them. Not long after they left, another group of people came here. "Thief, ha 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 ha, I didn't expect red hair to fight with others, this excitement can't be missed. Captain, I think it's better not to get involved." "That's right, there are not many people with abilities among those people, it's not worth it. Isn't it sand fruit? Isn't it sweet fruit? Let's go, we can't miss it." A group of people rushed towards the rainy land. In the sky, a ship was also flying in the same direction. A dozen miles away, a man on a bicycle was looking at the newspaper in his hand. It reported the news that the red hair pirates were about to go to war with the Hunter Guild. He muttered, "Trouble," and continued to move forward. 30. Robin. Could it be that this guy has a crush on me? I don't remember inviting you to be my guest. Crocodile had a gloomy face and a very unfriendly tone. Even if the man in front of him took Hawkeye, who was also a Shichibukai, under his command. No, he looked at Hancock standing behind Lancelot, and the primary and secondary positions were already very obvious. "Haha, have you also become his lackey?" His words made Hancock very angry. In the past, she would have taken action directly. "HMPH, rude guy, I just joined the Hunter Guild, not loyal to anyone." Crocodile narrowed her eyes slightly. She was more wary of Lancelot. It said a lot that this arrogant and irritable woman could control her temper. Now is the critical moment for her, so it is better to avoid conflict. She looked at Hancock deeply, and then focused her attention on Lancelot. "So, what do you want to do to find me? If you want me to help you deal with the red hair pirates, then don't tell me. I'm not interested in your war." Lancelot smiled helplessly. Morgans is really omnipresent. If he couldn't find Morgans, he would have wanted to give him a distinguished heavenly gods. The World Economic News Agency is not only a powerful intelligence organization, but also a leader in public opinion. It would be a pity if it is not in his hands. Staring into Crocodile's eyes. "Don't be so absolute, I have the news you are interested in." "The news I am interested in." The first thought that flashed through Crocodile's mind was ancient weapon Pluton. But then he denied it. He had been looking for so many years to get to this point. How could the other party know? Lancelot nodded. "That's right." Crocodile was very unhappy with his attitude of having everything under control. "You are so confident, so why don't you tell me what kind of news it is?" "Pluton." As soon as the voice fell, Crocodile stood up suddenly, and a strong murderous intent filled the whole room. His eyes stared at Lancelot, wanting to choose someone to eat. Hancock stood in front, not understanding why Crocodile reacted so strongly to the word, Pluton. If she remembered correctly, Pluton was Rayleigh's title. Lancelot patted Hancock's hand, indicating that she didn't need to be nervous. Looking at Crocodile. See, I said you would be interested, right? What do you know? Crocodile glanced at Robin and found that she had the same horrified expression, knowing that she didn't leak the secret. And there was no need to hide his excessive reaction just now. Lancelot spread his hands. I know everything I need to know. For example, the exact location of the ancient weapon Pluton that you have been searching for. Shish. As soon as the words fell, Crocodile turned into sand and attacked Lancelot. Bang. The foot that was wrapped around Hawkeye was pulled out in the air, and he was pulled back. After recondensing his body, he looked at Hancock with a serious expression, and there were no more extra movements. But the eagerness in his eyes could not be concealed. Advertisement. That's right, after all, he spent many years just to find Pluton. Tell me its whereabouts, and I will help you deal with the red hair pirates. Nami's expression was a little confused. The changes in the room were too fast, and she didn't react to what happened at all. Not everyone knows what the ancient weapon represents, and most people have never even heard of it. Lancelot curled his lips. Do you think it's possible? You are not worth the price. Crocodile finally calmed down after hearing this. He discovered a blind spot, that is, if Lancelot knew, why didn't he take it, but sold the information to him? In an instant, many conspiracy theories emerged in his mind. How do I know if you are playing a trick on me, and you will be willing to give up Pluton? Lancelot said frankly. It's not entirely true to say that you are willing to give it up, after all, it is an ancient weapon. Crocodile showed an expression of as expected. But Lancelot continued, but I am not obsessed with it. Compared to external objects, I believe in my own strength more. Pluton is in Wano Kuni, which is the territory of Kaido of the beasts. Even if Crocodile is told, he will not be able to get it in a short time. Besides, don't we still have the Pluton blueprint? With Oni-san's financial resources, it is not a problem to make those powerful weapons, not to mention completely replicating a Pluton. So in this transaction, he didn't pay anything. Not only did he get what he needed, but he also tricked Lausha into being a thug. But Crocodile didn't know. He fell silent after hearing Lancelot's words, do you believe in your own strength more? Once upon a time, he was also very confident in his own strength. Until he met Whitebeard, the New World trip suffered a disastrous defeat. After a while, he stared at Lancelot. I don't believe you, and I won't trade with you. Compared to getting the whereabouts of Pluton from the other party, he believes more in the results he found, and he doesn't have to pay any price. No, there is still a big risk. If what the other party said is true, then Pluton is at risk of being exposed, and he may not be able to get it. Lancelot knows Crocodile's little tricks very well. Hearing this, he couldn't help but smile and said, I think you made a mistake. Now you have to beg me to trade with you. This undoubtedly ignited Crocodile's anger, and a small salon scroll appeared on his palm. Are you going to force a sale? No, no, no. Lancelot gently shook his index finger. I am a serious businessman, I don't do forced sales. I know where the historical text about Alabasta is, and I know what is recorded on it, but even if you find the historical text, someone will not tell you the real content. Who made you an evil and cruel pirate? Once you master Pluton, I don't know how many people will die. Am I right, Miss Nico Robin? Robin has tried her best to make herself invisible, and is also looking for a chance to escape from here. She thinks it's too dangerous to stay with these people. It's ancient weapon Pluton at any time, which will kill people. Seeing that everyone's eyes are focused on her, she hates Lancelot. Laughed dryly. How could it be? I am loyal to my boss. Ha, Crocodile showed disdain. How could he not know what kind of person Robin was? Advertisement. Knowing that Lancelot was right, it also meant that he could only trade with the other party. In this case, you are useless. Under Robin's desperate gaze, the sand in his hand was about to be thrown out. Kiss gun. Bang. Before the sand was released, it was dispersed by Hancock's kiss gun. Crocodile turned his head with a bad face. Do you want to die? Hancock was not afraid, and even showed disdain. Lancelot nodded at Robin's chin. You can't kill her. What do you mean? She is part of the deal. Crocodile and Robin were stunned at the same time. I'll tell you where Pluton is. As a condition, I need the entire Baroque works and help me deal with the red hair pirates. You have to do one more thing for me in the future. Of course, it would be even better if you could join the Hunters Guild. Impossible. Crocodile refused without even thinking about it. After thinking for a while, he said, Baroque works can be given to you, but I want to take Mr. One away. It's no problem to help you deal with the red hair pirates, but forget about joining the Hunters Guild. In the entire Baroque works, only Mr. One is okay, and the others are just so-so. If they are gone, they are gone. Robin didn't expect that she would be sold like this. She didn't expect that this man who frightened her would actually use Pluton to exchange for herself, although it was only part of the deal. Thinking of the previous encounter, he wouldn't really like her, right? Lancelot looked regretful. What a pity, you can really consider it. No one in our Hunters Guild wants to become the Pirate King, and there is no conflict between us. Crocodile expressed doubts about this. If you don't want to be the Pirate King, why recruit so many strong people? He saw it clearly. If the Hunter Guild continues to develop at this rate, can the world government be at ease? Let's talk about this later. Can you tell me the whereabouts of Pluton now? Pluton is in New World, the specific location. I'll tell you after the war with the red hair pirates is over. 31. The 6-piece set is just around the corner. Ultimate Fisherman. Host. Guild Lancelot. Talents. Visitor from another world, Taijutsu Grandmaster, Chi and Blood like a pillar, Swordsmanship Grandmaster, Musician. Advanced Conquerors, Advanced Observation Haki, Advanced Armament Haki, Eternal Mangekyō. Points. 25,200. Items. Diamond Rod X5, Purple Gold Rod X3, Primary Synthesis Card X1, Intermediate Synthesis Card X2, Artificial Devil Fruit Dragon. Looking at the data displayed by the system, Lancelot was thoughtful. Before leaving Devil Island, both Observation Haki and Armament Haki had reached the limit of the intermediate level. This was when he tried his best to suppress it in order to cultivate a certain ability. After coming out, he could no longer suppress it in the battle with Hawkeye and broke through to the advanced level in one fell swoop. The increase in points was also much faster than when he was on Devil Island, but increasing points through fishing still depends on luck. If you calculate it, you can earn points for a 7-color rod in a year. In contrast, it is much faster to obtain the Destiny Fishing Rod through the mission, and you can occasionally get a synthesis card. Synthesis. Synthesize 5 diamond rods into a purple gold rod, although there is still one less to synthesize the colorful rod, it is a pity to use it up like this. But the next battle cannot be taken lightly, and turning inventory into strength is the right choice. Looking around, I was the only one in the room. Nami and Hancock were not there. They went to take over the Baroque works with Robin. No chance to get some luck. I am a little greedy for the lucky fruit ability of Bakara next to Tesoro. That is definitely the fruit ability that best matches my cheat, and no other fruit can compare to it. Unfortunately, Bakara is considered one of his own, and he can't do it yet. I can only wait until I am lucky enough to catch the items on Bakara in the future, and then use a colorful rod. I shook the purple gold rod in my hand, silently prayed for Buddha's blessing, and swung it violently into the void. Not long after, he tried to lift the fishing rod and found it heavy. The goods are on. It's a bit heavy, but I don't know what it is. As he reeled in his rod, a big guy fell from the void along with the fishing line. Boom. The whole room shook, and dust fell down. Fishing success, points plus 2,100. Ah, this. Lancelot looked at the big machine in front of him and felt that it looked familiar. After going forward and exploring it, he stared blankly at the steaming food in his hand. Oh my god, isn't this Vegapunk, or Atlas's unmanned food processor? In that heavily guarded laboratory, a machine suddenly disappeared. He didn't know what the world government would do, but the violent Atlas would definitely be violent. But, advertisement. He looked through the system records and his eyes became a little deep. Tisk tisk, is the unmanned food processor equivalent to Toonami? But the unmanned food processor is still very practical. There is no chef in his crew now, and this machine not only knows how to cook hundreds of dishes, but it is also delicious. After the vehicle was built, it was placed on the boat. The first rod had a good start, and Lancelot decided to strike while the iron was hot. In the Devil's Triangle Sea area, Brook was wandering on a shabby boat. Since he drifted here, his life has been difficult. Hey, how can I get back the lost shadow? I wonder if I can see Laboon again. It's been a long time since I saw the little girl's moon and a half. Let me play a song. His words stopped abruptly, and his eyes stared blankly at the void in front of him. If he still had eyes. Time did not stop for a second because of his daze. A fish hook suddenly emerged from the rippling void and sank straight into his body. The next second, the fish hook flew back with a ball of light and disappeared into the void again. Brook felt that he had lost something, and his heart was empty. And his changes were also happening. The soul that could be clearly felt and controlled began to melt. No, it was not melted. To be more precise, it was integrated into the bones of his whole body. He also knew what he had lost. The power of the Yamazu fruit. Brook did not die because he lost the power of the fruit. But from now on, he would be injured like a normal person if attacked, and even more seriously than an ordinary person. Because the bone frame is very hard and fragile, it is difficult to heal. Ah, Brook's shrill howl sounded in the gloomy Devil Triangle Sea. On the other side, Lancelot stared at the ball of light in his hand in a daze. He did not expect to catch Brook's Yamazu fruit. This was also his first time to catch a devil fruit. I just don't know if Brook is still alive. If he is still alive. He directly rejected the idea in his mind. How could he return it? Red hair pirates are enemies. Based on the relationship between Straw Hat Crew and Red Hair Pirates, it can be basically confirmed that they are also enemies. Wouldn't returning it be aiding the enemy? Even though Brook has not joined the Straw Hat Pirates yet. What's more, the yellow spring fruit can not only greatly strengthen the soul, but also comes with its own resurrection coin. Advertisement. Wouldn't it be nice to keep it for yourself? Putting away the yellow spring fruit, Lancelot licked the corner of his mouth. This time he was really lucky. He has collected 2 yellow spring fruits and the artificial dragon-type devil fruit in his hand. With the scheduled shock fruit, the day of collecting 6 divine equipment is not far away. Without hesitation, he took out the new purple gold rod and started a new round of fishing. A few minutes later, Lancelot had another ball of light in his hand, and he was silent.
What happened today? Why did the devil fruit try so hard to get up? The item caught this time was still a devil fruit, and it was a fruit of considerable value. Munch munch fruit. Whether this devil fruit, which was once coveted by Blackbeard, has the ability to deprive others of their fruit is another matter. It is true that it can swallow the ability holder to gain new abilities, of course, there may be some restrictions. However, Lancelot valued the ability of munch munch fruit to synthesize memory alloys. Memory alloys have great strategic value, and can be used in the manufacture of weapons, machinery and equipment, humanoid weapons, etc. If developed well, it is not impossible to make metals more powerful than memory alloys. Come on, let me see what good items I can catch with the last rod. I hope I can get what I need. He got extremely valuable items 3 times in a row, but unfortunately none of them can immediately improve his strength. He can only hope for this last time. The purple gold rod was swung, and the hook sank into the void. Fishing is risky, fishing needs to be cautious. Wano Kuni, far away in the new world. Yamato is feasting, this is one of her few happy times. The road to resisting the tyrant, Kaido and saving Wano Kuni is still a long way off, but the fire of hope in her heart has never been extinguished. While eating, she suddenly roared to the sky. Kaido, I will definitely defeat you. After shouting, he continued to eat and drink, and the people around him were no longer surprised. At this moment, a fish hook suddenly appeared and hooked Yamato's weapon, Aegean. At the moment when the fishing line was stretched straight, it was about to disappear into the void with Aegean. Yamato, who was eating, happened to look over inadvertently, and her face suddenly changed. Ignoring the food in her hand, she rushed over with a strange cry. Aegean is her important partner, and someone actually wants to steal it. It's unforgivable. At this moment, Yamato burst out with unprecedented speed. At the moment when Aegean was about to disappear, she hugged its end. Then she disappeared with it. 32. The filial son Yamato, I am your boss. Fishing is risky, this is a profound truth I learned in my previous life. This life is the same, even more dangerous. Because you don't know when you will catch a difficult person. Looking at the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but think of the scene when he caught Nami. But the person in front of him is much more difficult than Nami. The filial son, Yamato. Yamato was holding the mace hanging on the fishing line with a confused look on his face, staring at him. Who are you? Why did I appear here in a strange environment and strange people? I am your boss. As Lancelot finished speaking, the eternal Mangekyō was activated. Without any hesitation, he gave Yamato a distinguished heavenly gods. At this juncture, Yamato is an unstable factor, and you don't know when it will explode. It's hard to say whether it will be an enemy or a friend at that time. It's better to directly use distinguished heavenly gods to turn Yamato into one of his own, at least he has the potential to become an emperor-level strongman. Now may not be as good as 2 years later, and it is not clear whether there is a vice captain, let alone time to test. But dealing with a red hair pirate's cadre is not a problem. Ba ba, Yamato couldn't help shouting, and her heart told her that the person in front of her was someone she would protect even if she sacrificed her life. She must absolutely complete his orders, and she must become his strongest blade. Wherever he points is the direction she will move forward. As for Odin, Wano Kuni, and Ace, they are not as important as Ba Ba. Yes, Ba Ba is the master of Wano Kuni, and she should help Ba Ba take back Wano Kuni. Lancelot probably didn't expect that the changed Yamato would extend other ideas on his own. The effect of the distinguished heavenly gods he cast on Yamato was only the former. Of course, there is no Ba Ba title, he can't deserve it, and he dare not deserve it. At this time, hearing Yamato really call Ba Ba, he was directly silenced. Good son, ahem, good daughter. Looking at Yamato in front of him, some scenes that are not suitable for children emerged in his mind. Shaking his head. No, from now on, you are my crew member, call me captain. Yes, captain. Yamato let go of the mace and stood at attention, with an irrepressible joy on his face. As if it was a great honor to be a crew member of Lancelot. At the same time, Wano Kuni has become a mess. No matter how angry Kaido is about the rebellion of his son, Yamato, he is still his own child. Advertisement. Yamato just disappeared in public, and no one knew what happened. All the personnel of Beast's pirates were mobilized to look for Yamato's traces in Wano Kuni, causing Wano Kuni to be in a mess. Woo woo woo. Kaido was crying like a river, while, tons ton ton, guzzling wine. Yamato, my son, where did you go, you rebellious thing? Jin and Quinn were a little troubled by this. When Kaido got drunk, it would be another trouble. Could it be that someone used the fruit ability to rescue Yamato? Kaido paused drinking. Although he looked rough, he was actually a shrewd man. He quickly sorted out the details. Wano Kuni couldn't find anyone, so it must be someone outside Wano Kuni who took Yamato away. And the possibility that he could do this was related to the space-type fruit ability user. He threw the wine gourd heavily on the ground, with a fierce look on his face. Little ones, get ready to sail. Whoever dares to provoke the Beast's pirates will pay the price. Also, let the Joker help find Yamato's trace. Jin, who knew Kaido very well, began to arrange things in an orderly manner. What about finding Yamato? That was just a byproduct. The real purpose was the territory of the red hair pirates. Once the red hair pirates are defeated or win a miserable victory in a battle with the Hunter Guild, the Beast's pirates will bar their fangs and swallow up their territory immediately. While the Beast pirates were sharpening their knives, Lancelot welcomed a new crew member. Crocodile and others were still shocked by the sudden appearance of Yamato and his powerful strength. Hawkeye also arrived with his new friends. A ship flew from the distant horizon and landed in the desert outside the rainy land. It was the ship that arrived in Alabasta at the same time as Blackbeard and his group, the ship flying in the sky. But it arrived in the rainy land one step earlier than them and even the red hair pirates. Can it fly in the sky? Crocodile narrowed his eyes slightly, and was more afraid of the power that Lancelot possessed. This reminded him of the golden lion that dominated the sky. Hancock and Yamato's expressions did not change much, but Robin was surprised. As for Nami, her eyes had already turned into the symbol of Bailey at this time. Just because she saw that the ship reflected the golden light under the sunlight. She smelled it, it was the smell of gold. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of hard objects colliding with wooden boards came from the deck above. Then a slender figure appeared in front of everyone, leaning on a golden staff and wrapped in a headscarf. Long earlobes, with a drum on the back. This person looked down at the people below with contempt. "Ant, why don't you kneel when you see God?" Advertisement. The scene was silent for a while, as if a crow, quacked, flew by. "Dare to treat the captain like this, you have already sought death." Swish. Yamato instantly appeared behind the other party, and raised the mace high and smashed it on him. Swoosh. Boom. The smoke and dust dissipated, and the arrogant attitude of the man had long disappeared, only his face was full of horror. Just when he wanted to move, he found that the foot on his back was pressing him tightly, and he could not move at all. Lancelot looked at Enel, who was stepped on by Yamato, and looked up again. A figure appeared there again. It was Hawkeye, who had disappeared for a long time. Some said speechlessly, "Didn't you teach him how to respect the captain and the seniors?" Hawkeye still had no expression on his face. "I am only responsible for finding him and training him." "Okay. This is very Hawkeye. Unless Enel is a swordsman, and he has to be a swordsman he likes, Hawkeye will not do anything extra." "Hey, stinky woman, let me go." Enel's struggle was useless. Yamato's strength was much stronger than him. Lancelot squatted down with a smile. "Shall I? It seems that you have not experienced enough social beatings." Enel felt a chill all over his body for some reason, and then he recalled the self-proclaimed name of the person in front of him just now. "Captain. Hey." Lancelot was very satisfied. "It seems that you are quite sensible." Enel's forehead was bulging with veins, and he just asked subconsciously. "A-hole, no one can be my captain, and no one can stop me from going to the infinite land." Originally, he was living a comfortable life in Sky Island, and was about to go to the infinite land. Suddenly, someone came to Sky Island and said that he was the person the other captain wanted. Then he beat him up and forced him to Qinghai. He also abused him severely on the way, under the pretext of training himself. He hated the culprit in front of him. Lancelot seemed not to see Enel's cannibalistic eyes, and said to himself, "Have you met the armed color?" Enel nodded subconsciously. "Almost. So lame. A-hole, I want to fight you one-on-one." Enel was so angry that he was usually lazy, but he broke his defense one after another during this period and became increasingly irritable. It seemed that everyone could bully him, so who did he look down on? Did he think that Thunder Fruit was vegetarian? 33. Lu Chi. I was betrayed by my superior, but I was actually a little happy. It turns out that Enel is still very strong. He is very difficult to deal with the Thunder Fruit ability. He can receive radio waves, which greatly enhances the ability and range of the heart net. As long as he does not fight the enemy in close combat, he can be a long-range turret. Even Yamato can't do anything to him. Enel is used to being a god, and he is so arrogant that he has no idea of becoming the King of Thunder. After being severely taught a lesson by Lancelot, he finally calmed down. "Do you remember what I said just now?" "I know. I will try to avoid close combat with the enemy. Master the concepts of the railgun, lightning gun, and voltage as soon as possible and apply them to the battle. Don't just discharge electricity. There is no future." I know. Stop talking nonsense. I will defeat you next time. HMPH, don't try to stop me from going to the infinite land when the time comes. That's what I like about you. Good. You are a god. God is omnipotent and will not be bound by anything. No one can stop you from pursuing the infinite land. Keep this mentality, okay? Enel. Others don't understand why Lancelot said this, but Hawkeye is thoughtful. Do you want him to awaken that kind of power? Lancelot smiled indifferently. It depends on God's will. You can't force it. But it would be a pity if you have the Thunder Fruit but don't have that kind of power. Hawkeye agreed with this, but he was not optimistic. You'd better not have too high expectations. Lancelot nodded first, then shook his head. It's not that there is no chance. It depends on his will and whether he can bear that power. The group boarded the Arc Maxim. The expression of Crocodile, who was walking at the end, was a little distorted, and emotions such as jealousy, envy and hatred were churning in his heart. Thunder Fruit. The recognized strongest Logia. You can say that Enel, who ate Thunder Fruit, is not as good as Akainu who ate Lava Fruit, Kizaru who ate Sparkling Fruit. But the title of Thunder Fruit is the strongest cannot be denied. All creatures, the instinct hidden deep in their souls, will more or less fear thunder. That is the power of heaven. Now he appeared in front of me like this, and became a crew member of Lancelot. The most powerful swordsman, the most beautiful empress, the strongest Logia, the richest man in the world. Oh, that's right. It is said that the sailing talent named Nami was praised by Lancelot as the strongest. Nico Robin is the only person known to understand the text of history. And the world diva, Yuta, who has been making a lot of noise recently. Yamato doesn't have the title of the strongest, but she is the daughter of Kaido, the strongest creature in the world, and her strength and potential are there. Crocodile has never been so jealous of someone. Lancelot, this B****************, D, has a hobby of collecting, the best in the world, right? After the arc Proverbs took off, it flew away from the rainy land in one direction. On the other side, Spandam and CP9 waited in the desert for a long time. Under the scorching heat, Spandam lay on the elephant sword like a dehydrated salted fish. As the old man reliable, he has to make me suffer in this desert. Or should we go back? It was not the first time that Lucci and others heard the chief complain, and they just pretended not to hear it. Advertisement. Suddenly, a door appeared in the space around them. After opening it, Bluno walked out with a person. Tisk, you really know how to choose a place. After Tesoro came out, he looked around, except for yellow sand. Salted fish Spandam heard the voice and impatiently got off the elephant. Damn it, you're finally here. Huh. Tesoro looked blankly, and Spandam realized that the person in front of him was not his subordinate. He immediately smiled and said, "You're here." Tesoro was too lazy to argue with him, and there was no need. Well, did you bring what I wanted? Spandam waved his hand and waited for the CP9 people to disperse and be on guard. He immediately presented a box with flattery and pain on his face. But thinking of the possible gains, the pain disappeared, leaving only flattery. It's all here. Tesoro took the box and opened it. There were 2 devil fruits and a document inside. Having read the devil fruit illustrations beforehand, he recognized the types of the 2 devil fruits at a glance. Bird fruit ancient species thunderbird form. Not to mention the ability to fly, it can also greatly enhance the body and release and absorb lightning. This is a controversial devil fruit. It is said to be an ancient species and has the characteristics of a mythical beast. However, the thunderbird is a creature from the same period as the dinosaurs. Therefore, it is defined as an ancient species. The other one is not simple either. It is a paramesha restoration fruit. It can restore an object to a certain stage. For example, it can restore damaged items. The longer the item is damaged, the more physical strength it consumes. It can also be used for treatment, restoring one's own or others' injuries to the state before the injury. Including serious injuries such as broken hands and arms. Unfortunately, it only restores injuries, not physical strength, and consumes more than restoring objects. At least that's what the illustration says. Either it really can't be done, or the person who got this fruit before didn't develop it to that level. Even if it can be done, it must consume a lot of energy to use. In any case, this is a devil fruit of great value. As for the last piece of information, it is a technology that allows items to eat devil fruit, of course only zone. This technology is a great breakthrough in the research of devil fruit. But that's all, because the technology of letting items eat devil fruit is a bit useless. Devil fruit is already scarce, and letting items eat it can't be further developed, so it's better to let people eat it. Not bad. Tesoro nodded with satisfaction. I didn't expect you to really get these things. Spandam laughed and said, I took a big risk. That said, the real risk was taken by his old man. Rubbing his hands. What about the things I need? Tesoro closed the box and threw the box he was carrying to the other party. Inside is the transfer letter of a trading company under my company, and Gulen Tesoro's gold card with a spending limit of 1 billion. They are yours. After Spandam opened the box to confirm, he smiled. The annual income of this trading company is not low, and there will be no worries about having no money to spend in the future. Tesoro saw this and his eyes flashed with disdain. Advertisement. As long as he wanted, he could bring down this trading company at any time. The reason for giving it to the other party is nothing more than to tie up the other party's interests and let the other party do things for him. I don't need to say more about the rest of the deal, right? Spandam happily put away the box. Of course. After the Alabasta incident, I will report the death of Nico Robin, the son of the devil. But don't let her make trouble again, otherwise everyone will be in trouble. Tezulo nodded. I know, by the way, there are survivors of the Wanokuni and Kazuki clan, they can also read the historical text. You can report this information, so they won't focus on Nico Robin. I guess Kaido, who controls Wanokuni, will give the world government a headache. Well, it seems that the three-eyed people under Charlotte Linlin can also read the historical text. Spandam's pupils shrank slightly, he knew the whole story of Ohara back then. If the Kazuki clan who can read the historical text falls into Kaido's hands, if the three-eyed people can also do it. He just felt that he was involved in an Uzumaki. Suppressing the uneasiness in his heart. Then what about the credit I need? Tesolo curled his lips when he heard this. It has been arranged, just waiting for the outcome of this battle. Then, it's time to proceed to the next handover. Spandam's uneasiness disappeared instantly when he thought of the credit he could get. Called back all the CP9 people. Now I will give you a new task. Lucci frowned. What about the previous task? He was talking about the task of undercover in the Seven Waters City to seize the Pluton blueprint. Spandam looked unhappy. You don't have to worry about those. There has been no results for so many years. What can I expect from you? From today on, you will work under the chairman of the Hunter Guild and obey his command. Lucci frowned even deeper and looked at Tesoro on the side, not wanting to ask in detail. But he could also see that the two had reached some kind of deal. Yes, sir. Tesoro opened the box with a smile, took out the recovery fruit, and took out a devil fruit from his body. Lancelot should have given it to you personally, but he had something else to do, so I did it for him. What is this? Lucci and the others looked puzzled, but their hearts were beating wildly. Of course this is a benefit for joining the company. The corners of the mouths of the CP9 people couldn't help but twitch. Isn't this benefit too good? And they are CP9, they were just sent here. Spandam was envious. Devil fruit was given as soon as it was said. Isn't it too generous? But Lucci and the others had been sold to Lancelot by him, and their information had to be destroyed after returning. Tesoro introduced himself. This is the recovery fruit, the ability is. This is the monkey fruit monkey form. After eating it, you can transform into a giant ape, which is comparable to the ancient species. The scene was a little quiet. The few people who didn't eat the devil fruit swallowed their saliva, and looked away with difficulty, looking at Lucci. Lucci is their backbone and the person they trust the most. At this time, Lucci was very hesitant. He had already noticed something wrong. They seem to have been sold out by their superiors, but there is no evidence. It is useless to appeal, Spandam said it, this is a mission. Thinking of the upcoming danger, after a long time, he nodded helplessly. Kaku ate the monkey fruit ape form, and his strength increased greatly. Khalifa ate the recovery fruit, and he will be half a doctor in the future. Seeing everyone's happy look, Lucci sighed secretly. It seems that being sold out is not unacceptable, at least the welfare treatment is really good. 34. When strong men meet, they split the sky as a sign of friendship. In the endless scorching desert, a camel team was moving slowly. That B************ D is too good at choosing a place, isn't he? Lackey Lu complained while chewing a chicken leg. The desert environment was too unfriendly to him. Beckman took a deep puff of cigarette, his eyes deep. Since entering the desert, he has been analyzing the intelligence of the opponent and possible unexpected situations. The final result is, the possibility of their failure is extremely low. The only thing to worry about is that the opponent's desperate counterattack may cause them casualties. This is also within his expectations, and he has made corresponding arrangements. But where does the uneasiness come from? Do you think Yuta will be there too? Usopp's words undoubtedly made Beckman's expression stagnate. Others' faces were not very good. Lackey Lu muttered. If you ask me, we shouldn't have left Yuta there. Stop talking. Beckman interrupted him. No one is a prophet, and we can't predict what will happen in the future. Shanks was silent. It was he who advocated leaving Yuta there. In order to avoid Yuta's misunderstanding, they have not visited her for these years, and they don't know how she is doing. Now they want revenge, and they want to take action against the person Yuta chose. Don't worry, Shaki said that the Golden Emperor took Yuta back to Gulen Tesoro to prepare for her debut. She is moving towards the world's singing queen, so that's good, so that's good. His voice was low and hoarse, full of pain. Everyone's face was gloomy. Everyone knew very well that since they chose revenge, they were no longer qualified to appear in front of Yuta. They also knew the grudge between Mox and Lancelot. To a certain extent, they were not right. And if leaving Yuta alone in Elegia was a betrayal, now it is undoubtedly the second time. But there is no right or wrong on the sea. Mox is their companion who shares life and death, and has blocked the enemy's attacks for them countless times. This revenge must be avenged. Shanks, something is wrong in front. As a sniper, Yasop was the first to discover the situation and immediately reminded everyone. In front of them, dark clouds appeared in the sky that should have been clear. And it was a wide-ranging dark cloud, with thunder flashing in it. Is it going to rain? No, the enemy is coming, Shanks said in a deep voice. In his perception range, several powerful fluctuations of breath appeared on the road ahead. As they entered the range covered by the dark clouds, they also saw the object of their revenge. Both sides stopped dozens of meters away. Advertisement. Lancelot, Mahawk, Hancock, Crocodile. Beckman called out the names one by one, but he didn't know Yamato and Enel. 6 people, no Golden Emperor, let alone Yuta. While feeling a little disappointed, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He's really too young. This was the first impression of the red hair pirates when they saw Lancelot. They didn't think anything of him when they saw his photos before. Now that they saw him in person, they just felt that they were old. The new generation of young strong men can already compete with them. And the girl with the mace, with the unique horns on her head, somehow reminded people of Kaido. The two strangers made Beckman feel a little uneasy. And Hawkeye, an old acquaintance. The former friend has now become an enemy. They were observing Lancelot and others were also looking at the red hair pirates. It must be said that the 4 emperors are strong. Just standing there, people have the idea that they are unmatched. He didn't see Usopp's figure, and the other party should be hiding somewhere. Really cautious. Lancelot's eyes fell on the red-haired Shanks. The man he once admired is now his enemy. Mahawk, how do you compare to the red-haired man? Hawkeye was silent for a moment before speaking. He is not as good as me in swordsmanship, and I am not as good as him in overall strength. If it's a life and death battle. His eyes met with the red-haired man. I die, and he is seriously injured. Everyone was surprised and not surprised by this, and they would not think that the so-called, seriously injured, would be simple. Lancelot was a little emotional. Swordsman is indeed one of the top professions in this world. With superb sword skills and instant burst, they can often challenge across levels. Well, it's handsome enough. This is very important. At this time, the red-haired man on the opposite side walked out of the team. Lancelot narrowed his eyes and walked out. Both sides stopped at the same time when they were more than 10 meters away. The red-haired man glanced behind Lancelot and spoke first. This amount of manpower is not enough to save your life. You can try, but don't try to kill the tiger and hurt yourself. You are indeed a fierce tiger, but you are also a tiger who doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. You think you can turn the tide with some tricks, but you can't control the terror of the sea. Haha, you are not much different. You think you are not talking, but you are selling face everywhere. How much is your face worth? Those who give you face respect you, and those who don't give you face, who do you think you are? Maybe I should teach you how to respect your predecessors. Advertisement. Coincidentally, I think you should know what it means to love children. Arrogant, arrogant. The two of them seemed to be incompatible, and they started to spray each other, but they didn't start immediately. The two sides were puzzled. Even if the two of them said something serious, it would be fine. Boom. Before they had too much thought, Lancelot and Red Hair burst out with terrifying power at the same time. The two conquerors' domains collided violently, causing layers of air waves and rolling up the sky full of wild sand. Red and black lightning exploded like thunder, ravaging this space. The clouds in the sky rolled, splitting into two with the two people as the boundary. As the saying goes, when strong men meet, they split the sky to show friendship. Clang, clang. Two crisp sounds rang out at the same time, and Lancelot and Red Hair drew their weapons at the same time. Dang. The moment the sound of metal clashing came, both sides moved at the same time. Beckman took the lead in taking out his flintlock rifle and pointed it at Lancelot. Kill Lancelot quickly. Bang. The black bullet shot at Lancelot. The others also rushed out at this moment. Although they didn't understand why they had to change their plans, their years of companionship made them trust Beckman's decision. Buzz. A green slash tore through the air, eliminating Beckman's attack and forcing the red hair pirates back. Staring at Beckman with eagle-like pupils, Black Blade Knight pointed at him. The intention of inviting a fight couldn't be more obvious. Be careful of the opponent's sniper Yasop. He left this sentence and walked towards Beckman. Yamato looked at Lackey Lu with a burning gaze. I heard that he is one of the three major cadres of the red hair pirates. If you kill him, the captain will be very happy, right? Hey, don't steal my prey. Crocodile was a little dissatisfied. Since meeting Lancelot, except for the navigator, everyone else seems to be able to suppress him. It makes him very embarrassed. As a challenger to Whitebeard, he desperately wants to show his strength to get back some ground. Yamato ignored it and went straight to the target point 35. King of Thunder and Lightning, Thunder Prison God's Judgment. The remaining 7 members of the Red Hair Pirates, are 6 people and 1 monkey to be exact, looked at each other in bewilderment. In the end, it still has to be a king versus a king, a general versus a general. However, looking at the remaining 3 people on the opposite side, Bank Punch, a musician, laughed and said, it seems that we are underestimated. Although there are 2 Shichibukai among the 3 people on the opposite side, they are cadres of the Red Hair Pirates. They are strong men who have fought their way out of the sea of blood and corpses. The ship's Dr. Deeg said calmly, it's better not to be careless. Deal with them as soon as possible. Hawkeye is not easy to deal with. And he looked up at the sky and always felt that the dark clouds were getting thicker and thicker. Crocodile didn't care what the other side thought, he just wanted to kill the other side. Then get the specific location of Pluton and go to New World. It would be best if all the Red Hair Pirates were killed, so that he would have no obstacles to become the new 4 emperors, and the chance of seizing Pluton would be greater. Press your palm on the ground and activate the sand fruit ability. Desert Sunflower. The desert beneath the feet of Deeg and his companions formed a quicksand area, which was about to swallow them up. Fighting with a sand fruit ability user in the desert is troublesome. Several people jumped up one after another. For strong people of their level, a short volley was not a problem. However, the attacks came one after another. Slave Arrow. Hancock touched his lips with his fingers, and a huge peach-colored heart-shaped substance was transformed, like a bow shooting an arrow. A large number of pink arrows immediately covered the few people. Be careful, don't be petrified. Deeg warned. Got it. Beckman had already analyzed the opponent's abilities for them, and they were prepared for this. Facing the incoming rain of arrows, each showed his skills, either blocking or knocking them away. Crackle. As early as the moment Crocodile launched the attack, Enel was ready. The lightning snakes on his body suddenly appeared and gathered into a lightning ball in his hand. Lancelot's words of instruction seemed to be in his ears. As he shot the lightning ball into the thick clouds. In the thundercloud, the prepared thunderballs constantly absorbed the surrounding lightning. Although the volume was only a dozen meters, the lightning inside almost liquefied into thunder slurry. Enel's second thunderball was like a trigger, and he swung it down fiercely with his hand. Advertisement. Thunder Prison God's Punishment. Boom. The pale white lightning column fell from the sky, illuminating the dark area as bright as day. Deeg and his men, who were still resisting the rain of arrows, only had time to look up before the lightning column was already approaching. It's actually a thunder fruit ability user. Their voices were drowned out by the rumbling thunder. The movement here paused the battle of others, and the red-haired men all changed their faces. Looking at Enel, who was still surrounded by lightning, his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. No one expected that one of the two strangers could fight Lucky Lu on equal terms. The other one would actually be a thunder fruit ability user. Above the dark clouds, the Arc Proverbs was suspended here, spewing dark clouds constantly. Nami was also nervously using the weather stick to create thunderclouds. Robin could only watch silently from the side. The lightning column just now was right below them, scaring the two of them half to death. The next moment, the two of them only felt a terrifying murderous intent enveloping them, and their faces turned pale instantly. Before they could react, the murderous intent disappeared instantly. Nami shivered. What happened just now? Why do I feel like I'm going to die? Robin was also uncomfortable, but she was much calmer. We should have been discovered. I guess the only one who can do this is red-haired Shanks. Stop. She didn't know if she would be in danger if she continued. But she didn't want to die here. She still had an important mission to complete. Nami gritted her teeth and propped herself up. Continue. She started a new round of thundercloud creation, hoping that her efforts could help everyone. Below, Lancelot chopped the red-haired man away with a knife. Although he was blocked by the opponent, he also interrupted the release of the red-haired man's killing intent. You still care about other things while fighting with me. Do you look down on me? The red-haired man's face was gloomy, and he rarely refuted this time. Over there, the lightning column that lasted for dozens of breaths finally slowly disappeared, and the scene inside was also revealed to everyone. In the deep pit with a radius of more than 10 meters, the sand was either melted like magma or crystallized due to the high temperature. In the center of the deep pit, Deeg and his companions were in a miserable state. The tall roaring Gabu stood above them, his thick long hair had already carbonized. As the breeze blew, it fluttered down. Advertisement. His strong body turned red, as if it was cooked. There was constant steam coming out of his mouth, his eyes had already turned white, and he had obviously lost consciousness. But even though he had lost consciousness, he still did not fall down. Below him was Lime Jones, who loved to use weapons with electric shocks. He was not doing well either. Even if he tried his best to direct the lightning to the ground, the dense lightning pillars were still unbearable for him. There were still arcs sizzling on his body. The situation of Deeg and his companions who were protected was much better. Although they were numb all over, they could at least continue to fight. This shows how powerful Enel's enhanced version of God's sanction is. Reality is reality. Even if Luffy, who is said to be immune to lightning, came, even if he was immune to lightning, he could not ignore the terrifying high temperature under the enhanced version of God's sanction. Gabu, Lime Jones, Gabu, Red Hair and the others were furious when they saw this tragic scene. The whole place was filled with murderous intent. It had only been a few minutes since the start of the war, and the Red Hair pirates had never expected the situation to develop like this. Boom. At this moment, an explosion suddenly sounded at the edge of the battlefield. Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw a golden giant bombarding the ground, and the disappeared Yasop was trying his best to avoid it. Around them, there were Lucci and others wearing golden armor, wandering like hyenas, ready to bite at any time. Even if Tesoro and Lucci and the others were added together, they might not be able to take down Yasop. There was even a greater chance of being killed in return. Yasop had the title of Chaser, and it was said that he could hit the target every time. So their mission was just to contain him and prevent him from supporting the main battlefield. Swish. Red Hair turned his head suddenly and stared at Lancelot. What a plan. They thought they were just hunting a tiger, but they didn't know that the other party had already set up many traps, waiting for them to get in. Lancelot shrugged. It just happened to happen. Tesoro and others should have rushed directly into the main battlefield, and meeting Yasop can only be said to be a coincidence. 35. Beating you is like beating my son. The Red Hair pirates are really strong. The average bounty in the group is very high, and they are known as the most balanced Iron Wall pirate group. Even though they unexpectedly eliminated the combat power of Roaring Gabu and weakened Lime Jones. The remaining 4 people and 1 monkey also made Crocodile and Hancock unable to resist. If the desert was not Crocodile's home court, and if Enel, who was transformed into the King of Lightning, did not provide long-range support, defeat would be a matter of time. A-hole, dare you fight me in close combat? The navigator Bendik Snake, who was good at kicking an acrobatic dual sword flow, glared at Enel. He was always disturbed by the opponent, and he would suffer if he was not careful, so he had to leave the battle group and chase Enel. But the opponent was determined not to fight him head-on, and used the power of the fruit to keep a distance. But the opponent's attack range was extremely wide, not only could he attack himself, but also support others. Yahahaha, ants, you are lucky to be played by God. Just struggle hard in the hands of this God. Another battlefield. Yamato and Lucky Lu fought hard, and every collision raised dust. It seemed that they were evenly matched, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that Lucky Lu was faintly at a disadvantage. The fighting level of both sides was equal, and Haki was not much different. But, Lucky Lu rubbed his painful right arm, and cursed in his heart. Where did this little girl come from? Not only does she have conquerors, but she also mastered conqueror's entanglement. And that strong physique, just like a monster. As for Yamato's identity, he actually had the answer in his heart. That unique horn, also using a mace as a weapon, the same moves as Kaido. If she wasn't Kaido's daughter, he would take off his head and kick it like a ball. Hey, why are the people from Beast's Pirates getting involved with Lancelot? Have you formed an alliance? Yamato frowned slightly when he heard this. He was not a member of Beast's Pirates, so why would he form an alliance? Humph, the captain will definitely defeat the Beast's Pirates and become the master of Wano Kuni. Lucky Lu's expression froze. What was going on? Did he guess wrong? Yamato didn't care what she thought about the opponent. She just wanted to quickly solve the opponent in front of her so that she could support others. As the fruit ability was activated, her appearance changed. Her ears became slender, sharp fangs grew in her mouth, and a ring of cold air was wrapped around her body. Yamato, in the form of a human beast, pointed his mace at Lucky Lu. Defeat you. Advertisement. Cold sweat broke out on Lucky Lu's fat face. Hey, why is he still a fruit ability user? Is he still a mythical beast? Conqueror's entanglement is already troublesome enough, and this is coming. Shouldn't this kind of opponent be given to Beckman? Although he thought so, he was ready for a life-and-death battle. He patted his belly and sighed. It seems that I can't save you today. After this battle, I don't know how long it will take to make up. As he finished speaking, steam rose from his body, just like Luffy's second gear state. But they are essentially different. The fat on Lucky Lu's body stores a lot of energy, like a backup energy source. Once released, it can greatly improve his strength, speed, pressure resistance and endurance. In terms of protracted battles, he has never been afraid of anyone. A new round of battle between the two began. This time it was even more fierce than before, and the aftermath of the battle made the land wailing. If it weren't for the desert, the earth would probably have collapsed. The battle between Hawkeye and Beckman seemed a little calm. It only seemed calm, but in reality, the battle between the two was fraught with danger. Beckman has a very high IQ and fighting ability, and a calm personality. Every attack is carefully calculated. Hawkeye is also calm and has powerful swordsmanship. Even Beckman has to be cautious. Once a flaw is revealed, he will face a thundering blow. Both of them are waiting for an opportunity. This opportunity may be between the two of them, or it may be on another battlefield. God avoid. A terrifying power suddenly broke out in the distance. With a roar from Red Hair, Griffin, who was entangled with conquerors, slashed towards Lancelot. The terrifying power emanating from it was frightening. Avoid you. In response to him, Lancelot roared. He concentrated all his strength on his right arm and rushed towards Griffin from bottom to top. Hong Ji, who was also entangled with conquerors, had not yet met Griffin, and there was a terrifying energy collision between the two. That was the collision of conquerors. Boom. With the two of them as the center, the desert beneath their feet instantly collapsed into a standard circular pit with a radius of hundreds of meters. The air waves swept countless sand and dust and spread to the surroundings. Advertisement. The two looked at each other through the double blades, as if thunder and lightning were intertwined, and they could see the strong fighting and killing intent in each other's eyes. Boom. The conqueror's ultimate collision burst into a dazzling light. And in the light, there was a constant sound of metal clashing, and it was obvious that the battle between the two was still going on. Suddenly, Lancelot raised his eyebrows slightly. In his perception, he lost the trace of the red hair, and even the attack was not sensed. Kill by seeing and hearing. I didn't expect Shanks to have grown to this point at this time. In his opinion, the current red hair pirates are still a lot worse than 2 years later. This is also the confidence that he dares to fight. What really made the red hair pirates and most people's strength make a qualitative leap was the 2 years after the Summit War. Because the fall of Whitebeard, the strongest in the world, and Whitebeard's final declaration opened a new era. Most people felt a sense of urgency. Under that kind of pressure, everyone was getting stronger quickly. That was the peak period of red hair. Ding. Hong Ji held Griffin steadily, which surprised red hair a little. He naturally knew that the observation and killing was not invincible. For the strong men of the same level, it can only have a slight advantage. But he didn't expect Lancelot to be able to deal with it calmly. Through the previous competition, he could feel that the opponent's strength was weaker than his own. Coupled with the situation just now, this undoubtedly further expanded the advantage of observation and killing. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Are you happy? Lancelot showed a mocking smile. This is not the first time he has encountered such a situation. Among the strong men of Devil Island, there are people who have mastered similar observation and killing abilities, and that is also one of his teachers. For this reason, he sealed the observation and killing for a long time. You are so complacent, you are really arrogant and stupid. Red-haired looked gloomy. When they were fighting, they would occasionally say something to each other. Each of them disliked the other. Of course I have the right to be arrogant. If I hit you who are also 18 years old now, wouldn't it be the same as hitting my son? 37. The first one to fall. In a certain direction of the battlefield, a group of people were watching the battle. Ha 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 ha, there are so many people with special abilities, I really want to take their abilities. Blackbeard's eyes were full of greed. He said that, his forehead was full of cold sweat, and his voice was a little trembling. Even though he had seen countless battles between strong men, the fighting power shown by both sides at this time was far beyond his expectations. Captain, when will we act? I can't hold back my restless heart. No matter how strong the opponent is, Badges is not his opponent anyway. Van Oka pushed the monocular. This is fate. Lafayette straightened his hat, his expression somewhat helpless. Maybe fate is guiding us to leave here. He didn't think staying here was a good choice. No matter which side wins, they can't win. They may even be cleared out first because of their intervention. Wait a little longer. Blackbeard certainly knew all this, but he just couldn't bear it. Let's not talk about other fruits for now. If he can get the thunder fruit, he won't be afraid of the threat of the Whitebeard pirates. Are you here to stop the fight? The words coming from behind made several people stiffen. They were so absorbed in watching that they didn't even notice someone coming. He turned his head stiffly, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he took a breath. Marine Admiral Aokiji. Aokiji, the future captain of the number 10 ship of the Blackbeard pirates, was lazily looking at the future captain. Blackbeard teach trouble. As a Marine, he should have arrested the pirates in front of him. But the Marine executives made a decision to let Blackbeard go and use him to fight against the Whitebeard pirates. Blackbeard was stared at and felt uncomfortable. He smiled and said, "Are you here to watch the battle, Admiral Aokiji?" He was already quickly calculating how to avoid the conflict. Aokiji didn't say anything. His eyes passed over the few people and fell on the battlefield in the distance. How could this be? He frowned. The battle situation on the scene was different from what Marine expected. In Marine's prediction, the red hair pirates should have a great advantage. That's why he appeared here. Advertisement. Intervene at the critical moment and stop the battle. After all, the Hunter Guild has cooperation with Marine, and it is worth it for them to keep Lancelot just to provide employment for retired Marines. But what's going on now? A Thunder Fruit ability user appeared. And there is a mace girl who is suppressing Lackey Lu. That's Lackey Lu. The high-level combat force of the Red Hair Pirates is also one of the 3 people Shanks trusts the most. And that's a mythical beast, right? Lancelot actually recruited the 2 people into his team without saying a word. Lancelot, Hawkeye, Hancock, Thunder Fruit ability user, Mace Girl, Golden Emperor, and Crocodile who may also be recruited. Isn't this lineup of the Hunter Guild too luxurious? He scratched his hair with a headache. It's troublesome if the allies are too strong. Seeing that Aokiji ignored them, Blackbeard winked at his men and quietly evacuated the battlefield. If Aokiji didn't come, he could still make a plan. Now it's impossible, it's better to leave this dangerous place quickly. But after they were far away from here, they met someone they didn't want to meet. Ace the Fire Fist. The man who had been chasing Blackbeard for a long time finally blocked him here. But for some reason, the 2 captains sent by Whitebeard did not appear here. The battle started. Putting aside the battle between Blackbeard and Ace, Aokiji also made a decision. Forget it, let Marshal Sengoku have a headache. He took out the Den Den Mushi and dialed the number on Sengoku's side. The battle is over. Are Lancelot and the others okay? As soon as the call was connected, Sengoku couldn't wait to ask about the situation. What do you mean? The situation seems to be a little different from what we expected, Marshal Sengoku. Aokiji gave a brief account of the situation on the scene, and Sengoku was silent. You call it a little different. This is completely different from what was expected. With that configuration and the strength they showed, it's definitely the 4 emperors. And their potential, there is obviously still a lot of room for improvement. Oh, by the way, it seems that CP9 also participated in this battle. What? Sengoku was a little surprised, he didn't receive any news at all.
Although the relationship between Marine and CP agency is not very good, this kind of action involving 4 emperors should be notified, right? But, Sengoku's face was a little strange, only CP9. Yes, Tisk, so brave, he didn't know what to say, a mere CP9, dare to show its teeth to 4 emperors? Who gave them the courage? If they are not careful, the aftermath of the battle can cause them heavy losses. After thinking for a while, he reminded, you pay attention and help them when they are in danger.
Well, do I still need to intervene in this battle? Sengoku rubbed his eyebrows. You know it, right? Advertisement. Sakazuki encountered Nomura and Izo and severely injured them. Aokiji certainly knew that it happened not long ago. In the end, Nomura of the Fishman tribe took Izo and escaped from the sea. I just received news that Whitebeard is very angry and is ready to take his 2 sons back personally. Unfortunately, the beast's pirates are also dispatched. Aokiji knew what Sengoku meant. Unless you are sure of killing the red hair pirates, don't make a move casually. The best result is that both sides stop fighting, and the red hair pirates return to New World to contain the other 4 emperors. Looking at the 2 sides who are killing each other, Aokiji feels that it is not realistic. The fight between the strong will not necessarily last for a long time. When you are determined to kill the opponent at all costs, many things are out of control. The collision between Yamato and Lackey Lu was extremely tragic. At this time, Lackey Lu's mouth was bleeding, one arm was drooping, and the hat he had been wearing was long gone. His originally fat body seemed to be dehydrated, thin and dry. A layer of frost condensed on his body, making him look like frozen meat out of a cold storage, without a trace of blood. It can be seen how much damage Yamato's Conqueror's entanglement and fruit ability caused him. At this time, Yamato supported his body with the mace with both hands, breathing heavily. There were many scars on his body, and this battle also consumed her a lot. The next blow will finish you. The opponent almost lost his combat power but did not choose to lie down, and he had to drag himself down even if he died. Yamato would not show mercy. Wushi Bingya. The freezing air like a shock wave bombarded the enemy. Looking at the incoming attack, Lucky Lu's face was bitter, and he had no power to resist at this time. I can only watch. This time, no companion stood in front of me. No, stop. A roar filled with pain came. Lucky Lu slowly turned his head and looked at his companions. My journey ends here. Everyone, live well. I really hope to see Shanks you fulfill your dream. The next moment, the cold air enveloped him, freezing his sight and his mind. 38. Redhead, do you want double the happiness? Puff. Beckman was distracted for a short time, and Hawkeye scratched a wound on his body. He hurriedly pulled away, looked at the direction of Lucky Lu with a painful expression, and fell into deep self-blame. The Red Hair Pirates had a reduction in members for the first time. And the one who died in the battle was Lucky Lu, who joined them a long time ago. The fat man who accompanied them through countless storms and played with them, the chef who regarded chicken legs as treasures. Why didn't I make the battle plan more perfect? Why didn't I pay attention to the situation over there earlier? Why didn't I be more firm when I suggested Shanks to give up revenge? Your heart is in turmoil, are you ready to face defeat? Hawkeye's cold voice brought Beckman's thoughts back to reality. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. With Lucky Lu's exit, the balance of victory has tilted, but it's a pity that it's not on their side. If they don't respond, someone among them will die here. Unless, he looked at Shanks, unless Shanks could solve Lancelot. At this time, because of the death of Lucky Lu, the furious Shanks launched a desperate attack on Lancelot. Only by tearing the enemy in front of him can he calm his anger. Puff, puff. The sound of the sharp blade entering the flesh came, and Lancelot and Red Hair had 2 deep wounds on their bodies. However, this did not make the two frown. The next moment, a more crazy fight began. It seems that Red Hair was overwhelmed by anger and wanted to fight with Lancelot. In fact, he still had reason. The situation was not favorable for his side, and he had no time to fight a protracted war with Lancelot. Only by solving the opponent as soon as possible can he support others. Even if he was injured for this, it would not matter. However, will things really go as he wishes? Red Hair has his calculations, and Lancelot certainly has his own calculations. He admitted that with his current strength, there was still a big gap compared to Red Hair. Just like Hawkeye against Red Hair, the final result would only be his death and Red Hair's serious injury. The premise of all this is that he does not have eternal Mangekyō. From the battle until now, he has not used eternal Mangekyō, just for the last moment. God's Escape. This is the number of times Red Hair has used God's Escape. Advertisement. Perhaps he intends to use it to quickly consume Lancelot's physical strength and wear down his haki. Fortunately, at the last moment, he performed a fatal blow. Boom. To Red Hair's surprise, Lancelot did not respond as usual. Instead, he burst out conquerors with all his strength, and the terrifying power was like a substance, which almost made people breathless. The conquerors that were pushed to ultimate made Hongji's blade buzz. He took a heavy step forward, and the ground under his feet instantly cracked, and cracks spread to the surroundings. With both hands tightly grasping the handle of the Red Princess's sword, veins popped out of his arms because he poured all his strength into it, and they looked ferocious like earthworms. He looked at the red-haired man's bloodshot eyes and roared like a thunderous roar. Avoid you. He used all his strength to attack Griffin with his sword. Boom. Between the two blades, the conquerors of the two formed a ball of light in the fierce collision. The terrifying power spread out from it continuously. The desert under his feet was destroyed again, raising all the sand, revealing the soil below, and constantly cracking. Neither of them took a step back, and they tried their best to urge Haki to fight. As long as one of them ran out of Haki, they would be defeated in this confrontation. After an unknown amount of time, the confrontation between the two showed no signs of weakening, but became more intense. Hongji and Griffin were trembling, as if they would collapse in the next moment because they could not bear the power of the two. Their eyes intertwined, and the red-haired man said in a deep voice, "What a pity. What a pity. Your talent is the best among the younger generation. If it weren't for Mox's incident, you would have a place in the new era. Hee, you are so arrogant, do you really think you can beat me? Yes, I can beat you, even God can't stop you." Up to now, the Haki of both sides has consumed a lot of physical strength, and the injuries on their bodies have aggravated the loss of physical strength. He could already feel that Lancelot's power began to weaken. And he still had spare strength. Did you overlook something? The red-haired man's face froze when he heard this, and suddenly thought of something, and his pupils suddenly shrank. The ability of the Golden Giant. As soon as he had this thought, he saw that Lancelot's eyes had changed. Weird red, weird pattern. Danger. The alarm bells in his heart rang loudly, and the unpredictable crisis made his hair stand on end. The ultimate of observation Haki, the ability to predict the future, allowed him to foresee his own fate. Boom. Advertisement. At this moment, he chose to give up the confrontation. The conquerors of the two exploded instantly, and the red-haired man retreated rapidly with the impact. At the moment he retreated, the space where he was just now was distorted. Camus. This was the first time Lancelot used it in this battle, but it was a pity that he did not succeed. What a pity. Speaking of pity, there was no regret on Lancelot's face. Kamui is indeed very powerful, but it also depends on who the enemy is. Facing a strong man like Red Hair who can predict the future, he can't hit him at all. Even if he doesn't have the ability to predict the future, people with strong observation haki can avoid it in advance through a sense of crisis. Of course, fighting him won't be too pleasant. Looking at the embarrassed red-haired man opposite, the corner of his mouth curled up. Arrogance is the original sin. Didn't your captain teach you not to let your guard down before taking off the enemy's head? The red-haired man had a gloomy face and didn't speak, and Griffin drew a line in the void. A slash flew towards Lancelot. He stomped his feet hard, and the man followed closely behind him, killing him close to the ground. Lancelot looked puzzled. You can fight one of me. But do you have the energy to fight another one of me? Susanoo. As the words fell, the pupil power continued to flow, and a huge golden skull appeared. Then the meridians, flesh and blood grew rapidly, the Tengu armor materialized, legs grew, and the huge wings behind stretched out. The red-haired man's face changed drastically, and he had to stop charging. Then he watched his slash being pinched by the hand of the golden giant. Boom. Although the giant's palm was damaged, it soon recovered. How could he still have the physical strength to use the fruit ability? This was what he couldn't figure out, and it was also the reason for his misjudgment. However, he guessed wrong from the root. This is not a fruit ability at all, and it will not consume Lancelot's physical strength. Soon he didn't have time to think about these. I saw Lancelot holding Hongji with both hands and raising her high. Susanoo also drew out the long sword from her waist and made the same move. That's it. Looking at the familiar signature move, the red-haired pupils shrank suddenly. 39. Terrible unknown creatures. Titan, a member of the royal family of the giant kingdom Elbaf. He is also the younger brother of the current giant king. He drifted to Devil Island many years ago, and he was the silly giant that Nami saw at the beginning. Lancelot coaxed. No, he was learning from him. It took Titan a long time to learn the real Elbaf spear from him. Due to his physical strength and lack of strength, he has been unable to exert its true power. The appearance of Susanoo made him complete the conditions. Looking down at the red-haired man opposite, in the eternal Mangekyō state, he can clearly see every micro-expression of the other party. Unbelievable, horrified, hesitant. Red-haired, this is my last ripple. Elbaf spear, King's spear. As Lancelot swung down the red princess fiercely, Susanoo also swung down the long sword at the same time. Boom. At the moment of release, the explosion accompanied by the tearing of the air almost shattered the eardrum. The terrifying power obliterated everything in front. Can't escape. The red-haired man looked at the shock wave that was about to arrive, his expression more solemn than ever before. The next scene had already been rehearsed in his mind. But that was not the ending he hoped for. The red-haired man opened his lips slightly, but no one heard what he said, and the roar of the shock wave covered everything. Everyone only saw him holding Griffin tightly with one hand. The red and black lightning symbolizing conquerors was entangled. Griffin swung down suddenly. Boom. The moment the shock wave came into contact with Griffin, the dazzling light engulfed everything. The world seemed to fall into dead silence at this moment. Then there was a loud noise like the collapse of the sky, and the violent shock wave swept all around. Everyone was looking at the red-haired man's position, waiting for the final result. The storm will always stop, and no matter how dazzling the light is, it will dissipate. At the moment when the sight was restored, the expressions of the people present were different. Shanks, Shanks, Shanks. The red hair pirates screamed, abandoning their opponents and rushing towards the red hair. Advertisement. At this time, the red hair was covered with wounds, and he was barely holding on with Griffin. The blood almost soaked his whole body, making him look like a bloody man, hideous and terrifying. Lancelot vs. Red Hair Shanks. 4 Emperors Red Hair lost. Cough. Red Hair coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face was miserable. Looking at his companion's concerned eyes, he smiled bitterly. Sorry, I couldn't kill that guy. We underestimated Lancelot. Beckman stared at the enemies surrounding them vigilantly. The current situation was no longer as simple as unfavorable. If it's not good, the whole team will be wiped out here. He whispered. Be prepared to retreat. Dejay frowned. What about Rockstar and Gabu? As a newcomer, Rockstar's strength was too low. He was seriously injured and unconscious by Enel in the previous battle. Now the two are still unknown where they are buried. And Yasop is being held over there and can't come over for the time being. There is also the body of Lackey Lu. Are they going to leave it alone? Shanks said in a deep voice. Red hair pirates have no precedent of abandoning their companions. This is the rule of their survival. He can't do it, and he won't do it. It's too late. Beckman uttered slowly, looking into the distance. What? The backup has been activated. They will be fine. Beckman added silently in his heart. Unless Lancelot is willing to bear the wrath of the red hair pirates and kill Gabu and the others at all costs. But this is just self-consolation. Unanimously, everyone looked in the same direction. Over there, Rolling sand and dust covered the sky and moved towards this side, and lightning kept appearing in the sand and dust. Sandstorm. That is. Lancelot narrowed his eyes slightly, and he could see clearly in the eternal Mangekyō state. This sudden sandstorm is not simple. With each flash of lightning, a huge figure appeared in the depths of the sandstorm. Or rather, it was a beast figure. It was a creature with huge wings, and its size was even larger than the perfect Susanoo. Without giving him time to think, the sandstorm reached the edge of the battlefield in just a dozen breaths. Come here. Advertisement. Facing unknown dangers, Lancelot did not dare to be careless and let everyone enter Susanoo. As for the red hair pirates, they could not be taken care of for the time being. Boom boom. Hawkeye and his friends had just retreated into Susanoo when the devastating sandstorm instantly submerged them. Everything in front of him became chaotic, with lightning bombarding Susanoo and the sandstorm cutting. As a sand fruit ability user, Crocodile's eyes were hot. If his fruit ability could also be developed to this power, what would the four emperors fear? Cry. Gaokang's loud cry came from the depths of chaos. Unfortunately, the line of sight was blocked and everyone could not see anything. Enel. Lightning blessing. It is not Lancelot's style to do nothing. He raised Hongji again, and Susanoo made the same gesture. 200 million volts, thunder god. As Enel released all his own lightning, he gathered them on Susanoo's long sword. And continued to pull the lightning in the sandstorm together. The long sword suddenly turned into a thunder blade that exuded terrifying power. Mihawk, Yamato, Hancock. The three people who were named understood and wrapped their remaining haki around the thunder blade. The power of several people gathered, making the space around the thunder blade seem to be distorted. Crocodile was so excited that he wanted to join in. But he found that he seemed to be redundant. The spear of the king. Boom. The shock wave was even more terrifying than before, breaking through the chaos in front with the might of a king. Everything turned into nothingness wherever it passed. Boom, boom, boom. There were several roars in succession, which were the noises caused by the red hair pirate sniping the king's gun. Cry. In the blazing white light, in the chaos, a shrill cry of grief came. 40. Aokiji. Just don't dig up Marine's roots. Susanoo flew out of the range of the sandstorm, and everyone saw a horrifying scene. In the distant sky, an unidentified creature flew away at a very fast speed. It only flapped its wings a few times and became a small black dot, which shows how fast it was. What is that? Yamato asked in surprise. No one could answer her question. After all, they only saw the outline and not the real appearance. Lancelot was thoughtful. He didn't know what it was, but he had a guess. It is said that there was a giant egg on Roger's ship. Several people's eyes fell on him, and their expressions were a little surprised. Although the Roger pirates claimed that the egg was their backup food. But until the Roger pirates disbanded, the egg was still not eaten. Roger entrusted the straw hat to Red Hair. Lancelot paused, with an inexplicable expression. It seems that the giant egg was also left to him. By the way, Mihawk, have you seen that creature? Among the people present, only Hawkeye had the most intersections with the Red Hair pirates. Hawkeye shook his head. I haven't seen it. At this time, a buzzing sound came from a distance. Arc Proverbs got out of the sandstorm and flew towards this side. Everyone landed on the boat, and Nami rushed over in shock. Woo, I thought I was going to die before, you don't know how scary it is. Lancelot comforted softly. Okay, it's okay, the enemy has run away. It's really hard for Nami. She is a little girl who just came out of East Blue and hasn't experienced many battles. She followed me to fight the four emperors directly. President, did we really defeat the Red Hair pirates? Robin still couldn't believe it. That's the four emperors. She was still upset about the new boss dragging her to the battlefield. She didn't think she could defeat the Red Hair pirates and didn't want to take the risk. But her arms couldn't twist her legs. When she was enveloped by the murderous intent of the red-haired man, she even had the idea of kidnapping Nami and escaping. The facts are in front of you. We did win. You can be my secretary with peace of mind in the future. Robin was silent. Did she have the right to object? She could not resist the previous boss, let alone the new boss. However, with the strength of the new boss comparable to the four emperors, he should be able to keep her, right? In this case, she will have to show her value. Not long after, the sandstorm dissipated, revealing the scene below. The originally bumpy battlefield has been filled with yellow sand. If you have not experienced a war in person, you really can't tell that there has been a battle here. However, in addition to the yellow sand everywhere, there is also an iceberg. It is said to be an iceberg, but it is more like a protective fortress formed by ice. The Ark's motto fell, and Crocodile spoke first. It's time to fulfill your promise, right? Advertisement. Lancelot nodded, and had no intention of regretting. Pluton is in Wano Kuni. Crocodile heard the words, his eyes gradually widened, and then anger emerged. Are you kidding me? Pluton is in Wano Kuni, so it must be in Kaido's hands. Are you going to rob him with your own head? Yamato's face changed drastically. Captain, how could Pluton be in Wano Kuni? She has been in Wano Kuni for so many years, but she has never heard of Pluton. Lancelot explained. Pluton is in Wano Kuni, but not in Kaido's hands. I only know that it is sleeping somewhere in Wano Kuni. He looked at Crocodile and smiled. Pluton is such a big ship, where do you think it will be hidden in Wano Kuni? Crocodile's face was gloomy. He had never been to Wano Kuni, so who knows where Pluton is hiding. And with Kaido there, how can he find it? Don't look at me like that, our deal has been completed. Of course, if you want to make a new deal, that's fine. For example, help you defeat Kaido and get Pluton. Crocodile's face turned black, and only a fool would agree. If he really did that, he would probably be eaten to pieces. Humph, I hope Pluton is really in Wano Kuni, otherwise. Crocodile was speechless, and he found that he really couldn't do anything to him. In the end, Lao Sha left. He left with a lot of resentment. Lancelot looked at Hawkeye. Go dig out the red hair pirates. However, Hawkeye said that digging people out was a bit of a loss of face, and he would not do it. Oh, if I had known, I would have told Lao Sha later. In the end, Yamato volunteered to dig people out, and brought Enel, the radar, with him. Robin also went with him. Lancelot said nothing and led his men into the iceberg fortress. Then he saw the tragic scene and Aokiji, who looked helpless. The CP9 members were basically seriously injured, and the worst hit Lucci and Kaku were unconscious. Jabra and Bluno lay dead, with blood flowing from the corners of their mouths from time to time, and they seemed to be dying. Yujitori and Fukuro bandaged them anxiously. As for Khalifa, who acted as a half-doctor, he was using his fruit ability to treat Tesoro. At this time, Tesoro was already unconscious, with a hole in his chest, and even his right arm was gone. This miserable appearance shocked everyone. Khalifa's face suddenly turned pale, and he fell to the ground, gasping for breath. And Tesoro's arm recovered as new, and the hole in his chest disappeared. Fortunately, he got the recovery fruit in advance, otherwise he would have been disabled if he didn't die this time. Are you okay? Lancelot came forward and asked with concern. It's okay, just take a rest. Khalifa replied, and suddenly realized that the person who spoke was not a companion of CP9. He looked up and trembled slightly. Lancelot, the president of the Hunter Guild. Advertisement. The generous boss who gave devil fruit as soon as he joined the company. Hawkeye and others are here. Does that mean that this war is over, and he won? That's good. Are the others okay? They are just seriously injured and unconscious. They just need to recuperate for a while. Well, you have worked hard this time. When you return, the guild will reward you. Just rest and recover during this time. Eat whatever you want and buy whatever you want. The guild will reimburse you. Thank you, President. It should be. Except for the unconscious one, all the CP9 present were grateful to Lancelot. Look, this is the ideal boss. First, 2 devil fruits were issued, followed by bonuses and full reimbursement. Who can have such welfare benefits? Think about the previous life, except for tasks and tasks. Ahem. Aokiji coughed repeatedly. Damn it, did he think he didn't exist? Lancelot, this B************ D, not only poached Shichibukai, but also dared to poach CP9. Isn't this too bold? What's wrong with you? He felt it was necessary to ask. Lancelot pretended to be confused. What's going on? Aokiji helplessly. What's going on between you and CP9? Well, of course it's a cooperative relationship. Lancelot looked as if it was a matter of course. It's impossible to hide the fact that Lucci and others joined the Hunter Guild. The world government will know it sooner or later, but will those high-ranking people care about a few minions? They are not CP0 people. Anyway, on the surface, Lucci and others were just sent to the Hunter Guild to perform tasks. Lancelot also gave enough benefits, and the world government did not lose face or money. As for the rest, I believe Spandam can handle it. Aokiji looked at him deeply and didn't dwell on this matter. Shichibukai has poached several people, so why care about a few CP9s? Even if it is useful to care. The power shown by the Hunter Guild is no different from the 4 emperors. The world government will not be stupid enough to go to war with Lancelot for this. What happened to the red hair pirates? Aokiji didn't know what happened in the last sandstorm. Lancelot shrugged. Wait a minute, I'm not sure who escaped. What about Yasop? Tesoro and the others were so badly injured, he can't be okay, right? Aokiji looked at Tesoro and CP9 with a complicated expression. They stopped Yasop from joining the red hair at all costs, and cut off his legs at the cost of being seriously injured and dying. Then he was caught in the sandstorm.
Tuku 41. Everyone is showing off, except me playing the instruments and singing. Tisk, they are not dead. Lancelot looked at the 4 people lying on the ground. Gabu, Rockstar, Yasop who lost his legs. As for Lackey Lu who was frozen in the ice, the fire of life was like a candle, which could go out at any time. But it was not extinguished. Should we say that the people in the pirate world have strong vitality? It's like they have opened a bloodlock. As long as they don't die immediately, they will hardly die from serious injuries. Are you escorting them yourself, or will we Marine come? As usual, the next thing is Marine's business. Aokiji is ready to contact Marine and arrange for people to escort them. But after all, Lancelot caught the person, so it's better to ask. This is my buddy's trophy, do you want to take his credit? Looking at Lancelot's surprised and incredible look, Aokiji was silent. Did he say that, brother? Speak of the devil will appear. Spandam entered with a dozen ordinary agents. Brother, you're here. Lancelot greeted him warmly, which made Spandam stunned for a moment. This was his first time meeting Lancelot, and he felt that he was a pretty good person. How could he be good? First, it was a trading company, and then it was the credit for the encirclement and suppression of the 4 emperors. He glanced at the silent Aokiji and felt a little embarrassed. Lancelot pointed to the 4 people on the ground. Under your leadership, brother, this operation against the Red Hair Pirates was successfully completed. Although the Red Hair Pirates escaped, we also arrested 4 of them. Among them are Usopp and Lackey Lu, 2 of the 3 main forces. This is an unprecedented great achievement, Aokiji. Hey, don't lie with your eyes open. Spandam was even more embarrassed. If Aokiji was not there, he would be very happy. Well, everyone contributed and contributed, paw. Lancelot clapped his hands, and Robin stepped forward and handed a document to Spandam. Spandam's eyes widened and he exclaimed, Nicole. Advertisement. Lancelot interrupted directly. This is my secretary, Nico. You can just call her Nico. FK Nico. Everyone was speechless for a while. Aokiji looked up at the ice, as if there was some beautiful scenery there. What can he do? He can't beat him, and he was the one who released the person back then. Ha. Yes, it's Nico. Spandam also realized that he had overreacted just now, but the other party shouldn't let Nico Robin appear openly, right? Lancelot was too lazy to pay attention to other people's expressions. Brother, this is the evidence collected by Lucci and others under your instructions. Robin rolled his eyes, and he was powerless to complain about the new boss's bad taste. This is definitely a black-bellied person. He just cooperated with someone, and then he sold him out. Of course Spandam knew what it was, and this was also part of the deal. Pretending to flip through it, his face was angry. Damn, I didn't expect Crocodile to be such a person. The adults above value him so much that they let him become the 7 warlords of the sea. How dare he? How dare he betray the trust of the adults, Lancelot? Hey, brother, your acting is too exaggerated. No one here really wants to watch your performance. Aokiji frowned. How did he get involved with Crocodile again? Show me. Spandam handed it over happily. When Aokiji saw the content above, his brows frowned deeper and deeper, and his expression gradually became solemn. I didn't expect Crocodile to have such a big plan in Alabasta. If it is not handled properly, not only the world government, but also the Marine will be affected. He returned the information to Spandam and said, report it, this matter is too big. Then he walked aside and contacted Marshal Sengoku. Open black lens bracket. The mission, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, is completed. Receive rewards. Purple Gold Rod X4, Primary Synthesis Card X1, Advanced Synthesis Card X1. Ultimate Fisherman. Host. Guild Lancelot. Talents. Visitor from Another World, Taijutsu Grandmaster, Chi and Blood like a Pillar, Swordsmanship Grandmaster, Musician. Advanced Conquerors, Advanced Observation Hockey, Advanced Armament Hockey, Eternal Mangekyō. Points. 35,200. Items. Purple Gold Rod X4, Primary Synthesis Card X2, Intermediate Synthesis Card X2, Advanced Synthesis Card X1, Artificial Devil Fruit, Dragon, Munch Fruit, Yellow Spring Fruit. Advertisement. Shock. Red Hair Pirates fell from grace. Shock. Kaido of the Beasts lost his beloved son and is unhappy. Shock. Congratulations to Crocodile for being stripped of his status as 7 warlords of the sea. Shock. A single misstep leads to eternal regret. Whitebeard loses his integrity. Blackbeard's counterattack begins. Close black lens bracket. Shock. Hunter Guild President Yagami Suzu. The golden gun is unstoppable. Close black lens bracket. Shock. You are electricity. You are light. You are the only myth. Welcome the Thunderfruit to the world. Close black lens bracket. Shock. The son of the devil returns to the sea. Close black lens bracket. Shock. Charlotte Linlin gets a new groom. Happy wedding. Close black lens bracket. On this day, Morgan's World Economic News Agency was in the spotlight. The Shock Department is finally officially launched in the pirate world. Although I haven't understood the essence of the Shock Department yet, it has caught Boruto's eye. It's like something incredible has sneaked in. On this day, something happened that made the sea fall into a dead silence. Everything in the newspaper makes people feel suffocated, let alone everything is concentrated together. First, the Red Hair Pirates lost in the battle with the Hunter Guild, and Usopp and Lackey Lu, who were the main combat forces, were sent to impel down. Then I was shocked by the strength of the Hunter Guild. Defeated the red-haired Lancelot, Yamato who defeated Lucky Lu, Enel who has the ability of Thunderfruit, the Golden Emperor who defeated Usopp. No one doubts Hawkeye's strength, his opponent is Beckman. As for the Empress Hancock, she is strong and beautiful, why does she need a record? From now on, no one dares to underestimate the Hunter Guild. This is a 4 Emperors level force. In addition, Ace the Fire Fist was defeated by Blackbeard and his gang, and his whereabouts are unknown. This is another captain of the Whitebeard pirates who has had trouble after Thatch. After killing and defeating 2 captains in succession, Blackbeard, who originally had a weak presence in the Whitebeard pirates, has become extremely popular. 3 of the 4 Sea Emperors have had trouble. The new world is turbulent and chaotic. Only the Wan Guo where the Big Mom pirates are located is full of joy. It can be said that everyone is showing off, and I am the only one who is playing music and singing. 42. The lion is on the prowl and the princess is addicted. Slander. This is an insult to my personality. You are just making groundless accusations, you have no bottom line. Lancelot despised Morgan's professionalism. What do you mean by having S*X with several women at night and having S*X with his female subordinates every night? What? Can't the president have S*X with his female subordinates every night? Robin, wearing a half-fox mask, covered her mouth and chuckled. After a period of getting along, she probably knew the character of the new boss and dared to make jokes. Do you want to try? Lancelot knew Robin's dark side very well, and the next sentence might be, silver-plated gunhead. Does the president want to prove the crime? I don't mind. I sell art but not my body. Robin's eyes were a little evasive. Who told you to recruit most of the employees to be women, and they are all beautiful women? Is it my fault? Lancelot felt a little wronged. Nami and Yamato were accidents. Uda wanted to take revenge on the red-haired girl at first. Hancock valued her potential and power. Robin is a management talent with rich knowledge reserves. It can be said that everyone in the team is excellent in some aspect. Would he be stupid if he didn't control it? Let's talk about business. Report the situation of the guild. Robin immediately got into work mode after hearing this. Since we defeated the Red Hair Pirates, the operation of the guild has stabilized. Many forces and kingdoms have shown goodwill and have the intention to cooperate. The original open and secret targeting has also subsided. The Hunter Guild of the Four Seas can expand further. Lancelot nodded. With the deterrent power of the Hunter Guild now, few people dare to touch the tiger's whiskers. You can handle the cooperation as you wish. There is no need to be polite to those people. Those who dare to stretch out their claws will be chopped off directly. Hearing such an arrangement, Robin couldn't help but feel complicated. Although he is now a secretary, he is actually the general manager of the Hunter Guild. He can be said to be in power. As long as she wants, she can even mobilize the wealth of the world's richest man, the Golden Emperor. After calming down, he continued to report. Lancelot listened silently and nodded from time to time. I have to say that it is really good to have a capable secretary. Robin arranged many things in an orderly manner. Advertisement: only major things need to be arranged by yourself. It was not in vain that he spent such a big price. 3 days ago, someone entrusted the guild to escort a batch of goods, but lost contact on the way. Our people went to that sea area to explore and found nothing. Not even a piece of wood. Lancelot raised his eyebrows. What happened? No one can guarantee 100% safety when traveling on the sea, and no one can predict what accidents will happen. Perhaps a sudden storm is a disaster, but it should be unusual for Robin to bring it up. Sure enough, Robin's next sentence made him excited. The fleet contacted the guild at the last moment, and only said the word, gold, and then nothing happened. Gold? Combining the situation of the fleet and his understanding of One Piece, Lancelot instantly thought of a person. Golden Lion Shiki. His lion fruit can do it. Unfortunately, lion fruit is one of Lancelot's goals. As early as when the synthesis function was turned on, he formulated several synthesis plans. The dragon-type artificial devil fruit in his hand is mainly used to strengthen the body. It has the same ability as Kaido's mythical beast species, so it is needless to say how powerful it is. The Yomiuri fruit increases the strength of the soul, can leave the soul, and comes with a resurrection coin. Shock fruit is also a goal, and Whitebeard has proved its power. And Golden Lion's lion fruit has great strategic value. It is not just talk to rule the sea from the sky, you can attack when you advance and defend when you retreat. Golden Lion didn't understand the game, but Lancelot didn't understand it? Even if the world is destroyed in the future, he can live with his people. With the unforgettable lucky fruit, the six-god suit is just around the corner. And suppressed his excitement and ordered, let Emil go to explore that sea area. The other party may be the legendary pirate Golden Lion. If you find the other party's trace, notify me immediately. Golden Lion? Robin was a little surprised. Golden Lion has disappeared for a long time, and many people thought he died in a corner of the sea. Unexpectedly, he is still alive. The president is going to take action against Golden Lion? She was a little worried, as Golden Lion's reputation was deeply rooted in people's hearts. He was one of the 3 legendary strongmen along with Whitebeard and Pirate King Roger. Is it really okay? Advertisement. Lancelot smiled and said, any questions? Seeing the confidence on his face, Robin shook his head. I'll arrange it. Also, the location of the experimental base needs to be decided by the president. Then I can arrange for manpower and materials to build it. Building an experimental base was Lancelot's idea after getting the Munch fruit. Memory alloys are very useful, and he doesn't plan to sell them. It can be used in manufacturing weapons, equipment, or researching technology. But experimental bases are easy to build, but talents are hard to find. Wait, isn't there a ready-made one right now? Lancelot thought of Geisa. Geisa is indeed a complete B***************, D, but his talent is also penultimate. He also has his own experimental base. Where can you find such a person? In the past, he really didn't like Punk Hazard. Not only was there poison gas everywhere, but it was also not far from several marine bases, so there was no sense of security. But now that Golden Lion has shown up, once he gets the lion fruit, he will send Punk Hazard to the sky. Thinking of this, he told Robin, there is no rush for the site selection. Put aside the manpower and materials for the time being, and focus on searching for scientific researchers and recruiting them. Yes. Robin didn't ask any more questions and did whatever the boss arranged. What about the people in Baroque works? Lancelot asked. Are they all well behaved? Robin rolled her beautiful eyes. Very well behaved. How could they not be well behaved? They were just as trembling as little chickens, afraid that the new boss would be unhappy and get rid of them. Where's Princess Vivi? Princess Vivi doesn't seem to have any plans to go home. She might be afraid that we will become another crocodile. Lancelot was a little surprised. She is still planning to infiltrate our guild? After the incident of Crocodile, Alabasta restored order, and the rebels went back to their own homes and mothers. Princess Vivi should also go back to her mother, no, to her father. Stay here and wait for salary? Robin nodded. Yes, do you want to reveal her identity and let her leave? Lancelot stood up. Let's go and see, is she addicted to being an undercover agent? 43. Encounter with the Straw Hat Pirates in the desert outside the Rainy Land, a battle is going on. Senior agents of Baroque works are besieging Yamato. Many of the 20 or so people are capable. They tried their best but couldn't hurt Yamato at all. Yamato wielded a mace, hitting a kid and sweeping them away one by one. Each hit made these people painful, but they didn't lose their fighting power. At the edge, the CP9 team, who should have been recuperating, was watching. There are only tasks in their lives, and even if they are given paid leave, they don't know what to do. They might as well watch Yamato train Baroque works, hoping to learn something from it. The arrival of Lancelot and Robin made several people a little restrained. Although it was not pointed out, Lucci and others knew that they would follow this generous boss in the future. They are all very energetic. Lancelot looked at the battle on the field and couldn't help but think of Bullet beating the supernova in the movie. That was also a punch to a kid. Not long after, Yamato stood proudly on the spot with a mace, and no one from the Baroque works stood there. Pa. Lancelot clapped his hands lightly. Okay, gather, I have something to announce. After the agents gathered, he looked at the two groups of people in front of him. You may not be used to the sudden change of working environment. But this is the Hunter Guild. While the salary is generous, it is also very hard and dangerous. I can only guarantee that before taking you to the battlefield, I will improve your strength as much as possible. Everyone felt this. The training is simply training to death. Who knows, one day Yamato will smash their brains like watermelons with a stick. Lancelot continued. You are all excellent, really. But, what I need is better subordinates. This made everyone feel nervous. Is it because they don't die fast enough, so they double the training? I will select some of you to form 2 teams. Step out when your name is called. The team was a little uneasy, they didn't know Lancelot's intention. Actually, it's nothing, there are just too many people, good and bad. Lancelot doesn't have that much energy to train all of them, so he can only pick out those with potential. First, Team C, Captain Lucci. Lucci was not surprised, and stood in front without changing his expression. The new boss took so much effort to recruit them, not to let them eat for free. To be honest, he was very grateful and touched to Lancelot in his heart. He was grateful for giving 2 devil fruits to improve the strength of his companions. He was touched to be valued by such a strong man. Team members, Kaku, Khalifa, Bluno, Jabra, Yujitori, Fukuru. In fact, in Team C, only the first 4 people are favored by Lancelot. Advertisement, the others are still a little bit lacking. If the strength of the next 3 people can't keep up, they can only withdraw. Then it's Team M, Captain Mr. 3, team members, Bentham, Zala, Michita, Mr. 5, Beben. Lancelot's eyes swept across the faces of the agents of Baroque works, and finally fell on the uneasy Vivi. Vivi. Huh? When her name was called, Vivi was startled. She didn't expect that she would be included. Lancelot was speechless. Is it really okay to call her Vivi when she is undercover? Are you afraid that no one will associate with Princess Vivi? That's right, in the files of Baroque works, Vivi's registered name is Vivi, and her code name is Miss Wednesday. Marianu, forget it, I'll call you Golden Week. Follow the cadres in the future. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience looked at Golden Week. Even Lucci and others wanted to know who was so sacred that the boss valued him so much. You know, even he didn't have this treatment. However, facing the gazes of the audience, Golden Week remained unmoved and ate her rice crackers calmly. This girl is not simple, many people had such thoughts. Only Mr. 3 and Robin, who knew Golden Week very well, looked calm. Yamato tilted his head and said to himself, strange, did I misjudge it? In the previous battle, Golden Week's ability can only be said to be interesting, not strong. Lancelot did not explain. Who made Golden Week a painter, and Oda happened to draw pirates. Of course, Golden Week is not strong now. Letting her follow the cadres is to let her have enough knowledge of the strong. She can understand all kinds of power. When she gets the BB fruit in the future, she may become the main force. As for the others, they will train with the 2 teams first, and there will be arrangements in the future. Before leaving, Lancelot glanced at Vivi. He wanted to see if this princess had the perseverance to stick to it. A week later, Enel sent a message and found the Golden Lion's nest. Do you need to summon the cadres? Robin asked while spreading out the sea chart. After the battle with the Red Hair Pirates, Hawkeye and Tesoro went to New World. Hancock returned to the 9 Snakes Island, saying that he was practicing in seclusion. Nami went to the 7 Waters City to supervise, and she was most concerned about that ship. Lancelot shook his head. No need, just take 2 teams this time, and treat it as a test. Golden Lion is undoubtedly very strong, but there are not many strong men among his subordinates. With Yamato and Enel, it is enough to deal with it. Found it, in the Moro Sea, then gather them and prepare to sail. Advertisement: no preparation is needed, there is a branch of the Hunter Guild over at the Rapeseed Port. When they arrived here, the necessary ships and supplies were ready. As the ship slowly left the port, the two teams couldn't help but feel uneasy. The enemy this time is the legendary pirate Golden Lion. The boss only brought them, and several cadres were not summoned. Will there really be no problems? Wow, Sugoi. What a luxurious ship, but the Mary is still the best. Huh? Lancelot, who was enjoying Robin's service, opened his eyes. What did he hear? Master, there's a pirate ship coming from the opposite side, do you want to kill them? Lucci said the matter of life and death with a blank expression. Don't pay any attention to it, also, Lucci, don't look so expressionless all day, just like Mahawk. Lucci pretended not to hear it. As an agent who kills without blinking, isn't it normal for him to look expressionless? Lancelot stood up from the beach chair. Across the way, a pirate ship in memory was coming towards them. The familiar skull flag, the familiar straw hat, the familiar smiling face. It seemed like a lifetime ago. Stupid, what are you talking about? That's the flag of the Hunters Guild. Do you know the Hunters Guild? That's the force that defeated the Red Hair Pirates. That's a powerful force with a bounty of billions. Sanji's roar came from the Mary, however, his words made the two people lose their smiles instantly. Luffy lowered his straw hat a little and lowered his eyelids. Usopp's body trembled, with hatred in his eyes, but he was also afraid in his heart. Both of them are closely related to the Red Hair Pirates. The two ships approached quickly and could clearly see the people on the other ship. When the Straw Hat Pirates saw the people on the other ship, their pupils suddenly shrank and their bodies couldn't help trembling. The president of the Hunter Guild, Golden Shura Guild Lancelot. Red Devil Yamato. The two men just watched quietly, and they felt their souls trembling. Even the other party's subordinates, each of them was like a devil who had just crawled out of hell. They didn't doubt it at all. As long as the other party wanted, their journey would end here. The two ships met, then passed by and went away from each other. President, you seem to care about them. Lancelot smiled. Robin, it's not a good habit to peek into your boss's heart. Robin smiled and said, understanding the president's mind can do better for you. Isn't it? 44. Are you sure this isn't Rock's pirate? Moro C. Robin, contact Tesoro. Tell him to go to the world government and ask Vegapunk to make a bait that can catch any fish. Lancelot looked a little disgusting. For most of the day, there was no sign of a bite. When will my points become rich? Robin couldn't help but chuckle when he heard this. It's not often that the president is so angry. You dare to ask Vegapunk to make bait. I have asked people to collect bait formulas. Lancelot was just complaining. It would be strange if the world government agreed to let Vegapunk make bait. This also made him more determined that there must be a lucky fruit in the six-god suit. At this time, the arc proverb slowly descended from the sky. Tisk tisk, it's a bit miserable. Looking at Enel, who was covered with bruises, Lancelot smiled unkindly. Did you challenge Golden Lion? And was you taught a lesson? Not bad, being able to come back alive from Golden Lion means you become much stronger. Enel felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. Humph, I'll definitely beat him next time. He was not happy at all about Lancelot's comfort. Since coming to Qinghai, his dignity as a god has become lower and lower. As the arc proverbs took off again, it didn't take long for islands to appear above. Surrounded by clouds and mist, it was like a paradise. Only those who understand know what kind of murderous intent is hidden on these islands. And on the island in the center, a luxurious building stands. That's where Golden Lion is. At this time in the building, Golden Lion sat on the throne, listening to his subordinates' reports. That Thunderboy is really not afraid of death, he actually dares to come back? Ha 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 ha. We must catch him this time, such a person should become my subordinate. For Enel, Golden Lion was very envious. Last time, he let the other party escape, and he beat his chest and stamped his feet for a long time. This time, he must get Enel. If the other party doesn't want to, then kill him. My lord, something is wrong. The staff who was monitoring the screen interrupted Golden Lion's fantasy. Advertisement. He looked down at the man with empty eyes. What's wrong? The man was sweating and said tremblingly. This time, that person brought accomplices. Oh, Golden Lion became interested. How many people? 10, 18 people. 17 of them went to other places on the island, including the Thunder Fruit ability user. We found that the person you favored didn't seem to be the leader. They all followed the arrangement of the blonde young man, The man suddenly exclaimed. Golden Lion's face sank and looked at the screen pointed by his men. On the screen, a slender blonde young man was waving at the monitoring Dendenmushi. He shook the wine gourd in his hand and walked towards them. The hall fell into silence. Ha 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 ha, interesting, really interesting. Golden Lion laughed out loud. For many years, since Roger's death, he hasn't met such an interesting person again. Lancelot's behavior is not only a provocation, but also a confidence in his own strength. I'm going to fight you, but before that, don't we have a drink together? This is the spirit of a strong man. He saw the shadows of those legendary strong men in Lancelot. Let him come over. Lancelot came to Golden Lion unimpeded. The banquet had been set up here, and seeing him coming, all pairs of eyes looked over. They were curious about what kind of confidence this young man had to dare to come to the Dragon's Den to meet Golden Lion. Lancelot looked around and walked straight to the opposite side of Golden Lion and sat down. Put the wine gourd on the table. 82-year-old rum, try it. Golden Lion was stunned for a moment, and long-lost memories came to him. That year, they were full of vigor, and they were invincible in the sea. That year, under the leadership of Rox, they took action against the god of this world. It was also that year that Rock's pirate was destroyed, and they each formed their own pirate group and started a new round of hegemony. Everything seemed like yesterday, but he had become a remnant of the old era. Ha ha ha, interesting. Golden Lion picked up the wine gourd and drank it. Dong. He put the wine gourd heavily on the table, exhaled happily, and looked at Lancelot with admiration in his eyes. Advertisement, not bad, it tastes like the old days. It really makes people miss it. Golden Lion sighed, the chaotic era before Rox, and then the Rox era. Then the hegemony, Roger became the king, Whitebeard became the uncrowned king. Unknowingly, he has gone through several eras. Looking at the calm young man opposite, don't you want to introduce yourself? Lancelot nodded slightly. Guild Lancelot, president of the Hunters Guild. As soon as he said his name, it immediately caused several exclamations. Golden Lion also felt familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Looking at the exclaiming people, he saw that the other party's eyes were full of fear. It seems that you are not an unknown person. Speaking of this, I suddenly felt funny. How could someone who could subdue the Thunder Fruit ability user and dare to face him be a small character? One of them said tremblingly, Captain Shiki, he is the one who defeated the 4 Emperors' red hair some time ago. The world's strongest swordsman Hawkeye Mahawk. The world's #1 beauty Hancock. The strongest Logia ability user Enel. The strongest creature, the daughter of Kaido of the Beasts, the Red Devil Yamato. The world's richest man, the Golden Emperor, these are all his people. And him, the Golden Shearer Lancelot, known as the strongest of the younger generation, he is expected to surpass the 4 Emperors. Even though Golden Lion had experienced countless storms, he was shocked when he heard this suddenly. He also remembered why he felt familiar. Not long ago, he robbed a batch of supplies, and the other party reported Lancelot's name. It's a pity that he killed the other party before he finished listening. And why is there a sense of déjà vu? Golden Lion thought about it and finally realized it. Isn't this just a copy of Rock's pirate, Shockfruit and Thunderfruit? He and Hawkeye, Kaido and Yamato, Lin and Hancock. Rox and Lancelot. Although he can't compare with Rock's pirate back then, he is young and has great potential. But why doesn't he know such important information? He glared at the person who spoke and turned to look at Lancelot. Golden Shira, 45. How about you attack the naval headquarters again? The mission, abducting Uda, is completed, and the reward is one colorful rod. Lancelot, who was looking at the Golden Lion, was slightly stunned. How did this mission suddenly complete? After the previous confrontation with the Red Hair Pirates, there was no prompt that the mission was completed. He thought he needed to wait for an opportunity. What happened that made Uda decide to sever the ties with the Red Hair Pirates? Unable to figure it out, he was a little worried, so he took out the Den Mushi to contact Uda in front of the Golden Lion. Not long after waiting, the call was connected. Uda, are you okay over there? Lancelot, I'm fine, it's just. Uda's voice was a little low, and even a little choked. Lancelot frowned slightly and comforted. If you have anything, you can tell me, don't bear it alone. The Red Hair Pirates attacked Yule and Tesoro, and the losses were not small. Many people died. Listening to Uda's words, his brows frowned even deeper. Did Red Hair take action? No, it was his pirate group. Lancelot was relieved. As long as Red Hair didn't lose his mind, with Hawkeye and Tesoro around, Grand Tesoro wouldn't be a big problem. Are you really okay? On the Den Mushi side, Uda looked at Grand Tesoro after the bombing with a sad face. Many people died in the attack, including her new friend. She also understood the meaning of Lancelot's words. Thank you, Lancelot. Since meeting Lancelot, he has paid a lot for her. Even in Alabasta, he didn't let her take action because of his own feelings. After learning the result of that battle, she didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Although Usopp, Lackey Lu and others were sent to impel down, at least they saved their lives. Perhaps it was because of her that Lancelot didn't kill them. The experience of being adopted by the Red Hair Pirates, then the days of living with Gordon, and finally the experience during this period of time came to mind. Uda looked down at the Thoth movement in her palm, took a deep breath, and her expression became firm. Even the Demon Lord must submit to her. Advertisement. Hey, Lancelot. I will work hard to become stronger, don't leave me in the future battles. Lancelot whispered. How could it be? You are my trump card. Uda was amused, so her trump card was too weak, right? I'm not a trump card, I'm your singer, Lancelot's exclusive singer. After the call ended, Lancelot couldn't help laughing. Just looking up, he saw Golden Lion's constipated expression. Good guy, flirting with a girl in front of me, have you considered my feelings? After all, he is a strong man who has experienced countless storms, and he quickly recovered his mentality. I didn't expect you to beat that red-haired kid. Roger was very optimistic about him. As if he thought of something interesting, he suddenly laughed. Ha 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 ha. Roger's vision is not very good, didn't he choose a loser as the heir? If he had agreed to join forces with me, we would have had the final say over this sea. How could it fall into the hands of Marine? It seems that Golden Lion still doesn't know that Roger has a terminal illness. It is estimated that Whitebeard didn't tell him.
After mocking Roger for a while, Golden Lion's face became serious and his eyes stared at Lancelot. Do you want to cooperate with me? With your strength and the fighting power of your subordinates, coupled with my strength, no one can be our opponent. He became more and more excited as he spoke, and seemed to be caught in a beautiful fantasy of the future. Lancelot shook his head helplessly. Seeing him shaking his head, Golden Lion's expression froze, and his smile gradually withered. He said with empty eyes, "Why, you don't want to?" Lancelot waved his hands. "No, what I want to ask is, if we cooperate, will you be my subordinate?" Golden Lion glared and slammed his hands on the table. He said angrily, "What are you thinking? You are my subordinate. Follow me in the future. When I unify the world, you will be my left and right arm, and you will be second to none. I am Golden Lion, and you are Golden Shura." He opened his arms as if embracing the whole world. "Let's join forces to overthrow the world government and rule this sea. Just imagine, the whole world is at our feet, what an exciting scene that would be." Looking at the Golden Lion, who is old but young at heart, and almost going crazy. Advertisement. Hiss. Lancelot took a breath. Originally, everyone was bragging to each other, how come they were talking about unifying the world? If you, Golden Lion, had that ability, would you still be floating in the sky now? Have you asked the man who wants to be the pirate king for his opinion before you said this? Hey, old lion, how about we talk about reality? Golden Lion glared. You don't believe me. Besides, I am Golden Lion. Lancelot spread his hands. It's not that I don't believe it, but we have to be realistic. How about you attack Marineford again? After taking it down, use it as our base camp. Golden Lion. Lancelot took a sip of wine and said slowly, "Shaki, maybe you are still immersed in the glory of the past. You have completely forgotten that it is no longer your era now. Even Whitebeard now calls himself a remnant of the old times, suffering from illness and his strength has entered a period of decline. Ruling the world, only a very bored person would do that. The environment and power system of this world are destined to be difficult to unify. What's more, is the world government so easy to overthrow? Not to mention the strength of Marine, even the hidden power of the world government is not something they can contend with now. Do you really think that they can only enjoy themselves for the past 800 years? Golden Lion's face darkened. As an ambitious man, he would never admit defeat, let alone old age. Are you going to reject my kindness? Also, don't compare me with Newgate. That guy who is self-indulgent and only wants to play house games should have been eliminated long ago. While speaking, there was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. It should be said that he is worthy of being Golden Lion, and his face changes at any time. Good intentions. Lancelot sneered. To be honest, I really don't need it. He was too lazy to evaluate Whitebeard. What he does is his freedom. Why not? I'll give you a chance and submit to me. How about it? 46. Golden Lion. I accidentally walked into the movie, is it my fault? Lancelot was speaking from the heart. If Golden Lion was willing to surrender, he would not mind exchanging for a devil fruit. Kid, do you know what you are saying? Golden Lion was enraged, exuding a terrifying aura, with his golden hair flying, like a lion about to go mad. Facing the pressure from Golden Lion, Lancelot stood still and drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. He slowly raised his eyes and stared at the other party. Of course I know what I am saying. But Shaki, do you know what the consequences of rejecting me are? At this moment, Lancelot was domineering and no longer gentle as before. No one can make me surrender. I am Golden Lion. Lancelot's arrogant attitude completely ignited the anger of Golden Lion. The powerful conqueror's pressure enveloped the whole scene, and the people of the flying pirates rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. He is indeed a tyrant, and he doesn't even care about his own people when he is ruthless. Lancelot, who was targeted, felt it more clearly. His eyes suddenly opened, and the conqueror's domain was instantly expanded. Boom. The two conquerors collided with each other, and the air waves hit the surroundings, blowing away people and objects in the hall, and the beams and pillars, cracked, and cracked. Lancelot was not surprised to see the conquerors of Golden Lion, who was competing with him. Some people said that Golden Lion couldn't use conquerors because of the rudder, which was nonsense. He himself awakened conqueror's haki and knew the reason very well. If armament haki is the inevitable result of a strong body, observation haki is an extension of intuition. Then conquerors is the embodiment of will and capacity. This has nothing to do with the physical disability. It will not disappear after awakening, but will only weaken due to the wear and tear of will. Obviously, with Golden Lion's determination, he is not to the point where he can't use conquerors. It can only be said that he appeared too early, and it was in the movie version. Dang. Sparks flew, but it was Golden Lion who attacked. Oh, it should be a kick. Sakura Ten swept towards Lancelot's neck, trying to cut off his head, but was blocked by Hongji. This attack was full of power, not much weaker than red hair. But considering Golden Lion's status and position as famous as Roger and Whitebeard, this level of power is still too weak. It can be seen that his strength has declined greatly. Hey, Shaki, haven't you eaten? Or have you really become an old lion? Looking at Lancelot, who was motionless and listening to the sarcastic words, Golden Lion was furious. After being provoked again and again, the legendary pirate's remaining dignity was trampled under his feet, and he now had only one idea. Kill this guy. Kid, when I was galloping on the sea, you were not yet born. Don't kneel down and beg for mercy later. The moment the words fell, his body flew into the air, and Muku slashed from the other side. The sword blade flashing with cold light tore through the air, and Muku, carrying the anger of Golden Lion, was coming in an instant. Lancelot leaned back to avoid it, but a more fierce attack followed. Golden Lion kicked out with both legs quickly, and Sakura Ten and Muku formed an airtight sword net, trying to tear Lancelot into pieces. Dang, dang, dang. The sound of metal clashing accompanied by sparks splashing in the air, and Hongji appeared very accurately on the attack trajectory of the two swords. Advertisement. It must be said that even if Golden Lion used his legs instead of his hands, his swordsmanship was still amazing. I'm afraid that ordinary great swordsmen would find it difficult to resist. This is the swordsmanship honed by fighting with countless top strongmen. While the two were fighting fiercely, other places on the island were also fighting fiercely. Team C and Team M were trapped in the encirclement of ferocious beasts, because the pressure of Golden Lion and Lancelot made these ferocious beasts more violent. Lucci and others were lucky, they were stronger and could barely hold on. But the members of Team M were not so good. If it weren't for Mr. Three's good brains and Robin's help, there would have been casualties by now. On the outskirts of the battlefield, Yamato carried the mace on his shoulder and had a full view of everyone's performance. To be honest, this kind of babysitting job is not suitable for her. She would rather fight against the strong. Looking at her feet, Golden Week was kneeling on the spread cloth, eating senbei with relish. It seemed that nothing could really make this girl panic. People who didn't know were really scared by Golden Week's performance. Looking at the other side, Enel was fighting with Indigo and Scaredo. The strength shown by one man and one gorilla far exceeded the theater version. Fortunately, Enel had experienced a lot of beatings during this period, otherwise he might have capsized in the gutter. Yamato was surprised and found that Lucci had actually comprehended observation hockey in the battle. Together with the armed color that he comprehended not long ago, he got the ticket to the world of the strong. No wonder the captain asked me to focus on training you. You really have the qualifications to become a strong man. Boom. The loud sound like the collapse of the sky echoed, and the terrifying pressure almost enveloped the sky. The souls of the beasts that were besieging the two teams were trembling. They abandoned Lucci and the others and instinctively ran towards the periphery. Yamato looked towards the source of the sound. He saw that the Golden Lion and Lancelot, who were just competing in swordsmanship, started a more fierce fight. Golden Lion activated the lion fruit ability, rolling up the surrounding land, surging like waves, and gathered into ferocious lions. Ha ha ha, kid, see the power of ruling the sky. The wild and unruly laughter reached everyone's ears. At this time, the Golden Lion looked down on the audience like a king. Lancelot looked at the Golden Lion who was laughing wantonly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Hongji was in front of him, with her index finger and middle finger together, stroking the red blade. Advertisement. God-killing white dragon song. He shot towards the direction of the Golden Lion at the speed of ultimate like an arrow from a bow, leaving a series of afterimages behind him. Swish. A lion head that was biting at him split into two. At the moment when the lion head separated, Lancelot was already behind the lion head. Swish, swish. Two more lion heads separated, and the cuts were as smooth as a mirror. However, after breaking through 3 lions in succession, his speed not only did not decrease, but became faster. Golden Lion's eyes widened. At this moment, he felt the strong breath of death. Intuition told him that if he didn't do something, he would die. Having experienced countless life and death, he reacted instinctively. Lion. Thousand Slice Valley. His feet kicked out continuously, and huge slashes that were enough to cut the mountains flew towards Lancelot. In this continuous golden slash, a figure shuttled like a rainbow. Each slash passed by him dangerously, but it didn't hit the target. When he passed the last slash, Lancelot was less than 10 meters away from Golden Lion, and their eyes met at this moment. There seemed to be thunder and lightning in his eyes. Golden Lion saw the strong killing intent in Lancelot's eyes, and after a slight pause, he grinned. His open arms suddenly closed. Ha! As his palms clapped together, the lion heads that had been lying on both sides pounced instantly. Lancelot seemed not to see it, but he secretly praised it in his heart. He is indeed a legendary figure who has come from the Rocks era to the present, and his combat experience is very experienced. Boom. The 2 lion heads collided fiercely, and the mud flew up, submerging Lancelot's figure. Golden Lion frowned slightly, and the sense of crisis did not subside. Then, 47. The Swan Song. Lion Elegy. Puff. A flash of red light flashed before his eyes, and Golden Lion's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. He looked down at his chest, and a deep wound that could be seen through the bone was bleeding. When he turned around, and what came into his sight was Lancelot's back, and there was not a trace of blood on the red blade. It can be seen how fast the knife was just now. Lancelot landed on a lion's head, turned around and looked at Golden Lion, and sighed twice. Today Golden Lion gave him too many surprises. His attack just now was unexpected, and in such a desperate situation, the opponent actually avoided the vital points. Turning a fatal blow into an injury that does not affect the battle, how experienced is it? He wiped the wound, put the bloody hand on his mouth and licked it, and Golden Lion stared at Lancelot indifferently. How long has it been? It seems that he has not been injured since he escaped from Impel Down. Now, he has capsized on a little kid. What a shame. He said word by word, I will kill you. With eyes wide open, the violent conqueror's pressure went away, and his arms were open to the maximum. Little kid, bury it completely on this island. As the words fell, the roar continued, and the whole floating sky island was shaking. Then a horrifying scene happened. The island seemed to come alive, and it surged like a wave. The soil rolled up and gathered into a mountain-like lion head. Compared with now, those just now were just children. Extreme lion majesty. Govern place earth coiling. Forests, beasts, buildings and other objects were all submerged under the golden lion's move. Lancelot was like a lamb surrounded by lions, and the lion head that covered the sky and the sun enveloped him. Ha ha ha, little devil, now I give you the last chance, surrender to me. Even after fighting till now, Golden Lion still longs for Lancelot's loyalty, which shows how much he values his strength. Do you really think you're going to win? Lancelot's face was not at all flustered. Compared with the red-haired man, Golden Lion put much less pressure on him. He hasn't played his trump card yet. Golden Lion heard the words, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. If you don't accept the toast, you'll have to drink the penalty. Since you don't want the chance to live, then die. After saying that, he raised his hand and swung it down suddenly. Boom boom. The lions gathered from the entire island collided with each other above Lancelot, and then fell with a bang. Under the control of the Golden Lion fruit ability, the soil rolled up, like several earth dragons entangled and squeezed, and finally condensed into a towering pillar. The scene gradually became quiet. The island with a thick layer of soil scraped off looked bare, and those who survived by chance looked at this side in shock. They have seen the power of the legendary strongman. Advertisement. He can destroy an island with just a wave of his hand. The Golden Lion was suspended in the air, staring at his masterpiece expressionlessly. Defeat the 4 emperors. Humph, that's all. How could that idiot Newgate allow that kid to be on equal footing with him? He glanced at the hard work that he had destroyed and snorted again. It seems that the plan to destroy East Blue has to be delayed. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, the giant pillar suddenly trembled. A golden beam of light penetrated, followed by the second, the third. Boom boom. The soil bulged, the giant pillar collapsed, and the golden Susanoo stood up from the broken soil and rocks. Golden Shira. Seeing Susanoo, this name popped up in Golden Lion's mind. He then remembered that his subordinates had said that Lancelot's name was Golden Shira. Is that how it happened? But so what? I'm the Golden Lion. The lion fruit's ability was activated again, and the mud surged, gathering into 3 lions tens of meters tall. The Golden Lion landed on one of the lion's heads, and looked Lancelot in the eye. The battle started again. The Golden Lion controlled the 3 lions to launch a fierce attack on Susanoo, but was smashed to pieces by Susanoo one by one. However, these lions were just dead things, and even if they were smashed to pieces, they would still regroup. Retreat. Yamato, who was watching the battle, saw that the aftermath of the two people's battle was getting stronger and stronger, and the entire island was already showing signs of collapse, so he immediately led everyone to retreat to the Ark Proverbs. Looking at the devastating battle scene, both teams were amazed. Enel, who always claimed to be a god, clenched his fists. He felt his weakness again. In front of a strong man of this level, did he have the power to fight back? Little did he know that Lancelot had played high-end games with him, so he would naturally have this feeling. Vivi huddled at the back of the team. This was the first time she had seen such a scene. She felt that she was no different from an ant. If Alabasta faced such a strong man, or was targeted by the Golden Lion, she swallowed hard. If that happened, they would have no power to resist. It was nothing more than the Golden Lion using the lion fruit ability a few more times. If I could become stronger. A seed took root in the heart of a girl. No one knows whether this seed can break through the soil and grow into a towering tree. At this time, the battle has reached a fever pitch. Golden Lion uses the fruit ability like a catharsis, regardless of the loss of physical strength. Boom. The island can no longer be maintained and shattered into countless pieces. It did not fall because Golden Lion did not release the ability. Who? Golden Lion gasped heavily and looked at Lancelot opposite with a serious face. Why do you look fine? Advertisement. It's no wonder that he was surprised, because Lancelot's breathing was smooth at this time, and he didn't look like he had experienced a fierce battle at all. I guess a hammer. Golden Lion cursed in his heart. Who knows the reason? It stands to reason that frequent use of abilities should consume a lot of physical strength, just like himself. He didn't know that Susanoo was not a fruit ability at all, and it consumed not physical strength, but pupil power. Red Hair suffered a great loss in this regard. If that's all you can do. Hongji made a knife flower, pointing the tip of the knife at Golden Lion. Then your journey ends here. The wind blew, rolling up some dust, and Golden Lion's wild golden hair fluttered. His expression kept changing. Judging from the results of the battle just now, he was at a disadvantage. Not only that, he had not forced the opponent into a desperate situation even with all his strength. If he continued to fight, he might lose. Do you want to run away? This thought was extinguished as soon as it came up. What a joke, he is Golden Lion, how could he run away? Then there is only a fight to the death. Lancelot saw that the face of the Golden Lion opposite him became ferocious. Little devil, let me show you what the consciousness of a strong man is. It seemed that he had made up his mind. He gritted his teeth and reached for the broken ends of his feet with both hands. Swish, swish, Golden Lion held Sakura and Muku with both hands, and blood fell from his feet. Boom, Conqueror's domain unfolded, black and red lightning flashed continuously. Not enough, not enough. Golden Lion's face became more and more ferocious, and the next moment his eyes widened with anger. Staring at Lancelot, he roared, "Little devil, I'm not a human being anymore." In Lancelot's surprised eyes, Sakura's sword passed through the rudder above his head and lifted it hard. The rudder was pulled out of Golden Lion's head with blood. The intense pain made his face distorted, and blood flowed down, making him look like a devil crawling out of hell. Hiss. Lancelot took a breath of cold air. Do you have to be so cruel? Conquerors comparable to red hair burst out from Golden Lion, and the terrifying pressure caused all the clouds in the sky to shatter. Conquerors continued to gather towards Sakura and Muku. Little devil, go to hell with me. Dual sword style secret. Lion elegy. 48. Kaido. My Yamato is just too simple. In Kamui space, Lancelot was holding a fruit. Under his gaze, the appearance of the fruit gradually changed, and the lion fruit belonging to Golden Lion was in hand. Seeing this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the chance is still very high. He looked at the Golden Lion who had lost his life, mourned for this former legend for a moment, and left Kamui space. The last swan song of Golden Lion was extraordinary, it was a move with the determination to die. Elegy. Elegy. The lion's elegy. It was also the enemy's elegy. If the Elbaf spear was not strong enough, I am afraid he would really go to hell with Golden Lion. With the death of Golden Lion, the island that lost the control of the lion fruit ability fell downwards. The creatures on the remaining islands were in chaos, and countless people were killed and injured while fleeing. The residents of Vermeil, like in the movie version, burst out their potential in the face of the crisis of death and gained the ability to soar into the sky. Marshal Sengoku, it's not good. The exclamation from outside the door made Sengoku, who was practicing calligraphy, tremble. Looking at the big words on the paper, his brows were furrowed tightly, and he felt uncomfortable no matter how he looked at it. The justice of the world, the word, righteousness, has not been written yet, and the word, righteousness, is also crooked. I always feel that it foreshadows something. Throwing the brush on the table, the aura of the superior without anger made the visitor immediately restrain his panic. Marshal Sengoku. Sengoku sat back in the chair. You are so flustered, is it Whitebeard calling? The visitor was hesitant to answer. This is the naval headquarters. How dare Whitebeard come to make trouble? Tell me, what happened? After being asked, the visitor remembered what he had to report and swallowed his saliva. The Hunter Guild wants to exchange the bounty of Golden Lion. Sengoku didn't react for a while after hearing the words. After a few breaths, his eyes widened and he stood up. What did you say? The man had to repeat it, and Sengoku was shocked. You mean, Lancelot killed Golden Lion and asked us to exchange the bounty? Yes, more than 4 billion. The Sabaody archipelago branch can't afford so much Bailey, and can't make the decision. Sengoku took a deep breath, and felt a pain in his heart at the same time. More than 4 billion, how could Marine exchange such a high bounty? Hesitantly said, have you confirmed it? It's confirmed, it's Golden Lion. Sengoku waved his hand. I know, I will arrange it. Advertisement. After the subordinates left, he sat back in the chair, and his expression became inexplicable. Hunters Guild, Lancelot, when we first started working together, it was nothing. We just thought that the other party had too much money and could also accommodate retired Marines. But after the other party defeated Red Hair Pirates and Golden Lion one after another, he felt uneasy. It's really that the Hunters Guild is too powerful. Even Hawkeye and Empress from Shichibukai are involved, plus Yamato and Enel. Sengoku sighed, as if he couldn't suppress it. If he didn't handle it well, it would be a new Four Emperors group, or an oversized Four Emperors group. At this moment, he had the same idea as Golden Lion. The Hunter Guild is very similar to the prototype of Rock's Pirate. Shock. The collision of Gold and Gold, Lion and Shira, the end of the legendary pirates. Closing square bracket. On the Moby DK, Whitebeard fell into silence for a long time while looking at the newspaper in his hand. As one of the 3 legendary pirates and a companion who had been on the same ship, the sudden end of Golden Lion made him sigh. At this moment, Whitebeard clearly felt that their era was over. The previous defeat of Red Hair Pirates to the Hunter Guild only shocked him for a moment. Looking at Lancelot's face in the newspaper, he thought of Red Hair's experience in East Blue. I still remember the words, I bet my left arm on the new era. The one Roger is waiting for. It seems that since the appearance of this guy named Lancelot, the sea has become strange and unpredictable. Marco. Dad. Hearing Whitebeard calling him, Marco hurried forward. Marco, is there still no news about Ace? No, I only know that Teach was finally chased to Alabasta. Marco hesitated, but still said, Ace's life card is not abnormal, could he be trapped somewhere? Whitebeard frowned, and he was uneasy when the red hair pirates went to war with the Hunter Guild. Now that there has been no news for so many days, something may have happened. After thinking for a while, he said, "You go there in person. Take Vista and Izo. The Whitebeard pirates are worried about Ace, and the other 3-4 emperors are also uneasy." Charlotte Linlin got the news of Golden Lion's death, and for some reason she went crazy and made a big fuss on Cake Island. And the Beast's pirates are fighting with the Red Hair pirates. Although the Red Hair pirates lost 4 cadres, with Red Hair and Beckman, they can still resist the attack of the Beast's pirates. When the news of the Golden Lion's demise came, the two sides tacitly stopped fighting. The glory of the enemy is the pain of one's own side. The red-haired man's face was gloomy, and the scar on his chest was aching. Advertisement. Beckman took a deep puff of cigarette. "Shanks, the Hunter Guild is getting stronger and stronger. If you want revenge, you must be prepared. But now we should first solve the Beast's pirates problem, and then find a way to rescue Yasop and the others. Has the world government still not agreed?" The red-haired man's face became gloomier. They refused. If Yasop and the others had not been imprisoned in Impel Down, there would still be a possibility of a deal. But because of the attack of the Beast's pirates, he missed the best time for negotiation. Once Yasop, who was imprisoned in Impel Down, reappears on the sea, even a fool knows the trick. What will the Marine think at that time? What will the people think? Do you still want to save the face of the world government? First, beat Kaido and the others back, and then find a way to save Yasop and the others. On the other side, Kaido was guzzling wine while crying loudly. "Shiki, you old man, you disappeared for more than 20 years, and you were killed without a sound." "My former partner," Jin reminded from the side. "Mr. Kaido, it's a bit too much." Kaido stopped crying, it seems so. However, as a member of the Rocks Pirate, he still felt sad after seeing the power of Golden Lion. When he saw Lancelot's face in the newspaper, all the sadness disappeared, and anger rose. Snap, snap, snap. He slapped the photo several times in a row, as if he could take a picture of the other party. "This B*****************, he dared to kidnap my Yamato, he is simply looking for death. They still don't understand why Yamato ran from Wano-kuni to Alabasta in a flash. And participated in the battle between the Hunter Guild and the Red Hair Pirates. According to the current information, Yamato seems to have joined the Hunter Guild and became Lancelot's subordinate. This is Yamato, who he has high hopes for. No matter how rebellious he is still under his nose, right? Humph, Yamato is too naive. He was bewitched by a diary of Odin at the beginning, and now he is deceived to be a subordinate as soon as he goes out to sea. It's simply a disgrace to the Beast's pirates. Perhaps among the people present, only Jin can understand Kaido's complicated feelings for Yamato. However, anyone who has such a filial son will also have a headache. Gather people and go meet this Lancelot. I want to see how he deceives Yamato. 49. What Princess Wei Wei wants. What happened to her? Was she stimulated? Lancelot looked at the battle below with some confusion. Vivi suffered a lot at the hands of Yamato. She was covered in wounds but still gritted her teeth and persisted, rushing towards Yamato again and again. This situation has not been going on for a day or two. It has started since the battle with Golden Lion. Robin pursed his lips, rarely without a dark heart. She was indeed stimulated. Her Highness seemed eager to become stronger. I didn't expect that she could persist for so long. It seems that this was not a spur-of-the-moment idea. But she hesitated to speak, and Lancelot knew what Robin meant. In the end, Vivi's foundation was not good. Even if she worked harder, the improvement she could get was limited. Unless she ate the devil fruit, and it was zones. This would make up for the gap in physique and strength. She doesn't want to go back to being a princess. Robin pondered for a moment after hearing this and shook his head gently. At present, she has no intention of leaving. I guess she plans to use our power to become stronger. She seems to have the intention of relying on us. Lancelot looked at the blue-haired girl's stubborn expression and remained silent. After a while, he said, "Let Yamato increase the intensity and train to death." Robin was surprised and said, "Aren't you afraid that Her Royal Highness will really die in training? After all, she is a princess of a country. If something really happens, it will be a very troublesome thing." Of course, it's just a trouble. With the strength of the Hunter Guild, it is estimated that Cobra can only ask the world government for help. However, will the world government fall out with the Hunter Guild for him and have an additional enemy of the 4 Emperors power level? Obviously not. Lancelot glanced at an item in the system backpack. It was the item he had just caught with the 7-color rod. The Imperial tool from the world of killing the sister. He hasn't decided whether to use it himself, and Vivi happened to have an unexpected change. Looking at the same blue hair, this may be the arrangement of fate. This is her choice. Tell Vivi that if she can survive from hell, I will give her what she wants. Yeah, Robin responded, curious about what Vivi will get, and a little envious. Not everyone can be appreciated by the president. In the Hunters Guild, apart from those cadres, there are only Lucci and Golden Week, and now there is one more. Well, I seem to be one of them. From a fugitive, he jumped to the general manager of the Hunters Guild, which can be said to be under 1 person and above 10,000 people. The man next to him seems to always be able to control everything, making people believe and feel very safe. How are Enel and the others? Enel has arrived at Thunder God Island, and Team C and Team M are on their way to Punk Hazard. By the way, Marine has issued a Shichibukai summons, but the executors have not yet been determined. Lancelot was slightly startled. Shichibukai summons. Does this mean that Blackbeard handed Ace to Marine? However, there is no news that Blackbeard has become a Shichibukai, and no one knows what Marine is planning. Let's Spandam find out. Our ally is not very powerful. As the two chatted, the Seven Waters City came into sight. Advertisement. Boom, boom, boom. In the distance, a pirate ship was running away quickly, and behind it, a dog-headed warship was chasing closely. Shells were bombarded at a very fast speed. But it was not the turret that fired the shells, but a strong old man. He was the marine hero Garp. What was speechless was that every shell barely touched the edge of the pirate ship and fell on the sea. Robin smiled and said, "It's the group that the president cares about." It's really interesting. Even she could see that Garp was letting the pirates go. No, it was more like letting the pirates go. With Garp's strength, it would be easy to destroy this group of pirates. Lancelot looked puzzled. It's really interesting. He didn't mean that the Straw Hat crew was interesting, but that they met each other here again not long after each other. It seemed that fate had arranged a result between him and the Straw Hat crew. Do you want to take action? Lancelot shook his head. Do you know why I didn't take action last time? I have some guesses. After the last time, I used the power of the guild and found out a lot of things. Robin thought of the information and the scene in front of him, and his guess was confirmed. Tell me about it. Lancelot became interested. You didn't take action against the Straw Hat crew because of his connections, right? Monkey D. Luffy, from East Blue Windmill Village. Interestingly, Garp, Monkey D. Garp, is also from there. Even more interesting is that the leader of the Song army has the same surname. Not only that. Robin paused here, met Lancelot's smiling eyes, and decided to continue. The Fire Fist ace of the Whitebeard pirates is also from the Windmill Village, and the red hair pirates stayed there for a long time. I also found out that the red-haired Shanks also had a straw hat back then. Pa pa pa. Lancelot applauded. Smart people are different. Just an encounter with the Straw Hat crew, he dug out so many things, and he also knew how to use the power in his hands. He has no shortage of powerful subordinates, but he needs smart subordinates more. That's why he took so much effort to recruit Robin. Awesome. Your guess is right, those people have a deep relationship with the Straw Hat crew. Advertisement. The Straw Hat crew is nothing, but we are a big family, there is no need to cause trouble for ourselves. Robin looked at her president deeply, she only believed half of this. Does Lancelot look like a person who is afraid of trouble? Absolutely not. He must have a higher level of planning. On the opposite Sunny, Luffy was cheering to avoid his grandfather's attack. Sanji ran over with a cold sweat on his face. Oh no, Luffy. Hee, what's wrong? The heartless Luffy did not realize the coming storm. Sanji pointed to the front of the Sunny and said tremblingly, yes, it's Golden Shura. The biggest business of the Hunter Guild is to capture pirates in exchange for bounties. Not long ago, a large order of more than 4 billion was completed, that was the legendary pirate Golden Lion. The bounties of all their members added up 10 times are not that much. Luffy's smile froze on his face, and he suddenly turned his head to look forward. The familiar luxury ship was coming towards them, and a man and 3 women stood at the bow and looked at this side. There was a fire in his eyes, and he thought of the tragic defeat of Shanks and others, and the fate of Yasop and others. The fire in his heart was rising. Just meeting those eyes, a voice in his heart told him. He would die. Last time he didn't make a move because of fear, and thought that he had the courage to face it after his strength increased. Unexpectedly, the other party made him feel more terrified. Zoro and others had the same feeling as him. Obviously Lancelot on the opposite side was smiling, but they had a sense of déjà vu as if they were facing an unparalleled beast. Do you have a grudge against the people on the opposite side? Frankie, who had just boarded the ship, didn't feel so deeply, but the atmosphere was too depressing now. Chopper and Usopp, who were trembling with fear, hugged each other, trying to find a little sense of security. Don't you know him? That's the Golden Shura Lancelot. Frankie shuddered, and he said that the person on the other side looked familiar, and it turned out to be the leader of the Hunter Guild. He swallowed hard and said in a trembling voice, he won't attack us, right? 50. Pluton design. As the saying goes, what you fear will come to you. As soon as Sanji said, it shouldn't happen, the figure of Lancelot on the opposite side disappeared from his sight. Swish. A figure appeared out of thin air in front of Luffy. His pupils suddenly contracted, and he shouted in shock, little. Boom. Before the word, heart, came out, a majestic pressure enveloped the Straw Hat crew. They only felt that their brains were hit hard, and the invisible and violent force hit their consciousness. In front of this force, they were as weak as ants. In just a moment, their consciousness was defeated, their eyes rolled back, and their bodies fell down limply. Only Luffy gritted his teeth and persisted, but his body was also shaky. Oh, Lancelot was a little surprised, but he thought it was natural. In the words of his previous life, he was the son of luck after all, the protagonist of this world, and it was normal to be a little special. Boom. The more powerful pressure crushed Luffy, instantly crushing his consciousness, and his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Lancelot shrugged and retracted conquerors. As if nothing had happened, he slowly walked to Frankie's side. After searching his body for a while, he found a piece of information in his hand. It was the design of Pluton. The world government had been planning for a long time, and it finally fell into his hands. But it is not easy to build it, and it cannot be completed in a short time. Even if it is built, the energy to drive Pluton is also a problem. It is estimated that only the infinite energy that Vegapunk is studying can meet it. Put the Pluton drawing into the system backpack and turn to look at the sky. A figure was approaching quickly on the moonwalk, and then fell in a parabola. Bang! The Sunny suffered the first heavy blow since its birth, and the deck made a tooth-grinding creaking sound. The waterline sank 2 meters, and the seawater splashed on the deck. Garp stood up and saw the unconscious Straw Hat crew, and the corner of his mouth twitched. He turned his head and glared at Lancelot. Boy, you dare to steal my prey. I have to say, the old man is good at turning the tables. If he didn't know his relationship with Luffy, he would have been really scared by him. Advertisement. Facing Garp's questioning, Lancelot looked at the car that had already approached. Nico, how much is the bounty for Straw Hat crew? Robin rolled her beautiful eyes. What the hell, Nico? 230 million and 50. Needless to say, the 50 is a decimal must-be chopper. I just don't know why there is still a bounty without the Ennie's lobby incident. And the Mary is offline. Lancelot looked at Garp. Old man, please settle the bounty. What did you say? Garp was immediately angry, using his grandson to exchange for a bounty. Is it because I can't lift the knife anymore? Are you, Lancelot, are too proud? Boy, this is my prey, what do you want? Ha, Lancelot sneered, what do you mean your prey? I got the head with my own ability, why don't you give me the reward? Humph, so what if I don't give it to you? Garp started to act like a gangster. It's impossible to give it to you. If I really give the reward, Sengoku will know. Will Luffy be sent to impel down by then? Garp didn't know that during the time he was out at sea, his other grandson might have already been impelled down. Yamato, someone is defaulting on his debt. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Yamato jumped into the air, wrapped Conqueror's mace and swung it down at Garp's head. What? Garp's eyes were about to bulge out. They started fighting at the slightest disagreement. Are all the girls nowadays so brave? The explosion caused by the mace tearing through the air showed that he didn't hold back. He didn't dare to be careless. His fist turned black in an instant, and black and red arcs of electricity swirled around. Bang! The air wave rushed out, and the Sunny almost sank into the water under this blow. Only Garp was strong and had a high level of attainment in controlling power, otherwise the Sunny would have faced the crisis of sinking as soon as it set sail. Although he was well prepared, Yamato was still shocked to see Garp easily blocking his attack. Is this the power of the hero Garp? You know, Garp is not a mythical beast like her father Kaido. After failing to hit him, Yamato rushed forward again at the moment of landing on the deck with the force of recoil. Advertisement. Shenzhou White Snake Drive. In the instant acceleration, the mace hit Garp with lightning speed. So fast. Even Garp, who has experienced many battles, was surprised. What's more, Yamato didn't stop. He didn't have time to accumulate power, so he could only block his arms covered with haki in front of him. Bang! The sturdy body slid backwards, and a big hole was broken in the Sunny, which had just been launched. Tisk. Yamato shook the mace, not satisfied with the results of this attack. You can tell with your toes that Garp was not injured at all. As expected, the old man walked out of the big hole with an angry face and raised his right fist wrapped with haki. Kid, do you want to taste the iron fist of love? Obviously, he didn't think the conflict just now was a signal for war, and there was no need for it. Or, having gone through several eras, he was not really angry about it. Lancelot shrugged. I don't mind changing the time and place. He also wanted to experience the strength of this legendary veteran, but he couldn't enjoy it in the current situation. He glanced at the Straw Hat crew who was still unconscious, and turned to his ship. Yamato restrained his passionate fighting spirit and followed behind him. Garp curled his lips and put away haki, but he had a higher opinion of Lancelot and Yamato in his heart. Especially Yamato. Morgans had only speculated that she was Kaido's daughter before. No one had direct evidence to prove it. Now he is sure that it is 100%. Oh right, Mr. Garp. Lancelot suddenly stopped. Let me be frank. If you don't want to lose your beloved grandson, you'd better persuade him not to cause me trouble. This time I'm doing it for your sake, I won't hold back next time. Watching the big ship slowly go away, Garp retracted his gaze and looked at Luffy with a complicated expression. He knew what the other party meant. Because the Red Hair pirates lost to the Hunter Guild, Yasop and the other 4 were imprisoned in Impel Down. Luffy, who had an indissoluble bond with them, must have regarded the Hunter Guild as an enemy. With Luffy's reckless personality, conflicts are inevitable. Damn Red Hair. He cursed angrily and sat cross-legged beside Luffy. 51. Sakura Flower Unicorn. Carrera Shipyard. Bingshan and other ship workers are busy. This is the most expensive ship they have ever built in their lives. The precious tree atom wood alone costs more than 2 billion, and with other materials, the cost of this ship is nearly 3 billion. This does not include the facilities prepared by the customer. For example, the magical unmanned cooking machine, the animal skin sails from the large sea kings, the special ropes made of animal tendons, the special training equipment, etc. It can be said that after the completion of this ship, the value is almost equivalent to the bounty of 4 emperors. Finally completing the last process, everyone wiped the sweat and exhaled a long breath. Looking at the masterpiece in front of them, they couldn't help but smile with joy. Pa pa pa. Applause came from outside the door. Bingshan turned around and saw that the person coming was their customer Lancelot. Captain Nami, who had been staying here to supervise, shrank. Not seeing the happiness of her own captain, she retreated to the back of the crowd in embarrassment. Mr. Lancelot. Iceberg came up with the boatman. He dared not neglect the young man who defeated the 4 emperors. Mr. Iceberg. After the two exchanged a few pleasantries, Iceberg said a little embarrassedly, "Sorry, for some reasons, your ship is only now completed." "It doesn't matter. Slow work makes fine work. I believe this ship is worth my weight." Lancelot certainly knew the reason. Lucci and his men ran away. Not only did they lose 2 senior boatmen, but no one helped Iceberg to handle the daily affairs of the 7-water city. Of course, Iceberg was proud. "I have spent so many precious materials. How can I live up to your trust if I don't go all out?" Lancelot then began to look at his future vehicle. This is a 3-masted sailing ship that is more than 50 meters long and more than 20 meters wide. It is nearly twice as large as the Sunny of the Straw Hat Pirates. The whole ship is silver white, which looks a bit dazzling. Advertisement. Facing Lancelot and his team is the bow. That is a mighty hockey unicorn. Yes, it is mighty hockey. The sharp horn and bright silver paint make the animal head look like it is made of steel, with blue and silver main carvings. The arrogant eyes, the nose and the jaw are painted in gold. The overall look is that there are no dragon whiskers and fangs, which makes it less ferocious, otherwise it really has the flavor of a dragon. However, this also makes the unicorn more mighty hockey. With the wing carvings under the unicorn's neck, it seems that there is really a unicorn in front of it. Bingshan pointed to the bow. The keel of this ship is made of a complete branch of the treasure tree atom. This dragon head is not a decoration. That is a launch port, and it does not launch shells, but energy cannons. Energy cannon. Seeing the expressions of Lancelot and others, Bingshan could not hide his smugness on his face. Yes, energy cannon. Look at this first. This is an outer ship. Iceberg pointed at the ends of the 2 sides of the hull. This was built according to Miss Nami's request. It is powered by an electric system, which allows the ship to sail even when there is no wind. At that time, I was wondering, Miss Nami's request was unreasonable. After all, we do have the electric drive technology, but basically no one does it because it cannot meet the power supply. But when I learned that your subordinate Enel is a Thunderfruit ability user, I suddenly understood. It was also based on the design of this power system that I changed the original cannon on the bow to an energy cannon. At this point, Iceberg winked at Lancelot. 1. Fire, enter, soul. Lancelot understood immediately. Cannon, the romance of men. And the energy cannon, the romance of romance. Iceberg continued to introduce. A powerful propulsion system has also been added to the stern, which can make the ship accelerate instantly. If it bursts out with all its strength, it is not a problem to fly for a short time. On both sides of the ship, there is a pair of wings made of Sea King's animal skins hidden, which can extend the flight distance. Of course, these are all Miss Nami's ideas. Lancelot glanced at a corner after hearing this. Nami happened to look over here cautiously, and the two looked at each other, and she quickly shrank back. Advertisement. How much has this guy done to this ship? Led by Iceberg, everyone went on board to visit. The whole ship is divided into 4 floors. There are 2 floors above the deck and 2 floors below the deck. On the top floor, there is only the captain's room, which is very spacious, with a bed, a desk, a bathroom, and a bookcase. The control panel is just a few steps away from the door of the captain's room. Behind the captain's room, there is an area that has been transformed into a little garden. In addition to the orange trees that Nami had shipped from Kokosia village, there was also a sakura flower tree. As the wind blew, a few sakura flowers occasionally fell. Lancelot looked at Nami with empty eyes. The climate on the sea is unpredictable. Are you sure these sakura flowers won't fall off? Nami stuck out her tongue. No, this is a 4-season sakura flower tree. These sakura flowers are actually the same as leaves. No matter how strong the wind is, they won't fall off. They are very resistant to wind. I hope so. Lancelot didn't comment, but it's not bad to have such a sakura flower tree. Not only is the scenery pleasant, but there is also a place to cool off. After all, sailing on the sea is mostly boring. Below the captain's room is the kitchen, where the unmanned food processor is placed. There are bedrooms, training rooms, storage rooms, etc. on the 2 floors below the deck. So, what is the name of this ship? After visiting the new ship, Lancelot was very satisfied with the design of the ship. The main feature is comfort, and it also has good firepower, and the maximum speed has reached the ultimate of the current technology. Now all that's missing is a name. As the one who designed and manufactured it, Iceberg has the right to be the first to name it, which is the default rule on the sea. Of course, if Lancelot is not satisfied, he can also name it himself. Iceberg looked at the masterpiece that condensed the efforts of all the staff of Carrera, and pondered for a while. Sakura Flower Unicorn. Let's call it Sakura Flower Unicorn. 52. Guy is determined to hold on to this thigh. New World, Thunder God Island. The dense purple lightning made the sea around Thunder God Island purple. Compared with the past, Thunder God Island seems to be much more irritable these days. Some ships passing by here avoided it far away, fearing that they would be affected. Many people have seen a tall shadow appear on Thunder God Island. In their horror, they began to claim that Thunder God appeared on Thunder God Island. But no one dared to go to the island to find out. At this time on Thunder God Island, Enel was struggling in the dense lightning. Although he is a Thunder Fruit ability user and can control lightning, it does not mean that there is no limit. Not to mention that the lightning here is much more violent than other places. Just lightning, not worthy of this god to bow his head. Boom. In response, a bucket of lightning hit him. Enel was hit on the ground, with blood flowing from the corners of his mouth and black smoke coming out of his mouth. In this world full of lightning, elementalization has no effect. He never thought that as the god of thunder, he would suffer from lightning one day. A-hole. One day, I will destroy you. Enel roared, and the purple lightning showed no signs of weakening, but became more violent. Above the Thunder God Island, a long black shadow was flying in the clouds. This was a ferocious dragon, stepping on the flame cloud, and the lightning did not cause any damage to its body, just like tickling. It looked at the flashing thunder around and tilted its head. Strange, who wants to destroy me? Without too much entanglement, he snorted coldly and swayed his long body to move forward. Lancelot, kid, you wait. Dare to abduct my Yamato, I will tear you apart. The dragon body gradually went away, and the thundercloud area it passed became more violent because of him. Hundreds of miles away from here, a big fight was taking place on Punk Hazard. Lucci led 2 teams to sneak in, assassinate, and raid, and eliminate all the guards here. Yamato is the daughter of the famous teacher Kaido, and has inherited some of his teaching talents. Advertisement. Although she has not reached the level of emission, tyrant, and awakening. But the growth of physical skills, hockey, combat experience, etc. is also very fast. Lucci and others have been trained by Yamato for a period of time, and they are no longer the same as before. It is estimated that the cadres of the Don Quixote family will be able to fight, not to mention that there is only one Monet here. Swish. Here comes a group of hateful little rats. Guy Saw looked at the picture on the surveillance screen, with a cruel smile on his lips. As for the casualties of his men, would he care? However, he soon stopped laughing. In the picture, Monet was defeated and captured by Lucci and Kaku, and the only high-level combat force of the entire Punk Hazard was gone. As for Guy Saw himself, he never considered himself a combatant. How can a scientist participate in the battle? He was definitely not afraid to fight because he was timid and afraid of death. Just as he was about to take out his phone to notify Doflamingo to come to the rescue, he suddenly remembered something and his eyes widened. Damn it, it's the minions of the world government. He suddenly realized that the moves used by Lucci and his men were Marine 6 styles, and they had a strong taste of agents. Before Punk Hazard got into trouble, he had dealt with CP people a lot. What should I do? Is it Marine or the world government that has set its sights on this place? No matter what, we have to run away quickly. But where should we run to? To find Joker. Guy was packing his things while thinking about the future. Suddenly thinking of Lancelot's recruitment, his eyes lit up. Yes, how could I forget him? The reason why he refused at that time was because Kaido was behind Joker. But now it's different. Lancelot defeated the Red Hair Pirates, who were also 4 emperors, and the legendary pirate Golden Lion, and was not afraid of Kaido at all. Thinking of the prosperity of the Golden City and Lancelot's generosity, Gaisa's eyes were shining with excitement. Gaisa had this thigh, and he was determined to hold on. Little did he know that Lucci was sent by his next home. Advertisement. Pulapu. After Lancelot answered the call, he listened to Gaisa's application for membership on the other side, and his expression was a little weird. Where are you now? I'm in Punk Hazard. Where are you? I'll go find you now. Or I can go find Tesoro directly. I've missed him after not seeing him for a while. Listening to the chattering from the other side, Lancelot's face was dark. This guy never mentioned his situation, which shows that he is really a jerk. Okay, I know, interrupted Gaisa and said directly, you don't have to leave Punk Hazard. What? Gaisa was shocked and anxious. This place has been targeted. Maybe Marine will come in the next moment. It's very dangerous. Even Joker and Kaido can't reach it. Yes, Lancelot and Marine have cooperated. Does he know the whole story of the Punk Hazard attack? So he decided not to take in a poor homeless person like him. Mr. President, you can't go back on your word. Have you forgotten your original promise? By the way, I still have a batch of artificial devil fruit, and I know a lot of technology. In the face of life and death crisis, Gaisa threw all his chips out, just for the new boss to value him. He finally stopped talking until his mouth was dry. But he didn't hear a reply from the other side for a long time, and his heart beat faster. He asked carefully, Mr. President, are you still there? Lancelot rolled his eyes. I'm listening. Gaisa relaxed a little after hearing this, and said uncertainly, then what do you mean? Didn't I say that I should stay in Punk Hazard? No, you don't know how dangerous it is here. Someone attacked here, and I don't want to stay here. That's my man. The other party is likely to be the world government faction. Gaisa paused in the middle of his words, and his brain short-circuited for a long time before he reacted. Nani, he exclaimed, and the Den Den Mushi imitated his incredulous expression perfectly, but it looked too funny. Lancelot, You said that the people who attacked Punk Hazard were sent by you. Disbelief turned into anger, which shows how angry Gaiso was at this time. Good guy, he was frightened for a while, and even called the culprit, trying to seek refuge with him. This is simply. Listening to the long nasal sound coming from the Den Den Mushi, Gaisa's anger instantly turned into flattery. This is simply great. President, you are wise and resourceful. You know how important Punk Hazard is, so you sent people to take it down. Don't worry, I will definitely cooperate with your people to take over Punk Hazard and make it the most important and advanced experimental base for our guild. Lancelot did not comment on this. Punk Hazard's facilities and equipment are very advanced. After all, it is an experimental base built by the world government at the cost of countless resources. 53. Making trouble in Sabaody. Aren't you attending a meeting at Marineford? Why are you here? Lancelot's eyes lit up when he saw Hancock appearing in front of him. It must be said that Hancock, as the world's most beautiful woman, is already extremely beautiful. Now she has changed into the black and white robe in Operation Fever, with a pirate version of the Admiral's cloak, which makes her less charming and more heroic and cute. Hancock felt a little proud when he saw the demeanor of his own president, but his attitude was still aloof. Humph, I don't want to stay in that kind of place for a long time. I will come back after the meeting. Lancelot nodded. That's right. Although 7 warlords of the sea and marine are allies, they are pirates after all, and staying in naval headquarters is somewhat uncomfortable. But Hancock used the word, come back, which shows that he really regards himself as his subordinate. Where's Mahawk? He's still in Marineford. After a pause, Hancock's expression became serious. Your prediction has come true. Lancelot smiled, not surprised. Tell me about it. Blackbeard handed over the Whitebeard pirate's fire fist ace to Marine in exchange for the position of Shichibukai. Soon, Marine will publish the news of the execution of Fire Fist Ace in the newspaper, and the time is set in 7 days. As early as 3 days ago, Marine began the rotation work, and a large number of Marine elites were summoned to Marineford. Jinbei was also imprisoned because he refused Marine's forced summons and wanted to prevent the possible war. Listening to Hancock's narration, Lancelot's expression remained unchanged. A lot of this information has been known for a long time, and now it is just the final confirmation and supplement. After a long time, he sighed lightly. It seems that we have to prepare early. The summit war came as expected, but he did not expect it as expected. It is conceivable how turbulent the situation in the sea will be after this war. At that time, countless people will rush to the sea, and a new round of pirate craze will break out. Even if the Hunter Guild is strong, it will still suffer a great impact. Thinking about how to arrange so that the Hunter Guild can minimize losses, he looked up and saw Hancock's hesitant expression. Anything else? Hancock pursed his lips, as if he had made up his mind, and his expression became firm. I want to duel with you. Duel, not sparring. Yes, she nodded. I have found the threshold of Conqueror's entanglement, but I don't know why I have never entered that realm. Advertisement. Maybe you can help me. Lancelot raised his eyebrows. Hancock's qualifications are a bit strong. It has only been a short time, and he has touched the threshold of hegemony, and he can master it with just one step. It also shows that her Conqueror's attainments have reached a very high level. But thinking of Hancock's Conqueror's Haki, who was already good, and who has often challenged himself since joining the guild, Yamato and Mahawk. The collision between conquerors is the best catalyst, so it is reasonable for her to make such progress. Stand up. Then come on. At the same time, Sabaody Archipelago. With the landing of this generation of pirate supernovas, the archipelago began to become lively. Oh, Sabaody. Luffy looked at the people coming and going, a harmonious and prosperous Sabaody, his eyes sparkling. He saw many strange races in the crowd. Fishmen, mermaids, fur tribes, long-handed tribes, little people, etc. This is simply a dream country. The rest of the Straw Hat Pirates also looked around in amazement. Kami explained with a smile. It used to be very chaotic here. There is no place for us mermaids and fishmen to survive in the Sabaody archipelago. Once we are discovered, we will be caught by human traffickers and sold into slavery. Nami finally let Octopus Hachi go. After so many twists and turns, he didn't expect that he would still meet Luffy. He touched the back of his head and smiled. Yes. We didn't dare to walk openly in the Sabaody archipelago before. Karina, the navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates. She asked curiously, why is it possible now? Guile made a prayer gesture with both hands, and her eyes were bright. Of course it's Lord Lancelot's credit. Since he came to Sabaody Archipelago, he not only cracked down on the human traffickers here, but also eliminated many vicious pirates. Those slave owners, auction house owners and other underground forces have been subdued by him. Now few people dare to make trouble here. Many people from the Fishmen Island can come to Sabaody Archipelago to play, and some have joined the Hunter Guild. She was like a little fangirl at this time. If I can meet Lord Lancelot, I will die without regrets. Advertisement. Karina's eyes widened. Lord Lancelot. Is that the president of the Hunter Guild? It was because she accidentally heard that the Straw Hat crew had a grudge against the Hunter Guild and knew their background that she planned to temporarily join this pirate group. Then use their power to make a big deal. The expressions of the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates changed. They didn't expect that the enemy seemed to be a good person. Only Lancelot didn't know, otherwise he would probably laugh. Is he a good person? Obviously not. Being a good person is so tiring. It's just that when he is capable, he doesn't mind making the surrounding environment more pleasant. Xiao Ba nodded. That's the adult. So you have to be careful here, don't take the initiative to cause trouble, and no one will care about you here unless you are a vicious pirate. But, Xiao Ba said seriously. Here, Lord Lancelot is easy to talk to. But there is a kind of person, don't provoke. Seeing him so solemn, the Straw Hat Pirates also became serious. Who is it that is more terrifying than that guy? Xiao Ba said slowly. That's Celestial Dragons. The group followed Xiao Ba to Shaki's extortion bar. Who is it? Shaki sat at the bar board. Although she got a big order, the tavern business was still bleak. She was already considering whether to continue extortion in the future. Oh, it's Xiaoba, I haven't been here for a few days. How is your business? Xiaoba said innocently. Very good, very busy every day. Shaki felt that she asked a question that she shouldn't have asked. After reminiscing about the past, Shaki looked at Luffy. Xiaoba introduced. This is my friend, they are going to coat the ship. Is Rayleigh here? Shaki retracted her gaze. I don't know where he is hanging out recently. But he should be somewhere on the island. Luffy's adventurous factor is acting up again. Okay, let's go find him. Shaki suddenly said. You'd better be careful on this island. According to my intelligence, on this island, there are 10 pirates with bounties of over 100 million who have also landed. But, she said very seriously, they are not the point. The point is, you must not provoke that man named Lancelot. If you meet him, it's best to avoid him. Lancelot again. This name has been frequently mentioned by the Straw Hat Pirates since they landed on this island. No, Shaki shook his head again. Not just him. Don't mess with all the people from the Hunter Guild on this island. Believe me, you supernovas are not good enough in front of those people. Luffy lowered his straw hat and said in a deep voice, we know. He knew how strong Lancelot was after 2 encounters with him, and his grandfather warned him not to cause trouble for him. However, sometimes fate always likes to play tricks on people. 54. Catch Kaido as a mount. Marineford. Sengoku rubbed his swollen temple. Too many things have happened recently, and the 4 emperors have been more active than before. Plus the upcoming public execution, there is too much to prepare. He looked up and saw Garp happily eating donuts and Kizaru grinding his nails, which made his mood even worse. A-hole, if you have nothing to do, go on patrol. His roar made the 2 pause, and then continued as if nothing had happened. Garp also asked Sengoku if he wanted donuts with a smile, looking heartless. But everyone knew how painful he was. No. Just as Sengoku was about to speak, the phone rang suddenly, making the 3 people in the office solemn instantly. Because the Den Den Mushi that made the sound was very special. What's the matter? Marshal Sengoku is not good, celestial dragons have been attacked. Hearing this news, Sengoku's forehead was bulging with veins. He knew it would be like this. At this critical moment, couldn't those bastards just calm down? What happened? It was the Straw Hat crew that attacked the celestial dragons, and now even other supernovas are involved. When he heard who the culprit was, he looked up instantly, his eyes full of anger. Garp, it's your grandson who's causing trouble again. Your family is here to piss me off, right? Let's not talk about Garp, after all, he's a comrade in arms. Then there's Dragon, who didn't want to be a marine, but went to the Song Life army and went against the world government, giving him a lot of headaches. Then there's Ace, and now there's Luffy, can they still calm down? Garp was also stunned by the news, why would Luffy provoke the celestial dragons for no reason? But as a grandfather, he still has to support his grandson. Picking his nose, he said with disdain, those scum, just beat them up. Kizaru said. Kawaii. Asterisk. Hi. A trembling voice came from the Den Den Mushi, which immediately attracted the attention of the 3 people. Dragon. What dragon? Is it Dragon? There is no way. Just thinking of the Garp family, Sengoku can't help but think of Dragon who changed his name to Dragon. And now it is the Straw Hat crew who attacked celestial dragons. Hey, tell me clearly, what happened? It's a dragon. Marshal Sengoku, there is a dragon in the sky. Oh my god, what is it doing? Boom. After a roar, the Den Den Mushi interrupted the communication. Looking at the Den Den Mushi that has returned to silence, the 3 people looked at each other. Kawaii. Are young people nowadays so scary? Kizaru slowly stood up and said, I'll go there myself this time. The second uncle of the monkey is online. Sengoku had no objection to this, saying that Kizaru was the fastest man. Besides, celestial dragons were attacked, and it was necessary to dispatch Admiral. Okay, you go there immediately, and I will notify you if there is any relevant information later. I'll go too. Garp stood up and followed him out. At the same time, as the news of the attack on celestial dragons spread, Sabaody archipelago fell into chaos. As the initiator of this chaos, he was running for his life with a joking face. Straw Hat, you can't escape. If you dare to attack celestial dragons, Admiral will definitely arrest you. Luffy paused and looked back at the marines lying on the ground. He put his hand on the straw hat and showed a bright smile. My voyage will not stop here. I want to be the man of Pirate King. The moment he said this, the ground shook violently. Advertisement. Looking in the direction of the sound, I saw a ball of fire rising into the sky in the distance. Above the fire, a giant dragon flew towards this side crookedly. Sigui. Luffy's eyes suddenly lit up. This was a creature he had never seen before. I've decided to make it my partner. The Straw Hat crew did not comment on this. Only the one who had just been disturbed by Luffy's words. Rayleigh's face was more serious than ever. Others didn't know who it was, but he didn't know it either. I advise you to leave this troubled place as soon as possible. Something terrible is likely to happen next. Ah, why? Faced with the ignorance of several people, Rayleigh sighed. Do you know who it is? Looking at the question marks on the faces, he felt that his questions seemed a bit redundant, and he immediately pointed out the identity of the dragon. That's Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors. What? The Straw Hat crew was all stunned by this information. Looking at the crooked dragon again, his face instantly became terrified. They didn't know how strong the 4 emperors were, but they had seen Lancelot who defeated the 4 emperors. In the hands of the other party, they were like ants that could be easily crushed to death. No more stupid words were said to recruit the other party to become a partner. It was a blessing not to be targeted by the other party. Just what you fear will come to you. Changed direction several times, Kaido fell far behind them until. Stop. Rayleigh suddenly called to the fleeing people. What happened? Before they could figure out the reason, they heard a sound of breaking air. A shadow flew past them and hit a tree trunk. Boom. The huge tree trunk fell slowly with a crackling sound, and dust flew up immediately. Gulu. A swallowing sound was heard. They knew how hard it was. But now it was broken by the person who seemed to be blown away, which shows how much force it has endured. Ahem. In the smoke and dust, a tall figure slowly stood up. As the breeze blew, they finally saw the man's appearance. As a gentleman, Sanji's eyes instantly turned into the shape of hearts, and 2 nosebleeds flowed out. Good. So beautiful. This is the voice of everyone, except Rayleigh. He frowned. Hancock. That's right, the person who was blown away was Hancock. At this time, she was covered with wounds, her clothes were messy, and blood was flowing from the corners of her mouth. But surprisingly, she had a happy expression on her face. People can't help but wonder if she has some kind of tendency. Hearing someone calling her name, Hancock frowned slightly, looked up, and was also surprised. Rayleigh. Quote. Footsteps sounded from behind the crowd. Looking back, a tall and blond young man walked slowly towards them. His pupils suddenly shrank. Golden Shura. Lancelot raised his eyebrows when he saw the alert Straw Hat crew and the frowning Rayleigh. Meet him again. This luck is unmatched. However, today is destined to be an uneasy day. He looked up at the sky in the distance, and his mouth twitched slightly. Kaido, who was chasing after the Straw Hat crew, crashed, while shaking. Boom. The ground shook slightly, and a hiccup sounded in the flying smoke. Lancelot, who had excellent eyesight, clearly saw that Kaido, who had regained his human form, fumbled for a while, touched the mace, and slowly stood up. Burp. Advertisement. Kaido burped again and staggered out of the smoke-filled area. Hurry up, it's falling in front. Ha, catch it and let the captain use it as a mount. Our kid pirates are unique. I think you are dreaming, such a cool mount is obviously more suitable for Captain Drake. HMPH, have you asked our flame tank pirates for their opinions? The quarrels and footsteps coming from afar, from the intermittent words, it is not difficult to hear that they are chasing Kaido. They are really brave, daring to catch Kaido as a mount. Soon, more than 100 people swarmed in. Among the supernovas of the worst generation, except Hawkins, they are all here. Seeing the scene in front of them, they couldn't help but be stunned, and then cold sweat broke out. Lancelot's mouth showed a faint smile. It's really interesting. Shichibukai, supernovas, 4 emperors, the former right hand of One Piece, the future One Piece, plus him who defeated 4 emperors. All gathered together. Quote. Captain, that's 4 emperors Kaido, right? Obviously not everyone is as reckless and ignorant as the Straw Hats, the other supernovas have enough understanding of the New World strongmen. Kid's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He has always been arrogant, and he can also feel that these people are not at the same level as the 4 emperors. The aura alone makes them tremble. The most terrible thing is that there are not only 4 emperors present, but also Golden Shura and Shichibukai Empress Hancock. Everyone backed out. But now they have become the focus of the whole audience, wanting to retreat but not daring to retreat, and they are in a dilemma. In this tense atmosphere, Lancelot chuckled and tapped the supernova 3 times. You, and you. Come here. The people who were called were Bonnie, Arouge and Luo. The 3 looked at each other in confusion for a moment, looking at each other with hesitation. They didn't know what the famous Golden Shura wanted them to do, not to mention that Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, was watching them covetously. But thinking that they had just clamored to take Kaido as a mount, they might be able to get protection if they went there. When the 3 decided to take their younger brother with them, the drunk Kaido suddenly widened his eyes, full of surging anger. Little brat, is it you who tricked my Yamato? Boom. Without giving him time to think, the ground under Kaido's feet cracked, and his tall body jumped into the air. Crack. Red and black lightning surrounded the raised mace, and the already strong right arm bulged with blue veins. Rayleigh saw this scene, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Kaido and Lancelot had a conflict, which was good news for them. He winked at the straw hat crew behind him, signaling everyone to prepare to evacuate. Oh, it's Tyrant who comes up. Lancelot raised his eyebrows when he saw this. It seems that he has a lot of weight in the other party's heart. However, he did not respond, just looked at Kaido quietly. The supernovas had long been frightened by the terrifying power emanating from Kaido, and now they finally realized how small they were in front of the four emperors. But what surprised them even more was that Lancelot did not react at all. Was the other party also frightened? Did he, who had defeated the red hair pirates, not live up to his reputation? For a while, countless chaotic thoughts flashed through everyone's minds. While they were thinking wildly, Kaido, who jumped into the air, had already fallen towards Lancelot. The mace held high above Kaido's head was wrapped in terrifying power, ready to smash everything below at the moment of his death. Under everyone's gaze, just as the attack was about to fall. Swoosh! A burst of sonic boom shook everyone's eardrums, and also shocked many people's minds. I saw a figure coming from a distance like a stream of light, leaving a trail of afterimages behind. When approaching the edge of the battlefield, he stepped heavily on the ground, and then turned into a white light and shot towards Kaido. A smile appeared at the corner of Lancelot's mouth. Kaido looked at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him, and his angry expression was stunned for a moment, and then turned into a more violent anger. Do you think you can stop me? 55. Father and son game, you finish singing and I take the stage. Thundering 8 trigrams. The same starting move, the same weapon, and the same conqueror's entanglement. Two figures, one large and one small, collided fiercely in midair. Boom. The two forces confronted each other, forming two force fields, pushing and fighting each other, generating a strong shock wave that swept everything around. The supernovas and their subordinates, known as the Evil Generation, were hit hard by a heavy hammer and flew backwards with the shock wave. Kaido stared at Yamato in front of him, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. You have become stronger after being out for a while. You haven't changed much, Yamato, who was struggling to support himself, retorted. In the contest between the two, she has always been the one being beaten. Even if her strength has improved, she is still not an opponent, but she will not lose the battle. Kaido felt that his dignity as a father was challenged again, and he was immediately unstoppable. A-hole, who do you think you're talking to? More violent power poured from his whole body into the mace, and Yamato, who was strong enough to be the vice chairman of the Emperor, was instantly defeated by this power. Boom. Yamato was blown away like a cannonball and fell on a distant hill. This scene shocked the supernovas. Even Yamato, who was known as the Red Devil and defeated the Red Hair Pirates Kadri Lackey Lu, couldn't withstand a single move in Kaido's hands. Are the four emperors so powerful? Kaido stared at the position where Yamato was and shouted. Son, how long are you going to lie down? You have been out to sea and seen the outside world. Has your mind become fragile? So-called parents are probably like this. They hate their children to rebel and go against their will. They also hope that their children can surpass themselves, become better and stronger. In the astonished eyes of the supernovas, in the smoke and dust 807 away, a more majestic and palpitating breath appeared. White Snake Drive. A stream of white light shot out from the smoke and dust, turning into a white snake, rushing towards Kaido at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. Everywhere it passed, the ground continued to crack because it could not bear this force. Ha! Yamato roared, swinging the mace in his hand heavily. The light ball condensed by the power of Haki and the fruit turned into a beam of light, and instantly arrived in front of Kaido, hitting his chest. A similar scene appeared again, but this time it was Kaido who was blown away. Quote. Looking at Kaido who broke a red tree trunk, a swallowing sound was heard. Kaido stood up unsteadily, shook his head, and was mostly sober. Looking at Yamato who was staring at him fiercely, the corner of his mouth grinned. Ororororo. Yamato, I recognize your strength. Come back with me, become the general of Wano Kuni, and protect Wano Kuni as the guardian god for me. But he was destined to be disappointed. After taking a shot of distinguished heavenly gods, Yamato has basically become the shape of Lancelot. Even if she didn't, she was deeply influenced by Odin and was a filial son, who made people laugh at her. Stop dreaming, Kaido. Sure enough, Yamato was furious. Wano Kuni is the captain. Even if I want to become the patron saint of Wano Kuni, the one I protect is the captain. Duo. Guy. Advertisement. He tilted his head, suddenly feeling a little uncomfortable. What's going on? Oh, by the way, where is Odin? Such a big Odin. Where did the Odin you have been thinking about for 20 years go? Bheg suddenly turned his head to look at Lancelot, and said angrily, Little ghost, what did you do to my Yamato? Didn't she always want to become Kazuki Odin and take Wano Kuni back from Lousy? What kind of magic potion did you feed her? Lancelot spread his hands. Teacher Kaido, shouldn't you be happy? Yamato finally stopped being that idiot after my persuasion. Oh, right. Kaido slapped his forehead, and then looked at him with melancholy and sadness. Yamato, tears were streaming down his face. Yamato, my Yamato, you finally got rid of the influence of that damn Odin. 040808. He took out a wine jug from somewhere and drank it. The next moment, the wine jug flew into the air, and his eyes were full of fierceness when he looked at Lancelot. But, you damn kid, you actually want to replace Odin and become the captain of Yamato. Swish. Before he finished speaking, he had disappeared from the spot. Dang. Hongji stood firmly in front of her and blocked the mace that was smashed down. Staring at the furious Kaido. Teacher Kaido, I think you made a mistake. I don't want to be that idiot Odin. You are not a good thing either. Kaido said angrily. Yamato, who tried to control me, go to hell. Crackle. The mace and the Red Princess wrapped around conquerors at the same time, and the strength of the two continued to increase. When a threshold was reached, both sides withdrew their hands at the same time and attacked again. For a moment, the two turned into two violent beasts and fought fiercely. The people watching the battle nearby saw this scene, and their instincts told them to leave quickly. But the battle between the four emperors level strongmen is rare, and it would be a pity to leave like this. Even Rayleigh did not urge the Straw Hat crew to evacuate. Looking at the battle on the field, he glanced at the Straw Hat boy who was fighting beside him, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Shanks has a good eye. Luffy did not lose confidence because of the strength of others prepared to become a strong man. The battle between Lancelot and Kaido was extremely violent. This area seemed to have suffered a natural disaster, with the ground cracking and tree trunks collapsing. At a certain moment, Rayleigh, who was watching the battle, had a flash of light in his eyes and turned his head to look in one direction. A golden beam of light shot from a distance and reached the edge of the battlefield in an instant. The light ball landed on a tree trunk and slowly condensed into a figure. Kawaii. Kizaru looked around and saw the figures gathered here. Even as an admiral, he couldn't help but feel his heart beating wildly. Look who these people are. The Golden Shura of the Hunter Guild, the Red Devil, and the Queen Hancock. Kaido of the Beasts. The pirate supernovas who were in the limelight recently. And Pluton Rayleigh. I didn't expect you to appear here. What, are you going to make a comeback? So scary. Rayleigh pushed his glasses and chuckled. I just happened to pass by. I don't plan to come out again. Kizaru didn't comment on this. He just listened to the pirates' words. Advertisement. They act as they please. If they say they will retire today, they may cause trouble tomorrow. His eyes fell on the Straw Hat crew beside Rayleigh. So, you won't stop me from arresting the Straw Hat crew. What? The Straw Hat crew, who was still watching the game with great interest, was stunned. How could it be dragged into their lives? Bonnie, who was not far away, cursed. Idiot, that's Kizaru Admiral. After saying that, he ignored the shocked expression of the Straw Hat crew and looked at Kizaru with a complicated expression. They had a happy time together. Bonnie. Kizaru was also in a complicated mood. What did you do to my father? Why didn't he come back to find me? Bonnie's words were not responded to, and the situation on the field suddenly changed again. Arrest them. Zon Taomaru appeared with his pacifists. Dozens of pacifists quickly locked onto everyone present, and the alarm sounded. Energy gathered in his mouth, and beams of light shot towards the locked pirates. Quote. The scene fell into chaos. Lancelot and Kaido were still fighting fiercely, and the pirates were hiding in a panic under the siege of the pacifists. Rayleigh, who had just declared that he would not come out, came back to stop Kizaru from arresting the Straw Hat crew. Only Hancock and Yamato were not affected, and they watched the fight between Lancelot and Kaido intently. Phoenix Seal. A sudden change occurred. Kizaru, who was flirting with Rayleigh, was hit by a sudden shock wave. On the way of flying backwards, he turned into a ball of light and landed on the open space next to him to reappear. Looking at the person coming, his face was rarely gloomy. Captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Phoenix Marco. VXZ. He turned his head to look at the other side, and two pacifists who were besieging the Straw Hat crew were broken. Vista of the 5th Division and Izo of the 16th Division. Marco landed beside Rayleigh and exited the human beast form. Looking at Kizaru with a smile. Sorry, you can't take him away easily, he is Ace's brother. The Whitebeard pirates are no strangers to Luffy, and Ace often shows off in front of them. What a trouble. Kizaru looked helpless. Why don't we go fishing with Rayleigh? Originally, it didn't matter whether the Straw Hat crew was caught or not, and he didn't need to provoke Garp for this. But you Whitebeard pirates also got involved. The nature of the matter has changed. Marshal Sengoku is having a headache for you. Turning to the two women who were eating melons. Can you two help me a little? Hancock glanced at Marco and the others. This is not a small favor. Without Lancelot's words, they would not take the initiative to attack the Whitebeard pirates. Don't say that. Your guild and our marine are allies after all. Hey, Kizaru, don't drag the Hunter Guild into our affairs. Marco smiled at Hancock and Yamato. You two, there is no conflict between us, right? He is not an arrogant person, and he knows the weight of the Hunter Guild very well. If the other party really wants to intervene in this matter, they may not be able to retreat safely, but there are two uncertain factors beside them, Lancelot and Kaido. Ha ha ha, little ghosts, do you also want to taste my iron fist of love? In this stalemate, a hearty laugh came from afar. After a while, the supernovas who had just escaped from here returned in a panic. Behind them is the old guy Garp. Well, the situation is even more chaotic now. Point 56. If you want to get involved in this world, you need background and power. Whether you can fight or not is not the first thing to talk about. To get involved, you need to have power and background. Accompanied by Luffy's grandpa, Garp laughed heartily, and all the supernovas fell silent. Everyone looked at each other, and felt the malice from the world. Look at the Straw Hats, they have Pluton Rayleigh to protect them, and Marine hero Garp is their grandpa. As for me, I can only rely on my hard-working hands to make a fortune. What can I compare with, what can I fight for? Bonnie, who was furious because of the appearance of the pacifist, finally calmed down. Looking around, they were surrounded by Marine Admiral and Marine hero inside, and Zontaomaru and a group of pacifists outside. He rolled his eyes and slowly retreated behind Hancock and Yamato, looking like a little follower. The two looked back, but didn't care, and refocused their attention on the opposite side. Arouge and Luo looked at each other. Neither of them was stupid. At this time, the only one who could protect them was the Hunter Guild. They all ran over with their brothers. No matter what the Hunter Guild's purpose was, at least they had to get through this hurdle first. The remaining Kid and others once again felt the deep malice from the world. What happened to the alliance? Didn't we agree to break through together? The friendship boat capsized just like that. These bastards are simply the name of the worst generation. Over there, while everyone was watching, Garp took the lead. Luffy, come and taste the iron fist that Grandpa loves. Borsalino, you block that old guy Rayleigh first, and I will help you after I teach my grandson a lesson. Kizaru's face darkened. I don't want to attack your grandson, but you want my life. His body turned into a ball of light and shot into the air, staring at the battlefield below. Yashikani no Magatama. Countless dazzling light bullets fell on the location of the Straw Hat crew, including Garp. Garp, who was chasing the Straw Hat crew, stopped and turned around and punched. Boom boom boom. A large number of light bullets were smashed by a punch and exploded in the air. Borsalino, do you want to taste my fist too? Kizaru looked empty-eyed. Vice Admiral Garp, now is not the time for you to teach your grandson a lesson. How can that little salary be enough for him to deal with Rayleigh and Marco alone? Garp scratched his head and cursed in a low voice. Trouble. The atmosphere on the field became solemn. On one side were the Admiral and the Marine heroes, and on the Japanese side were the three captains of the Pluton Rayleigh and Whitebeard pirates. Which one of them is not a strong man? If they really fight, Sabaody archipelago will probably have to be rebuilt. Wa la la. Everyone looked up at the sky, and a group of news birds flew over, dropping newspapers one by one. Whenever the World Economic News Agency spreads newspapers for free, it must be a major event that shakes the sea. As senior executives of Marine, Huangda and Garp know very well what the period is. Garp's mood suddenly became low, his head drooped slightly, and no one could see his expression. How is it possible? Marine is going to publicly execute Ace the Fire Fist. Is this going to start a war with the Whitebeard pirates? What? A series of exclamations rang out at the same time, and the most shocked were undoubtedly Marco and his three companions and Luffy. I couldn't wait to catch the newspaper, and the headline on it was extremely eye-catching. Marine publicly executes Ace the Fire Fist, where will the Whitebeard pirates go? How could it be? Luffy's eyes widened, and a sense of absurdity came to his mind. That's Ace, hasn't he become very powerful? Why is he suddenly being publicly executed by Marine? This must be fake. By the way, Grandpa. He hurriedly looked at Garp and shouted. Grandpa, this must be fake, right? Advertisement. Ace said that he would wait for me to find him, and our agreement has not been fulfilled yet. Garp's body trembled, and his voice was low. Luffy, since you choose to go to sea, you must be aware of it. If you don't even have this awareness, then go back to Windmill Village. This may be the harshest words Garp has said to Luffy. It also confirmed that the news in the newspaper is true. Luffy staggered back a few steps, then quickly cheered up. Where is Ace now? I'm going to save him. Oh, Impel Down. The newspaper said he's in Impel Down. I'm going to Impel Down to find him. Shut up. Garp shouted. Do you know where Impel Down is? I don't care. I'm going to save Ace. Olo lo lo. The wanton laughter interrupted the conversation between the two and brought the shocked people back to their senses. Over there, Kaido, who had stopped fighting Lancelot, laughed so hard that tears came out. Sengoku, that old guy is really brave. Is he ready to withstand the shock of Newgate? Or does he want to wipe out the Whitebeard pirates? He glanced at Marco and the others and smiled meaningfully. Marco, what are you going to do? Orororo. Without waiting for Marco's response, the tall body turned into a giant dragon and rushed into the sky. Lancelot, I'll wait for you at Wano-Kuni. The laughter echoed over the Sabaody archipelago, and Kaido's figure gradually disappeared into the sky. Smart guy. Lancelot shook his head helplessly. Kaido probably went back to prepare for the upcoming war. No matter who wins or loses between Marine and Whitebeard pirates, he will get enough benefits from it. Kaido's departure is a signal. Rayleigh left with Straw Hat crew with mixed feelings, and Marco and the other three were with him. Without Garp's move, no one on the Marine side could stop them. Unless the Hunter Guild was willing to take action, but the other party obviously had no such intention. The fate of each person is always different. As the Straw Hats left, everyone's eyes fell on the remaining supernovas. Kid and his friends were like frightened little animals, trembling under the gaze of several top masters. Bonnie and the other two secretly rejoiced that if they hadn't made a choice, they would probably have been the same as Kid and his friends at this time. Kids, are you ready? What? Kid and the others were stunned for a moment, and then saw Garp, who was emitting murderous aura, clenching his fists. Be prepared to be beaten by me. Before Garp finished speaking, Kid felt a sharp pain on his face, and then his consciousness fell into darkness. Then it was Kira, Apu, and Capone Bej. The only remaining Drake saw Garp looking at him with a grim smile, and cold sweat broke out. You, don't come over here. Bang. Drake was flying in the air with his eyes dull. Are we finally going to go undercover and impel down? Garp demonstrated what it means to punch a kid with one punch. After dealing with Kid and the others, the old man turned his attention to Bonnie, Luo and Arouge. The three of them were terrified. They were too strong and there was no possibility of resistance. Lancelot chuckled and said, "Old man, do you want to move with me?" As she spoke, Hongji drew her sword, and her eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Please give me flowers, oh. He had experienced Mihawk, Red Hair, Golden Lion, and Kaido one after another, but Garp, who had always been said to be very godly in his previous life, had never seen this. Garp stared at him. Lancelot boy, they are pirates. Advertisement. Seeing him like this, Lancelot knew that he couldn't fight anymore and felt bored. Yes, your grandson is also a pirate. Should I chase him and arrest him now? Seeing that he didn't buy his tricks at all and even turned the tables on him, the doctor left cursing. Kizaru looked at Lancelot deeply and left with the captured supernovas. Bonnie and the other two finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lancelot looked at them with amusement. See, to get out there, you have to rely on background and power. No matter how talented you are or how much potential you have, you can't make it to the end without someone to protect you. The three could only smile awkwardly in response, and they really saw it. With background, they can leave safely like the Straw Hat crew. Without background, they can only go to Impel Down to spend the rest of their lives like Kid and the others. Luo hesitated, but still asked, "Does the head of Lancelot want to recruit us?" Lancelot smiled and said, "Is it not possible?" Thinking of his current situation, it seems that he has no right to refuse. Quote, Hearing this nasal sound, Bonnie changed her words in dismay. "I will not join the Hunter Guild, but I will do you a favor this time. If you need me in the future, just let me know and I will be there at your beck and call." "What are you doing, little kid?" Lancelot glanced at Bonnie. "Just find a job and work honestly, so your family won't worry." "I'm not a little kid." Bonnie was furious, and she straightened her proud figure. "Do you know what you are doing?" "What?" Lancelot looked blankly. "You are cheating." He stretched out his hand to grab Bonnie's neck, and no matter how she dodged, she couldn't avoid the hand that grabbed her. "A-hole, what are you doing?" "What, of course." Swish. A tall figure suddenly appeared beside Lancelot, and slapped him with his bare paw. "Impolite," Hancock shouted and swept his long legs over. Bang. The two collided hard, stirring up a wave of air. Lancelot pinched Bonnie's neck and turned to look at the newcomer with a smile. He whispered to the girl, "Look, boss, I'm so good to you. I helped you find a father before you even started working." He casually threw the girl to Big Bear, who hurriedly caught his daughter who was gradually turning back into a little girl. Quote exclamation mark. DSDS. Bonnie, don't cry. The Big Bear, who was so aggressive just now, nervously comforted Bonnie. His cautious look made it difficult for people to associate him with the tyrant bear. "Woo, where have you been? I've been waiting for you to come back at home, but you just won't come back." I'm sorry, it's Dad's fault." Big Bear kept apologizing, but he didn't say why he didn't go back. Arouge, who reacted, was shocked. She's a child. Luo also didn't expect that Bonnie, who was as famous as them, would be a little girl around 10 years old. What is wrong with this world? Can even a child become a supernova? The people who can't believe it the most are the people of the Bonnie Pirates. The captain of our own ship is a child. 57. Shichibukai is about to be left with nothing but empty shells. In the reception room, Lancelot and Dashong sat opposite each other. Miss Robin prepared food and drinks for the two, and then stood behind Lancelot. As the chief steward of the Hunter Guild, she had to participate in many things. "How far has your transformation progressed?" Lancelot's opening remarks changed the expressions of the father and daughter. Dashong was surprised why Lancelot knew about this, and was also worried that Bonnie would be sad and guilty after knowing it. "What transformation?" Bonnie seemed to have thought of something, and her face turned pale. "Dad, have you also been transformed into a humanoid weapon by them?" She was not completely ignorant of the pacifist. Vegapunk had proposed it in front of them. But wasn't that cloning transformation? How could Dad also be transformed? No, Dad was not transformed. President Lancelot made a mistake. Dashong waved his hands repeatedly, trying to get away with it, looking at Lancelot with begging in his eyes. This was the only thing he didn't want Bonnie to know. He didn't want his daughter to live in pain and self-blame in the future. Bonnie was so smart that she didn't try to get an answer from Big Bear, and turned to look at Lancelot. "Please tell me the truth." Lancelot ignored Big Bear's pleading. 080, the pirates who choose to become 7 warlords of the sea all have their own purposes. But they are at both ends of the snake head of the world government, and even if they are recruited, they will not work hard. The world government is very troubled by this, but the 7 warlords of the sea cannot be abolished. At this time, they will think, can they find a way to firmly control this power in their hands? At this point, he chuckled. Before the world government chose Big Bear, it first invited Fire Fist Ace. He also has another identity, that is, Garp's grandson. They think that with this relationship, Ace will obey their instructions. Quote. Unfortunately Ace refused, and just at this moment, Big Bear appeared. This can be seen from the subsequent actions of the world government. First, Big Bear was transformed, and then Seraphim. If there had not been too many accidents during the period, they might have succeeded. 5 elders learned about the deal between Big Bear and Vegapunk through the surveillance phone and intervened. Quote. Only on the condition that Big Bear is transformed into a humanoid weapon will Vegapunk be allowed to treat you. Once the transformation is completed, Bear will become a puppet that completely loses self-awareness. Bonnie trembled and looked at Big Bear in disbelief. She didn't expect there were so many twists and turns, and the reason for all this was for herself. Dad, why didn't you tell me? If you have to be transformed into that way to keep me alive, I would rather not accept treatment. Big Bear looked at Bonnie with tears streaming down her face, and held her in his arms helplessly. Bonnie, this is Dad's choice, I promised your mother that I would take good care of you. Quote. Don't be sad, isn't Dad fine now? Lancelot added at the right time. It's hard to say in a few days. Advertisement. President Lancelot. Big Bear was really angry. If it weren't for Bonnie, he couldn't help but fight with the other party, even if he would die miserably. Bonnie tugged at Big Bear's collar. Dad, let's go home, okay? Go back to Sobel Kingdom and never come out again, okay? Quote. Big Bear stammered for a long time and couldn't say anything. It's not that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't. 5 elders threatened Bonnie in Sobel Kingdom. Once he changed his mind, Bonnie might be able to hide, but what about going back to Sobel Kingdom? Besides, he didn't want Bonnie to live a life of hiding. Why don't you listen to my ideas? Lancelot's words attracted the attention of the father and daughter. Bonnie was stunned for a moment, then said in surprise, yes, you must have a way to save Dad. She found her father just after meeting Lancelot, so she must be sure to say this now. Big Bear was also stunned. Is there any way to solve his situation? President Lancelot, my situation is very special, do you really have a solution? If he could survive and grow up with Bonnie, why would he want to become an unconscious weapon? Lancelot chuckled and said, of course there is a way. Quote. Everything is afraid of, but Big Bear also knows that there is no free lunch in the world. For no reason, why should people worry about their own affairs? You say, you and Bonnie join the Hunter Guild and become my subordinates. Big Bear was stunned for a moment, he didn't expect it to be this condition. Bonnie is okay, he also hopes Bonnie lives a more stable life, and the Hunter Guild has the power to protect her. But seeing him hesitate, Lancelot directly pointed it out. Not only do I know that you were once a member of the Song Army. I also know that although you have withdrawn, you are still helping them secretly. At the same time, your deal with the world government is not a problem, I will solve it. Agree, we agree. Bonnie hurriedly raised her little hand. She just wants her father to be alive now, not to become a humanoid weapon without self-awareness. Bonnie, Big Bear called in a low voice. Then he looked at Lancelot. President Lancelot, what is the purpose of the Hunter Guild? Will there be a conflict with the Song Army in the future? This is what he is most worried about. The Hunter Guild is too powerful and is not inferior to the 4 Emperor's pirates. If he will confront the Song Army in the future, he would rather give up this opportunity. Dad, Bonnie said anxiously. You have paid enough for them, can't you consider yourself and me? Just like Big Bear did not let Bonnie join the Song Army, Bonnie did not want Big Bear to give up this opportunity for this. People are selfish, just big or small. Lancelot thought for a moment and shook his head. No. Advertisement. The purpose of the Hunters Guild is very simple, just to ensure that the members of the guild live better on this sea. Of course, if we can, we also want to make this world a better place. He paused and said solemnly, I can only promise that I will not hinder the cause of the Song Army. But if they attack the guild for some reason, I will launch the most fierce counterattack. Big Bear knew what Lancelot meant. The Hunters Guild and the Red Hair Pirates have conflicts. And Luffy has a deep relationship with the Red Hair Pirates. It just so happens that the first and second in command of the Song Army are Luffy's relatives. He wanted to refuse, but seeing Bonnie's hopeful and eager eyes, he couldn't say no. After a long time, he sighed deeply. I will try my best to prevent what you are worried about from happening. Lancelot corrected. I need to correct one thing, I never worry about conflict with the Songming army. They are the ones to worry about. Also, since you have made a choice, put yourself in the right position. Don't make things difficult for us and Bonnie. Big Bear knew that this was a warning, but still nodded. Yes, President. Great, Dad, you are saved. Bonnie cheered and asked hurriedly, President, when will you start treating Dad? Big Bear touched her little head. Bonnie, Dad is not sick. This is indeed not a disease, and the source is not in Big Bear. The world government, or the 5 elders, is the problem. At least it is like this under normal circumstances. Lancelot gestured to Robin, who left the meeting room and brought someone in a short while later. Boss Lancelot. Robin greeted respectfully as soon as he came in. For this man who defeated 4 he needs to respect the existence of emperors. Lancelot smiled playfully. Why, haven't you made up your mind yet? This. Luo hesitated and said. I discussed it with the crew and still want to try it myself. Of course, if you need it, we will respond to the call at any time. As that's so, Lancelot nodded. Then it's up to you. But follow Yamato to train for a while first, you are too weak now. Yes. Lancelot then introduced to the big bear. This is Trafalgar Law, he is an op fruit ability user. He pointed at the big bear again. Tyrant bear, I guess I don't need to introduce him more, right? Now he is a member of the Hunter Guild. Although I was mentally prepared, I was surprised. Which one is this? Boa Hancock, Mahawk, and now Tyrant Bear. Is the president trying to dig up the roots of the 7 warlords of the sea? Big Bear's situation is a bit special. He is now being transformed by Vegapunk. If he goes further, he will lose his self-awareness. I need you to temporarily replace his brain and heart, and make sure that his ability will not be affected. 1.5. Hearing this request, Yin frowned. He had also done such an operation, but it was a little different. It was not easy for him to ensure that the fruit ability could be used. Lancelot changed his words when he saw this. Let me put it this way. I just need you to promise that Big Bear will not lose his self-awareness because of the next transformation. And it can hide from the detection of the world government. Another point is that Vegapunk will not expose our tricks even if he tries hard. So you have a lot of room for maneuver. Looking at Big Bear, is this okay? He knew that Vegapunk and Big Bear had a relationship, but he was not the person involved, so he still had to ask Big Bear. No problem, but, Big Bear hesitated and said, does it have to be like this? Lancelot shook his head. It's not necessary, it depends on your choice. It's just that they have been poaching too much recently, and with you, Marine and the world government are afraid that they will not be able to sleep well. But it's okay if you refuse, it's just a little troublesome. If you agree, if there is a problem with the transformation, just evacuate directly. I will make arrangements for the kingdom of Sobel, so there is no psychological burden. 58. Redhead meets Whitebeard again. The next day, Big Bear left. He needed to go to Egg Point Island for the final transformation. This was the order of the world government, which was obviously to provide an extra guarantee for the upcoming war. Okay, Big Bear will be fine. He rubbed the depressed Bonnie's head, causing the little guy to hum in dissatisfaction. Don't treat me as a child, I'm a supernova, a member of the worst generation. As he said this, he used the power of the fruit and his body quickly became taller. It's just that the clothes of this child are a little small on her, and Lancelot shook his head. Ask your Aunt Nicole to order a few sets of clothes. Since you are not a child anymore, you should train with Yamato in the future. Robin, who just came to report on his work, narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard this. Ah, does the president dislike my age? Do you need me to find you a young, beautiful and capable secretary? There is something behind this. Lancelot dare not offend Robin, and his happy life depends on her. How could that be? Miss Nicole is beautiful and kind-hearted, and you are well educated. There is no one in the entire guild who is more capable than you. The same words have a hidden meaning. Robin rolled her beautiful eyes. I'll take this as your compliment. Lancelot patted Bonnie. Go find Yamato, don't let other supernovas outshine you. He has high hopes for Bonnie. The Sway fruit has great potential, and it can play a role for both the ability user and others. The premise is that Bonnie can firmly believe in her own imagination and regard it as a real possibility. 17. And this requires improving her understanding of the power system and her absolute belief in something. After the girl left, Robin restrained his expression. Marco and the others have not left the Sabaody archipelago, and are currently in Shaki's blackmail bar. The Whitebeard pirates are gathering people. It seems that they have not given up the Fire Fist Ace, but I don't know whether they are preparing to break into the prison or the execution ground. Quote. Lancelot smiled and said, they will definitely not go to Impel Down to break the prison. It is easy to defend there, but difficult to attack. Even if they succeed in breaking the prison, it will be difficult to retreat. Robin nodded. Yes, Marine will also guard against this, and even hope that they will do so. But nothing is absolute. No one knows what Whitebeard will think, and the plot will not develop completely according to the original trajectory. Lancelot cannot guarantee it, at least the plot of Sabaody archipelago has shifted. The Straw Hat crew was not shot away, and nearly half of the supernovas were sent to Impel Down. But he is more concerned about another thing. What is the Red Hair Pirates doing? Robin said solemnly. The forces under the Red Hair Pirates are gathering, and the purpose is unknown. And the Red Hair Pirates have lost their traces, and no one knows where they went. Oh, Lancelot narrowed his eyes slightly, and after a moment of silence, he said, no need to guess where they went, just know what their purpose is. Robin was slightly startled, and his eyes gradually widened. Impel Down. ... A certain sea area in New World. Red Force and Moby DK appeared here, and the 2-4 emperors met again. Compared to the last time, both sides seemed a little silent this time. Red-haired stared at Whitebeard, who was like a volcano that could erupt at any time. Tell me what you want, red-haired kid. Advertisement. Whitebeard spoke first, with a faint tendency to kill you if you dare to persuade me to stop the action. Cooperate. When this was said, the Whitebeard pirates were all shocked, but Whitebeard laughed. Gulala. After laughing, Whitebeard restrained his smile. What do you want to do? Red-haired said in a deep voice. You want to save Ace, I want to save Yasop and the others, both sides will benefit from cooperation. Whitebeard agreed with this point, not to mention that one more helper will increase the possibility of success, but Impel down is not that good. No one can escape from there except Shiki. Once they really go there, it will be a trap. 2-4 Emperor's groups are not enough to make Marine helpless. Sengoku, Garp, Suru, 3 Marine admirals, and those elite vice admirals, plus the special environment there. The possibility of their 2 groups being trapped there is greater. Redhead also knew this and said seriously, Marine put the execution site in Marineford, and also planned to attract you to rescue Ace. To do this, they need to transfer Ace to Marineford in advance. At that time, I will attack Impel down to share the pressure for you. Similarly, you must cooperate with our actions. Don't let Marine cut off our retreat. Quote, although both parties have a certain friendship and trust each other, some things do not need to be made clear in advance. He does not want the Whitebeard pirates to rescue Ace and evacuate directly, leaving his red hair pirates to face Marine alone. Both parties need to have a tacit understanding and agree on a time. Okay, Whitebeard agreed, which is also what he needs. After a pause, he frowned and said, if we all leave, Kaido will not be quiet. The red-haired man's eyes were cold. Then give it to him, and we will deal with him when we come back. The two discussed again and decided on the matter. From the beginning to the end, they tacitly did not talk about whether the Hunter Guild would take action. If it really comes to that, and the Hunter Guild appears on which battlefield, then they will just have to consider themselves unlucky. There is no impenetrable wall in the world. The Marine, who had long been wary of the Whitebeard pirates, soon received the news that Red Hair had met with Whitebeard. In the office of the Naval Headquarters Marshal, Sengoku hung up the Den Mushi with a gloomy face. Looking around at the people present, he said in a deep voice, Red Hair and Whitebeard have met. There was a dead silence in the room. At this point in time, the meeting between the 2-4 emperors would never be simple. The purpose of the Red Hair pirates is likely to be Impel down. As the Chief of Staff, Vice Admiral Crane quickly came to the same conclusion as Lancelot. This undoubtedly doubled the pressure on everyone. Sengoku looked at the spread-out sea chart for a long time before looking at the Marine executives. Although the Red Hair pirates may not attack Impel down, we can't let them go. Notify Magellan to be prepared, we also need to send people to support. Also, arrange to transfer Fire Fist Ace as soon as possible. There is no other way, the battlefield must be divided. Marine has already announced that it will execute Ace in Marineford, and it is impossible to change it. They can bring Yasop and others to Marineford, but that will put more pressure on Marine. It is better to divide the battlefield, and with the geographical advantage of Impel down, it can also reduce some pressure. As for the candidates to support Impel down, Sengoku's eyes swept across everyone's faces. The 3 admirals could not move. The execution was a matter of great importance. With them, people's hearts could be stabilized. Some people from the Vice Admiral needed to be sent, but they could not play a decisive role. Advertisement. Garp, you go. Garp was a little reluctant, he wanted to stay in Marineford. But he also knew that now was not the time for him to be willful. Once Impel down was breached and the pirates inside escaped, it would undoubtedly be a huge disaster for the people on this sea. Suru Vice Admiral suddenly said, can the Hunter Guild take action? If they are willing to take action, it will be much easier for us to deal with it. This proposal undoubtedly made many people excited. The Hunter Guild is very strong, almost comparable to a 4 Emperors group. Someone asked, will they agree? Sengoku thought for a while and said, hold the Shichibukai meeting again, and invite the president of the Hunter Guild to attend. The situation has changed, and his response plan must also be changed. Shichibukai needs to be rearranged. In this case, then invite Lancelot over. Marshal Sengoku invites me to the naval headquarters to attend the Shichibukai meeting. Hearing Hancock's words, Lancelot was stunned. I'm not a Shichibukai, why did he invite me there? Hancock rolled his eyes at him. 2 of the Shichibukai are yours, only Big Bear is not exposed, otherwise Marine will go crazy. Speaking of this, her face became serious. They didn't say, but it should be about this war. If Marine really invites you to participate in this war, will you go? Lancelot also thought at this time that the only reason Marine could do this was probably because of the Red Hair pirates. Go, why not? Not to mention that Marine has sent an invitation, even if he hasn't invited him, he will find a reason to participate. He doesn't want to miss the 600 Junjun fruit, which is related to one of his 6 divine equipment. But now the 2 teams are in Punk Hazard and Enel is in seclusion on Thunder Island. If he really wants to participate in the war this time, he can only take Yamato. Well, there is also a Rouge, just take him to play high-end games to gain some experience. As for Luo and Nami, what's the point of bringing 2 crispy noobs? In such a big scene, a little aftermath of the battle can make them GG. Thinking of this, he looked at Miss Nicole who was processing documents seriously behind the desk. Robin, how is the project of letting objects eat devil fruit going? Robin stopped working and rubbed his head. It's being tested. With Guy, there won't be any big problems. Then send the Thunderbird fruit and the newly made weather stick over, finish it earlier, and let our navigator lady strengthen her strength. Hancock didn't know about this yet, and he felt a little painful when he heard it. Isn't this too wasteful? That's an ancient species. If it is well developed, it may not be impossible to create a strong man. Lancelot shrugged. I don't want to give it up, but there is no way. Nami doesn't want to be a landlubber. It would be great if I could get Charlotte Linlin's Thundercloud Zeus, but it's a pity that the possibility is not great. Single quote. Aunt doesn't have many hobbies, she just likes to have children, she can't sacrifice her chastity for this, right? Why don't you find a pet for Nami? Hancock asked curiously. If you find a pet, it can also play a cooperative role and develop this devil fruit. Where can I find a pet with intelligence? How could Lancelot not have thought about it? Last time he fought with Golden Lion, he wanted to catch the guy named Billy, but unfortunately he didn't find him. Nami also wanted to catch Lucci's pigeon. Chopper only became intelligent after eating the human fruit, otherwise he would be no different from an ordinary reindeer. Except for the special ones like the fur tribe, ordinary animals simply don't have the ability to deeply develop devil fruit. The final result is to become like the horse of Poison Q. Even if it eats the mythical beast, it is still a useless horse. Elf Dragon. 59. Hawkeye. Finally say goodbye to the days of using the black knife as a paddle. What? Robin was full of surprise. Fairy dragons. Aren't they extinct? Lancelot was surprised. You know. Hancock was also surprised at Robin's erudition, and he even knew about the fairy dragons. Robin smiled and explained. Fairy dragons, a kind of dragon that lived in ancient times. They are famous for their beauty, delicacy, and intelligence, and are highly sought after by the nobles. The reason why they are called delicate is that they are only the size of a human palm when they are young, and they will grow significantly every few years. But once they enter the growth period, their body size grows very fast, and they can carry people to fly within a year or two. Because of this, the fairy dragons were hunted on a large scale and disappeared from the sea hundreds of years ago. She looked at Hancock. Legend has it that the fairy dragon can also transform into the appearance of humans and learn human language knowledge. The latter shook his head. That's just a legend, at least I have never seen it transform into a human. Quote. Lancelot smiled and said, it's quite magical. Mermaids can grow legs when they reach a certain age. The fur tribe has human wisdom and can change into the form of moon lions. Three-eyed tribe, giant tribe, dwarf tribe, lunaria tribe. He paused at this and looked at Hancock in astonishment. Have you seen an elf dragon? Robin covered his mouth and chuckled. Will people react when they grow up? Hancock also smiled. Why do you say it out if you haven't seen it? On an island near the Nine-Snake Island, I saw an elf dragon appear. I didn't know it was an elf dragon at the time. I found out later after asking the old woman. You didn't do it. I did it, but the little guy was very alert and quickly disappeared under the cover of the beast. Later, I went to the island several times, but I couldn't find it. Quote. Lancelot was speechless. Then why are you saying this? It is estimated that the fairy dragon has already run away. Where can we find it in the calm belt? Robin explained. The fairy dragon is very special. It appears there, which means that there must be fairy fruit on the island. Fairy fruit is the favorite food of fairy dragons. Humans used this to capture fairy dragons. Hancock nodded. Yes, the old woman said so too. But no one on Nine-Snake Island knows fairy fruit, and the doctor looked for it several times but it was in vain. Lancelot hurriedly looked at Robin, who shook his head. Don't look at me, I don't know what fairy fruit is. At the beginning, she only saw this interesting story in the library, and the fairy dragon had disappeared long ago, so why would she care about what the fairy fruit looks like? Then go check it out first, and then go and see it after this war is over. The next day, that is, 4 days before the execution, Lancelot went to the naval headquarters to attend the Shichibukai meeting. The Sakura flower unicorn slowly entered the port, attracting a lot of attention. When the Marines saw the flag of the Hunter Guild, they were shocked. Then they all became excited. Being able to come to the naval headquarters at this time itself explained a lot of problems. The Hunter Guild might be joining the war. Looking at the magnificent naval headquarters in front of him, Lancelot couldn't help but sigh. After this war, Marineford is estimated to no longer be as prosperous as it is today. Ha ha ha, Lancelot is here. Advertisement. The hearty laughter came from far away, and looking at the sound, it was Garp, the old B*****************. D. Seeing that the other party looked like he was going to sail, he was stunned. Where is Vice Admiral Garp going? To impel down, the red-haired kid might want to jailbreak. The old B*********** D didn't have any intention of hiding anything, and directly told his itinerary. After that, he winked at Lancelot. How about it, are you interested in beating up red hair with me again? Interested, Lancelot said seriously. Very interested. The premise is to change someone. Garp is unreliable, Sakazuki is very good. This is a guy who has no mercy on pirates, and will not let them go when fighting with red hair pirates. Let's go, impel down. Garp pulled Lancelot to get on the ship, and only the old B********** D knew what he was thinking. Lancelot didn't move. I do want to, but I have to wait until I see Marshal Sengoku, please tell me later. Trouble, Garp muttered, and then he smiled and said, boy, how about lending me your Yamato? Lend it to you. Lancelot narrowed his eyes. He tasted a lot from the old B************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************ port impel down, but stay in Marineford to fight the Whitebeard pirates. Want to let the Hunter Guild offend 2-4 emperors at the same time. Looking at Garp meaningfully, the other party turned his head away with a guilty conscience and whistled. This old B asterisk 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 D is really calculating. He doesn't want to stay in Marineford, and he doesn't have any hope that the Whitebeard pirates will rescue Ace. It's true that the head is determined by the butt. More than 20 years ago, the old B asterisk 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 D could ignore the disaster of South Blue Bartella Island because of his agreement with Roger. Today, he can also ignore the disaster of Marine because of Ace. It may not be appropriate to say, ignore, but the old B asterisk 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 D is really unreliable. He suddenly chuckled and whispered in Garp's ear, Garp, how about we make a deal? You kill red hair for me. I'll save Ace's life for you. Garp's eyes widened instantly, and he had to say that he was moved for a moment. No, at this moment, the other party's words were still echoing in his mind, and a voice deep in his heart urged him to agree. He shook his head quickly to kill these thoughts. You are very dangerous, I have to have less contact with you in the future. After saying that, he went straight to the warship. He was afraid that if he stayed for a second longer, he would not be able to help but agree. Lancelot just smiled at this. Did Garp really not want to do this? He thought. Very much, otherwise he would not have tried to let Lancelot go with him to impel down to deal with the red hair pirates. But once he agreed to this deal, the nature of the deal changed. Garp could pretend not to see the whaling of Bartella Island, but he could not betray the marine who had dedicated his life. But in Lancelot's opinion, it was a bit self-deception. Advertisement. I want Ace to survive, but I don't want to betray Marine. How can it be so good? Then he shook his head in self-mockery. People are very complicated. It is meaningless to judge others with their own values. At this time, in a conference room, BU Dishon's Shichibukai had been waiting impatiently. Let's start quickly. If the rest of the people don't come, will we have to wait forever? The speaker was Gecko Moria. This garlic head was very anxious. He was staying at home peacefully, but Hawkeye came to steal Chushui first, then Straw Hat Crew came to make a scene, and then Marine issued a call for action. What did they say to ask him to fight with the Whitebeard pirates? He was just a fat otaku, what could he do? Foo 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 foo. Doflamingo turned his head and looked at Moria. You have no right to speak here, being defeated by a group of newcomers. Foo 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 foo. He was more uncomfortable with Moria than laughing at him directly when he was talking halfway. Why, do you want to try? Blackbeard, who was eating Sakura peach pie, added fuel to the fire. Losers are not qualified to be on equal footing with us. He was very interested in Moria and his devil fruit, and of course, it would be even better if he could recruit them. Thinking of this, he turned his head and looked at Mihawk, who was sleeping silently. He was indescribably envious of Lancelot. If he could recruit the world's greatest swordsman and Hancock, he wouldn't have to spend so much time planning. Hawkeye, isn't the Hunter Guild going to participate this time? Haha, this is a feast, it would be a pity if it's missed. Having said that, he really hoped that the Hunter Guild would not participate, otherwise it would be very likely that something unexpected would happen to him. Mihawk looked up at the other party and continued to pretend to sleep. Blackbeard was not angry because of the other party's ignorance. After all, this sea speaks with strength. When his plan succeeds and he becomes the new 4 emperors, everything. He suddenly realized that the conference room had become quiet at some point, and everyone looked towards the door. He turned his head suddenly and saw a man who had met him once before appeared at the door. Behind him was the empress dressed in a Zhao Li Zhao Chongsong. Lancelot. Blackbeard's eyes widened. What he was worried about happened. Lancelot looked at the quiet conference room with a slight smile on his face. He took Hancock and sat down beside Mihawk. You came quite early. Was it Marine's food that attracted you, or was it some beautiful swordsman that caught your attention? Mihawk's eyelids moved. I have a new understanding of swordsmanship recently. Let's spar after the meeting. Lancelot laughed. Well, I ordered a boat for you in the 7 waters. It's bigger than your boat, but it has all the functions it should have. 3 power systems, that is, wind power, electric power, and coke power. How about it, do you feel excited? He was talking about the speedboat in his previous life, but there were some differences, which was very suitable for Mihawk who had nothing to do for solo drifting. Mihawk raised his eyebrows. Coke power. He understood the first 2, but what about the latter one? Can coke be used as power? Hehe, let me tell you. The 2 chatted as if no one else was around, without paying any attention to the other people present. Doflamingo's expression changed, Moria's face was gloomy, and Blackbeard was wondering what he was thinking. Just at this moment, Marine came over. 60. Sengoku. Go get benefits for your family. When Sengoku and Vice Admiral Crane entered the conference room, their attention was focused on Lancelot. Although they had seen each other's photos many times, they couldn't help but sigh when they saw the real person. So young. President Lancelot, welcome to Marine. I have long wanted to see Marshal Sengoku, and today I finally get to see him. It is true that hearing about him is not as good as meeting him in person. Lancelot stood up and greeted him, shaking his hand cordially. At the same time, 2 documents were stuffed into the hands of Sengoku and Vice Admiral Crane respectively. When will you retire? This sudden change confused Sengoku and Vice Admiral Crane. When they looked down, they immediately had a black line on their faces. Open black lens bracket Hunter Guild Talent Introduction close black lens bracket. What the hell? Recruiting people from Marine. Are Marine's Marshal and Chief of Staff. Lancelot pretended not to see the expressions of the two people, and said with a smile, if you two lose your jobs one day, you can consider the Hunter Guild. Hee hee. Sengoku's mouth twitched, and he handed the document to the adjutant behind him. Suru Vice Admiral began to look through the open black lens bracket Hunter Guild Talent Introduction close black lens bracket with great interest. When he saw the position and treatment given above, he was slightly startled. Vice Inspector of the Hunter Guild. Looking up at the young man in front of him. Little guy, I am the Deputy Inspector, and Sengoku is the Chief Inspector. Yes, Lancelot said seriously. Only two upright and righteous people can be worthy of these two positions. The Vice Admiral smiled and raised the documents in his hand. The treatment is good, I will consider it. Haha, I look forward to your arrival. Everyone sat down, and this little episode was not taken to heart. Sengoku looked around and said, then the meeting will begin. Blackbeard laughed. It's starting now. Ha 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 ha, it seems that there is one less Shichibukai. This will undoubtedly provoke the nerves of the Shichibukai. First, Jinbei was missing, and now Tyrant Bear is gone. Who will be the next one? Sengoku said expressionlessly. Bartholomew Big Bear has a mission and will not attend this meeting. After that, he ignored Blackbeard and looked at Lancelot. President Lancelot, since you chose to attend the meeting, you must have decided to help Marine resist the Whitebeard pirates. Lancelot asked back. Why not the red hair pirates? I'm more interested in them. Moria was surprised. What does this have to do with the red hair pirates? The other two were also surprised, and obviously had not received relevant information. Sengoku explained. According to the news we received, the red hair pirates are likely to attack Impel Down. So Marine invites the Hunter Guild to participate in this war. What? Blackbeard exclaimed. What the hell? The red hair pirates are going to attack Impel Down, so what about his plan? Hey, attack Impel Down, worthy of the red hair pirates. Compared to Blackbeard's shock and anger, Doflamingo was watching a good show. Anyway, he was not prepared to fight for Marine, so he didn't care about a few four emperors. Knock, knock, knock. Sengoku knocked on the table, signaling everyone to be quiet. Advertisement. President Lancelot, we have already made arrangements for Impel Down. Garp will lead Marine to stop the red hair pirates from invading. So Marine needs the Hunters Guild to station here in Marineford, is that okay? Lancelot certainly has no problem. His goal is shock fruit. Why would he run to Impel Down? But we still have to fight for what we should fight for. Okay, but what about the reward Marine gives us? Who will your Hunters Guild send? Me, Yamato, or Rouge? Sengoku and Vice Admiral Suru frowned when they heard this. Aren't 3 people a little too few? And Rouge is just a newcomer. Even if he is a supernova, what can he do? What about Enel? What about the others? Lancelot looked at him with amusement. Marshal Sengoku, the strength of Yamato and I is obvious to all. With us here, Marine almost has 2 more admirals. Quote. Although Rouge is a newcomer, it is not a problem for him to stop a captain of the Whitebeard pirates. You should think about what kind of compensation you should pay. By the way, let me make it clear in advance that the Hunter Guild is not short of money. Everyone was slightly surprised. Rouge actually has the strength to match the last captain. Don't underestimate the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. He is a big pirate who has experienced countless battles, even if he is the last. Someone looked at Moria, who had just been abused by the Straw Hat crew. If you convert it, wouldn't it be equivalent to a 7th level C? Moria, what are you looking at me for? Are you eating your rice? Blackbeard's eyes were a little red, which was jealousy. Thinking that he had worked so hard to find a few uncles, they could easily pick up a supernova, and they shouldn't bully people like this. Sengoku frowned and said, tell me your conditions. He cursed in his heart. Damn upstarts. If you don't want money, then you can only wait for the other party to make conditions. Lancelot stretched out a finger. First, after the war with the Whitebeard pirates, all the pirates killed or captured by the Hunter Guild will be settled with bounties afterwards. Sengoku almost got a stitch in the side when he heard this. Didn't you say you don't lack money? Lancelot said seriously. These are 2 different things. I earned it with my own ability. Why don't I want it? Besides, the more you work, the more you get. If I want to get more bounties, I need to work harder. Wouldn't it be easier for you Marines? Do you want the Hunter Guild to work like them without working hard? Sengoku glanced at a few Shichibukai and felt that this seemed to make sense. Let's talk about other conditions first, don't mention anything too excessive. Lancelot smiled and said, business is not about excessive or not, if it's not suitable, just talk until it's suitable. Second, I need some quotas. What quotas? Sengoku had a bad feeling in his heart. It's like this, many members of the Hunters Guild, BOD, are bounties, I need some quotas. After reporting to you Marine will cancel their bounties. No, Sengoku refused without thinking. Then it's better to give you a Shichibukai directly, so that their wanted orders will stop. Lancelot rolled his eyes at him, you're thinking beautifully. I'm not the president of the Hunters Guild, and I still have a huge family business waiting to be inherited. You must be crazy to become a Shichibukai, right? Quote. Quote. FK, this damn B**************, D, he came to them and acted like a Versailles. Sengoku was annoyed, he hated dealing with such people the most. After thinking for a while, he said, I can only give you 5 places. Papa Papa. Lancelot slammed the table angrily. Are you sending away beggars? Advertisement. There are so many people in the Hunter Guild, and only 5 places are not enough to fill your teeth. Suru Vice Admiral said with a smile. 5 is not a small number. Sengoku and I will go to you to work after retirement. Give me face. Lancelot blinked. You mean, as long as Marshal Sengoku stops being a marshal, he will immediately join the company, and you will follow him. Suru Vice Admiral was choked, and then whispered. If Marine has no other plans, so he should go. Grandma Crane, what you said is meaningless. Lancelot looked distressed. I'm so sincere to you and respect you so much, but you just want to fool me. Besides, if you two really join the Hunter Guild, that will be your home. Shouldn't you take advantage of the power now to find some benefits for your future home? Go find benefits for your future home. Sengoku also slammed the table. 10 is enough, right? 10 every year. 10 every year. Sengoku realized that something was wrong and immediately braked. It's 10, not 10 every year. Then why don't I incorporate them into the 9 Snakes Pirates, or let Mihawk form a pirate group? Suddenly he changed the subject. How about this? The world government gives the Hunter Guild the same rights as the Shichibukai. As a condition, if Marine wants to deal with the 4 emperors, the Hunter Guild will respond. Sengoku was a little tempted. As long as the operation was done properly, the Hunter Guild would have to stand on the side of Marine. You won't work without effort, right? Lancelot said with a smile. How could it be? With the previous conditions, as long as the war starts, the Hunter Guild will definitely rush to the front. Sengoku thought so too. People are profit-seeking. The Hunter Guild is mainly composed of bounty hunters. Why not do it if there is a bounty? Then it's settled, but the specific details need to be discussed with Marine. Lancelot complained in his heart. I guess it should be reported to the 5 elders. At this moment, he finally revealed his true intention. Marshal Sengoku, since the Hunter Guild enjoys the rights of Shichibukai. Then can I set an area as my sphere of influence? Sengoku nodded. Indeed. Where do you want to set it? Let's make it clear first. Sabaody Archipelago is absolutely not allowed, and there are some important areas that are not allowed. I want the Kingdom of Sobel. Where? The Kingdom of Sobel. Sengoku narrowed his eyes slightly, and Vice Admiral also stared into Lancelot's eyes, and the latter was calm and composed. Why? He couldn't help but suspect that there was some conspiracy. After all, Bartholomew Kuma's hometown was in the Kingdom of Sobel. 2 of the Shichibukai have joined the Hunters Guild. Will Kuma be the 3rd one? Lancelot shrugged. Bonnie has joined the Hunters Guild. That child is obsessed with the Kingdom of Sobel. As the president, I have the obligation to protect her hometown. Sengoku was about to refuse, but he saw Suru Vice Admiral nodding at him. The trust he had in his old friend for many years forced him to change his words. Okay, but this matter needs to be reported to the world government, and your request may not be granted. Ding. Mission released. Summit War. You accepted Marine's invitation to participate in the war between Marine and the Whitebeard pirates, and you seem to be planning something. Go and see the style of the world's strongest man. Rewards depend on the situation. Basic reward. Silver Rod X1. Faced with the sudden release of the mission, Lancelot was stunned. Why is the basic reward so much lower than when we started the war with the red hair pirates? Silver starts and 7 colors are the upper limit. Do I have to kill Whitebeard? 61. Go. Articuno. Alas. Sengoku sighed at the office window, watching the Sakura flower unicorn slowly leaving the port. What a difficult guy. He was being led by the nose from the beginning. It was not that he was not careful enough, but he knew too little about Lancelot and did not know the other party's true purpose. Xiaohei, why did you agree to his conditions? Suru Vice Admiral was also looking at the Sakura flower unicorn, and narrowed his eyes when he heard it. You know about the Sobel Kingdom, right? Well, Bartholomew Big Bear, Dragon and the others made quite a stir there. Now it's back to its original state. Sengoku was startled, then asked in surprise, do you want to see his character? Suru Vice Admiral chuckled. Isn't this a very interesting little guy? Chief Inspector, Deputy Inspector, very courageous. Retracted his gaze and looked at Sengoku beside him. Have you found that the model of the Hunters Guild is also very interesting? How could Sengoku not find it? After a moment of silence, he said, they are encroaching on the functions of Marine. No, it should be said that the functions of the Hunters Guild overlap with Marine to some extent. Suru Vice Admiral nodded. To be more precise, the Hunters Guild is more comprehensive than Marine. Maritime escort, catching pirates, bounty exchange, intervention in power disputes, intelligence network, stable economic income. And the inspection team that is about to be formed. Sengoku was silent for a while. In time, the Hunter Guild will grow into a behemoth comparable to Marine. Vice Admiral Crane continued. The most important point is that the Hunter Guild is an organization that covers almost all classes. In many cases, it can represent the interests of most people. Except celestial dragons. Sengoku was shocked. This was a question he had never thought about deeply. After a long time, he smiled bitterly. Xiaohei, you have given me a big problem. In the next few days, the Sea of Tianai was calm. However, it seemed calm, but it was already turbulent in secret. Ace was sent to Marineford in advance. Marco and others tried to hijack the ship halfway with the Straw Hat crew, but they didn't do it in the end. The beast's pirates were sharpening their knives in Wano-kuni, just waiting for the war to break out. The Wano-kuni was jubilant, but Charlotte Linlin summoned the pirates under the BIGMOM pirates, and there was a tendency to do something. The underground world was also in chaos, knew the world may change. They are eyeing the fat piece of meat of the Whitebeard pirates' territory. The long-forgotten crocodile arrived at Beehive Island and seemed to be plotting something with Akoku. Finally, the execution day arrived. On the shore of Marineford Crescent Bay, cannons were ready, and marines were nervously watching the coast ahead. On the bay wall behind them, the 7 warlords of the sea were guarding the front. Standing with them were Renhei and Arouge. Both of them were trembling at this time. The difference was that the former was because he could fight the world's strongest Whitebeard. The latter was much more complicated, with emotions such as excitement, fear, and excitement. That was the strongest man in the world. And this was the naval headquarters, with densely packed marine elites behind him. In the past, he would not dare to think about it. Arouge glanced at the Shichibukai around him and felt relieved. Fortunately, there were 3 big legs around him. Unlike Doflamingo and the others, they were all alone and might be killed by Whitebeard's punch. Advertisement. As the execution time got closer, an uneasy atmosphere spread. Many marines were sweating profusely, and their hands holding their weapons were shaking slightly. 14. The quiet Marineford suddenly burst into thunderous cheers, and the marines raised their weapons high, looking excited. Arouge was startled by the sudden cheers and quickly looked back, his pupils shrinking. Under the execution platform, the 3 admirals representing the highest combat power of the marines walked out one after another. When they sat down, Lancelot walked slowly with Golden Week and stood next to the Crane Vice Admiral next to the execution platform. The scene was quiet for a moment, and cheers rang out again. Suru Vice Admiral looked at Golden Week for a while before saying to Lancelot, "Little guy, you should go to the front." Lancelot looked down at the scene below and smiled. "The view here is better." "You are the one, shouldn't you be sitting down?" Suru Vice Admiral said with a slightly melancholy tone. "Garp went to impel down, I have to watch here." Lancelot nodded and said to Golden Week, "Follow Suru Granny, she will protect you." This remark aroused the dissatisfaction of Suru Vice Admiral. "Stinky boy, I'm not your babysitter. If the fight starts later, I won't have time to take care of her." Lancelot chuckled and said, "Don't worry, the Whitebeard pirates can't reach the execution platform." He said this confidently, but no one underestimated the weight of this statement, including the 3 admirals. Akainu turned his head and looked at it, pressed the brim of his hat and said nothing. Lancelot suddenly patted Aokiji's shoulder, and the latter looked up in confusion. "Kuzan, both of them are crossing their legs, but you are not. Be careful that Sakazuki will break your legs in the future." Aokiji. Akainu. At this time, today's protagonist appeared. Ace came out of the VIP exclusive channel. The light was a little dazzling. When he saw the scene in front of him clearly, his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. "I didn't expect that Marine would set up such a big battle to execute him. Dad, and everyone, please don't come." He prayed silently in his heart. When he was about to step onto the execution platform, he saw Lancelot talking to Aokiji. His pupils suddenly shrank. Why is this man here? He also had a post-event teach about the Alabasta incident. It told him about the battle between the Red Hair Pirates and the Hunter Gongjin. Only then did he know that the guy who had met him once in Sabaody Archipelago defeated the red-haired Shanks head-on. "Let's go." The executioner pushed Ace, and he came back to his senses and stepped onto the execution steps in silence. After a while, Sengoku also appeared. The difference is that this time there was no Garp, he himself and 10 people climbed onto the execution platform. "There is something I want to convey to you in advance, Portgas D. Ace, about the real meaning of this man's death here." The declaration before the execution spread throughout the world through the live broadcast of Den Den Mushi, and the news that the bloodline of Pirate King Roger still exists in the world is shocking. Although many things have happened during this period, this opening statement is no different from what Lancelot remembered. He looked down at the location of Shichibukai below and shook his head. Teach, you are quite brave." Blackbeard actually went to impel down, not afraid of being defeated there. But he had no other choice. Only by recruiting a group of strong men from impel down could the situation on Marineford be opened. Asterisk. Otherwise, even if he stayed here, it would be in vain. As the initiator of all this, the Whitebeard pirates would not hold back on him. Advertisement. Boom boom. Suru Vice Admiral's face changed slightly, and he quickly took out the Den Den Mushi to connect. Staff Officer Crane, the Red Hair pirates somehow broke through the gate of justice and appeared on the impel down side. Now Vice Admiral Garp and Director Magellan are confronting them. Got it. Lancelot raised his eyebrows slightly. Did both sides attack at the same time? After thinking for a while, he reminded. Be careful of Blackbeard, that guy is not honest, don't let anyone stab you in the back. He couldn't intervene on the impel down side, so he might as well make things difficult for Blackbeard and the Red Hair pirates. Vice Admiral Crane's heart sank when he heard this. Are you sure? Be prepared. Lancelot said no more, and the group believed it or not. It appeared. Exclamations rang out from below, and everyone looked over, and pirate ships appeared on the sea in the distance. 0. The strongest man in the world is finally here. However, the pirates that appeared were all under the Whitebeard pirates, and the Beok was still nowhere to be seen. Lancelot looked at Aokiji and winked at him. Kuzan, where do you think Whitebeard will appear from? Aokiji was about to speak when he suddenly found his arm being grabbed by the other party and heard a word in his ear. Of course it's under Crescent Bay. Go, Articuno. Then a huge force came and the whole person was thrown out and fell towards the sea surface of the harbor. What happened? This sudden change caused a commotion. No one expected that before the war started, their admiral was thrown out by the president of the Hunter Guild. This might not be an undercover sent by the Whitebeard pirates. In the panic, Kizaru and Akainu stood still. They also heard what was said just now. Vice Admiral Crane said unhappily, "Can't you make it clear before you act?" Lancelot waved his hand. "It's all the same, all the same." He then sat down in Kuzan's seat. "It's still more comfortable to sit down, do you two mind?" Kizaru spread his hands. "Kuzan has no objection, what can I say?" Akainu just snorted coldly, his eyes still fixed on the bay. Aokiji did not resist Lancelot's power and let himself fall into the sea. The moment it came into contact with the sea water, the sea surface quickly froze and spread to the entire bay and even the sea outside. The hot weather suddenly became cool. Both the warships and the Whitebeard pirates' ships were frozen, and the noisy scene quieted down for a while. Under the bay, 4 large ships were about to surface, but unexpectedly the seawater froze. Although they were not affected, the thick ice layer above was not something they could easily break through. The plan to give Marine a shocking debut was shattered, and everyone looked at each other in bewilderment.
Gulala, you have a trick, Sengoku. Whitebeard didn't care about the situation at hand. Let me see what gift you have prepared for me. After saying that, the veins on his right arm bulged, and he punched upward. The powerful vibration force bombarded the ice layer and spread in all directions. Crack, crack. The ice surface quickly cracked, stirring up huge waves. 62. You're laughing, I am laughing, who is crying?
So strong. Lancelot sighed as he looked at the cracked ice and the water column rising into the sky. Shock fruit was fully developed in Whitebeard's hands, and it was pushed to the top. 3 large ships broke out of the water in the horrified eyes of the Marines. Although it looked a bit embarrassed, the Whitebeard pirates still achieved their goal of breaking into the inner bay. Everyone's attention was attracted by the tall figure on the Moby DK. Whitebeard. At this moment, the pressure from the world's strongest man was reflected, and the Marines in the square were shocked and sweating. Under the gaze of the whole audience, Whitebeard looked directly at the direction of the execution platform and grinned. Sengoku, is my son okay? No one answered. Whitebeard's eyes fell on Ace. Ace, wait a minute, Dad will come to take you home. Ace couldn't hold back any longer, and tears flowed like a spring. Dad. He regretted that he shouldn't have been so impulsive, and now he has caused everyone to come to rescue him. Ace. A louder voice resounded throughout Marineford, and people couldn't help but look in the direction of the voice. A figure appeared on the bow of the Moby DK at some point, and it was a guy wearing a straw hat. Ace's eyes widened. 487. Way, Luffy. Ace, I'm here to save you. Luffy obviously didn't realize how difficult it would be to rescue Ace today. Maybe he realized it, but he wouldn't think too much, and he wouldn't care so much, he just wanted to rescue Ace. Marco came to Whitebeard and said solemnly, Dad, we are in trouble. Following Marco's sight, when he saw Yamato and Lancelot, his face became more solemn. You didn't go to deal with Red Hair and the others, but stayed here. The next moment, a smile reappeared on his face, but what does it matter? I am Whitebeard, no one can stop us from rescuing Ace. His words attracted the shouts of the crowd, and as Whitebeard pointed forward with Kusugawa, rescue Ace. 141. Amid the shouts of the Whitebeard pirates, 3 large ships broke through the ice and headed for the bay wall. Clang. The sound of the long sword being unsheathed was inaudible in the noisy battlefield, but countless people's attention was attracted. Mihawk stared at Whitebeard on the Moby DK with a pair of eagle-like sharp eyes, and his momentum became stronger and stronger. Hancock whispered, so soon. I just want to see the gap with that man. Even if Whitebeard himself doesn't admit it, everyone admits that this era is called Whitebeard. He is the uncrowned king, and only by defeating him can you be qualified to be satisfied. Under the gaze of the audience, Black Knife Knight raised it high and swung it down with all his strength. This is a simple and unpretentious sword, and it is also the ultimate sword of Mihawk swordsmanship, heavy and indestructible. The blue slash split the sea water in 2 and broke the floating ice. Shua, a figure jumped off the Moby DK and landed on a huge floating iceberg. It's Diamond Joe's. Many people exclaimed. As the captain of the Whitebeard pirates with the strongest defense, can he withstand the slash of the world's greatest swordsman? Lancelot was laughing, and the captains of the Whitebeard pirates were also laughing. Amid everyone's expectations, the blue slash fell on Joe's, who was turned into diamond. The huge force bombarded his body, causing Jaws' face to change. He could feel that Hawkeye's slash had a tendency to break through the defense. Crack. The sound of rupture came, and a domineering force rushed into the body through the defense, and the blood surged. No, my father is right behind me, I have to defend him even if I die. Joe's gritted his teeth. If only Hawkeye could threaten his father, it would be a big blow to everyone's morale. His body was pushed back by the slash, and he was about to hit the Moby DK. Joe's raised his arms with all his strength, and the slash was pulled into the sky. Boom. Advertisement. The slash exploded, and the shock wave caused disperse the surrounding clouds. The scene was silent for a while. It was obvious that Mihawk's test did not produce any results, but Joe's didn't look good either. His arms drooped slightly, blood dripped down, and there was a bloodline at the corner of his mouth, which was obviously injured. Hancock saw Mihawk put away his knife and asked, "How do you feel?" "Very strong." Mihawk looked at Joe's opposite him, "But that's all." Hancock understood that although the opponent's defense was invincible, his strength had basically reached the top, and it was almost impossible to go further. There is no comparison with those who have mastered Conqueror's Coil. Gulala. Whitebeard laughed, but everyone could hear the murderous intent hidden in the laughter, which made people shudder. This person is not someone who can just take a slap in the face. His counterattack will definitely be earth-shattering. As expected, the next moment, Whitebeard hit Kusugawaki hard, and the shock fruit ability was activated. As he swung his fists heavily to both sides, a powerful vibration force spread out. Lancelot smacked his lips, back to the starting point again. I thought that I had intervened, and the next development would be different. However, Whitebeard still caused a tsunami, but it was really useful. As the huge tsunami enveloped the entire Marineford, Marine caused a huge commotion. If the tsunami really fell, their fate could be imagined. Trouble. Aokiji, who had frozen the bay, scratched his head, and two icicles spread and connected the tsunamis on both sides. Ice Age. The power of ice quickly froze the tsunami, and two huge icebergs took shape in the blink of an eye. Not only that, the broken ice layer under his feet condensed again, freezing the entire inner bay, and also freezing the Moby DK's deputy ship that had not yet appeared on the seabed. Whitebeard's eyes turned cold. "Frozen kid, do you want to die?" Aokiji responded indifferently. The atmosphere of killing became more and more intense, and Sengoku on the execution platform held up the Den Mushi horizontally, and his voice was cold. Fire. As soon as the words fell, the roar continued, and shells rained down on the Whitebeard pirates. Kill. Save Ace. Summit War. Start. The Whitebeard pirates jumped off the pirate ship and charged towards the execution platform. The Marine entered the ice layer from the corridor and deployed to meet the enemy. People kept falling, and the blood gradually dyed the ice layer red. Lancelot watched silently. Reality is reality, not as exciting as watching anime at the beginning. War is a meat grinder, and those who are not strong enough can die at any time. Boom. A huge shadow enveloped the square and the execution platform. Lancelot raised his eyes slightly, and the mountain-like ice was flown by Joe's. "Aren't you going to take action?" Suru Vice Admiral seemed to remind Lancelot that it was time to take action. Akainu, who was about to take action, tilted his head slightly, and there was a light flashing in his eyes. Lancelot chuckled and said, "It's just a small matter, so I don't need to do anything." Advertisement. As if in response to his words, a loud shout came. White Snake Drive. Yamato soared into the sky like a rainbow light and headed for the huge ice block. Crackle. Red and black lightning flashed on the mace, and his eyes stared coldly at the front. Thunder 8 trigrams. Crackle. The mace fell on the ice block, and the ladder cracked into spider web-like lines at the contact point. As Yamato swung vigorously, the ice block shattered and shot towards the Whitebeard pirates below like cannonballs. 14. A blue flame flashed by, and a pair of huge wings rolled down the ice block, eliminating the crisis. Whitebeard stared at Yamato in midair, the little girl from Kaido's family. That guy gave birth to a good daughter. X0 liras. Ace's expression was extremely complicated. This friend he made in Wano Kuni has now gone to sea, but has become a rival of the Whitebeard pirates. When he heard that Yamato also appeared in Alabasta and defeated Lucky Lu, he was puzzled and a little angry. It's the same now. Yamato, are you going to attack my family? Yamato, who had just landed, looked back at his former friend with a calm expression. Sorry, Ace. Captain's enemies are my enemies, even if they are your family. Also, I will no longer be hostile to Kaido. No, it's father. Captain said that it would be foolish to betray your beloved family because of a fool. Such a person deserves death, no one will pity him or feel sorry for him. Father is the enemy I want to defeat, that's all. After a pause, Yamato shouted loudly, Ace, I will no longer think about becoming Kazuki Oden. I am who I am, and my dream is to become the patron saint of the captain. 3.2 Lancelot. Yamato, what can I do to save you? It seems that I have contributed to this, so it's okay. But Yamato is at least much better now than before. Isn't Kaido's experience more legendary than Oden's? It's inexplicable to want to become him just because you witnessed Oden's execution. At the same time, on a certain island, Kaido, who was watching the live broadcast, burst into tears. Yamato, my Yamato, you finally came out. After so many years, his Yamato finally stopped thinking about becoming Oden, and was even willing to call him father again. Quinn was also crying. Woo, it's not easy. Boss Kaido finally made it. Yamato finally changed his mind. To celebrate Yamato's return to the right path, Boss Kaido, let's invite the Warren to cheer us up. Although Jin was also happy for Kaido, you guys should at least pay attention to the main point. But Yamato also said that he wanted to defeat Boss Kaido, and he also dreamed of becoming the patron saint of Lancelot. After thinking about it, he still didn't remind him. Let Boss Kaido be happy first, just like Quinn said, he finally made it to this day. Point 63. Lions show off their power, and people lose their heads. When the war broke out in Marineford, Impel Down also started. Because of the special geographical environment, this side is a naval battle, at least for now. Both sides kept firing at each other, and ships were sunk from time to time. Beckman scanned the entire battlefield, thinking about how to break through the opponent's defense. The best news at the moment is that the Hunter Guild is not on their side, which undoubtedly relieves them of a lot of pressure. However, Garp is not easy to deal with, and there is also Magellan, whose fruit ability is very troublesome. The red-haired man's attention has been on Garp, and he is also troubled by the other party's unmoved appearance. How is the situation at Marineford? Beckman said in a deep voice. There is a fierce battle going on. The Whitebeard pirates have not yet entered the square. This means that the situation over there is worrying, and they need to put more pressure on Marine. The red-haired man pondered for a moment and said coldly, agree to Teach's request. Beckman reminded. This is very risky. We can't guarantee that it is not Marine's conspiracy. The red-haired man took a deep breath and said solemnly, I once told Whitebeard that Teach is a very dangerous guy with great ambitions, but he didn't take it seriously. Quote. Such a guy will not cooperate with Marine wholeheartedly, and his plot is definitely not what he said. Quote. But I can't care about that right now. The red-haired man didn't continue. Beckman knew that if they couldn't rescue Yasop and the others before the war in Marineford ended, this operation would basically fail. For this, they needed to take risks, even if it might bury the entire red-hair pirates here. Then let's get started. After the red-haired man said this, he broke through the warships like an arrow from a string and arrived at the outer wall of Impel Down. Beckman and others followed closely behind, and at the same time, Red Force raised a flag of unknown meaning. Quick, stop them. The sound of gunfire became more intense, and the sound of fighting resounded throughout the sea. Garp and Magellan looked at each other, and took a dozen vice admirals to fight against the red-haired man. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the chaotic battlefield and the flag raised by the Red Force, Blackbeard laughed heartily. He gave a look to Luffy beside him, and the latter showed a charming smile. Time passed by, and the battle became more and more tragic. People from the Blackbeard pirates were constantly being carried down with serious injuries. Even though Vice Admiral Suru had told them to be careful of them, no one cared about them at the moment. In the monitoring room, Luffy was hypnosising several jailers, and in the monitoring screen, Blackbeard and his men had already reached the 4th floor. When Blackbeard came out of Magellan's office, he had a bunch of keys in his hand. He only kept one of them and threw the rest to his men. Go, make Impel Down lively. Ha 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 ha, I think Garp and Magellan will like my gift. It's not clear whether Garp and Magellan like it or not. Anyway, when Sengoku learned that the prisoners in Impel Down were released and made a fuss, his face was very ugly. When Lancelot heard the news, he couldn't help but sigh. Garp, the old B************** D, is still as unreliable as ever. He was reminded to watch out for Blackbeard and the others, but he still let them cut off their retreat. Now it depends on whether Sengoku can be ruthless and flood Impel Down. Advertisement. Instead of letting the villains in Impel Down escape and harm the sea, it is better to bury them in it together with the red hair pirates. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled, and on the ice in the distance, a huge figure stepped out from outside the port. The size alone brought a lot of pressure to Marine, and the giant vice admiral was just a child in front of him. The crane vice admiral looked at the golden week sitting on a piece of cloth next to him, as if he was having a picnic. The little girl looked at the battlefield below with a calm expression, without any tension or fear. Even with his own experience, this kind of thing is not the first time he has seen it. He collected his thoughts and said solemnly, Lancelot, it's your turn. The battlefield below was in chaos. Shichibukai also took action, but they could only temporarily stop the momentum of the Whitebeard pirates. Garp took away a lot of Marine vice admirals when he went to Impel Down, which weakened the middle-level combat power here. Kizaru and Akainu, as the last line of defense, cannot take action for the time being, and they also need to retain their strength to deal with emergencies. Lancelot had no problem. As he stood up from his seat, 2 swords appeared out of thin air. Crane Vice Admiral's eyes narrowed slightly. Sakura and Muku. Crane Vice Admiral was not unfamiliar with the weapon of Golden Lion, the old rival. Lancelot waved his 2 famous swords and chuckled. The old lion was once a legend. He disappeared for more than 20 years, but his death was not sensational enough. It can't be said that it was not sensational enough, but for this sea, he disappeared for too long, so that everyone forgot his horror. What do you want to do? Vice Admiral frowned slightly. Lancelot pointed to the battlefield below and then to Whitebeard. I have received a little favor from the old lion, so I must return a little. Don't you think that there is no better time than now? Favor. Yes, favor. After the words fell, the man had disappeared from the spot, and when he appeared again, he was already in the air. Crackle. The arms became dark and deep, and the 2 famous swords were also dyed black. At the same time, Conqueror circled up and stared at Whitebeard on the Moby DK, with a gleam in his eyes. Then he fell like a meteor. The people who were fighting fiercely looked up at the same time, and when they saw the person in the air and the opponent's target, they all looked solemn. Golden Shura, a being that can rival the 4 emperors, while Whitebeard is the strongest man in the world. Who will win the fight between the two? Gulala, Golden Shura. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Shiki, that B asterisk 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 D, is still unwilling to give up. He naturally noticed the weapon in Lancelot's hand, and knew what the other party was going to do. Come on, let me see how much you have learned from Shiki. Two-sword secret lion elegy. A golden lion that seemed to be real roared from the sky and ran towards Whitebeard. Its momentum was like thunder, its speed was like lightning, and its power was magnificent. I won't let you get close to my dad. The eardrum-shaking roar echoed over Marineford, and a huge palm slapped Lancelot with a strong wind. Don't. Oz, stop it. This scene made everyone in the Whitebeard pirates change their faces. That was Golden Shura, who defeated Red Hair, Shanks's man. However, it was too late to stop him. Even Whitebeard could only watch Oz's hand collide with Lancelot. Lancelot's eyes were cold. The guy who can't see himself clearly, just like Ace you want to rescue, has lost the qualification to continue to ride on the sea. Roar. The golden lion roared, avoided Oz's palm, and landed on his arm. In the other party's astonished eyes, it rushed along his arm to his shoulder with lightning speed. Advertisement. Oz's other hand was just halfway raised, and his body suddenly froze. And the golden lion continued to move forward, jumping down from behind him and continuing to kill Whitebeard. Oz finally seemed to come to his senses, and raised his hand to reach towards Lancelot, but the other party was getting farther and farther away from him. Hey, why is my vision blurred? Can't breathe. Ah, how can I see my body? In the sight of everyone, a line of blood first appeared on Oz's neck, and as he moved slightly, his head slowly slid off his neck. Oz! The shrill cry resounded throughout Marineford. Ace stared blankly at Oz slowly falling down, and the scene of the two people's acquaintance emerged in his mind, and tears could not stop flowing. Whitebeard looked at the attacking figure, and the anger in his heart was like magma surging. Little devil, die. His legs were slightly bent, and then the whole person bounced towards Lancelot, and the blade of Yunchi was glowing. This is shock fruit ability. Not only that, the king's color quickly entangled it. For a strong man of by 410 Huzi's level, it is easy to use two powers at the same time. Just before the collision, Kurokumo Kiri, who had already accumulated strength, slashed fiercely. Roar. The golden mad lion was not afraid, and opened its mouth wide to bite down. The moment the two came into contact, the world seemed to be quiet for a moment, and then a thunderous roar broke out. Boom. There was no expected fierce confrontation, the golden mad lion instantly collapsed, and Lancelot flew backwards. And Whitebeard was not feeling well, falling downwards, and before he landed, a trace of bloodline had seeped out from the corner of his mouth. It was not until this time that the shock wave generated by the confrontation between the two swept across. Bang! Whitebeard landed heavily, breaking the ice layer, and Lancelot also fell on the ice layer after removing most of his strength. The two people's eyes met, as if there was thunder and lightning interweaving. Behind Lancelot, Oz's huge body finally landed completely. Boom! The entire ice layer trembled, and at this moment, the two men moved at the same time. Lion hyphenation .1000 Slice Valley. Countless golden slashes flew towards Whitebeard, almost the same as the swordsmanship performed by Golden Lion. The opponent also did not hold back, and swung the fluorescent Kusugawa Kiri with all his might. The golden slashes and the vibration force caused by the shock fruit collided continuously, and then exploded, forming waves of shock waves. At a certain moment, the two men stepped heavily on the ice at the same time and rushed towards each other. UNN. The two sides launched a fierce battle, and each other's weapons were as fast as lightning. Only the continuous sound of metal clashing and the bursting of sparks showed how many times they fought in an instant. The ice layer was broken inch by the power of the two, and the conquerors of both sides were rampant in this area. Looking at this violent scene, many people were frightened. Is this a battle at the level of 4 emperors? The aftermath of the battle between the two alone was enough to make 80% of the people present unable to resist. But there are also many people whose eyes are getting brighter and brighter. 64. Red hair. Which B asterisk 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 D said that I like to show off everywhere. Humans are easily infected, and they get carried away easily when they are emotional. Rouge, who participated in this level of war for the first time, is very excited now. As a novice in the Hunter Guild, he is one of the few people who were brought to participate in the war. Even Law and Bonnie, who are both supernovas, did not receive this treatment. This feeling of being valued, coupled with the fierce battle between his own president and the world's strongest Whitebeard, made him want to do something to prove himself. He quickly scanned the surroundings, and when he saw a captain of the Whitebeard pirates, his mouth curled up. It's you. As the captain of the 13th team of the Whitebeard pirates, Buffalo Atmos led his team to move forward, and many marines fell under his double swords. He easily dealt with a marine who was blocking the way, and looked at the bay wall in front of him, feeling a little excited. As long as we cross there, we can break into the square. Ace, wait for us. Thinking of this, he suddenly heard his companions exclaiming to be careful. Atmos's eyes fixed, and he saw a guy who was as big as him and even looked stronger coming towards him. The opponent's weapon was very special, it was actually a huge pencil. Sky Islander. Atmos frowned slightly, the pair of wings behind Rouge were too conspicuous. His companion reminded him, it's the supernova of this generation. Supernova. Atmos slashed with his two swords, kicked the ice with his feet and rushed out. A cruel smile appeared on his face. Supernova, so what? A guy who has not experienced the baptism of the new world dares to show his teeth to us. Dang. Arouge swept the big pencil with both hands towards the opponent, but the recoil force almost made him unable to hold the pencil. The blood in his chest surged, and because of the existence of the fruit ability, the damage he received was quickly converted into a gain effect. Visibly, Arouge's size has increased a little. He. Looking at Atmos, you even showed a wanton smile. Come on, let's have a hearty duel. I will prove the president's vision with your head. Atmos was angry because Arouge took his blow like nothing happened. He felt humiliated when he heard what the other party said. Arrogant kid, let me teach you, you must be respectful when facing your seniors. After that, he launched a violent attack on Arouge. After all, he is the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Whether in terms of strength or combat experience, Arouge cannot compare. Atmos also has the power of Haki that Arouge does not have. For a while, Arouge could not resist at all, and wounds continued to accumulate on his body. However, what surprised Atmos was that he forced the enemy into a desperate situation every time, and even almost killed the enemy. But every time he was just a little short, so that the enemy did not fall. Not only that, as the fighting time became longer and longer, the opponent's size and strength were increasing, and he could compete with himself faintly. Damn it, what's going on? The enemy is getting stronger and stronger, but his own strength is rapidly draining away. He thought of devil fruit, but what kind of devil fruit can do this? Not far away, Smoker was chasing Luffy. The bad fate between the two started from Logue Town and has not yet come to an end at Marineford. Advertisement. But this time there was no dragon to escort Luffy, and no Hancock to block the enemy for him. Under Smoker's pursuit, Luffy suffered setbacks and was almost captured several times. It was too difficult for him to fight Logia without mastering Haki. Get out of the way. A loud shout came from behind, and Luffy was familiar with this voice, so he dodged to the side. Then a person with a shining body rushed like a bull and hit Smoker hard. Diamond Joe's. Smoker cursed in his heart, why would he send this tiger to deal with him, just a little Karami? It was impossible to avoid it. The strength of both sides was not at the same level, and it was impossible to block it. He had no choice but to put his 10 hands in front of him, hoping that it would be effective. White Snake Zone. Suddenly, a frightening aura enveloped him. He looked back and saw a giant white snake rushing towards him from a distance at a very fast speed. Smoker knew who it was, the Red Demon of the Hunter Guild. With the opponent's strength, it was no problem for him to stop Diamond Joe's. But it's too late. The distance between them was too far. Before Yamato arrived, he was gone. However, Yamato paused and swept the mace in both hands like playing baseball. Boom. A shock wave containing Conqueror's power came from behind and hit Joe's, brushing Smoker's head. Feeling the stinging pain on his face, Smoker opened his eyes wide. The attack almost smashed his head. Without giving him time to savor the feeling of surviving a catastrophe after brushing shoulders with the Shinigami, a huge force directly threw him away, and he couldn't even transform into an element. Colonel Smoker, are you okay? The bespectacled girl Tashigi hurried forward to help Smoker up, who only felt dizzy. After recovering a little, looking at Yamato and Joe's who were fighting fiercely, he felt a sense of powerlessness he had never felt before. I'm still too weak. He clenched his fists, thinking that if he could be stronger, he wouldn't have to rely on others for his life and death. It's okay, where's the straw hat? He looked around, but found that his target had broken through the Marine's defense line and was about to reach the bay wall. His feet suddenly turned into smoke and rushed over there. On the execution platform, Sengoku stared at the battlefield below, and quickly calculated the next response in his mind. Although Whitebeard was temporarily delayed, the Whitebeard pirates who pressed on were still difficult to resist unless all the troops on the square were pressed on. Everyone retreat to the square and raise the siege wall. Send out the pacifists to surround and kill the Whitebeard pirates in the inner bay. The order was issued, and the Marines fighting the Whitebeard pirates retreated one after another under the cover of the vice-admirals. Whitebeard, who was fighting fiercely with Lancelot, saw this and felt uneasy. As a rival of Sengoku for many years, he knew very well that the other party was holding back. After forcing Lancelot back with one blow, he did not rush forward again. With a big hand waved, bite the Marine, don't let them evacuate. The more the enemy wants to do something, the more they can't let them succeed. When the Whitebeard pirates heard the order, they bit like crazy. Even if people kept falling, no one was afraid. This is the cohesion of the Whitebeard pirates. Advertisement. Lancelot finally had a chance to catch his breath. Whitebeard, who was not backstabbed by the giant spider and was in a furious state, was too strong. Even though he was old and sick, Whitebeard still deserved the title of the world's strongest. Compared to you old monsters, I am not a little bit behind. Whitebeard retracted his gaze and stared at the young man in front of him. Kid, do you know that what you said is very annoying? When we were your age, we didn't have such strength. Lancelot smiled bitterly. There was really no comparison. But he didn't have cheat. He relied on his own talent and hard work. Without cheat, although he was also a leader of the younger generation, he might not have the strength he has now. His future achievements would probably be similar to Mahawk. It's not that he got the advantage and still acted cute. He was just reminding himself that cheat was a helper, but he also needed to work hard. He collected his emotions and looked at Whitebeard opposite him with an indifferent expression. You didn't think about leaving Marineford alive, did you? Whitebeard's eyes narrowed, but he didn't hide it. How did you see that? Lancelot looked at Ace on the execution platform. He is the heir you chose, right? Compared to Marco, Ace is more suitable to be the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Even if you are gone, he has the ability to protect others, which Marco can't do. Sacrificing other children for one child is a painful thing for you. Even if they are willing. Besides, you are unwilling to die of old age somewhere one day. Lancelot looked around the battlefield and finally his eyes fell on Whitebeard's face. Roger has a good example before him, and there is no one more suitable than now as his final battle. Even, he wants to bring a little shock to this sea. Whitebeard felt a little cold in his heart. His thoughts were actually seen clearly by, oh my god, right. Terrible guy. Even Sengoku didn't give him such a feeling. Not only is he powerful, but he is also thoughtful and has good means. There are many strong men and potential seeds under his command, comparable to the Rocks pirates of the past. Even compared to the Rocks pirates, the Hunter Guild is obviously more united, unlike the former ones who were only in appearance but not in heart. And they are also very rich. Facing such an enemy, where will the Whitebeard pirates go in the future? Looking towards the execution platform, Akainu is getting up there, and the pacifists are lined up at the edge of the square, and the Marines are ready. Suppressing the restlessness in his heart. Kid, do you want to stop me? Lancelot chuckled and said, how about a deal? Whitebeard said coldly. No, I can only use my fists to take what I need. Don't say that, at least give me some face and listen first. Quote. Are you still trying to save face like the red-haired kid? Hey, even you look at him like this, it seems we still have something in common. Whitebeard was speechless. Who do you think caused this? If you hadn't said that the red-haired kid liked to save face everywhere and was put in the newspaper by Morgans, who would have thought that way? Lancelot would not take the blame for this, and asked again, don't you really want to listen to my deal? 65. Volcanic eruption, impel down crisis. Under Whitebeard's complicated gaze, Lancelot retreated quickly. Lancelot suddenly changed direction, and Arouge was fighting with Atmos. Arouge was covered in wounds at this time, and his body was more than twice as big, and he was swinging the huge pencil with great vigor. Atmos was unable to resist, and after resisting the attack again, one of his long swords was knocked away. He couldn't hold on for long if the situation continued like this. Lancelot was very pleased with this, and he was worthy of defeating a general star as soon as he entered the new world. The future is promising. But now is not the time to watch the show, and his figure flashed in front of Arouge. Dang. He casually chopped Atmos away with a knife, and then blocked the huge pencil. Don't play. Retreat quickly. Miefu is about to explode. Arouge woke up from his excitement and didn't react for a while after hearing the words. President, where did the volcano come from? Lancelot said with a smile. There are so many volcanoes here, any one of them will be enough to make you drink a pot. After saying that, he picked up Arouge and stepped on Moonwalk to retreat from the air to the execution platform. He casually threw him next to Golden Week, and then looked down at the entire battlefield. Because of Whitebeard's decisiveness, the Marines had not all retreated to the square at this time, and some of them were still bidden tightly. Hancock and Yamato had returned to the square, and only Mihawk was still fighting with Vista. With his strength, Lancelot didn't have to worry about him. At this moment, a ball of light shot from under the execution platform into the air, condensing into the figure of Kizaru. Hands crossed in front of him, golden light flashed. Yashikani no Magatama. Countless light bullets fell, covering the Whitebeard pirates who were chasing them. I won't let you succeed. A blue figure soared into the sky, and the huge wings with blue flames blocked all the falling light bullets. Lancelot smacked his lips. Another famous scene. The second uncle's 8-foot outline jade is like the fire style in Hokage. Few people with a little fame can kill it. As expected, Enzuru was knocked down by Marco again. Hey, why again? Zon Taomaru just glanced at the place where his uncle fell and waved his hand. Ixati. The pacifists gathered energy and fired lasers at the pirates below. Lancelot saw one of the figures and couldn't help but twitched his mouth. No, Big Bear, you can spit lasers if you want to, why are you rubbing your throat? Didn't Vegapunk take care of it for you? Big Bear seemed to feel that someone was watching him, and hurriedly spit lasers seriously. At this time when the battle was stalemate, the volcano finally erupted. Advertisement. Meteor volcano. The Marines in the inner bay had not yet completely evacuated, and Akainu had already used his big move. A large number of huge lava fists were launched into the sky, illuminating Marineford red, and then fell towards the inner bay like a meteor shower. This doomsday scene not only shocked the entire battlefield, but also made the people watching the live broadcast lose their positions for a long time. Get out of the way. Whitebeard's roar sounded at this time, and Kongyunchi was lifted up by him, and red and black lightning suddenly appeared dozens of feet around him. The shock fruit ability was activated, and the convergence of the two forces made Kongyunchi tremble. At this time, he was like a peerless beast, and the terrifying aura he exuded was terrifying. Boom. The air exploded, and as Kongyunchi fell, everything in front was destroyed, a gap was formed in an instant, and the ice layer continued to crack. Boom. The thick encirclement wall only lasted for a few breaths before it shattered, and the shock wave did not stop, still firmly bombarding the execution platform. Lancelot couldn't help but admire. The sword is still sharp. Crane Vice Admiral sighed. This is his terrifying point. A few years earlier, Marine would not have wanted to provoke him. This is the sadness of Marine. He has the strength to destroy the 4 emperors, but he can't afford the losses caused by the war. The two of them responded calmly to the shock wave, and the Marine below was already in chaos. If something happened to the execution platform, how would the execution go on? In this chaos, 3 people appeared in front of the shock wave and blocked Whitebeard's attack with a cold look. At this time, Shen Tian's meteor volcano fell completely. The entire inner bay turned into a sea of fire, and pirate ships were shattered and burned under the lava fist, and many pirates were directly killed. The ice layer melted rapidly under the high temperature, and the steam gradually enveloped the entire inner bay and spread to the square. Whoosh! The whistling sounded, and everyone looked up at the sky. Whitebeard's tall figure broke through the mist and fell from the cloud towards the execution platform. Who? Another whistling sound. It was Marco who turned into a phoenix. Then the third, the fourth. Kill Marine, save Ace. Save Ace. The battlefield, which had been quiet for a moment, became noisy again, and the people of the Whitebeard pirates rushed into the square from the gap one after another. Hockey leaked. Lancelot couldn't help but sigh again. There was no other reason. Facing the desperate Whitebeard, Akainu actually faced the challenge and had no intention of playing with the 2 friends. The 2 friends seemed to think that the MVP should be given to Akainu this time, and they had no intention of going up to help, and they caught Marco and Jose and flirted with each other. Grandma Crane, Kuzan is no good. He is so slow to fight as a captain. Sakazuki deserves to be the next marshal. Vice Admiral Crane, why don't you go down? You won't forget what we said in the meeting, right? Lancelot said with a wronged look. Grandma Crane, we must speak with conscience. Advertisement. He pointed to the battlefield below. Look, Sakazuki and Whitebeard have only been fighting for a short time and they are in danger. I fought Whitebeard for hundreds of rounds before. I need a break, right? Vice Admiral Crane knew that he was in the wrong. The Hunter Guild did not slack off. Whether it was Yamato, Lancelot, or even the Rouge, they worked hard. Hawkeye and Hancock did not work without effort like other Shichibukai. As for the other parties saying that Sakazuki was in danger, it can only be said that they are different in their strengths and fighting styles. Grandma Crane, how is the city? From Blackbeard rebelled, Lancelot took action, and now, a long time has passed, I think there will be new progress there. Vice Admiral Crane was silent for a moment, but still told the situation of Impel Down. After Blackbeard released the prisoners, he and the Red Hair pirates attacked Garp and his men from both sides, and Magellan had the passage on the first floor of the basement blown up. But it can only delay for a while. Enies lobby has sent troops to support. Lancelot was surprised. No support from the world government. Vice Admiral Crane shook his head slightly. No, Zephyr needs to stay in New World, so Guillaume can only lead the team back, but it may be too late. Lancelot was amazed. Those people in Mangekyō are really used to being high and mighty, and fighting and dying below are trivial in their eyes. It is unacceptable that they are so corrupt that they cannot be allowed to die. I suddenly thought of another identity of Red Hair. Could it be that this is why they did not support Impel Down? Could it be that in the eyes of those people, this is just a farce of their own children? Lancelot quickly killed this idea. 5 elders should not be like this. There may be other reasons. The development of events is often unexpected. In Impel Down, the entire upper floor is almost a ruin. 3 groups of people are facing each other in a horn-shaped situation. One of them is Red Hair pirates. Yasop, who lost his legs, and Lackey Lu, who was skinny, have been rescued. The other side is Blackbeard's group. Perhaps stimulated by Lancelot and there was no time for him to select members, he recruited many more crew members this time compared to the original time and space. The remaining side is Bullet, Redfield, Burndy World, Ivankov, Jinbei and other prisoners who are unwilling to join Blackbeard. Buggy, Kid and others are also among them. Garp, Magellan and others who were highly expected by Sengoku were locked up with heavy chains and thrown into a corner at random. It was obvious that even Garp could not stand their joint siege. There was only one Marine standing on the field, but he was controlled by others. Under Lafayette's control, this Marine reported to Marineford from time to time through Den Mushi. Blackbeard looked at the other 2 groups. Everyone, there is a feast at Marineford. Are you interested in going with us to see it? Redfield sighed and said, Newgate, it's really nostalgic. He took a deep look at Blackbeard again, and a sarcastic smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Such a guy is full of ambition and lacks the courage that a strong man should have. But that red-haired kid has the style of Roger back then. Jinbei looked at the red-hair pirates. Are you still going to Marineford to save Ace? The red-haired man said in a deep voice, just to stop this war. Hey, Bullet sneered. You started a war and threatened to stop another war. I don't remember Roger being so hypocritical. Bullet felt annoyed with this guy who inherited Roger's will. Red Hair's eyes were slightly cold. Bullet, you who have experienced war should understand its cruelty. Isn't the era started by Roger a huge war? As Red Hair said, Bullet, who was deeply poisoned by war since childhood, understood the nature of war better. He was too lazy to argue with the other party and walked straight to a warship. I don't have time to play this game with you. Bullet started, and those who didn't want to participate in the Marineford War followed on board, including Redfield and Burndy World. After they left, Red Hair pirates and Blackbeard pirates also boarded the ship and headed for Marineford. As for Garp and others, no one dared to move. If Garp was really killed here, Marine would suffer crazy revenge. 66. Susanoo Buddha, endless fun. Quote. Sengoku, who was directing the battle through Den Den Mushi, changed his expression and took out another Den Den Mushi from his arms. What's the matter? Report to Marshal Sengoku, we have arrived at Impel Down, Red Hair pirates and escaped prisoners are missing. Vice Admiral Garp. The voice on the other side was trembling, obviously frightened. Sengoku's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly asked, what happened to Garp? Vice Admiral Garp and Director Magellan were defeated. Sengoku's body shook. This news was undoubtedly bad news, which meant that the most difficult moment for Marine was about to come. The other side was in a mess, and it stabilized again after a while. Sorry, Sengoku, I couldn't stop them. It was Garp's voice, and it was not difficult to hear his self-blame and guilt. Sengoku took a deep breath and said solemnly, tell me what happened. Didn't you say that we could hold out for a while? Garp smiled bitterly. Red Hair and Blackbeard are working together. The Red Hair pirates will hold us back, and Blackbeard will be responsible for releasing the prisoners. All the guys in Eternal Hell have escaped. The news reported before was false. It was Lafayette of the Blackbeard pirates who took advantage of the chaos to control the person responsible for delivering the message. They are now heading to Marineford. I will take people back as soon as possible. The call ended here, and Sengoku only felt cold. Red Hair pirates plus the Blackbeard pirates and those prisoners, how can Marine resist this force? Even if it is blocked, Marine will be seriously injured. Give in. Let the Whitebeard pirates take Ace away. Absolutely not. Sengoku would rather Marine suffer heavy losses than have Marine's spine broken. In this case, Ace can only be executed in advance, even if it means enduring Whitebeard's rage and the madness of the Whitebeard pirates. After making a decision, he immediately ordered, turn off the live broadcast. Yes. Report. Turn off all live broadcasts. After receiving the reply, Sengoku ordered the executioner, prepare to execute Ace. As the object of execution, Ace trembled, but did not say anything. He only hoped that after his death, his father would take everyone away. The two executioners slowly raised their long swords, and this scene caused quite a stir. Marine didn't understand why the execution was carried out in advance, and the Whitebeard pirates fell into madness. Marine is going to execute Ace early, stop them. Kill him. Whitebeard's eyes were filled with rage. Sengoku, you'll never succeed. Holding Kusugawa Kirei tightly with both hands, his arm muscles bulged, he swung a knife towards the execution platform. Dang. Akainu appeared and blocked this domineering blow. Staring coldly at Whitebeard. You are the one, just watch your son die in front of you. Lava brat, you're looking for death. Under the execution platform, Lancelot looked at all this with indifference. He wanted to see if this execution would be as tortuous as before without the intervention of Lao Sha and others. Ace. Buzz. When the executioner's long knife fell and was about to pierce Ace, two conquerors burst out at the same time. The difference is that one of them was extremely domineering and had an obvious target, coming from Whitebeard. Advertisement. The other one was like a seedling, but released indiscriminately, coming from Straw Hat Luffy. Lancelot did not resist, and neither did Sengoku. Whether they attacked or not, the executioner would have the same result. Straw Hat Boy, conquerors. Sengoku stared at Luffy below, and cursed Garp in his heart. Send 2 more people up. As soon as the order was issued, a cry of surprise came from the communication. Oh no, Marshal Sengoku, the live broadcast has been turned on again. Sengoku's face became gloomier, and the continuous accidents made things more and more complicated. Hurry up and solve it. Continue the execution. He couldn't interrupt the execution because of this. Marine had embarrassed himself enough today, and this one was not bad. Hearing the words from above, Lancelot, tisk. I don't know if I will become the same as them when I reach Sengoku's age. He probably guessed why Sengoku didn't execute Ace himself, or why he took into account the friendship between Garp and him. Decades of life and death friendship. Before Garp betrayed Marine, Sengoku didn't want to have a rift with Ace and Garp. At least in Sengoku's opinion, it hasn't come to that yet. Swoosh. The sound of breaking through the air came from far away, and an arm attacked from below, brushing Lancelot's temples and grabbing the pillar behind him. Ace, I'm here to save you. The arm quickly retracted, and Luffy appeared in front of him, and his expression froze when he landed. You. Lancelot's mouth curled up slightly. Why, are you going to attack me? Luffy was silent for a moment, his eyes drooped, and he said in a muffled voice, no one can stop me from saving Ace. Your opponent is not me. What? The next moment, a huge pencil like a tree trunk swept across and hit Luffy hard. He flew out directly after finally getting up. Urouge looked at his peer who was about to fall and grinned. You are not qualified to be the opponent of the president. Damn it. Luffy was annoyed by his carelessness. Just as he was about to throw out his arms to grab the execution platform, Urouge had already jumped up and smashed the big pencil on Luffy's head. Luffy, who was in the air, could not avoid it at all. He could only extend his arms to wrap around the pencil, hoping to throw himself back onto the execution platform. Swish. As his arms retracted, Luffy bounced back at a very fast speed. Looking at Urouge who was getting closer and closer to him, he said angrily, I don't have time to fight you, Ace is still waiting for me. He let go of his hand wrapped around the pencil and was about to pass by Rouge. He, I was underestimated. Rouge grinned, but there was a cold storage in his eyes. He held the pencil with both hands, exerted force on his waist, and the whole person rotated in the air. The pencil drew a semicircle and hit Luffy's face hard. Looking at his peers who were falling to the ground like cannonballs, Rouge sneered, I almost died several times these days. While speaking, his eyes unconsciously glanced in the direction of Yamato. Seeing her chasing and beating a captain of the Whitebeard pirates, his body shuddered for no reason. Here they come. Lancelot's eyes flashed, and he looked up at the sea in the distance. Many people did the same thing as him, even Whitebeard and Akainu stopped fighting and looked out to sea. Black dots appeared there, and as the distance got closer, large ships came into view. The leader was the red force of the red hair pirates. Lancelot exclaimed softly, and 3 Magatama appeared in his red eyes, and quickly transformed into the eternal Mangekyō. After searching for a while, he still didn't see the Blackbeard pirates. He didn't believe that Blackbeard would give up the shock fruit, because that guy had provoked the summit war for this. My lovely Teach, are you still thinking about being the fisherman? He chuckled and then disappeared in a flash. Sengoku, who was still in a heavy mood because of the arrival of the red hair pirates, instantly entered the battle state. Looking at Lancelot who suddenly appeared on the stage, his voice was full of murderous intent. Please give flowers. Your line of defense is not here. He has never been able to guess the mind of this guy in front of him. If the other party betrays at this time, this execution will end for Marine. Lancelot didn't care about Sengoku's vigilance at all and gestured to the red hair pirates who were getting closer and closer. Advertisement. Marshal Sengoku, do you want to give the other party a warning? Hearing this, Sengoku frowned slightly. What do you want to do? Have you heard of Susanoo Buddha? What do you mean? Ace came back to his senses in shock and was stunned again when he heard the words. Susanoo Buddha. The entire battlefield stopped because of the arrival of the red hair pirates. Without giving everyone time to think deeply, dazzling golden light shone. Everyone turned back and saw Sengoku next to the execution platform, shining with golden light, turning into a majestic giant Buddha. Under Sengoku's urging, the giant Buddha grew from several meters to more than 10 meters in height before stopping. As Marshal Sengoku going to take action, the Marines, who were originally demoralized by the appearance of the red hair pirates, became excited. The Whitebeard pirates looked solemn, especially the veteran members, who knew too well how powerful Sengoku was. This is a top-level strongman who is not much inferior to Garp. However, just when everyone thought Sengoku would take action immediately, new changes appeared. In the stunned eyes of the audience, Lancelot jumped on top of Sengoku's head. Susanoo. Starting from his feet, the giant Buddha's head was covered with golden armor, followed by the body, arms, and feet. In the blink of an eye, the majestic giant Buddha disappeared, replaced by a golden Shira-like existence. It's just. Lancelot lowered his head slightly and couldn't help but curl his lips, too fat. Sengoku was also looking at his current appearance. Hearing this, he said unhappily, this is the ability of the fruit, not my fault. After a pause, he sighed again, your ability is very strong. I feel that I can suppress that guy Newgate. Feeling the old guy's eagerness, Lancelot hurriedly advised, Marshal Sengoku, business, let's get down to business. Oh, okay. Sengoku's tone was filled with regret. Do you control it or do I? I'll do it, but you have to cooperate well. That's fine, but if you can't do it, I'll do it. Tisk, how can a man say no? Big Buddha, listen to my command. My name is not Big Buddha. Lancelot pretended not to hear it, looking at the pirate ship speeding on the sea, with excitement in his eyes. Failed to set 9 tails, it's not bad to put on a Big Buddha. Clang. When Hongji unsheathed, Susanoo also drew out the long sword. Conqueror's Entanglement. Hearing the command, Sengoku immediately released Conquerors, and entangled with Lancelot's Conquerors to converge on the long sword. Fruit ability ready. Sengoku did it. After all, he was a strong man who had experienced countless battles, and his control of power was better than Lancelot. Lancelot could feel that Susanoo was like his own body, completely cooperating with his thoughts. At this moment, our minds are united. Before Sengoku's cooperation, Lancelot was a little disappointed. Such a passionate scene should have a few passionate lines. Big Buddha, it's coming. Come on, Enten has been thirsty for a long time. Sengoku, I'm not, I didn't say that just now. But the long sword has been swung out with all its strength, bringing a burst of sound whistling. Elbaf's Spear. The King's Spear. 67. Redhead, go kill Whitebeard. The red hair pirates made a strong appearance. The Susanoo Tome Buddha shocked everyone. The combined attack from the 2 top masters made the whole audience speechless and the world pale. Boom. The loud noise like the collapse of the sky made everyone's eardrums pierce and deeply shook their souls. The huge golden shock wave passed over their heads with the power of destroying the world, and the whole area was shaking. It passed through the square, passed through the inner bay, and fell directly towards the red hair pirates. The sea surface was split into 2 because it could not withstand this force, stirring up waves. At this time, the red hair pirates were already in chaos, and no one dared to underestimate the combination of Golden Shira and Sengoku. Only a few people stood solemnly at the bow of the red force. Red Hair pulled out the griffin and pointed forward. Everyone, go all out. As someone who had faced the king's spear, he knew very well how powerful the power exerted by Lancelot and Sengoku was. If they are not careful, the entire Red Hair pirates will suffer heavy losses. Jinbei, Ivankov, and a group of cadres all took action. Fishman Karate Samewa Junkwan. Galaxy Eyes. Death Pursuit. Juggling two swords wheel dance. 177. Like a mantis trying to stop a car, these people's attacks can't even be resisted in front of the king's spear. Red Hair and Beckman looked at each other, and after years of tacit understanding, they knew what to do next. Amid the rumbling sound, the two of them took action at the same time, jumped out of the red force, and met the shock wave. Boom. The impact caused by the collision stirred up countless waves, and the dazzling light engulfed the area. Defend against the impact. Someone shouted in the light, and those who mastered the advanced armed color released Haki to resist wave after wave of impact. Quote. There were sounds of falling into the water and cries for help, and even the sound of a boat overturning. Suddenly, there was a loud noise in front of them, followed by a more violent impact. Jinbei and his companions only felt a huge force pushing them and their boats back. Bang, bang. In the blazing light, two figures seemed to pass by and enter the cabin behind them. After an unknown amount of time, the light slowly faded away. The scene in front of them made many people gasp. The originally neat and calm fleet was in disarray, 3 ships overturned, and many people were blown into the sea by the shock wave. Although the leader, Red Hair, was a little embarrassed, he looked fine. Beckman, however, had blood on his mouth, so he should have been injured. Overall, this powerful shock wave did not cause much substantial damage to the Red Hair pirates. But looking at the pirates under his command, you can tell that they were defeated by this blow. Next to the execution platform, Lancelot swung his long sword and pointed it directly at the Red Hair pirates. His voice was loud and full of murderous intent. If you take another step, you will be killed without mercy. Dead silence. There was only the sound of the sea breeze and the waves, and everyone was silent. Gulala. Advertisement. Whitebeard's laughter broke the silence, and he stared at the Susanoo Buddha on the execution platform. We are pirates. We are the freest people on the sea, how can we be bound by the enemy's words? Go over and rescue Ace. Although he said so, he could not hide the worry in his eyes. The Whitebeard pirates were silent for a moment, and the next moment they burst into thunderous shouts. The stagnant battlefield started again, and the killing started again. There were several warships in the Red Hair pirates' fleet evacuating, and they were all prisoners who had escaped from prison. After seeing the scene just now, how could they dare to participate in this war? If they were not careful, they would be killed here. They finally escaped from Impel Down, that damn place, and they wanted to continue to gallop on the sea. Beckman and the others just glanced at these people and ignored them, staring at the Susanoo Buddha opposite, with fear in their eyes. What should we do? Red Hair closed his eyes, and opened them again after a while. Keep moving forward. Whether it is to stabilize the balance of New World, to fulfill the agreement with Whitebeard, or for deeper planning, he must take action. Deterrence failed. Lancelot was not surprised by Red Hair's choice. If the other party really gave in, he would not be worthy of becoming 4 emperors. Buddha, there are 2 choices now. Sengoku, who was in a very bad mood, cursed, don't call me Buddha. He paused and asked, what choice? One is that I take my people to stop the Red Hair pirates, and I don't care about this here. The second is to stay here, but you Marines will be in trouble. Sengoku said without hesitation, the first one. This is the best choice. The Red Hair pirates must not approach the square. Lancelot touches the Susanoo state and leaves the top of the Buddha. You Marines owe me a favor. Sengoku, who was a little touched, froze and glared at this overreaching guy. He waved his hand impatiently. I know, but you must at least insist on executing Ace. Lancelot had a look of, you are teasing me. Who knows what accidents will happen during this period? He took back the steps he had just taken and suggested, why don't you do it yourself and execute Ace now? Unfortunately, his suggestion only got a cold snort from Sengoku, and then returned to the execution platform. Lancelot shrugged, jumped off the execution platform, and stepped on the moonwalk to rush towards the Red Hair pirates. Mahawk, Hancock, Yamato. Let's go and meet our old friends. The 3 people who were named quickly left the battle. The people of the Whitebeard pirates did not stop them. They wished that these 3 annoying guys would leave quickly. Rouge, who was beating up Luffy with Smoker, stopped and looked at the president who was getting farther and farther away, feeling abandoned. Susanoo. At the intersection of the crescents in Crescent Bay, the huge Susanoo fell into the sea, causing huge waves. Compared to the current complete form, the Susa Daibutsu just now was no different from a child. 3 soft sounds came from the left and right shoulders. Holding the black knife, Knight, a pair of eagle-like eyes looked down at the world's #1 swordsman Hawkeye Mahawk. Holding a Jian with both hands, Yamato exuded a fighting spirit. Dressing in a cheongsam, lightly tossing his long hair, Hancock with a proud attitude. Hongji drew out her sword and slashed it in front of her. Susanoo moved synchronously, and the long sword slashed across the sea. Advertisement. Lancelot's cold voice echoed in the sky. Sorry, everyone, no passage ahead. Quote. Looking at the huge golden figure in front of them, many people were sweating and their feet were shaking. If a slap came down, wouldn't they be flattened directly? What is this? Ivankov was shocked beyond words. He had been in the sea for so many years, but he had never seen such an ability. Jinbei was imprisoned relatively late, but he had seen it in the newspaper. But when he really faced it in person, he still felt boundless pressure. Hearing Ivankov's question, he had to explain. The ability of Lancelot, the leader of the Hunter Guild. We all call it Golden Shura. Golden Shura. Ivankov swallowed his saliva. The name sounded very strong. Could it be a mythical beast species? Jinbei smiled bitterly. Maybe. Anyway, everyone heard of this ability for the first time, and it was not recorded in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. In front, Red Hair jumped onto the dragon's head. I'm not here to fight you. This opening remark was a bit unexpected, and even seemed to be a sign of cowardice to many people. Lancelot certainly wouldn't think so. With Red Hair's character, he would never bow to the enemy. Why, you want to save face again? The red-haired man's eyelids twitched. This B************ D is still so annoying. Suppressing the annoyance in his heart, he said in a deep voice, my goal is just to stop this war. Without the deterrence of Whitebeard, the balance of New World will be broken, and the whole sea will be in turmoil. And the Marine, which is seriously injured, has no spare energy to maintain the stability of the sea. By then, even your Hunter Guild will be hit hard. This is true, so Lancelot stopped expanding early and focused on maintaining stability. But isn't it funny to hear this from a pirate like you? The world government is the biggest pirate, plundering the wealth of the world. You red hair pirates are separatist, and you also have to rely on the civilians in the territory for support and control their life and death. There are many civilians who died directly or indirectly in your hands. Pa. Lancelot applauded and suggested. It's not impossible to get out of the way. In this way, you help Marine solve the Whitebeard pirates, so Marine can preserve its strength and have spare energy to maintain the peace of the sea. Red Hair was speechless. How could a pirate like him help Marine destroy the Whitebeard pirates? Will he still stay on the sea in the future? How will his subordinates look at him? Lancelot sneered. Don't you want to? Didn't you look so righteous just now? Everyone has bad roots, and you pirates have the worst. Getting something for nothing, selfish, burning, killing and looting, seemingly loyal, but in fact you are all a group of disasters. You red hair pirates broke through Impel Down and released the prisoners inside, and this sea will have to bear the bitter consequences of your actions again. The pain they are about to suffer is all due to you. 68. Hurry, rush, who is taking action? God of evasion. Dodge you. From the beginning to the end, neither side could give in, nor would they be shaken by a few words. Red Hair wanted to force Susanoo back and open the way forward, and cast God of Evasion on the knee, trying to cut off the leg. Lancelot didn't care, and slashed the red hair pirate's fleet with his long sword. Anyway, it was Susanoo who was injured, what did it have to do with him, Lancelot? Beckman immediately ordered. All ships separate and land on Marineford from both sides. Boom. Susanoo staggered back after being stabbed in the knee, and the long sword shifted. HMPH. Lancelot sneered, shook his wrist, and the shifted long sword shot out like an arrow, hitting one of the pirate ships. Explode. In the terrified eyes of Beckman and others, the long sword emitted a dazzling white light. Boom. The pirate ship was instantly shattered, and the pirates on it were engulfed by the explosion, and they didn't even have time to scream. When Susanoo stabilized her body, she grew a complete leg again, and even the long sword was condensed again. A-hole. Seeing this scene, the red hair pirates cursed. Lancelot looked down at the angry red hair below. I said, no passage ahead. Let's see whether you can deal with Susanoo first, or I can kill your people first. Of course, Susanoo is not invincible. She consumes her pupil power too quickly when she exerts her full strength, and she can't support a protracted war at all. But the people in the pirate world are all blood cows, so they are not afraid of this. The red hair looked gloomy. Lancelot was too smart and chose a battlefield that was very unfavorable to them. He didn't say anything and attacked again. This time, he no longer targeted Susanoo, but decided to solve the source first. The red hair pirates acted together, and the cadres jumped into the air and followed the captain. Jinbei jumped into the sea and stirred the nearby sea water. Ivankov kept blinking at Susanoo. Buzz. Mihawk slashed down with a knife, and the blue slash went straight to the red hair pirate's cadres. Captive arrow. Hancock touched his lips with his fingers, and a huge pink heart shape was transformed. He pulled it back and released it. Suddenly, a large number of pink arrows were released towards the pirate ship below. Shenzhou White Snake Zone. Yamato transformed into a human beast form and rushed down along Susanoo's body, aiming directly at red hair. On the sea farther away, warships broke through the waves. Leading the way were Garp and Magellan, who were wrapped in bandages. The scales of war seemed to be pouring towards Marine, but Ace. The shrill scream resounded throughout Marineford, and the voice was full of grief and despair. The people who were fighting stopped, and everyone looked at the execution platform. There, one of the executioners was unknown whether he was alive or dead. And the other one stabbed the long knife into Ace's heart, and there was a faint evil smile on his mouth. Even the eternal Mangekyō couldn't see the expression of the executioner from such a distance, but Lancelot seemed to have thought of something. He could probably guess who the executioner was. Advertisement. Zone dog fruit mythical beast nine-tails fox form user, Katarina play. You're amazing. Teach. Want to take advantage of Mahawk being held back by the red hair pirates, drive Whitebeard crazy with Ace's death, and then seize the shock fruit. When you're not conceited and arrogant, your brain works very well. But if Garp knew that the person was Katarina, he would probably die miserably. Looking back at the approaching warship, he clearly felt that a volcano was about to erupt. I'm not going to play with you anymore. Lancelot said this. Susanoo spread his wings, and hurried back with Mahawk and the others. It's necessary to be anxious. Although even dogs don't eat Mara fruit, it's just a joke. Each Logia devil fruit is valuable, and its power increases linearly after awakening. The people in the square were still in a daze, and were suddenly shrouded by a shadow. They looked up and were stunned. They were just surprised why Lancelot gave up the red hair pirates and rushed back. Catalina on the execution platform was almost scared to death. The people below didn't notice it, but she saw it clearly. The golden Shura was staring at her, and seemed a little excited and happy. Could it be that he found out that she was fake? With a sense of crisis, Catalina didn't dare to hesitate, and hurriedly evacuated the execution platform and fled towards the exit. Sengoku was confused. The other party was a friendly force and would not hurt you. Why run so fast? But at least the execution was completed, and the next thing to face was Whitebeard's anger. Bang! Susanoo landed heavily next to the execution platform, and Lancelot jumped down without saying a word. Why did you come back? The red hair pirates haven't retreated yet. Sengoku was a little puzzled. Although everyone agreed to hold on until the execution was completed, weren't you retreating too quickly? Lancelot waved his hand. Don't worry, we'll talk later. He cut the chain with 2 slashes, activated Kamui, and disappeared with Ace in front of Sengoku's surprised eyes. Quote. Sengoku was a little surprised. What kind of ability is this? Didn't they say it was a mythical beast? How come it has spatial ability? Not long after, Lancelot appeared with Ace again, and he looked a little happy. What are you doing, and what kind of ability is this? Sengoku was scratching his heart like a cat's claw. It didn't seem to change. He disappeared and appeared again. What's going on? Lancelot smiled and said, Want to know? Sengoku nodded. Isn't this nonsense? Guess. Inhale. Exhale. Sengoku took a deep breath and reminded himself not to get angry. He didn't want to play guessing games with the other party, so he said directly, I need you to hold off the red hair pirates for a while. No, you guys go deal with the red hair pirates, I'll go and see you Husey off for the last 10 rounds. Sengoku was surprised. Are you sure? He believed that Lancelot knew how dangerous Whitebeard was now, but what did this guy want? Lancelot thought for a while and said, How about another favor? Sengoku. Sorry, I was too talkative, just pretend I didn't say anything just now. How stingy. Lancelot rolled his eyes and jumped off the execution platform with Ace. As soon as he landed, Akainu hit his feet like a rolling gourd. I just wanted to switch lanes with you, and you were beaten to the ground by the enemy. Is it such a coincidence? But thinking about Whitebeard's state at this time, it's not surprising, he has no scruples at all. Hey, Admiral Akainu, Marshal Sengoku asked you to go to the Red Hair Pirates. Advertisement. By the way, bring your 2 friends, we will take over this place temporarily. Akainu stood up from the ground and frowned when he heard it. I will deal with Whitebeard, you are not needed here. Lancelot pointed to the execution platform. Akainu looked up and saw Sengoku nodding here. HMPH, don't let Whitebeard kill you, then I won't have to deal with you. Although he was a little reluctant, Akainu still executed the order. It must be said that Akainu is a pure soldier, no matter what kind of order, he will execute it. Such a person is very good as a subordinate, but it is difficult to like him without this point, too cold and stubborn. Lancelot smiled and said, Let's see, do you kill the red hair first, or do I get rid of Whitebeard first? Akainu did not respond, but his eyes have already shown his determination. After Akainu left, Lancelot looked at Whitebeard. I'm here to fulfill my promise. He threw Ace over. Whitebeard caught Ace, trembled and regained his composure. After a long silence, he suddenly shouted, Marco. Marco, who had been freed from Kizaru, flew over and sniffed when he saw Ace in his father's arms. Dad. Whitebeard handed Ace to Marco. Take Ace back. He whispered a few more words in his ear, and Marco's face showed astonishment, looking at Lancelot in doubt. No one knew what Whitebeard said, he let go of Marco and waved his hand impatiently. Okay, this is just a suggestion. The final decision is up to you. Whitebeard looked at Lancelot. I still have an appointment to fulfill. You can leave first. No buts, this is the captain's order. How can a son abandon his father? The Whitebeard pirates will not do that. I'll stay and let Joes and the others take Ace back. Stinky boy, don't you know how unfilial it is for an old man to send off a young man? Whitebeard was silent for a moment, and suddenly laughed. Marco, this is my father's most glorious time. Do you want to steal my limelight? Go, Ace is gone, and everyone will rely on you in the future. Marco couldn't hold back anymore, and tears kept falling down. He knew that he couldn't persuade well. He gently put Ace down, knelt on his knees, and crawled on the ground. Dad, thank you for taking care of me all these years. If there is an afterlife, I will be your son again. Gulala. Whitebeard laughed happily. Bang. Zongyunchi hit the ground hard and shouted, listen up, Whitebeard pirates. From now on, I will issue the final captain's order. I want to separate from you here, everyone must survive and return to the new world safely. I am a remnant of the old era. In the new era, there is no ship that can carry me. Dad, don't abandon us. ... Whitebeard looked at his sons. You little brats, stay alive. Marco picked up Ace, tears in his eyes. Dad, hold on. Whitebeard pirates, everyone evacuates. 69. The end of Whitebeard, the beginning of a new era. Gulala, kid, didn't you eat? Where's your previous strength? You're not bad, you can't keep up with my pace. In the square, two figures launched a fierce attack, conquerors vented like it was free, and the people around retreated again and again. Marineford was ravaged again and again, the ground cracked, and the buildings collapsed. The entire battlefield was unprecedentedly chaotic. The Whitebeard pirates wanted to evacuate, but Marine held on tightly. The Red Hair pirates were unable to intervene in the battle between the Whitebeard pirates and Marine in the first time because of the previous obstruction, and were now in a dilemma. Garp and Magellan blocked the retreat, and Akainu led people to attack frantically. Marine was very annoyed with the culprit who broke through and fell down. Luckily, there were Jinbei, Ivankov and others. These prisoners who chose to stay were either strong or crazy enough. And the outside world, the people who watched this war through the live broadcast, had long been shocked by the twists and turns of the situation. The shocking scene at the beginning, the style of the world's greatest swordsman, the battle between Whitebeard and Golden Shira, Admiral Akainu's meteor volcano, etc. Then the live broadcast suddenly closed and opened again, the execution was advanced, Garp was defeated, and Impel Down was broken. Red Hair pirates appeared, the Hunter Guild fought, and Fire Fist Ace died. Until this moment, the melee was like a revolving lantern, which was overwhelming. Everyone was waiting for a result. The huge Golden Shira appeared again, posing a familiar posture. Whitebeard stood with his hands tightly holding Kusugawa Kire. Compared with the huge Golden Shira, he seemed small, but like an unshakable mountain. Most of the square was under the cover of the two conquerors, expanding outward at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the momentum of the two reached a peak, the world seemed to be quiet for a moment. Boom. The sound resounded through the sky, shaking everyone's heart. The explosion rose like a mushroom cloud, and the smoke and dust filled everyone's vision. Then came a fierce, endless shock wave. The entire Marineford was shaking, with a tendency to sink, but it always stood firm and refused to disappear in the sea. People had never felt that time was so long, and every minute and every second was torture. Finally, the result came out. The smoke and dust slowly dissipated, and the area where the two fought could no longer be described as tragic, and it was not an exaggeration to say that it was a ruin. The huge Golden Shira had disappeared, and Lancelot and Whitebeard responded. No one fell, but their situation was definitely not good. Lancelot had tears and blood flowing from his eyes. This was the sequelae of excessive use of Sharingan. His pupil power was not dry, but it was also very little. Similarly, physical strength, Haki was also exhausted. Whitebeard was holding Kusakumokiri, blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth, a large part of his chest was sunken, and there were many knife wounds, gunshot wounds, and burns all over his body. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the two had lost the strength to fight again. As for winning or losing, it doesn't matter anymore. The strongest man in the world can never return to his new world, even if he has never thought of leaving. Whitebeard looked down at his sunken chest, felt his exhausted body, and suddenly grinned. Kid, you did a good job. Lancelot shook his head gently. It's still a little bit worse. Whitebeard nodded. Not bad, you are still young. Changing the subject. Although I don't care about the title of the strongest in the world, since I lost to you, this title is yours. As soon as these words came out, countless people changed color. This means that Whitebeard admitted that he lost to the Golden Shira in the duel just now. The change of the world's strongest, this is definitely big news. Advertisement. Lancelot was speechless. This old guy actually wanted to pit himself before he died. He didn't win the duel just now. It was just that Whitebeard's body couldn't support it and couldn't block his attack. He sighed lightly, and because the other party was about to die, he didn't bother to care. Any last words? Quote. Pictures appeared in Whitebeard's mind. From the time he set sail to now, the experiences of these years are wonderful enough. Ha 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 ha. The inappropriate and rampant laughter interrupted Whitebeard's thoughts. The culprit of this war, Blackbeard, still couldn't hold back and chose to appear at this time. Ignoring Lancelot, he surrounded the Beard of Time with his men. Dad, I'm here to send you off for the last time. Whitebeard's eyes contained a strong murderous intent. He wanted to cut the D who hurt his family into pieces. The Whitebeard pirates who were evacuating stopped one after another. When they saw Blackbeard appear, the surging anger annihilated their reason. Teach, I'm going to kill you. Don't look back. Whitebeard scolded them, and then looked at Blackbeard coldly. Teach, you are the only one who is not worthy of being my son. You violated the only iron rule on my ship, hurt my family, and killed Thatch. Ha 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 ha. Blackbeard didn't care about it. If he cared, he wouldn't have done it. The moment the dark fruit appeared, his ambition was no longer to stay in the Whitebeard pirates and spend the rest of his life in peace. Dad, Thatch is dead, Ace is dead. Although I used to respect you sincerely, you are old, so old that you can't even save a subordinate who is about to be executed. I spared Ace's life. Thief, ha 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 ha. All your abilities are useless in front of me. Puff. The sharp blade cut through his body. Blackbeard looked at the blood splashing on his chest in astonishment, and then a sharp pain came. Ah, it hurts. Teach. Arrogance and recklessness are your weaknesses. Looking at this familiar scene, Lancelot sighed a little, but he didn't mean to contradict this family ethics. Whitebeard was already exhausted, and under the siege of the Blackbeard pirates, he also reached the end. But even if he was riddled with holes, he still refused to fall. The person Roger is waiting for is at least not teach you. Just as there are people who can inherit Roger's will, one day, there will be people who will inherit Ace's will. Even if the bloodline is cut off, their flame will never be extinguished, it will continue to be inherited. And one day in the future, there will be people who can carry hundreds of years of history and challenge this world. Sengoku, what your world government is afraid of will come one day. Although I am not interested, when the treasure is discovered, the world will be overturned. Someone will find it, and that day will come. These words shocked and frightened countless people. Sengoku wanted to stop it, he had a premonition that something more terrible than this war was going to happen. Sure enough, Whitebeard looked up to the sky and made his last voice in this world. One Piece. It really exists. This sentence shocked everyone. The whole world will once again set off a frenzy for One Piece. Ha 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 ha. Advertisement. After being shocked, Blackbeard opened his arms and looked at Whitebeard's body with a fiery gaze. The good show has begun. Lancelot also agreed with this. Yes, the good show has begun. Mangekyō reappeared, focusing on Whitebeard who was about to be covered with a black cloth by Blackbeard and his gang. Quote. Kamui. Ha 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 ha. Eh. The laughter stopped abruptly, and the beard felt as if it was pinched. The members of the Blackbeard pirates looked at each other in bewilderment at the black cloth spread on the ground. Where is the person? Blackbeard blinked. Where is the person, such a big person? He hurriedly lifted the black cloth and went into grope for a long time. Ah, a slightly sad scream echoed in Marineford. In the Kamui space, Lancelot placed a bunch of fruits next to Whitebeard and looked at his standing body. People are complicated, and he is no exception. He doesn't like pirates, just as he said to Redbeard before. But he can't hate some of them, such as Whitebeard in front of him. Even his subordinates, there are many pirates. This world is like this, nothing is black or white. His purpose is just to protect the people around him. How is he similar to Whitebeard? He picked up a fruit from the pile and finally looked at Whitebeard deeply. Have a good journey. After leaving the Kamui space, the chaotic battlefield was still quiet. But just after coming out, Lancelot was questioned by Blackbeard. Golden Shura, where did you hide Dad? Obviously, his disappearance and reappearance with Ace before could not be hidden from the other party's eyes, and the current situation is so similar. Looking at Blackbeard who was full of anger but patient, Lancelot smiled. Why, are you going to attack me? Blackbeard's eyes were fierce, and black mist was lingering on his body. After a battle with Dad, do you still have the energy to fight us? Hand over Dad's body quickly, he is useless in your hands, right? Lancelot still smiled. That may not be the case. What do you mean? Blackbeard frowned, feeling uneasy. It doesn't mean anything. If you want to do it, hurry up. If it's too late, you can't get out of Marineford. Blackbeard naturally couldn't give up easily. He waved his hand and was about to call his men to take action. The blue slash came and went straight to Blackbeard's group. Rain Shiryu flashed and blocked the slash. Blackbeard looked at the extra people around Lancelot, his face darkened. The world's greatest swordsman Hawkeye, Empress Hancock, Red Devil Yamato. The two sides confronted each other, and no one took action. After a long while, Blackbeard suddenly laughed. Thief, ha 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 ha. Little guys, let's go. Looking at the Blackbeard pirates leaving, Hancock frowned and said, just let them go. Lancelot looked at Blackbeard's back and smiled deeply. Then he turned his head and glared at Hancock. That's my beloved friend, you are not allowed to have improper thoughts about him. X 453. 70. Summit war ends, rewards calculated. The war is over. Without the declaration of deserter king, Kobe, Sengoku still announced the end of the war. The Marine, Red Hair pirates, and Whitebeard pirates who were in confrontation were extremely emotional and relieved. The war had reached this point and was out of control. If it continued, the four emperors might disappear, but there would not be much Marine left. What led Sengoku to make this decision was the latest news from New World. The Bigmom pirates and the Beasts pirates joined forces and were attacking the Marine branch in New World, as if they were going to drive Marine out of New World. The pirates were on guard and slowly evacuated Marineford, and Marine began to clean up the battlefield and treat the wounded. Beside the dilapidated execution platform, Lancelot took over the Golden Week from the Vice Admiral Crane, and the girl fainted before she could watch the whole scene. Sengoku still couldn't help his curiosity. Where did you put Whitebeard's body? First Ace, then Whitebeard. He didn't believe that the other party would do meaningless things. Guess. Sengoku's face darkened, and he wanted to guess again. If he could guess, why would he ask? Knowing that he couldn't get anything out of it, he changed the subject. Are you interested in coming to Marine? I'll give you an admiral position. Lancelot was a little surprised. Did the old guy have the idea of recruiting soldiers from around the world now, or was he simply coveting him? He didn't answer the other party's question, but asked, have you decided to resign? Sengoku looked at the marine fort, which was almost in ruins, and sighed, someone has to be responsible for this war. This war was one ugly. Although Ace and Whitebeard died, the prisoners in Impel Down escaped, and the Whitebeard pirates were not completely wiped out. In the end, they could only watch the pirates evacuate. Just as Whitebeard said, he is also a remnant of the old era, and the new era has no ship to carry him. Whitebeard's era is over, and the wave of the new era has arrived. Marine needs a new commander to lead Marine to move forward. Lancelot rolled his eyes and asked in a low voice, then do I have the qualifications to compete for the Marine Marshal? If so, he doesn't mind sitting in the position of Marine Marshal. As for the orders from the world government at that time, it depends on his mood whether to listen to it or not. Restrictions. There are no such things. As long as he wants, Marine can be completely self-sufficient. Sengoku rolled his eyes. It's already an exception to give you an admiral position. Don't even think about being a marshal. You need enough qualifications. Lancelot immediately lost interest. Forget it, I'll go back and inherit Tesoro's family business. But you, since you resigned, don't you consider changing jobs? Before his eyes, Sengoku had an extra document in his hand, and the title on it was very familiar. The Hunter Guild is recruiting talents. Advertisement. The previous one is still in his drawer. Just when he was about to refuse, he suddenly thought of something and asked tentatively, is it okay to work part-time? Huh, Lancelot stared. Sengoku smiled and said, look, I have served as the Marine Marshal. Even if I resign, the world government will have an arrangement, but it will probably be a sinecure. In that case, I can still work part-time in your Hunter Guild. Lancelot thought to himself, what a fool, a Marine Inspector, who knows, he may take over Kong's position as the Marshal in the future. But it's not impossible to do it. He didn't expect this to work, he just cast a net. Even if Sengoku really agreed, he wouldn't let the other party get in touch with the core of the guild. He wanted to use Sengoku's name to make the Hunter Guild more positive. Look, even Marshal Sengoku has joined the Hunter Guild. Who dares to say that the Hunter Guild is not a righteous force? With Sengoku's beginning, more people will choose to join the Hunter Guild in the future. Thinking of this, Lancelot grasped Sengoku's hand with a friendly smile on his face. Welcome to join us. From now on, you are the chief inspector of the Hunter Guild. Sengoku was stunned. He really didn't expect Lancelot to agree, which made him hesitate. Is this guy up to something bad? But the words were out, and it was too late to regret. He hesitated and said, how about we talk about this later? He decided to delay it for a while and see the doorway clearly. Lancelot's face was stern. What's the point of being late? The whole Hunter Guild is waiting for their chief inspector. I will announce this matter when I get back. It's settled. After saying that, without waiting for Sengoku to speak, he turned around and left. After walking a distance, he turned back and shouted to Vice Admiral Crane, Grandma Crane, when will you resign? $3 plus 13. On the warship, Lancelot looked at the gradually moving Marineford. After today, this would no longer be the naval headquarters. A new era has arrived BHDH, and the focus of Marine will shift to the new world. Similarly, the focus of the Hunter Guild will gradually move towards the new world, which is the stage for the future. Suddenly, he was stunned and looked at the three people around him. Did we forget something? Hancock shook his head. Probably not. Yamato also shook his head. Probably not. Mihawk did not speak. In the temporary hospital at Marineford, Aruj stared blankly at the top of the tent. The war is over, why hasn't the president come to see me yet? The mission, Summit War, is completed, and rewards are obtained. 1 colorful pole, 1 purple gold pole, 1 diamond pole, and 1 advanced synthesis card. Ultimate Fisherman. Host. Guild Lancelot. Talents. Visitor from another world, Taijutsu Grandmaster, Blood and Chi like a pillar, Swordsmanship Grandmaster, Musician. Top Conquerors, Advanced Observation Hockey, Advanced Armament Hockey, Eternal Mangekyō. Points. 45,200. Advertisement. Items. 1 colorful pole, 5 purple gold poles, 1 diamond pole, 2 primary synthesis cards, 2 intermediate synthesis cards, 2 advanced synthesis cards, Demon God Appearance Essence of the Devil, Pluton Blueprint, Artificial Devil Fruit Dragon, Shock Fruit, Lion Fruit, Yellow Spring Fruit, Munch Munch Fruit, Thunderbird Fruit, Mara Mara Fruit. Looking at the mission rewards obtained this time, Lancelot licked the corner of his mouth. The reward was generous, and it was worth his efforts. As long as the purple gold pole was synthesized, 2 7-color ones would be opened. He also got 4 6-god suits. Artificial Devil Fruit strengthens the body. Shock Fruit strengthens the attack. Lion Fruit is a strategic necessity. The dog head of the Yellow Spring Fruit saves life. Add the Lucky Fruit, and you can synthesize it by finding another one. Moreover, Conquerors broke through in the battle with Whitebeard and reached the top level. Lancelot stroked his chin. The top level is above the advanced level, and I don't know if the top level is the end. His eyes swept through the inventory, thinking about how to arrange it. The next is the era of hegemony among the heroes. Influenced by the tide of the times, whether everyone is willing or not, they will work hard to improve their own strength to ensure that they will not be eliminated. One of the 7 color rods needs to be reserved. Except for the purple gold rod, the others will not be synthesized. Cast a wide net and you will always catch Bakara. Maybe you can try to let Bakara use up all his luck before using the fate fishing rod. The more Lancelot thought about it, the more he felt it was feasible, but for now, he would try one rod first. After taking out the 7 color rod, he couldn't help but feel a little entangled. Should I make my dear friend Azang suffer again? Danzo should have a lot of good things on him. Sharingan, Hashirama cells. The former is not useful for himself, but can be used by the crew. Maybe another Susanoo can be obtained. The latter is more useful. Ask Vegapunk to study it. Maybe everyone can be arranged with Sage Body. Even if wood style cannot be used, it is okay to improve physical fitness. After thinking for a long time, I still extinguished this idea. I'd better wait until I have extra 7 color rods in the future. My dear friend Azang, please don't die. I silently sent a blessing in my heart and started fishing randomly. A fisherman never comes up empty-handed. 10 minutes later. Lancelot stared at the bean in his hand, not knowing what to do. Yes, this time he caught a bean with no known function. Cheat does not have the identification function, and will only prompt at special times, such as when fusing Sharingan. So should I eat it raw, fry it and drink it, or plant it in the field? 71. My Ice Queen. While Lancelot was struggling, Robin came in with Vivi. Mr. President. The girl bowed respectfully as soon as she came in. Compared to before, Vivi was now standing tall and wearing a uniform that was convenient for fighting. Her eyes were less lively and more cold. The skin exposed to the outside was full of scars, which made her look not miserable, but more fierce. Lancelot nodded and handed the beans to Robin. Miss Nicole, this is my baby. Plant it, cultivate it well, and take good care of it. If it sprouts, tell me. Robin took the beans and carefully measured them. They looked no different from ordinary beans. With half his eyes narrowed. My dear Mr. President, from what you said, it may not sprout. Lancelot laughed. How could it be? But after all, it is a baby. It may take a little longer to sprout, but if you are careful enough, it may be faster. Careful. Robin rolled his eyes at him. Having known each other deeply, she knew very well that her president didn't know what this bean was. She didn't dwell on this issue anymore and started reporting. Beasts pirates and BIGMOM pirates broke through 2 marine branches, but they didn't continue after the war. After Marine announced that it would move its headquarters to the G1 branch in New World, it withdrew to their waters. Quote. Crocodile and Akoku formed an alliance and launched an attack on the territory of the Whitebeard pirates, intending to replace the Whitebeard pirates as the new 4 emperors. Speaking of the current situation of the former boss, Crocodile, Robin felt that fate was playing tricks on him. In the past, he lived in fear under the other party, but now he can deal with him with just a word. The world government is looking for candidates for the 7 warlords of the sea, but the specific target is unknown. Spandam sent a message that Marine Marshal Sengoku submitted his resignation to the world government and recommended Admiral Aokiji to take over the position of marshal, but the world government prefers Akainu. The news that the Blackbeard pirates are offering a bounty for shock fruit in the underground world. As the two talked, Vivi waited silently. In the past, she would have been unable to restrain her restless temper. After an unknown amount of time, Robin finished his report, and Lancelot looked at Vivi. Yamato said that you have persisted in your training during this period, no matter how difficult it is, and your strength has improved rapidly, barely meeting my requirements. The girl bowed slightly. It is all due to the teaching and encouragement of Lord Yamato, and the support of the guild. Quote. This is not modesty. Yamato helped her a lot and encouraged her when she wanted to give up several times. The guild also invested a lot of resources. Various medicinal baths, treatment costs, equipment consumption, specially formulated medicinal diets, etc. Advertisement. Of course, training is really deadly. Fighting with wild beasts, fighting with pirates, training her to death, without mercy. She has no idea how many times she has been on the edge of death. These days, she feels like a minister of hell. Fortunately, her persistence has been affirmed. Today, the person who made a promise to her responded to her. Lancelot put a wine jug-style utensil on the table. Drink it, and you will gain powerful strength. But I want to remind you that if you drink it, there is at least a 90% chance that you will lose yourself and become a lunatic. With your status and position, it is not worth taking this risk. You can protect it in another way. Alabasta. Quote. Lancelot stopped talking because the girl resolutely opened the lid of the vessel without hesitation because of the blood inside. Gulp gulp. The girl drank it in one breath, put the vessel back on the table, and looked directly at Lancelot. If you are afraid to move forward, what is the difference from before? What is the expectation of Lord Yamato for my efforts these days? Boom, boom. Vivi suddenly felt her soul shaken, and a negative emotion filled with killing, madness, destruction and so on enveloped herself. There was a voice echoing in her mind, telling her to destroy and tear apart, but plunder everything in front of her. She collapsed to the ground, her will fighting against the negative emotions of her birth, her body began to spasm, and her clothes were soaked with sweat. Robin was terrified, and wanted to help but was afraid of bad things, so he could only look at Lancelot. Master President, is this really okay? Lancelot knew that Robin wanted to do it herself, but what could he do? It depends on her. If her will is strong enough, everything will be fine. If it doesn't work, it only means that she has stopped here. Robin pursed his lips and asked in surprise, what is this? Imperial weapon. Imperial weapon. This is a word Robin has never heard of. Lancelot saw the queen in his mind and sighed. Yes, the demon of the demon god. Advertisement. It is made of the blood of a super dangerous species. Drink it and you will gain the ability to control ice. Robin was shocked. The ability to control ice, isn't that Aokiji's frozen fruit ability? Yes, it's almost what you think. Although it is different from Kuzan's frozen fruit and can't be elementalized, it's almost the same overall. After a pause, the voice said faintly, even more potential. Quote. When he first obtained the demon god appearance essence of the devil, he also thought about using it himself, but finally gave up. Just as the seeds felt that he and this imperial weapon were extremely compatible, he also felt that he was not suitable. Please give me flowers. At present, I have a lot of abilities, and there will be more in the future. I don't need an imperial weapon, so I might as well use it to improve the strength of my subordinates. As if it was fate, it was at that time that Vivi chose to stay in the Hunter Guild, eager to obtain the power zone. Time passed by, and Vivi was still gritting her teeth and persisting. Perhaps even though she had gone through hellish trials, or perhaps her heart was pure enough, the negative emotions were gradually suppressed. Hoo-hoo. Vivi gasped for air. She had never felt the world was so beautiful before. She got up from the ground with difficulty, and there was still a lingering fear on her face. President, have I passed the test? Lancelot looked at the new pattern on the girl's chest and praised. Congratulations, you have obtained the power you have always dreamed of. From now on, you are the new guardian of the Hunter Guild. My Ice Queen. Vivi was stunned and murmured, Ice Queen. Robin was surprised again. He didn't expect Vivi to be given the position of guardian. This is not something that ordinary members can do. Vivi was also surprised when she came to her senses. Look at who the high-level people of the Hunter Guild are now. President Lancelot, Golden Shura, a man who has fought with Red Hair, Golden Lion, Whitebeard and other strong men. Vice President Dracula Mahawk, the world's #1 swordsman, General Manager Nico, she knew that was Nico Robin, son of the devil. There are only 3 guardians. Red Devil Yamato, Empress Hancock, Thunder God Enel. All 3 are famous figures, and now I have become one of them. Is the power I just obtained so strong? Master President, what did I drink before? Obviously, she didn't hear the conversation between Lancelot and Robin just now, otherwise she wouldn't ask such a question. The Imperial weapon, the Devil's essence, can control the power of ice. After explaining the power of the Imperial weapon, the girl's face became more and more shocked. Gurgle. The throat rolled and trembled, comparable to Aokiji Admiral's ice power. Lancelot smiled and said, it's right to understand it this way, but whether you can exert this power depends on you. Not everyone who gets the frozen fruit can become another Kuzan. Similarly, even if this Imperial weapon has more potential than the frozen fruit, you may not be able to surpass him. Vivi took a deep breath and said solemnly, I will work hard to practice and live up to your trust. The president's words came to mind, and she became more determined. Ice Queen. 72. Congratulations, Golden Shura Harem +1. Congratulations, Golden Shura Harem +1, Ice Queen takes the throne. Not long after the Hunter Guild announced that Vivi would take up the post of guardian of the Hunter Guild, Morgans, who keeps up with current affairs, did not lag behind and spread rumors. The last time there was, congratulations, was when Big Mom got married. Alabasta. A-hole, that a-hole, I'm going to kill him. Ikalem and others struggled to hug the furious cobra, the king had lost his mind. Let me go, that scumbag, he has so many women, but he still attacks Vivi, he is so inhumane. Ikalem hurriedly advised. Your Majesty, don't be impulsive, that is the Golden Shura, we can't beat him. Cobra was furious. Even if he is the Golden Shura, what's the matter, should I watch my Vivi being bullied? Bell smiled bitterly. This matter has not been clarified yet, what if it is fake news, you know the nature of the World Economic News Agency. Besides, Princess Vivi will not do such a thing with her personality. Cobra panted and panted, still unwilling to give up. Of course my Vivi will not do that, but what if that B******** D uses force and tricks, what can Vivi do as a child? Ikalem was also worried. He watched Vivi grow up since he was a child, and it was hard to believe that she became the Ice Queen in the blink of an eye. Do you want to go to the Hunters Guild branch to ask? It's not that they don't want to contact Vivi, but Vivi said before that she wanted to practice, so they would contact her after she finished her practice. During this period, Cobra couldn't help but contact Vivi, but no one answered. If he hadn't occasionally received news from the Hunters Guild branch, he would have gone to Sabaody Archipelago. Who knew that this big news would come out now? Go and ask. Hunters Guild headquarters. Lancelot held the first meeting since the establishment of the Hunters Guild. He swept his eyes over everyone, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Vice President. Dracula Mahawk. General Manager. Nico Robin. Treasurer. Nami. Guardians. Yamato, Hancock, Enel, Vivi. Team leaders. Rob Lucci, Mr. 3, Rouge, Trafalgar Law, Jewelry Bonnie. Including the Wandering Bear, the Shameless Geisa, Yuta and Tesoro who are preparing for the concert, and Sengoku who is ready to be worshipped as a sign. This is my Hunter Guild. General Manager Miss Nicole coughed lightly, attracting everyone's attention. It has been several months since the establishment of the Hunter Guild. Because of the impact of this war, this meeting was held. Now let me summarize the development of the Hunter Guild in the past period of time. Currently, our guild has 7 branches in the first half of the Grand Line, 1 for each route. Advertisement. There are 7 branches in East Blue, 6 in South Blue, 8 in West Blue, and 6 in North Blue. The total investment in the construction of the guild is 15.8 billion berry, with an income of 27.5 billion. After deducting other expenses, 5.1 billion in debt. The income is so high, most of which is contributed by the Sky Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates. The bounties of Golden Lion and Whitebeard alone are more than 9 billion. However, they are really good at spending. With an income of 27.5 billion berry, they still owe 5.1 billion. The salaries of members and the construction of warships all cost money. The Sakura Flower Unicorn alone is almost equivalent to the bounty of 4 emperors. Mahawk, who had just received a private speedboat, pressed the brim of his hat. This so-called other expenses had his share. Not much, just a few 100 million berry. Robin distributed the documents one by one. As for the data of Gule and Tezulo, I won't talk about it, but the dividends have been announced. If you have any questions, please come to me later. Everyone opened the documents, which could actually be said to be pay slips. When they saw the amount on it, their heartbeats quickened a bit. Even Mahawk, who was calm, was stunned and began to count the zeros on it. 1, 10, 10 localized. Although Hancock's dividend was a little less than Mahawk's, the amount was still not low. She was proud and her eyebrows were curved at this time, and she was in a very good mood. With such a high dividend, why would she still be a pirate? Isn't it nice to work part-time? The rest of the people also looked happy, and some people had already started to inquire about other people's dividends. Only Nami looked indifferent, which was completely different from her usual love of money. The financial manager, who pays the salary. Ha! Lancelot clapped his hands. Okay, let me tell you about the guild's next arrangements. Everyone gathered their minds and listened carefully. Whitebeard's declaration before his death has caused this era to run wild, and the sea will once again set off a wave of going out to sea. This is a big shock to our Hunter Guild. But this is not something we can change. If we don't want to be swallowed by the waves, we can use this wave to soar into the sky. The focus of the guild will gradually shift to the new world, which is the center of the future world. But before that, the 4 seas in the first half cannot be ignored. In the next 6 months to a year, I need some of you to go to the 4 seas to take charge. While stabilizing people's hearts, we must also try our best to develop and grow. Who will go to East Blue? Everyone was still hesitating. Nami hurriedly raised her hand. I'll go. Lancelot smiled and said, well, our little thief wants to return home in glory. A burst of laughter suddenly rang out in the conference room. Nami chuckled. That's a must. I haven't been back to see everyone for more than half a year. It's just right to let them see that I am no longer the same person I was before. Lancelot nodded. Okay, then you go, but bring Team M with you. Mr. 3, you help Nami establish a new branch. Yes. Advertisement. Mr. 3 nodded in agreement. East Blue is still stable and there shouldn't be too much trouble. Who will go to West Blue? Vivi raised her hand. President, I'll go to West Blue. Lancelot was surprised. Aren't you going to stay in the first half? No, I want to go to West Blue to see. Then how many people do you need? Vivi blinked. I heard that the Flower Kingdom's navy is very powerful. Lancelot smiled even more. Okay, I look forward to your good news. The so-called navy of the Flower Kingdom is the pirate force, from the Ichibo Navy to the Hachibo Navy. Vivi's meaning is very clear. She plans to subdue this pirate force. The difficulty can be imagined. Not only must you overwhelm the opponent with strength, but you must also have strategy. Neither of these 2 things does Vivi have now. Quote. Lancelot looked at Bonnie. South Blue is special. Sobel Kingdom is now his territory and also Bonnie's hometown. The girl hesitated to speak. She knew that she was not qualified to preside over the overall situation of South Blue. Lucci, you take Team C to South Blue. I need you to take control of Sobel Kingdom as soon as possible. Lucci agreed. He was the only one who was more suitable to do this among the people present. Seeing Bonnie's disappointed face, Lancelot said with a smile, you go too. I will tell Big Bear. The girl smiled immediately. Thank you, President. Now only North Blue is left. Trafalgar Law was originally the most suitable candidate, but he and the Heart Pirates have their own way to go. Enel has to return to Thunder God Island for the next stage of training, and at the same time he has the responsibility of protecting Punk Hazard. Hancock has to defend the first half 0.9, Mahawk is not interested in this kind of thing. He can only look at Rouge. Rouge, North Blue is handed over to you, and I will transfer 50 people with special abilities from Tesoro to you. Rouge was surprised. 50 people with special abilities. President, are you kidding? Lancelot explained. It is artificial demon fruit power. North Blue is more troublesome. There is the Vinsmoke family, and it is also the place where Doflamingo started. The underground forces are mixed, so don't be careless. Mihawk, New World is handed over to you. After I finish dealing with things here, I will go to New World as soon as possible. Okay, Mihawk said concisely. After explaining some things one after another, Lancelot stood up. Everyone, the era of Whitebeard is over, and the tide of a new era has arrived. New World is a must-fight place, all forces and all strong people will gather there. Try to improve yourself. If anyone can't keep up, I can only leave him at home to guard the gate.